1 second, the news was reporting on a meteor shower, touted as a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Everyone looked up, making sincere wishes, believing it was just a romantic astronomical event. But the next second, a meteor crashed directly into Earth, and the world instantly collapsed. In the final moments before destruction, Earth teleported all 7 billion people on Earth into a world where everyone was an island owner, where they began to struggle for survival. Fortunately, everyone on Earth has been given a special talent. Some have gained hunger resistance, meaning they can eat one meal and not feel hungry for 3 days. Others have become elemental lords, able to unleash flames and ice pillars with a mere wave of their hand. However, others either gave their wives to gang leaders for a steam bun or killed their comrades to fight for supplies. This man, however, transformed a deserted island into a super kingdom. His name was Tang Xingai, and he was born with the super island owner system. Furthermore, he activated a bug-level talent, a 10,000-fold amplification. Attributes increased 10,000-fold, drop rate increased 10,000-fold, and comprehension increased 10,000-fold. At that moment, a stream of 7-colored light rushed into his body. Tang Xingai felt an excruciating pain as if his entire body was exploding, but the next second, it was replaced by a surge of power, and his whole being seemed to be completely reshaped. The attribute panel appeared. Attack, defense, spirit, luck, comprehension, and critical rate all reached 10,000 points, directly reaching the peak of Qi refining combat power. Tang Xingai exhaled slowly and picked up the wooden bow again. The next instant, the bow trembled, its appearance rapidly transforming into a magnificent longbow resembling ice crystals. Icebound divine bow, 7 colors. Locked by will, it can freeze all things. The bowstring transformed into silvery mist, containing terrifying tension. He drew back the bowstring, and the air instantly frosted over, ice crystals condensing into an arrow. The moment he released it, the streak of light vanished, reappearing 3,000 meters away. The distant deserted island and reefs were struck, instantly freezing, the chill spreading, encasing everything within several meters in ice, even the grass and trees solidifying in place. Tang Xingai put down his bow and touched the spirit stones again. The next second, the 10 spirit stones instantly multiplied to 100,000, piling up into a small mountain, their spiritual energy so dense it was visible to the naked eye. The last crystal also changed, evolving directly from a fusion core into a 7-colored Dao seed and merging into his body. The entire floating island trembled violently. Its area rapidly expanded. Rocks turned into soil, grass sprouted, and even springs gushed forth. In just 10 seconds, the barren island expanded from 100 square meters to 700 square meters, with fertile land and abundant water completely transformed. Meanwhile, the channel went wild. Some people were pinpointing the location of the 7-colored pillar of light, even clamoring to steal the talent, their malice undisguised. Tang Xingai was about to close the interface when a familiar name popped up, Zhao Tianlong, his former superior. The other party remained arrogant. I have the blue talent rock skin, which triples my defense. Tang Xingai, come kneeling and begging for my help, and I'll give you a meal. A group of people immediately echoed him, their tone nauseating. Tang Xingai sneered, raising his ice bow and aiming it at the distant coordinates. This time, he used only 1% of his power. A streak of light shot out, instantly striking the reefs along Zhao Tianlong Island, and the entire area quickly froze. He captured the scene, uploaded it to the channel, and left only one sentence. Zhao Tianlong, I've noted your coordinates. Wait, I'm coming to visit you. The channel was silent for 2 seconds, then completely exploded, with countless people exclaiming in surprise, and some even mocking Zhao Tianlong's arrogance. However, Zhao Tianlong didn't reply on the regional channel. Tang Xing turned off the channel and looked around his island. 700 square meters wasn't large, but it was enough for planning. He walked to the spirit spring, scooped up a handful of water, and drank it. The water was sweet and refreshing, and a warm current spread through his body, quickly dispelling his fatigue. A system notification sounded. The territory has been detected to have a spiritual spring and fertile soil, meeting the conditions for survival. Do you wish to build an initial dwelling? He directly selected yes, and set the location to the high ground in the northwest corner. As the thought arose, golden light patterns appeared on the ground, intertwining like vines to form a blueprint. Wood and stone emerged from the void and automatically assembled. In less than 5 seconds, a simple stone house had taken shape. It was square and rough, but it could provide shelter from the wind and rain. He pushed open the door and went inside. The room was empty, with only hay used as a bed. The system notified him again to distribute a building gift pack. A more exquisite wooden box appeared at the doorway. Inside were 2 blueprints and 3 talismans. The guide to cultivating spiritual fields transformed into specks of light and entered his mind. The method was simple and clear. He came to a patch of black soil beside the spiritual spring, pressed his palm to the ground, and let his spiritual power seep in like silk, loosening the soil and separating impurities, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. He then buried 5 fragments of spirit stones, arranging them in the cardinal directions: east, south, west, north, center. The last stone fell, and a pale green halo spread out, forming a net that seeped into the earth. A 10-square-meter spirit field took shape, the soil dark and moist, with a light spiritual mist floating around it. Tang Xingai had just stood up when he suddenly looked northeast. 5 kilometers away, a large island of 2,000 square meters floated in the air, complete with buildings and guarded by arrow towers. On the terrace of the 3-story building in the center, a woman was observing him through binoculars. The 2 men faced each other through the fog. He could see that the woman was accompanied by guards, exuding an imposing aura. A moment later, the woman put away her binoculars and left. Immediately afterward, a cold, anonymous message appeared on the channel. Tang Xingai, with your 7-color talent, I have seen your arrow. I'll give you 2 choices. Join me, or I'll dismantle your island and freeze it into my collection. The coordinates were attached, and it was indeed that large island. The channel exploded instantly, with everyone discussing Schwang's strength and ruthlessness. Tang Xingai, however, smiled after reading it and slowly typed a reply. Schwang? Your island is nice. I'll take it. After sending the message, he picked up a stone, gathered his strength, and hurled it. Powered by the force, the stone broke the sound barrier, tore through the gray mist, and 5 seconds later struck the enemy's arrow tower, blasting a hole in it, a truly intimidating sight. He looked away and returned to the stone house to study the system. Resources were scarce. He could only build the most basic infrastructure. He muttered, "We need to go find resources." Outside the window, gray fog churned and night deepened. On the other side, Schwang stood on the terrace, gazing into the distance. Her expression was calm, her fingers lightly tapping the hilt of her sword. She then gave the order, "Notify Li Ao to take men to probe the enemy. If that fails, dismantle the island, kill everyone, and bring back the talent crystal." Her tone was flat, yet brooked no argument. She added, "If that attack was his limit, capture him alive." The order was given, and 2 subordinates immediately obeyed and left. Inside the hall, she marked Tang Xingai's location on the map, her goal clear: "I want this island." She then arranged for Li Ao to contact Zhao Tianlong, using incentives to lure him into cooperating and luring him away from the island to weaken his talent. Everyone was shocked by the rule. Leaving one's own island meant retaining only 30% of one's talent. Schwang, however, had already planned everything meticulously and even prepared a second plan, utilizing the dangerous individuals in the warehouse. As night fell, she stood alone by the window, recalling her memories before her transmigration and the scenes of her awakening. Those shattered futures made her understand that only by constantly becoming stronger could she control everything. She stared at the distant light, Tang Xingai's island, her gaze cold and resolute. The 7-color talent, I must obtain it. Then she turned off the lights, plunging the hall into darkness, with only the gleaming blue of the gemstone on the sword hilt remaining. Gray fog churned around the island's edge. Tang Xingai stood on the island's shore, gripping the frozen divine bow, his gaze fixed on the large, faintly visible island to the northeast. Soon, 2 medium-sized islands, each about 500 square meters, slowly approached, several figures standing atop them, their movements aimed directly at Tang Xingai. He estimated the distance. They would make contact in about 20 minutes. He returned to the stone house, collected the remaining spirit stone fragments, checked the ice bow's condition again, then went to the spirit spring to wash his face, calming himself down. When he stood up again, the two islands were already close. Two people on the left, on the right, the leader a scarred man wielding a long sword, exuding a fierce aura. The two islands stopped 300 meters away, just outside the range of a regular bow and arrow. The scarred man spoke. Tang Xingai? My name is Li Ao, one of Murong Schwang's men. He sneered and threatened. You can't keep your 7-color talent. Hand it over or join us. Otherwise, we'll throw you into the gray fog. Tang Xingai asked calmly. What if you don't hand it over? Liao's face darkened. Then we'll dismantle the island and kill people. With a wave of his hand, the two islands moved simultaneously, attacking from the left and right. Tang Xingai raised his bow, and 3 ice arrows instantly materialized, locking onto Liao. The opponent's smile froze, but he still pressed forward, attempting to win through brute force. The ice arrows were fired, instantly freezing the wooden shields, the chill spreading along their arms. Both men cried out and dropped their shields. Liao, however, continued to charge, even activating his ice spike skill to counterattack. Several ice spikes hurtled towards him, but Tang Xingai didn't dodge. He raised his hand and released his mental energy, freezing all the ice spikes in midair. The next second, he clenched his fist, and the ice spikes bounced back. Liao dodged awkwardly, but his companion was hit and fell to the ground, seriously injured. The other island tried to escape, but it was too late. Tang Xingai fired again, freezing the entire island solid, making it impossible for the enemies to even stand. Liao Huadid, Shaji. The entire island accelerated and crashed towards them. At the critical moment, Tang Xingai pressed his hand to the ground, channeling his spiritual energy into the core of the island. The entire 700 square meter island shifted horizontally by 10 meters, easily avoiding the impact. Liao was completely dumbfounded. How was this possible? Tang Xingai looked at him calmly. Want to crash again? Enraged, Liao once again commanded the attack. But Tang Xingai had already moved. His movements were as precise as if measured with a ruler, and all attacks missed their mark. The next arrow he fired pierced directly into the interior of the island. The next second, the entire island began to freeze and crack from the inside out. A burst of icy air instantly transformed the 500 square meter island into a giant block of ice, freezing Liao and the other two in their escape poses. Tang Xingai approached and pointed a finger. The entire island shattered with a deafening roar, plunging along with its inhabitants and belongings into the abyss of gray mist, vanishing without a trace. The remaining two collapsed on the spot, throwing down their weapons and shouting, "Surrender! Don't kill us!" Tang Xingai didn't waste any words. He told them to bring the island closer, then ordered them to jump over. The two men knelt on the ground, trembling. "Names?" he asked coldly. "My name is Chun Shur. His name is Lu San," they quickly replied, one with white night vision and the other with gray hunger resistance. Tang Xingai, not that. With such low-level abilities, it was no wonder they could only be cannon fodder. Under interrogation, the two quickly revealed the information. Murong Schwang had a total of 23 people, 1 with purple talent, 3 with blue talent, as well as arrow towers, watchtowers, and other buildings. More importantly, on someone else's island, one's talent will be weakened, and the lower the quality, the more severe the weakening. Tang Xingai memorized the rules, then went to the occupied island to check its resources. It had a lumber mill, spirit fields, and a cooking stove. Everything was there, but the conditions were rudimentary. He unfroze the 3 men and obtained more details from them, including the enemy's combat strength and building configuration. After a quick looting, he picked up a copper coin dropped by a skeleton. The system indicated it was an item used for exchanging artifacts at the ruins. After confirming everything was correct, Tang Xingai mentally commanded, "System, merge this island." A notification sounded. A medium-sized island of 500 square meters has been detected. Merging requires spiritual energy. Execute. Tang Xingai replied without hesitation, "Yes." The floating island beneath Tang Xingai's feet suddenly trembled. This time, it wasn't a slow expansion, but a more violent fusion. The edges of the two islands began to blur, intertwining as if melting, the land and buildings constantly reorganizing, and his spiritual energy was slowly drained away. The tremor stopped after a minute, and he found himself standing on a new island of 1,200 square meters. The island had been completely integrated. The spiritual spring had moved to the center, the spiritual field had expanded to 20 square meters, and the logging camps had been redistributed, with the overall shape becoming a smooth oval. A system notification sounded. First successful fusion of a medium-sized island. Reward. Equipment box and speed-up talisman. First successful defeat of an enemy island lord. Reward. Reputation and spirit stones. As the voice faded, a bronze box appeared at his feet. He opened the box. Inside was a finely crafted leather armor. Tough leather armor, green defense plus 30, cold resistance plus 10%. When worn, it fits the body snugly, isolating the cold and making movement almost silent. He then looked at the few survivors on the ground and said calmly, "Two choices, either jump or work for me." The men's faces changed instantly, and they all knelt down, begging to survive and vying to show their willingness to serve. Tang Xingai nodded, told them to drink the spiritual spring water to recover, and then went to tidy up the logging camp and move the timber, adding in a cold voice, "If you do a good job, you'll have food. If you don't, you'll go hungry." The men felt as if they had been granted a pardon and immediately got to work. He opened the building interface and began constructing a makeshift shack in the southeast corner. What would normally take 2 hours, he used a speed-up spell and completed in 5 seconds. The new shack stood there, leaving the others speechless. Tang Xingai then posted a message on the channel to recruit people. 2 islands are being acquired, short-handed, meals provided. As soon as the message was posted, the channel exploded, with a flood of messages asking to be taken in. After screening, he selected 3 people, a woman who knew how to farm, an old carpenter, and a young man who knew how to smelt metal, and told them to come on their own. By this time, it was getting dark and the fog was getting thicker. He went back to his house to replenish his spiritual energy, which he quickly regained. When he came out, the lumberyard had been tidied up with the timber neatly stacked. Chunshur cautiously inquired about dinner, and the man simply tossed him some spirit stones to exchange for food. Soon, a pot of thin porridge was ready. Several people held their bowls and wolfed it down, their expressions almost pious. Tang Xingai also sat down and drank a bowl. While checking the territory information, resources and population were gradually taking shape. Night had completely fallen. He gazed at Murong Schwang's large island in the distance, vaguely sensing her gaze. He raised his hand and gave her the middle finger, then returned to sit down by the fire. As the firelight flickered, the group discussed the rumors surrounding the warehouse. Murong Schwang had a group of madmen under her command, extremely powerful, who had once single-handedly wiped out an entire enemy squad. Tang Xingai listened, but simply made a mental note of it. As night deepened, he sat alone by the fire, studying his talent. He infused his spiritual energy into a stone, which instantly transformed into iron ore. Then he applied force to a tree branch, turning it into a hard wooden stick. A qualitative change, he murmured to himself. This wasn't just enhancement, it was a fundamental shift. He vaguely realized that this ability was far more terrifying than it appeared. He projected his mental energy, sensing the entire area. Islands were like nodes, the sea of fog like flowing energy, and in the distance, a colossal, unknown entity lurked, instilling an instinctive sense of unease. As dawn broke, he withdrew his senses. The 5 people got up and immediately began work. He arranged for them to continue cultivating the spirit fields, preparing to expand the planting scale. He walked to the edge of the island and looked into the distance. The large island, 2,000 square meters in size, had already moved, slowly approaching them. When the distance closed to 1 kilometer, the large island stopped. Murong Schwang stood at the forefront, with a dozen people lined up behind her and archers on the arrow towers already drawing their bows, ready to fire. She raised her hand, and her voice rang out directly. "Tang Xingai, get out now, or stay forever." Tang Xingai smiled, and an ice bow materialized in his hand. He drew back the bowstring, and an ice arrow took shape. He first aimed at her, then slowly moved it toward the archer in the arrow tower. "These words," he said calmly, "are returned to you as they were." The ice arrows struck the shield, shattering into ice crystals. Tang Xingai gasped for breath, his hand gripping the bow, slightly numb. 7 arrows had been fired in quick succession, yet the effect was clearly diminishing. Initially, they could create cracks, but now only white marks remained. Schwang's 3 layers of ice crystal shields operated in rotation, their defense impenetrable, while his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Chun Shi, lying prone on the island's edge, reported, "Boss, the shield's fluctuation on the east side has decreased by 30%. Tang Xingai didn't reply, drawing his bow again and hitting the same spot precisely. The crack widened, but it still didn't break. Tang Xingai stopped. He knew that if he continued, he would be the first to give out. On the distant main island, Schwang stood quietly, as if waiting for him to exhaust himself. At the same time, 2 medium-sized islands were slowly approaching from the flanks, preparing to encircle him. Tang Xingai glanced at his own side. Their fighting strength was practically zero, and a direct confrontation would be certain death. He turned and went into the workshop, immediately ordering the construction of rudimentary arrow towers. The materials were pieced together, and the 3 crooked wooden towers quickly rose to life. He then used a speed-up talisman to force the completion of the towers, making them look presentable, but they were merely decorations. Afterward, he summoned Wang Meizi and whispered instructions. "Go back and tell Schwang that I'm setting up an ambush, waiting for her to come to the island, so we can wipe her out in one fell swoop." Wang Meizi's face turned pale, but he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Tang Xingai intended to exploit the opponent's suspicion to slow down the pace. After arranging the defense, he began to modify the equipment. All the scrap metal was reforged into armor-piercing drills with a 10,000-fold amplification, a total of 12. He then opened the map and located an anomaly in the underground spiritual energy. A spirit stone vein was hidden beneath the island. However, he did not mine it immediately, but instead set his sights on another island, Schwang's resource island, where the concentration of spiritual energy was extremely high, but the defenses were weak. He quickly gave the orders. Chun Shi guards the island, and the arrow towers take turns making feints. After giving these instructions, he leaped off the island. Using his immense strength, he jumped continuously between the floating islands, covering a distance of 3 kilometers in just 3 minutes to reach his target. After infiltrating the resource island, he silently eliminated 2 patrolmen, changed clothes, disguised himself, and entered the mine, confirming that the mine was of considerable size. He then decisively took action, killing all the remaining guards and destroying the mine entrance, temporarily sealing off the resources. He planted a flag in the center of the island, blatantly declaring his occupation, and even made provocative gestures towards the main island. Then, he initiated the fusion. Spiritual energy was consumed frantically, and the entire resource island was gradually swallowed up by the main island structure. 2 minutes later, the fusion was complete, the island's area surged to 2,000 square meters, and a medium-sized spirit stone vein was acquired, providing a stable daily resource output. System rewards were also credited, with a significant increase in spiritual energy concentration, even forming a pool of spiritual liquid on the ground. Tang Xingai had just recovered when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The ground began to shake, and bone-chilling cold air surged from the cracks. The next second, the ground exploded, and a huge frost wolf burst out of the earth, followed by several more surrounding him. 6 blue elite-level monsters, their auras overwhelming. At the same time, 3 massive islands were rapidly approaching from afar. Schwang's voice rang out in the channel. "Tang Xingai, you're very good. I will crush you inch by inch." The wolf pack growled as they approached, the 3 islands forming an encirclement. Monsters lay ahead, a formidable enemy behind. Tang Xingai drew back his bowstring, an ice arrow coalescing within him, his gaze calm. "Then let's give it a try." The giant frost wolf howled as it approached, its claws carving deep furrows in the frozen ground. Tang Xingai stood still, his bowstring taut, 3 ice arrows suspended in midair. He glanced into the distance. 3 enemy islands were closing in. The situation now a pincer attack. A giant wolf pounced first from the flank. He raised his hand and fired an arrow, piercing the wolf's eye and freezing it instantly. The other 5 attacked simultaneously, moving with lightning speed. He took a half-step back, threw the iron rod with a backhand, and then delivered a powerful kick, taking down 2 more in quick succession. Only the lead giant wolf and 2 henchmen remained on the field. Schwang transmitted her voice remotely. "Surrender, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." Tang Xingai ignored her, his eyes fixed on the Wolf King. This blue elite was the real threat. The Wolf King raised its paw and slammed the ground, sending ice spikes flying. He leaped away in advance and fired another arrow, but it was dodged. With only 15% of his spiritual power remaining, he decisively changed his strategy, activating 3 arrow towers to draw enemy fire. The arrow tower's crude firing technique successfully enraged the wolf pack, diverting their attention. Tang Xingai seized the opportunity, plunging into the spirit liquid pool to recover his spiritual energy, returning to half his normal level in a short time. At the same time, Schwang's 3 floating islands had approached within a kilometer. He rushed to the edge of the island, shattering the rock layer with 1 foot, creating a huge gap that faced the enemy's flank islands. The medium-sized island, unable to turn in time, crashed directly into the gap and became stuck. To make matters worse, the wolves below, alerted, swarmed out and pounced on the 6 people on the island, their screams echoing throughout the area. Tang Xingai stopped paying attention to that side and turned a lock onto the Wolf King. He drew his bow to its full extent, infused it with 30% of his spiritual power, and the arrow produced golden patterns. It pierced through the Wolf King's head in one strike, freezing and shattering it completely. An ice core fell from the shattered ice. He held it in his hand, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification that instantly evolved it into the Ice Dragon's heart gold, which then merged into his natal bow. The frozen divine bow subsequently evolved into the Ice Dragon's roar bow, red, gaining the dragon breath and dragon soul skills. The bow pulsated as if alive, its power surging. Schwang witnessed all of this and roared, "Concentrate fire! Kill him!" The main island and the side islands launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing a deluge of ice spears and arrows. Tang Xingai neither dodged nor evaded, drawing back his bowstring, his icy energy condensing into a dragon-shaped arrow. He poured all his remaining spiritual power into it, and a phantom ice dragon shot through the air. Wherever the ice dragon passed, everything froze. The rain of arrows shattered, the ice spears crumbled, and finally struck the main island's arrow tower, freezing the entire tower and half of the watchtower. Schwang managed to retreat after several sword strikes, her expression wavering for the first time. The main island and the side islands stopped simultaneously, and no one dared to advance. Tang Xingai, having exhausted his spiritual energy, knelt on one knee, yet still looked up and smiled. "Still want to fight? Your island will soon be mine." After a brief silence, Schwang coldly ordered, "Withdraw." The 2 floating islands slowly retreated, and the battlefield instantly fell silent, save for the sound of the wind and the distant howls of wolves. After recovering a small amount of spiritual energy, Tang Xingai continued to absorb the stuck remnant island. The fusion was complete, expanding the area to 2,500 square meters, with a more intact terrain. He collected Wolf King materials on the battlefield, and then discovered that the entrance to the Wolf Den was located beneath the collapsed rock wall, from which chilling air continuously surged, its depths unfathomable. Just then, a server-wide announcement rang out. The Silver Elite Wolf King's consort has appeared deep within the cave with treasure, and a limited-time event has begun. Tang Xingai glanced at Schwang, who was watching from afar, a smirk playing on his lips. He gave her a downward gesture, then jumped into the cave without hesitation. 3 kilometers away, Schwang put away her binoculars and coldly ordered the madmen in the warehouse to be deployed. She stared at the cave entrance, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Deep within the cave, wolf howls echoed. The real danger had only just begun. The cave sloped downwards, its ice wall smooth. Tang Xingai used an iron crowbar for leverage, sliding down 20 meters before finally stepping on a solid ground. The cold was biting, even breathing felt like being pricked by ice needles. The cave wasn't large, the ground covered in frozen soil and broken bones, cracking with the slightest step. A soft yet eerie, icy blue light emanated from the depths, and the ice dragon bow seemed to be slightly warming, as if resonating. He walked along the cave wall, rounded a corner, and suddenly the view opened up before him. In the center of a larger cavern was a nest made of bones and hair. The nest was lined with silvery down, and 3 giant ice blue eggs lay quietly, their surfaces flowing with frost-like patterns, as if they were breathing with life. Beside the den, a giant silver wolf slowly opened its eyes. It was larger than the Wolf King, yet its aura was calmer, and its gaze even held a hint of rationality. The queen wolf rose, not roaring, but simply staring at Tang Xingai. The next second, it exhaled a chilling breath, instantly freezing a large area of the ground. Tang Xingai leaped to dodge, constantly shifting along the edge of the cave. The Wolf Queen breathed heavily, causing ice spikes to grow wildly, forcing him to keep creating distance. An opportunity arose. He fired an arrow, grazing the Wolf Queen's shoulder. The chilling aura spread, but it was forcefully shattered, instead fueling the Wolf Queen's ferocity. The Wolf Queen pounced, moving with lightning speed. Tang Xingai slid into its belly, thrusting the iron spike in, but it only penetrated 3 inches, far from fatal. The counterattack followed immediately. He was blasted away by a claw, crashing heavily against the cave wall. His blood and chi surged, and his spiritual power was reduced to only 1/10. He stopped pursuing the matter and turned his gaze to the nest. The materials, ores, wolf fur, and the 3 eggs were all incredibly valuable. The next instant, he suddenly drew his bow, aiming at the cave ceiling. A chilling arrow shot out, severing the base of the giant ice cone. The ice spike crashed down, precisely piercing the Wolf Queen's body despite being secured by his 2 iron spikes. Icy blue blood spurted out, instantly freezing. The Wolf Queen lay on the ground, not dead, a complex emotion flashing in her silver eyes, even showing a hint of reluctance to leave her cubs in the nest. Tang Xingai approached, drew his bow, and whispered sorry. An arrow pierced his forehead, ending the battle. With the battle over, he quickly plundered the resources. The ice soul, or amplified 10,000-fold, skyrocketed to 30,000 pieces, piling up like a small mountain. The silver wolf fur evolved into rainbow wolf hair, its quality skyrocketing. The last 3 eggs were also enhanced into gold-grade frost dragon wolf king eggs. After processing the resources, he discovered ancient patterns carved deep within the cave walls. The system translated the information, the frost wolf pact, bound by blood. After noting it down, he began to retreat. He had only climbed halfway when the eggshell behind him suddenly cracked open. Hatching had begun. He didn't stop, leaving the cave immediately. Night fell, the gray fog thickened, and Schwang's main island was already within 500 meters. Tang Xingai lendet gan li, Schwang said coldly. I've been waiting for you for ages. What's in the cave? He casually took out the ice soul ore and waved it, which immediately caused a commotion among the other party. The next moment, Schwang gave the order, kill. More than a dozen ice arrows shot out simultaneously. Tang Xingai raised his hand, his mental energy forming a force field, and all the arrows stopped in midair. They were then reflected back, severely injuring several people on the spot. Schwang's face was grim as she personally took action, stepping onto the ice. Wang Tai and Zhao Han followed closely behind, surrounding Tang Xingai. Hand over the resources, and I'll let you go, she threatened coldly. Tang Xingai replied calmly, you could try. Schwang instantly drew her sword, aiming straight for a vital spot. Tang Xingai, however, pinched the sword tip between 2 fingers and flicked it lightly, causing her tiger's mouth to crack. Wang Tai charged forward but was kicked away. Zhao Han, unable to draw his bow, had his weapon broken by a punch, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. In just 10 seconds, all 3 were defeated. Schwang stared at him in shock. Your spiritual power. It's exhausted, Tang Xingai said calmly, but we don't need it to deal with you. He picked up her sword, then casually tossed it back. Schwang caught the sword, frozen in place. She couldn't help but ask why. Because it's unnecessary. Tang Xingai turned around, took out a piece of ice soul ore from his backpack, and threw it at her feet. The icy blue light shimmered slightly in the night. His tone was calm. Consider it compensation for your losses. The arrow tower, the people, and your self-respect. Schwang stared at the ore, not bending down to pick it up. Tang Xingai looked at her and continued, come with me. The island is still yours, and so are the people. I'll give you resources, safety, and even greater opportunities. If you don't, you'll die tonight. After those words, a deathly silence fell over the island. Some people lost their grip on their weapons, which fell to the ground with a soft thud. Wang Tai and Zhao Han struggled to their feet and looked at Mirong Schwang. Mirong Schwang remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Why should I believe you? Her eyes held resentment, but also a hint of wavering. Because I'm stronger than you, Tang Xingai said directly. I can also give you what you want, to become stronger, to survive, and to understand this world. These words made Mirong Schwang's body tremble slightly. She stared at him, her emotions surging, and finally took a deep breath, bending down to pick up the piece of ice soul ore. She straightened up, looked at Tang Xingai for a long time, then knelt on one knee, holding the ore above her head. Mirong Schwang, I am willing to serve you as my master. As soon as she knelt, everyone behind her knelt down in succession. More than 20 people on the entire island submitted in unison, and the scene instantly became quiet and awe-inspiring. Tang Xingai stepped forward and helped her up. Just call me Lord. From now on, we'll conquer even bigger islands. Mirong Schwang replied softly, Yes, Lord. Then the two islands began to move closer together, their edges touching. Everyone busied themselves setting up camp, making fires and rescuing people, and the atmosphere shifted from hostility to harmony. Tang Xingai returned to his island, made some simple arrangements, and immediately initiated the fusion. The two islands reorganized amidst the tremors, with the land and buildings rearranged. 3 minutes later, a new island of 4,000 square meters was formed, with spiritual fields, mines, and buildings rationally distributed, making the whole island more complete. The system notified him of his rewards, a hero contract scroll and a master builder card. After binding the scroll to Mirong Schwang, the two established a connection and could share their senses. Master builder Lu Qin was summoned, and the old man excitedly began planning the construction. Tang Xingai gave him brief instructions and then let him do as he pleased. He then walked to Mirong Schwang's side and, seeing that her hand injury hadn't healed, immediately removed the methamphetamine, quickly stopping the bleeding and healing the wound. Mirong Schwang thanked him softly, to which he simply replied, One of us. He then produced a golden beast egg, revealing it to be the Frost Dragon Wolf King's battle pet. Mirong Schwang was astonished, a clear expectation appearing in her eyes for the first time. Just then, her old injuries flared up, her face turned deathly pale, and she collapsed to her knees. Tang Xingai immediately carried her into the stone house to treat her. He used his spiritual power to investigate and discovered that her heart meridian was being corroded by the cold poison. He quickly and gently repaired it, bit by bit. The process was slow, but effective. Mirong Schwang gradually recovered, opened her eyes, looked at him, and asked softly, Why did you save me? Tang Xingai didn't even look up. You're my person, it would be a loss for me if you died. She was silent for a moment, then smiled softly, and then fell into a deep sleep. This time, it was a peaceful slumber. After regaining his spiritual power, Tang Xingai walked to the window. Outside, 2 groups of people had gathered around the campfire, the atmosphere gradually easing, and a new order was forming. He returned to the haystack, sat down, glanced at Mirong Schwang, and closed his eyes to rest. As dawn broke and the fog lingered, Tang Xingai opened his eyes to find Mirong Schwang still fast asleep. Her complexion was better than the night before, but still pale. He got up to stretch his limbs, then pushed open the door and stepped out of the stone house. The area outside was already bustling with activity. Lu Qin was drawing lines on the ground with a wooden compass, muttering to himself. Chenshi was leading a group to clear the open space, while Wang Tai and Zhao Han were moving timber. Although the 2 groups were unfamiliar with each other, at least they were no longer clashing. Upon seeing Tang Xingai emerge, everyone stopped. Lu Qin jogged over and adjusted his glasses. Lord, I've surveyed the terrain and have a plan. Would you like to hear it? Tang Xingai nodded, signaling him to continue. Lu Qin unfolded the crumpled parchment and quickly explained. The central hill and the spirit liquid pool will remain as the core area. The 200 square meters on the east side will be used for residential areas. The 300 square meters on the west side will be used for military areas. The 500 square meters on the north side will be used for spirit fields. The 200 square meters on the south side will be used for workshops, and the rest will be used for public areas and storage. Tang Xingai nodded after listening. You're a professional. We'll do it your way. What do you need? Lu Qin counted on his fingers and said that they lacked manpower, materials, and time. Out of more than 30 people, only a dozen or so could do the work. It would take at least half a month to build the frame and a month for people to move in. I'll figure out the materials. You build the residential area first, Tang Xingai decided. Lu Qin immediately turned around and shouted to get to work. The crowd busied themselves again, the sounds of sawing and hammering mingling, and the island gradually came to life. Tang Xingai returned to the stone house. Schwang had already woken up and was sitting against the wall, her face still pale. She tried to get up, but her legs were too weak, so she sat back down. Lie down, Tang Xingai said calmly. Schwang whispered, last night, thank you. Tang Xingai sat down and asked her about the source of her injuries. Schwang was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I had them before I transmigrated. I was born into the Murong clan of the north. At the age of 13, I was taken in as a disciple by a cultivator. 3 years later, he planted not a Tao seed in me, but a cold poison. Her voice trembled. He wanted to turn me into an ice puppet. When my father found out, he fought desperately and was killed, and our whole family was wiped out. I jumped into the frost abyss and survived by chance. I awakened the frost attribute, and the cold poison was suppressed, but it was never eliminated. She looked up and explained why she had lost control yesterday. Tang Xingai didn't say much, but took out a low-grade spirit stone and handed it to her. Try absorbing it. Schwang closed her eyes and absorbed the energy, and her complexion quickly regained some color. It works. She opened her eyes, somewhat surprised. Tang Xingai nodded. 2 pieces a day from now on, stabilize the injury first, and then we'll think of a solution once it's fully healed. Schwang asked softly about the medicine, and he only replied, someone will find out eventually. Before he could finish speaking, Chun Shi rushed in. Boss, someone in the regional channel is calling for help. Tang Xingai opened the interface, and a red message was displayed at the top. Dr. Suyue is being attacked by corpse dogs, and he is willing to repay her with medicine and his life. The chat was buzzing with discussion, but no one dared to go. Tang Xingai closed the interface and looked at Schwang. Can you fight? She struggled to her feet, her voice weak but firm. Yes. Tang Xingai nodded. Then let's go. He quickly gathered his men, including Wang Tai, Zhao Han, and several capable fighters, and the island turned around to head towards their target. Along the way, he handed Schwang a spirit stone. Absorb more. She gripped the spirit stone tightly, her breathing gradually stabilizing. 20 minutes later, a small island of only 200 square meters appeared. Outside the simple shed, the wooden fence was about to collapse, and outside there was a dark mass of rotting dogs, at least 30 of them, rotting and gruesome, emitting a pungent stench. 7 or 8 people on the island fought desperately. A woman in a light green dress stood at the front, attacking the eyes of the corpse dogs with silver needles, but she was clearly about to collapse. Tang Xingai said calmly, speed up. As the island approached within 100 meters, half of the pack of dogs charged forward. Tang Xingai drew back the ice dragon roar bow, and the icy air condensed into a giant ice arrow. He fired the arrow, and it exploded into a rain of ice spikes in the air, instantly freezing the dozen or so corpse dogs in the front row. With a single strike, a passage was cleared. The island reached the shore, and Tang Xingai leaped down first, followed closely by Schwang and the others. He said to the woman, step back. He then fired a series of ice arrows, each hitting a vital spot. The carrion hounds fell one after another, and those that survived were restrained by the cold air, allowing Wang Tai and the others to finish them off. In just 3 minutes, all 30 carrion hounds were dealt with, and the wooden fence collapsed. Everyone stood there, stunned, their eyes fixed on Tang Xingai in the bow. He sheathed his weapon, looked at the woman, and asked calmly, Suyue? The woman snapped out of her daze and nodded, her voice a little hoarse. I am. Thank you. She was in her early 20s, with delicate and attractive features, and light brown eyes like amber, now filled with exhaustion and relief at surviving a close call. Tang Xingai asked her if she was injured. Suyue shook her head, but turned to look at the group of people behind her. The old people, children, and women were all emaciated and injured. One old man had been bitten on the leg by a carrion dog. The wound was black and the blood was dark. Suyue immediately knelt down to provide first aid. A soft green light emanated from her palm and seeped into the wound, gradually fading the blackness and restoring its color. However, she frowned and said, it's just a suppression. To cure it completely, We must use Kingzin grass to brew medicine. Tang Xingai looked at Mirong Schwang. Suyue also noticed the green light in her palm and became interested in her injury, asking to take a look. Mirong Schwang glanced at Tang Xingai, and after he nodded, she extended her hand. After examining Tang Xingai's pulse, Suyue's expression turned grave. The cold poison has been infiltrating the marrow for at least 5 years and has already entered the heart meridian. Suppressing it with spirit stones is only a delaying tactic. It must be eradicated. Tang Xingai directly asked for a solution. Suyue explained that the main ingredient needed was Kingzin grass, combined with Xiang fruit, snow lotus, and cinnabar, to be decocted into a Kingzin dispelling cold soup. This soup would then be supplemented with a 7-day course of acupuncture to completely remove the toxins. She had the other medicinal herbs, but Kingzin grass was the only one that was hard to find. She provided the coordinates. In a valley upstream, there was a Kingzin grass that was over 50 years old, but it was guarded by a blue elite-level jade-scale poisonous dragon, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Tang Xingai memorized the coordinates without hesitation. He then asked about the origins of the elderly and infirm. Suyue whispered that they were all weak people abandoned by the original island, and she took them in out of compassion. A little boy timidly asked if he was a burden to her, and she smiled and comforted him. No, as long as you are all well. Tang Xingai watched this scene without saying a word, then walked to the edge of the island and looked out at the foggy sea. He could feel the gazes watching from the shadows, and the regional channel was also discussing the arrow he had just shot. Some people were amazed, while others mocked him for being a burden by saving the weak. He turned off the channel, returned to Suyue, and said, "I'll help you integrate your island, and I'll protect your people. But if you join me and take charge of the medical hall, you'll receive ample resources and benefits." Everyone held their breath. Suyue remained silent for a long time before finally taking a deep breath and bowing solemnly. Suyue is willing to join. Tang Xingai nodded and immediately arranged for Chun Shi to move supplies and Lu Qin to plan the medical clinic. The group began packing. All they had were old bedding and a small amount of herbs. They quickly moved to the main island, which, after being merged, expanded to 4,200 square meters, with the western side designated as the medical clinic area. But problems soon arose. Suyue's expression turned grim as she examined the wounded, and she whispered to Tang Xingai, "Something's wrong. The poison from these carrion dogs is more potent than before, and it's also corrosive." She lifted the wound to show it to Tang Xingai, revealing festering flesh and greenish, foul-smelling pus. She deduced, "This isn't ordinary putrefaction, it's plague." Tang Xingai examined the wound and confirmed that it was indeed slowly spreading. He asked for a solution. Suyue said that a large amount of Kingzin grass was needed for purification, but one plant was far from enough. Tang Xingai made a decisive decision. "Isolate and suppress it first. I'll go get the Kingzin grass." Suyue was worried about the venomous dragon, but Tang Xingai only told her to focus on saving people. Before leaving, she handed him her homemade antidote powder. It can temporarily suppress the venomous dragon's poison. It might help you. Tang Xingai accepted it and then told Mirong Schwang to stay behind. She insisted on going with him, but was told bluntly that her injuries hadn't healed and she would only be a burden, so she could only grit her teeth and nod. "Be careful." Just as he was about to depart, Lu Qin rushed over to report that there was a cavity 30 meters underground on the main island, with a disordered magnetic field, and the rock wall carvings were extremely similar to those seen at the wolf den yesterday. Tang Xingai's gaze darkened, and he ordered Lu Qin to seal off the area first. After making the arrangements, Tang Xingai went up to the main island alone, turned around, and headed upstream. The foggy sea churned, and the channels remained noisy, but he ignored it, focusing only on what was ahead. Suddenly, a blood-red anonymous message flashed. "The Kingzin grass in Poison Dragon Valley has long been targeted by the Dark Abyss. Tang Xingai, you're dead." The message was deleted instantly, but he had already seen it. Tang Xingai murmured Dark Abyss, a slight smile playing on his lips, but his expression remained calm. He turned off the channel, and the island accelerated, breaking through the thick fog and heading straight for the target valley. The Poisonous Dragon Valley was hidden between two floating islands. Tang Xingai maneuvered the island closer, stopping 300 meters from the valley entrance. From a distance, the valley entrance appeared narrow, like a crack, with gray-black rock walls on both sides, covered with dark green vines. Pale green, poisonous miasma continuously flowed from within the valley, running along the ground and corroding the rocks in its path, leaving a white frost-like residue. He took out the antidote powder Su Yue had given him, applied it to his mouth, nose, and collar, and then jumped off the island. After landing on a reef, he moved slowly along the rock face, his steps extremely light, his vision less than 10 meters. Just 20 meters from the valley entrance, he suddenly stopped, pressing his back against the rock wall. Very faint breathing could be heard from within the poisonous miasma. There was more than one person. At least 3 were lying in ambush on either side and behind the boulders. If not for heightened perception, he would have barely noticed. Tang Xingai didn't retreat. Instead, he took out 3 iron rods, drew his bow with his right hand, and condensed the cold air into 3 short ice needles. He raised his hand and threw the iron rods, deliberately striking the left rock wall. As soon as the crisp sound subsided, a figure sprang up, a short crossbow aimed at the source of the sound, the bolt gleaming with a dark green poisonous light. The moment the opponent pulled the trigger, Tang Xingai had already rushed out, his body zigzagging as he lunged to the right. The short, stocky man swung his axe, attempting to intercept. Tang Xingai ducked under the axe, and 3 ice needles shot out. 2 were aimed at his eyes, and 1 at his wrist. The man blocked the first 2 needles, but was struck by the third, a chilling aura instantly spreading through him. At the same time, a third person appeared, a woman wielding a water-splitting spike. She flanked and coordinated the attack, the 3 with a clear division of labor. The man used a short crossbow for ranged attacks, while the woman moved around to provide cover. Forced back to the rock face, Tang Xingai immediately discerned the strength of the 3. The woman was the strongest and the leader. The woman spoke coldly. Tang Xingai, tell me the location of the King's Inn grass, and I'll spare your life. Are you from the Dark Abyss? He retorted. A brief pause followed, the answer clear. The crossbowman sneered. We release the plague. The weak are only fit to be used as materials. Tang Xingai's gaze turned cold. Then there's nothing more to say. With that, he charged into the even denser miasma. Chase, the woman shouted. The 3 rushed into the poisonous fog, only to find that a thin layer of ice had formed beneath their feet. The short, stocky man lost his footing and fell flat on his face. Tang Xingai launched a surprise attack from within the fog, firing an arrow that struck the ground, causing a burst of cold air that froze the crossbowman's feet. Before he could react, Tang Xingai was already upon him, smashing his mask with a punch and knocking him unconscious. Taking advantage of the situation, the woman stabbed from the side, the poisonous dart tearing through Tang Xingai's leather armor, instantly turning his blood black. He frowned and retaliated, sweeping away her weapon with a swift bow. The woman scattered purple poison powder, which seeped into the poisonous miasma. Although Tang Xingai held his breath, he still inhaled a trace, feeling dizzy. The woman tried to escape, but he forcibly drew his bow. This arrow, imbued with 30% of its spiritual power, spiraled outwards, piercing the woman's left leg and pinning her to the rock wall. A burst of icy energy erupted, freezing half her body. The battle ended in less than 30 seconds. All 3 collapsed. Tang Xingai walked up to the woman and asked coldly, "What's going on with the plague?" The woman gritted her teeth and refused to speak, so he directly used his mental power to pressure her, forcing her to scream in agony. "I'll tell you," the woman broke down. "We released corpse-rotting bacteria upstream, and the infected will rot and eventually become food for corpse-rotting dogs. We select those resistant to the virus to be poison slaves." "What about the heart-clearing grass?" he pressed. "It can detoxify, and it's also a means for us to control people," the woman replied breathlessly. Tang Xingai pressed for the leader's location, but only obtained information about the Dark Abyss priest communicating with the communication talisman. The woman handed over a black wooden plaque. He channeled his spiritual energy, and a blurry human face appeared on the wooden plaque. The other person's voice was hoarse. "Success?" Then they recognized him. "Tang Xingai, you kill my men?" "That's right," he replied calmly. The other party laughed instead. "How about joining Dark Abyss? Resources and status will be yours." Tang Xingai refused outright. The face's tone turned cold. "Then you'll die in Poison Dragon Valley." As soon as the words fell, the wooden sign went out. A low roar came from the depths of the valley, and the ground began to tremble. poisonous miasma surged, and a colossal figure slowly emerged. It was a jade-scaled venomous dragon, over 15 meters long, its scales gleaming with an eerie light, its dark golden vertical pupils coldly staring at him. The dragon opened its mouth, and dark green venom gushed out like a waterfall, corroding the rocks. Tang Xingai retreated hastily. His boots splashed on the venom and instantly eroded, leaving holes. The venomous dragon was incredibly fast, closing in the blink of an eye, its tail sweeping out. Tang Xingai leaped to dodge, drawing his bow mid-air, condensing 50% of his spiritual power into a deep blue ice arrow. The arrow pierced the venomous dragon's left eye, exploding with icy energy that froze half its head. The venomous dragon howled and writhed, yet it did not die. Instead, it became even more ferocious. It spewed venom again, this time over a wider area. Tang Xingai could only conjure an ice shield to defend himself, but he was still burned by the remaining poison. However, he gritted his teeth and charged back. Taking advantage of the venomous dragon lowering its head, he burrowed into its jaw, piercing the soft flesh with an iron rod, and used the momentum to flip over and straddle its neck. The venomous dragon struggled frantically, and he punched it down, shattering its scales. The colossal beast crashed into the rock wall, but Tang Xingai leaped away in time. The venomous dragon collapsed, severely wounded, yet still breathing, its right eye fixed on him. Tang Xingai approached, drew his bow, and concentrated all his spiritual power. It's over. An ice arrow pierced through its right eye and through its skull. The venomous dragon froze, utterly dead. He took a breath and began to extract the materials, quickly removing the dragon's gall and heart. The 10,000-fold amplification was triggered, and the dragon's gall reformed into a dark green bead. 100 Poison Pearl, purple immune to most toxins, increases poison resistance by 30%. Next is the Poison Dragon Heart, which transforms into a deep red, blood jade-like substance. Poison Dragon Heart, red, can be used in alchemy or consumed directly, greatly enhancing physical constitution and poison resistance. Tang Xingai put away the bead and the heart, then turned to look into the valley. With the venomous dragon dead, the poisonous miasma had noticeably thinned, and a glimmer of light shone from the depths of the valley. He followed the light and found a half-foot-tall spiritual herb at the bottom of the valley, with heart-shaped green leaves, white flowers, and golden stamens at the top, exuding a delicate fragrance that kept the surrounding poisonous gas at bay. This was indeed the heart-cleansing grass, and it was over 50 years old. Tang Xingai carefully dug it up by the roots and held it in his palm, instantly triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. The spiritual grass rapidly multiplied and grew, from one plant to several, eventually transforming into 10 undying grasses, each one emerald green and brimming with spiritual energy. After finishing all this, he felt completely exhausted. Tang Xingai sat down against the rock wall, took out spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy, and the burning pain in his body eased considerably. After recovering for a while, he looked towards the valley entrance, where the 3 Dark Abyss members were still lying. The crossbowman and the short, stocky man had already died from poisoning, leaving only the woman clinging to life. Tang Xingai approached and crouched down, listening to her intermittent whispers. Priest, Frost Mist Core, Ice Palace, Key. Before she could finish speaking, she breathed her last. He rose, glanced at the corpse, made no move to remove it, and instead dragged the massive carcass of the venomous dragon out of the valley step by step. Its heavy tail left a long trail on the ground. He gritted his teeth and persevered, finally returning to the island that had been resting in the distance. The return journey was quick, taking only 20 minutes. The main island gradually came into view, brightly lit. Lu Qin was leading people to build wooden houses. Su Yue was busy in the medical tent, and Murong Schwang stood on the shore, leaning on her sword, watching him return from afar. After landing on the island, Tang Xingai dragged the venomous dragon's corpse ashore and leaped onto the main island, slamming it heavily to the ground. Everyone stopped what they were doing, watching this scene in shock. He didn't say much, only handing Su Yue a stalk of immortal grass. Immortal grass. Su Yue took the medicinal herb, speechless with shock. Tang Xingai added calmly, "Save the people first." Only then did she come to her senses, clutching the herb as she rushed to the medical tent to begin brewing medicine to treat the infected. Then, Tang Xingai took out the poisonous dragon heart and handed it to Mirong Schwang. "Eat it." Mirong Schwang swallowed it without hesitation, and a surge of intense power erupted within her body. Her face flushed red and then turned pale, and cold sweat poured down her forehead. "Cross your legs and circulate your energy," Tang Xingai reminded her. Mirong Schwang immediately regulated her breathing, and the cold poison and heat within her body clashed violently before gradually merging. An icy blue aura condensed into a vortex around her, exuding a chilling aura, and even causing frost flowers to form in the air. Half an hour later, the strange phenomenon dissipated. Mirong Schwang opened her eyes, her aura completely refreshed. She attempted to condense an ice sword. The blade was now solid and lifelike, its chilling aura restrained yet even more oppressive. She whispered, "My injuries are healed, and I'm even stronger now." Tang Xingai nodded and turned his gaze to the medical tent. The medicine was extremely effective. The black aura surrounding the infected person quickly dissipated, the wound scabbed over, and the high fever subsided. The old man who had been bitten woke up and was moved to tears, repeatedly thanking Suyue. After confirming that the situation had stabilized, Tang Xingai opened the system and issued an announcement. "The source of the plague has been identified as poisoning by the Dark Abyss. Anyone seen wearing gray-black clothes and a wooden mask will be killed. The heart-cleansing herb is ready. Come to the coordinates for medical treatment. The fee is either intelligence or labor." The announcement was repeated 3 times, and the channel instantly erupted in excitement. Those seeking medical help set off in droves, and messages kept rolling. Tang Xingai shut down the channel and began arranging order and defense to ensure that chaos did not break out on the island. Lu Qin then handed over a rubbing, his expression solemn. The rubbing depicted a palace, ice crystals, and a key, along with text. The system translated it as, "Frost Mist Core, key to the Ice Palace. Obtaining it grants entry to the ancient Ice Palace." Tang Xingai stared at the words for a moment, then put the paper away. "Put it aside for now. The most important thing right now is to deal with the impending surge of people seeking medical treatment and the potential threats." He walked to the edge of the island and looked into the depths of the foggy sea. Islands were gradually approaching in the distance, and from the deeper sea of mist, it seemed as if some being was watching them. The ice dragon roar bow was slightly warm, as if responding to that gaze. Mirong Schwang walked to his side and whispered, "Dark Abyss won't let this go." Tang Xingai replied calmly, "I know. That priest will come." He smiled slightly. "When he comes, kill him." Mirong Schwang remained silent for a moment, then said softly, "I'll help you." Tang Xingai didn't say anything more, only nodded. At that moment, Suyue's shouts came from the medical tent. He turned and walked away, Mirong Schwang following closely behind. The night was still deep, but in the sea of fog, more and more islands lit up with firelight, converging on this place. The stone tablet emerged from the center of Zhao Tianlong's island. Tang Xingai had just completed the island fusion, and the initial tremor beneath his feet seemed like an aftershock, but soon the ground rose, the soil and rocks cracked, and a gray-white stone tablet slowly rose, more than half a person's height, weathered and mottled, but the inscription was still clear. The system translated the inscription. "Frost and mist condense, the core appears. He who obtains it will control the glacier." Mirong Schwang stood before the monument, her expression changing drastically. Her fingers hovered in the air, not touching it, and her icy blue eyes surged with shock, hesitation, and a hint of barely concealed fear. Tang Xingai asked her if she knew it. Mirong Schwang nodded, saying that there was a similar rubbing in the ancient books at home, which was a guide stele pointing to the entrance of the ancient ice palace. She quietly filled in the meaning of the stele, but mentioned that a key page had been torn out and the method of recording and taboos had been lost. She didn't continue, but Tang Xingai already understood her father's fate. He stepped forward and touched the monument. It was as cold as jade. After he infused it with spiritual energy, the characters flowed, but there were no further clues. He looked around at the sea of mist, but couldn't see the place of condensation. The system map only marked frost mist islands, without specifying their location. Just then, the regional channel suddenly exploded with messages from Zhao Tianlong's account, his tone somber, accusing Tang Xingai of hoarding the frost mist core and inciting others to attack him. The message kept flooding the screen. Some questioned it, some agreed, and some directly responded to the call to action. The atmosphere was quickly stirred up. Tang Xingyuan turned off the channel and looked at Schwang. She confirmed that Zhao Tianlong was dead and that Yuan had used his account to instigate trouble. Su Yue arrived, her face pale, and said that several islands were approaching. Tang Xingai walked to the edge of the island. In the distance, firelight flickered, and 7 or 8 floating islands were approaching in a fan shape, about to make contact within half an hour. Wang Tai and Zhao Han volunteered for battle. Tang Xingai simply ordered, "Attack but don't defend." He quickly allocated manpower. Arrow towers were loaded with ice arrows, shield bearers and archers formed a defensive line. Su Yue stayed behind to guard the medical shed, and Schwang went into battle with him. The island began to advance, like a giant beast pressing down on the enemy. Tang Xingai replied only one sentence in the channel: "Zhao Tianlong is dead. Those who believe the rumors, come and fight. Those who don't, retreat." Then he completely shut down the channel and focused on meeting the enemy. As the distance closed, he could see that the enemy consisted of 7 islands and more than 80 people, led by a bald, burly man wielding a ghost-head saber. The enemy shouted, demanding the core. Tang Xingai ignored them, raised his bow, and fired an arrow towards the edge of the islands, instantly spreading the ice. Enraged, the bald, burly man ordered charge. The 7 islands accelerated their encirclement. Tang Xingai, however, manipulated the islands to flank, cutting straight into the gap between 3 smaller islands. Arrow towers fired in unison, ice arrows providing suppression, throwing the frontline enemies into chaos. As the distance closed further, he hit the control nodes of the 3 islands with 3 consecutive arrows. With the nodes destroyed, the 3 islands lost power and spun around in the fog, causing panic and confusion among the people on the islands. The remaining 4 islands were now surrounded, and the burly man was the first to jump off and charge. Tang Xingai dodged to the side and kicked him away, but the enemy swarmed forward, unleashing a barrage of swords and spears, and chaos erupted instantly. Schwang attacked, her sword flashing, freezing the air and halting the movements of the frontline enemies. Wang Tai and Zhao Han led their men into the fray, shield ramming and blade slashing, swiftly reaping the kill. Tang Xingai unleashed a chilling wave, further suppressing the enemy. The situation quickly turned one-sided. Despite their superior numbers, the Allied forces showed no coordination and even trampled each other. The bald, burly man scrambled to his feet and charged again, only to be struck in the throat by Schwang's sword. The blood froze into ice shards before it even hit the ground. With their leader dead, the Allied forces completely collapsed, with surrender and escape becoming a chaotic free-for-all. The entire battle ended in less than 10 minutes. Tang Xingai stood amidst the pile of corpses, looking at the remaining islands that were now waving white flags. "Clean up the battlefield," he ordered calmly. "Those who surrender will not be killed. Confiscate their weapons and keep them under guard. The dead, throw them into the sea." Wang Tai and Zhao Han led their men to clean up the mess. Schwang sheathed her sword and walked to Tang Xingai's side, whispering a reminder that Zhao Tianlong was not there. Tang Xingai had already guessed that the other party was either hiding or had been concealed by the people of Dark Abyss. He arrived at the island where the bald, burly man stood, where several remaining enemies knelt trembling. Tang Xingai coldly demanded to know Zhao Tianlong's whereabouts, but they only said they had been instigated to attack and that Zhao Tianlong himself had not appeared. Upon further questioning, a thin man confessed that the man in black robes had contacted them and given them spirit stones as bait. Tang Xingai noted this clue and turned his gaze to the depths of the misty sea, where a small island that had remained motionless caught his attention. He maneuvered the main island to approach rapidly, covering 2 kilometers in just a few minutes. The island was desolate, with only one wooden hut, which was empty. But Tang Xingai sensed something amiss. Someone was lurking in the foggy sea below the island. He walked to the edge and looked down, only to see a figure clinging to the rocks at the base of the island, trying to escape into the depths. Tang Xingai drew his ice dragon roar bow, and an ice arrow condensed, instantly locking onto the target. The man turned around abruptly. It was Zhao Tianlong. He had fallen into the sea of mist, but miraculously survived, and his face was now filled with terror. Before he could speak, an ice arrow shot out, piercing his shoulder and pinning him to the rock. A burst of icy air froze half of Zhao Tianlong's body, causing him to scream in agony. Tang Xingai jumped off the rock, watching him coldly. Zhao Tianlong begged for mercy in a trembling voice, saying that the dark abyss had captured his wife and children and forced him to do things. Tang Xingai pressed for details and learned that the other party's purpose was to create chaos to find the core of the frost mist. Zhao Tianlong revealed intermittently that the core was located beneath the stone tablet, requiring digging 30 meters into the ground. Tang Xingai continued to press for the location, but Zhao Tianlong only replied, "The usual place." Tang Xingai's eyes turned cold, and the ice arrow in his hand slowly rotated in the wound, causing Zhao Tianlong to almost collapse from the pain and repeatedly beg for mercy. In the end, he was no longer of any value. Tang Xingai said calmly, "If you don't mention the past, you can die a quick death." Then he shot an arrow through Zhao Tianlong's forehead, killing him instantly. His body fell into the sea of mist. After dealing with all this, Tang Xingai returned to the main island and ordered the merging of Zhao Tianlong's island. The area expanded to over 5,000 square meters. The terrain changed again, and the center of the main island suddenly trembled. The earth and rocks beside the spirit liquid pool crumbled, and another stone tablet emerged from the ground. Mirong Schwang's expression changed at a glance. It was precisely the missing page from her family's ancient book. The inscription reveals that the core of the frost mist is hidden at the bottom of the ice palace, with the entrance located where the frost mist is densest. It must be opened on a full moon night using the blood of the ice phoenix. Furthermore, one must pass 3 trials to obtain the inheritance. Tang Xingai looked at Mirong Schwang. She was silent for a moment, then loosened her collar, revealing a pale blue phoenix mark on her collarbone, the symbol of the Mirong family bloodline. Now it's useful. Tang Xingai quickly sorted out the information. The full moon would arrive in 3 days, the entrance would open, the core was in the ice palace, and the dark abyss was also searching for it. He immediately arranged for everyone to prepare, completing the defenses and supplies within 3 days. Mirong Schwang firmly stated that she would go with him, because her blood was the key to unlocking the secret. Just then, Lu Qin reported an anomaly. The underground cavity had expanded, and cracking sounds and rapid footsteps could be heard coming from within. Tang Xingai instantly connected this to the ice golem guardians mentioned on the stone tablet. He told everyone not to approach for the time being and to deal with it after entering the ice palace. He then went to the edge of the island alone, opened the system map, and locked onto the center coordinates where the frost fog was densest. Island after island approached from afar, seeking medical help and refuge, and everything on the islands was orderly. But Tang Xingai knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The dark abyss was lurking in the shadows, and the 3 trials of the ice palace awaited their opening. The real battle would begin on the night of the full moon 3 days later. He gripped the ice dragon roar about tightly and whispered, 3 days, wait. In the distance, Lu Qin was leading his men to expand the medical tent, the sound of sawing wood rising and falling. Wang Tai and Zhao Han were training new guards, their shouts mingling with the clash of weapons. Su Yue was teaching women to identify herbs by the spirit field, her voice gentle yet intermittent. The entire island was in motion, except around the stone tablet, where the atmosphere was chillingly still. The stone tablet gleamed with a cold, grayish light in the morning glow, its ancient seal script like sleeping insects hidden deep within the stone's texture. Mirong Schwang stood before the tablet, her right hand gripping her sword, her left hand unconsciously caressing the icy blue gemstone on the hilt. She stared at the tablet, her expression calm, yet turbulent beneath. Tang Xingai stood to her side and behind, without urging her. He knew that this ancient stone tablet was engraved with the truth about her family and bloodline, and she needed time to digest it. After a long while, Mirong Schwang took a deep breath and exhaled white mist. She released her sword, raised her left hand, her palm pale, with visible veins. She looked at Tang Xingai and whispered that her ancestors were descendants of the Ice Phoenix, and that her icy origins had never truly awakened until she obtained the Frost Attribute. Now we can be sure, Tang Xingai replied calmly. Mirong Schwang nodded, drew her sword, and slashed her palm. The flowing blood, tinged with a faint icy blue, stood out starkly against her pale skin. Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the first stroke of the character Schwang on the stone tablet. The moment the blood touched the monument, it hummed. A pure, icy blue light emanated from its grayish-white stone, and the seal script characters flowed and reassembled as if alive. The light rapidly converged, solidifying into a three-dimensional map of the Frostmist Islands 3 feet above the monument. Dozens of floating islands hung in the gray mist sea, with a giant island in the center covered in ice and snow, surrounded by blizzards. Frost Mist Main Island. The phantom image lasted only 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. The stone tablet returned to calm, but the inscription had changed, leaving only 3 lines of glowing characters. The core of the Frost Mist lies at the bottom of the Ice Palace on the main island. The portal will open at midnight when the moon is full. Only those with the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix may enter. All others will die upon touching it. The characters then disappeared. Murong Schwang remained pressed against the stone tablet, feeling a faint pulse synchronized with her heartbeat. At the same time, a fragment of an incantation surfaced in her mind. The Ice Phoenix spreads its wings, frost and snow form the steps, bloodline serves as the guide, and the palace gates open by themselves. It ended abruptly there. She withdrew her hand. The wound on her palm had stopped bleeding, leaving a pale blue, crystalline scar. She stared at the scar, lost in thought. Tang Xingai was about to speak when he suddenly turned around, the ice dragon roar, bow instantly appearing in his hand. He aimed an arrow at the open space behind the stone tablet. Come out. His voice was cold and sharp. The air distorted, and a figure in black robes emerged from the void, followed closely by more than 10 people, all wearing pale, white wooden masks with murky eyes. The people of the dark abyss. Not bad, the black-robed man said hoarsely. Tang Xingai, your reputation is well-deserved. You're too late. Tang Xingai's bowstring tightened. The path is clear, and the core of the frost mist is mine. The man in black chuckled mockingly. The Ice Phoenix bloodline is in that little girl. The core is destined to belong to us. You're just a gatekeeper. Murong Schwang's eyes turned cold, and she drew her long sword, spreading a chilling aura. She remained silent, but her killing intent was palpable. The man in black robes raised his hand, and black mist churned, condensing into 3 humanoid shadows. Hand over the incantation, and I'll spare your life, otherwise. The shadows pounced out like black lightning, their shrill cries piercing the air. Murong Schwang swung her sword, but the sword light disappeared into the shadows and had no effect. The shadows closed in and counterattacked. She retreated hastily, forming an ice shield with hand seals, but it was torn open by the attack. The remaining 2 shadows attacked from the sides. At the critical moment, Tang Xingai released the arrow, but the target was the man in black robes. The ice arrow arrived like lightning, and the opponent blocked it with a black shield. Although it didn't break, it was covered in cracks. A mere trick. The man in black robes sneered, and then summoned 3 more shadows to pounce on Tang Xingai. Tang Xingai didn't retreat. He sheathed his bow, and a golden red flame condensed in his palm, its core blazing white, the heat distorting the air. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically. Fire? Impossible. Before he could finish speaking, the flame transformed into a pillar of fire and swept out. The shadow evaporated instantly amid screams, all 6 paths annihilated. The man in black robes groaned and staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering a backlash. He stared intently at Tang Xingai, his eyes filled with horror. Tang Xingai didn't answer, but drew his bow again. This time, the arrow was ice blue, the tip golden red, ice and fire intertwined, a dragon's shadow churning. Even before it was released, half the surrounding area was already frozen, and the other half was ablaze. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he turned and retreated, shouting, "Retreat!" More than a dozen black-robed men turned around at the same time and scattered to escape, but Tang Xingai's arrow had already left the bowstring. The rocket traced a strange arc, its power of ice and fire leaving a long, half-white, half-red trail in the air. The man in black robes desperately tried to change direction, but he could not shake off the lock-on. The arrow tip was relentlessly pursuing his back. The arrow pierced through his body, exploding in his chest. Ice and fire erupted simultaneously within him, half freezing, half burning, and he froze instantly. He looked down. His chest was pierced, the edges charred, but the inside was filled with ice crystals, translucent from front to back. He opened his mouth to speak, but only spat out blood mixed with ice shards and sparks. The next moment he collapsed to the ground, his hood slipping down to reveal a pale, distorted face covered in black lines like a spiderweb. Seeing this, the other men in black robes fled into the sea of mist without looking back. The battle, from its outbreak to its end, lasted no more than 3 minutes. Tang Xingai sheathed his bow and stepped forward to examine the corpse, finding it as light as an empty shell. He tore open his black robe and saw a strange rune on his chest. In the center was a blood-red eye, its pupil glowing with eerie green flames. This is the mark of the dark abyss. He rummaged through the corpse's arms and found several items. A black wooden plaque, exactly the same as the one he had obtained before, a bag of low-grade spirit stones, about 20 in total, and a tattered sheepskin map. The map's edges were scorched yellow, with a rudimentary route drawn on it, its endpoint pointing deep into the Frost Mist Islands, heavily circled and marked with 2 words, the old place. Tang Xingai put away the map and stood up to look at Schwang. She stood there, her face slightly pale, but her eyes clear. If he hadn't intervened, she would have been in grave danger. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm Fina." Schwang approached the corpse, stared at the face for a few seconds, and frowned slightly. "This face, I think I've seen it before. You know it. I can't say for sure, but it's very familiar. It might be related to my father's master." Tang Xingai noted this down, kicked the corpse into the sea of mist, then looked at the stone tablet, his expression regaining its composure, prepare to depart. Now! The dark abyss has its eye on this place. We can't delay." He turned and headed towards a medical tent. Su Yue was bandaging the wounded. Seeing him approach, she immediately stood up. "Lord, pack your things. Let's go to Frost Mist Main Island." She was taken aback. "Me too. Your healing light can suppress shadow, and the situation on the main island is unclear. We might need you." Su Yue looked at the wounded in the shed, her expression hesitant. Tang Xingai added, "There are defenses here, and people are guarding it. Nothing will happen." She nodded and quickly slung her old medicine chest over her shoulder and came out. Tang Xingai then instructed Lu Qin to guard the island. Lu Qin patted his chest and assured him, "Lord, rest assured, with me here, the island is our life. Losing the island is no big deal. The most important thing is to live." Lu Qin was stunned, his eyes reddening, and he nodded emphatically. 10 minutes later, the 3 stood at the edge of the island, and the floating island turned around, heading straight for the main island of Frost Mist. Wang Tai and Zhao Han led a group to see them off, and everyone watched in silence. The island broke through the fog and moved forward, gradually disappearing into the distance, leaving only a faint dot of light behind. The journey was exceptionally smooth. Occasionally, flying monsters approached, but Tang Xingai dealt with them all with a single arrow, and no one dared to stop him. 2 hours later, an anomaly occurred. The fog turned from grayish-white to icy blue. The temperature plummeted, and exhaled breath instantly froze, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. A howling wind swept through, like countless ice blades scraping against the ground. The true frost fog region had arrived. As they entered the island, their speed noticeably decreased, and their spiritual energy consumption surged to 3 times its normal level. Tang Xingai increased his output, making progress with great difficulty. After another half hour, a massive shadow finally appeared ahead. It was a floating giant island, covered with thick ice and snow, reflecting a blinding white light in the dim light, like a frozen mountain. Outside the island, a hurricane swept across, snowflakes flying like knives, the wind roaring deafeningly. Tang Xingai stopped at the edge. Any further, and the entire island would likely be torn apart. He squinted and could vaguely make out mountains, ice fields, and a towering ice peak. At the summit of the ice peak, the outline of a palace seemed to appear. "Is that the ice palace?" Su Yue asked softly. "It should be." Schwang stared at the spot, her expression complex. It was the source of her bloodline, and the object of her father's obsession. Tang Xingai didn't respond. He noticed the huge claw marks on the ice, each the size of a wash basin, and remarkably fresh. "Wolves," he said. The words had barely left her lips when a terrifying roar erupted from within the island, shaking the very air. Suya Wei's face paled, while Schwang gripped her longsword tightly, her body radiating a chilling aura. Then, a second and a third roar followed in quick succession, clearly indicating there were more than one. The roars, amplified like thunder, shook the entire floating island. Tang Xingai's expression turned solemn. He recognized not only wolves but other beings and even human voices mixed in. A hoarse voice, tinged with a chilling laugh, rang out through the wind and snow. "Tang Xingai, welcome to your grave." It was the voice of the black-robed mage. Tang Xingai raised the ice dragon bow, blue light shining on the bow arm. He stared into the depths of the snowstorm, his tone cold and hard. Who lives and who dies, we'll only know after the fight. Chapter 12. The final battle against the Wolf King. The main island was as large as a floating mountain range, and Tang Xingai maneuvered it with difficulty along the edge of the hurricane snowstorm. The gale-force winds whipped up ice shards that lashed his face like countless tiny knives. Visibility was less than 10 meters, and the outline of the ice field ahead could only be barely seen. The building atop the distant ice peak appeared and disappeared in the wind and snow like a mirage. The island stopped at the edge of the ice field, beyond which lay a steep ice slope. Tang Xingai jumped off the island, his boots sinking into the knee-deep snow with a crunching sound. Schwang and Suya Wei followed suit, the three of them standing back to back, warily scanning their surroundings. The wind and snow were too heavy, and the sound couldn't travel very far. But Tang Xingai could sense something moving in the shadows. Not just one, but many, forming a fan shape that surrounded them. The footsteps were very light, almost silent on the snow, but they couldn't escape his amplified senses. 30 meters to the left, 5. 40 meters to the right, 7. 50 meters directly in front, 3. Their auras the strongest, one of whom was particularly sinister, the black-robed mage. "They're here," Tang Xingai said in a low voice. Before the words were finished, the snowdrift on the left exploded and 5 dark figures pounced out. They were not human, but some kind of wolf-like creature, but much larger, nearly 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder and covered in dark blue ice armor. Its eyes were a cloudy yellow, its mouth dripped with dark green venom, and its claws were half a foot long with a metallic gleam at the tip. Ice-armored wolf. Blue elite, 5 in number. Almost simultaneously, the snowdrift on the right exploded, and 7 figures leaped out. They were all clad in black robes, wore pale masks, and held various weapons: knives, swords, crossbows, and staffs. The leader was a tall, thin man in black robes, holding a twisted bone staff with a dark red gem embedded in its head. Dark Abyss minions. 2 blue attributes, 5 green attributes. Directly ahead, the snow-covered ground slowly rose, and 3 people stood up from beneath it. In the middle was the black-robed mage, with a hole the size of a bowl in his chest, its edges charred black and its interior frozen, the very wound from Tang Xingai's arrow that had pierced through him earlier. But he was still alive, his face as pale as paper, his eyes sunken, but the venom in his eyes was more intense than that of a poisonous snake. He was flanked by 2 people. On his left was a short, stocky man carrying a battle axe the size of a cartwheel. On his right was a woman holding a curved knife in each hand, the blades gleaming with a ghostly blue light. The black-robed mage is represented by purple entry, while the short, stocky man and the woman are represented by blue. Tang Xingai, the black-robed mage, spoke, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. "We meet again." "Pretty tough," Tang Xingai said. He raised the ice dragon roar bow, drew back the bowstring, and the icy air automatically gathered, condensing into an ordinary ice arrow. The arrowhead was aimed at the hole in the black-robed mage's chest. "Your arrows can't kill me," the black-robed mage sneered, slamming his bone staff on the ground. The ruby at the tip of the staff lit up, releasing a thick black mist. The black mist churned, transforming into a dozen twisted shadows that shrieked as they pounced. Wherever the shadow passed, the snow instantly turned black, corroding and emitting hissing white smoke. Schwang moved. She drew her long sword, and the icy blue sword light spread out in a fan shape. The sword light sliced through the 3 shadows at the front, splitting them in 2, but they instantly closed up again, only the color was slightly lighter. She frowned, her left hand forming a hand seal, and chilling energy condensed into 3 ice shields in front of her. The shadow struck the ice shields, which quickly turned black, corroded, and shattered. Useless, the black-robed mage laughed wildly. Shadows are formless and intangible, ineffective against physical attacks. Your eyes cannot stop my shadow. Suyue gritted her teeth and stepped forward. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her palms radiating a soft green light. The green light spread, forming a light shield with a diameter of 3 meters, protecting the 3 of them in the center. The shadow sizzled against the light shield, like cold water being poured onto red-hot iron. The shadow screamed and retreated, white smoke rising from its body, its color visibly fading. Healing light, the black-robed mage's expression changed. It can suppress shadows? But how long can you hold out? Suyue's face turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The light shield was fluctuating violently, clearly indicating that it was consuming a great deal of energy. She gritted her teeth and persevered, but her body had already begun to sway. Tang Xingai didn't move. He was observing. The black-robed mage's shadow was indeed troublesome, but Suyue's protective barrier could counter it. The Dark Abyss minions and ice armor wolves were closing in, less than 20 meters away. The short, stocky man and the woman with the scimitar blocked their flanks from the left and right. Murong Schwang, Tang Xingai said, "Where's the Wolf King?" Murong Schwang was taken aback, then understood. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and icy blue energy circulated around her. She raised her left hand, palm up, finger spread. The pale blue ice crystal scar on her palm lit up, emitting a faint but pure fluctuation of ice-based energy. The energy fluctuation spread like ripples, sweeping across the entire ice field. From the depths of the icy plains came a deep roar. The roar wasn't loud, but the oppressive force it contained made everyone's hearts tighten. The sound came from the direction of the ice palace atop the icy peak. At the altar, Murong Schwang opened her eyes and pointed to the ice peak. "It's guarding the core." "All right," Tang Xingai said. He put away the ice dragon bow and made a fist in front of him. 10,000 times his normal spiritual power surged out, compressed, condensed, and transformed in his palms. This time it wasn't flames, but lightning. Golden lightning crackled and popped in his palm. The lightning grew brighter and brighter, eventually coalescing into a fist-sized ball of lightning. Fine electric snakes crisscrossed the surface of the ball, radiating a destructive aura. The black-robed mage's expression changed drastically. "Lightning element? Impossible. Just how many different attributes do you have?" Before he could finish speaking, Tang Xingai had already hurled a lightning ball. As soon as it left his hand, it grew larger in the wind, transforming into a massive electric net that covered a 30-meter radius in front of him. Wherever the power grid passed, the shadows emitted an extremely shrill scream, like snow under the sun, instantly evaporating and dissipating. The minions and ice-armored wolves of the Dark Abyss were struck by the lightning, their bodies convulsing violently, their skin charred black, and they collapsed while emitting blue smoke. The short, stocky man and the woman with the curved knife reacted quickly and retreated, but they were also grazed by the lightning, which paralyzed their bodies and slowed their movements. One strike and the field is wiped out. Except for the black-robed mage and the 2 leaders, everyone else is dead. The black-robed mage spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body swaying. The shadow was formed from his essence, blood, and soul power. Its destruction had severely injured him. He stared intently at Tang Xingai, fear finally showing in his eyes. Who exactly are you?" Tang Xingai ignored him. He raised the ice dragon bow again and drew back the bowstring. This time, he infused it with 50% of his spiritual power, and the gem on the bow shank emitted a dazzling, icy blue light. Frost gathered wildly on the bowstring, condensing into an ice arrow as thick as an arm. The arrow was no longer translucent, but solid as real gold, with a dragon's shadow moving inside, surrounded by fine golden lightning. Ice and lightning arrow. The black-robed mage tried to escape, but his body was paralyzed by the aftershocks of the lightning, slowing his movements by a fraction of a second. He gritted his teeth, held his bone staff horizontally in front of his chest, and the ruby at the top of the staff exploded, transforming into a thick blood shield. Countless twisted faces struggled and wailed on the surface of the blood shield, exuding a nauseatingly evil aura. Tang Xingai let go. The arrow of ice and lightning left the bowstring without a sound or a trajectory, simply vanishing from the bow and reappearing before the blood shield. The arrowhead rested against the shield for a fraction of a second before shattered. The distorted faces on the shield let out their final screams and vanished in a thin air. The arrow, its speed undiminished, pierced the black-robed mage's chest, exiting from his back, and continued its trajectory into the depths of the icy plains. The black-robed mage lowered his head, looking at his chest. There, a hole the size of a bowl was visible, its edges charred black, its interior filled with frozen ice crystals, and tiny crackles of electricity flickering within. The hole was bright from both sides, allowing him to see the wind and snow behind it. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards, sparks, and flashes of electricity. Then his body fell forward, crashing into the snow and kicking up a cloud of snow. As the black-robed mage fell, his bone staff slipped from his hand, rolled several meters, and the ruby at the top of the staff shattered into a pile of dark red slag. The short, stocky man and the woman with the scimitar were terrified. They turned to flee, but Tang Xingai had already raised his bow and fired 2 arrows in quick succession. The ice arrow pierced through the back of both men, exploded, and froze their bodies into ice sculptures. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes from start to finish. Suyue removed the light shield. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell. Schwang supported her and put a spirit stone into her mouth. Suyue's face was pale, but her eyes were bright. She looked at Tang Xingai. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Tang Xingai put away his bow and walked towards the ice peak. He didn't look at the corpses on the ground, nor at the charred marks. He only stared at the summit of the ice peak. The roars grew closer and louder. The snowstorm intensified, with strong winds whipping up the accumulated snow and forming a snow tornado that connected heaven and earth. At the center of the snow tornado, a huge figure could be vaguely seen moving. Frost Giant Wolf King, Red World Boss. The figure became clearer and clearer, revealing itself to be a giant wolf with a shoulder height of over 3 meters and a body length of nearly 10 meters. Its entire body was covered in crystalline ice armor, with plates as large as wash basins and edges as sharp as knives. The Frost Giant Wolf King's eyes were scarlet, like 2 burning flames of blood. What dripped from its mouth wasn't saliva, but icy blue venom, which upon landing on the snow, corroded, creating hissing white smoke and deep pits. With each step it took, the ice field trembled and the snow surged like ocean waves. It stopped beneath the ice peak, raised its head, and let out a deafening roar. The roar formed visible sound waves that swept across the area. Tang Xingai and the other 2 were hit by the sound waves, their bodies swayed, and their eardrums throbbed with pain. Schwang's face turned pale, and Suyue coughed up blood. Suyue, retreat and heal yourself, Tang Xingai said. Schwang, hold them off head on. Don't fight them directly. Use hit-and-run tactics. I'll find an opportunity. Understood. Schwang gripped her sword tightly, an icy blue aura forming a solid layer of ice armor around her. She charged forward, her speed leaving only a blur. The sword light flashed like a rainbow, slashing towards the Wolf King's forelegs. The Wolf King lowered its head and lunged at Schwang. Schwang sidestepped, the tip of her sword touching the Wolf King's nose, using the momentum to flip over and land on its back. She gripped the sword with both hands, tip pointing downwards, and thrust it with all her might towards the back of the Wolf King's neck. The sword tip pierced the ice armor, producing a crisp metallic clang. A thin crack appeared in the ice armor, but it didn't break. The Wolf King, in pain, twisted violently, trying to throw Schwang off. Schwang clung tightly to the gaps in the ice armor, her body like a leaf in a storm, ready to be flung away at any moment. Tang Xingai drew his bow. This time, he didn't use ice arrows, fire arrows, or lightning arrows. He held the ice dragon bow horizontally in front of him, gripping the bow arm with his left hand and placing his right hand on the gem on the bow arm. The gem was formed from the heart of the ice dragon, containing a trace of the ice dragon's primordial power. He poured the remaining 50% of his spiritual power into the gem. The gem burst forth with a dazzling, icy blue light, which shot into the sky and condensed into a 10-meter-long phantom of an ice dragon amidst the wind and snow. The phantom roared to the sky, its dragon's cry shaking the heavens and drowning out the howling wind and snow. Sensing the threat, the Wolf King's scarlet eyes fixed on Tang Xingai. Abandoning Schwang, it turned and pounced. Its speed was incredible, like a bolt of icy blue lightning. Tang Xingai let go. The illusory image of the ice dragon detached from the bow arm, transforming into a beam of icy blue light that hurtled towards the Wolf King. Wherever the beam passed, space froze, the wind and snow solidified, and time seemed to stand still. The Wolf King tried to dodge, but the beam of light was too fast. It only had time to turn to the side. The beam of light grazed its left shoulder, shattering its ice armor and tearing open its skin to reveal the icy blue muscles and bones beneath. The wound froze instantly, and the icy blue spread throughout its body. The Wolf King howled in agony. Its movements momentarily halted. Right now, Tang Xingai drew his bow again, this time with a regular ice arrow. He aimed at the Wolf King's left eye and released it. The ice arrow flew off the bowstring and hit its mark precisely. The arrow pierced its eye socket, penetrated deep into its skull, and exploded. The Wolf King's body stiffened, and its scarlet right eye instantly dimmed. It staggered a few steps, its front legs buckling, but it wasn't dead. It was still struggling. Schwang leaped off the Wolf King's back and landed in front of it. She gripped her sword with both hands, aimed the tip at the hole in the Wolf King's forehead blasted by the ice arrow, and thrust it in with all her might. The sword pierced half a foot deep, and icy blue sword energy erupted inside the Wolf King's skull. The Wolf King's body convulsed violently, then slowly collapsed, crashing onto the snow and splashing up a cloud of snowflakes. The world announcement resounded in the minds of all survivors, its voice loud, authoritative, and unquestionable. Regional announcement. The Frost Mist Isles regional world boss, Frost Giant Wolf King, has been killed for the first time. First kill team. Tang Xingai, Schwang, Suyue. The first kill reward has been sent to team leader Tang Xingai. The announcement was displayed 3 times. Tang Xingai didn't have time to check the reward. He rushed towards the summit of the ice peak, where there was an ancient altar. The altar was made of ice crystals with 9 steps, and a fist-sized, ice-blue crystal floated at the top. The crystal is a perfect icosahedron, with intricate runes flowing on each face, radiating pure, vast, and seemingly timeless ice-like energy fluctuations. Frost and Mistcore. But standing beside the altar was another person. It was the black-robed mage. He wasn't dead. Or rather, it was his clone that died. This was his true body. His face grew even paler, but the resentment in his eyes deepened. He reached out and grabbed at the core. Tang Xingai raised his bow, but it was too late. The black-robed mage's hand had already touched the edge of the core. Just then, a beam of green light shot from the side, striking the black-robed mage's wrist precisely. It was Su Yue's healing light, but this time it wasn't healing, it was purification. The green light was like a scorching hot iron, burning the black-robed mage so much that he screamed and pulled his hand back. White smoke was emanating from his wrists, and his skin was festering, revealing the white bone beneath. In that short time, Tang Xingai's arrow arrived. The ice arrow pierced through the black-robed mage's brow and exited from the back of his head. The black-robed mage froze, slowly turning his head to look at Tang Xingai. His lips moved, uttering the last few words. "The core is our priest who will avenge us." Then the black-robed mage collapsed and died. His body quickly turned black, decayed, and turned to ashes, which were swept away by the wind and snow, leaving nothing behind. Tang Xingai walked up to the altar and removed the frost mist core. The core was cold to the touch, but the coolness was very comfortable, like holding a piece of pure ice. He walked back to Schwang's side and handed her the core. "Your bloodline," he said, "is meant to be activated by you." Schwang froze. She looked at the core, then at Tang Xingai. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. She took the core and held it in her palm. The core touched the icy scar on her palm and instantly lit up. An icy blue light surged from within the core, spreading along her arm and enveloping her entire body. She closed her eyes, and her body floated up 3 feet off the ground. The light grew brighter and brighter, eventually transforming into a pillar of light that pierced through the wind and snow, pierced through the clouds, and cast a huge phantom of an ice phoenix onto the leaden sky. The phantom spread its wings, let out a long cry, and its voice shook the heavens. The wind and snow stopped abruptly. The clouds dispersed, and a beam of sunlight pierced through them, shining on the center of the pillar and onto Schwang. She landed slowly and opened her eyes. Her eyes were still ice blue, but deeper and purer, like ancient ice. She opened her palm. The core had vanished, merging into her body. On her chest, the ice phoenix mark lit up, changing from pale blue to deep blue, with golden lines flowing around its edges. She began, her voice ethereal, as if it came from ancient times. I saw the legacy of the ice phoenix, the secrets of the Frost Mist Islands. She looked at Tang Xingai with a complicated expression. The core chose me, but you are the true master. Without you, I cannot obtain it. Tang Xingai didn't speak. He opened the system interface to check the first kill reward. The reward was very generous. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, the gold material, heart of the Frost Wolf King, the purple equipment, Frost Wolf armor, and a bunch of miscellaneous blueprints and resources. But most importantly, there is that title, Frost Mist Overlord. The title's effect is simple yet powerful. Within the Frost Mist Islands, all attributes are increased by 50%, some ice energy can be mobilized, and the location of all unclaimed islands within the archipelago can be sensed. Just as he was about to close the interface, the system notification sounded again. The regional core has been activated. The Frost Mist Islands have returned to their original state. Should we merge the 12 unclaimed islands of the Frost Mist Archipelago to form the Frost Mist Territory? Tang Xingai chose yes. The next moment, the entire archipelago began to tremble. In the distance, the unclaimed islands scattered in the sea of mist, as if drawn by invisible threads, began to converge towards the main island. The pace was slow, but resolute. One after another, they crashed into the edge of the main island, then merged together. It's not a patchwork. It's a true fusion. The edges of the islands melt away, the lands connect, and the terrain is reshaped. One by one, the floating islands merged into the sea like water droplets, disappeared, and became part of the main island. The main island's area is expanding at a visible rate from 5,000 square meters to 8,000, to 10,000, to 15,000 square meters. The tremors lasted for a full 10 minutes. When they came to a stop, Tang Xingai stood on a spacious, floating landmass. The landmass was irregularly elliptical, with a total area of over 15,000 square meters. There were mountains, lakes, plains, and canyons on the landmass. In the center are ice peaks and ice palaces. To the west are spirit liquid pools and spirit fields. To the east are newly built residential and workshop areas. To the south are training grounds and warehouses. And to the north is undeveloped wilderness. A small, real territory is taking shape. Schwang stood beside Tang Xingai, gazing at this newly formed territory, her icy blue eyes gleaming. Suyue approached, her face still a little pale, but her smile was sweet. Lu Qin ran over from afar, excitedly waving his arms and legs. Lord, this land is too big. I can build a city, a real city. Tang Xingai sighed. He patted Lu Qin on the shoulder. Jian, tell me what you need. Lu Qin nodded emphatically, turned and ran, shouting as he ran. Wang Tai, Zhao Han, bring your men. I have a new plan. In the distance, Wang Tai and Zhao Han led their men to clear the battlefield and collect spoils. Chen Shi organized people to build new shelters. The rescued survivors were helping out, clumsy but hardworking. Everything was moving in a positive direction. But Tang Xingai knew that the calm was only temporary. He looked into the distance, where several powerful auras could be faintly seen peering into the depths of the misty sea. Those auras were distant, but very strong. They were at least purple in color, and might even be gold. They were startled by the commotion, drawn by the world announcement, and captivated by this newly formed territory. An anonymous message appeared in the channel. The text was blood red, each word looking like it was dripping blood. Tang Xingai? Interesting. I, Shadow, the Dark Abyss Priest, will remember you. The message appeared for only 1 second before being deleted by the system. But Tang Xingai saw it. He turned off the channel, looked into the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Shadow, he whispered, as if uttering a strange name. I'll wait. Chapter 13, The Arrival of the Giant Whale. 3 days later, the sky suddenly darkened. The sky, which had been a leaden gray, was now rapidly darkening, as if someone had splashed thick ink on it. It wasn't that it was dark, something was blocking the light. That thing was huge, beyond common sense, stretching from the eastern horizon to the west, like a moving continent. Then he saw the details. That wasn't a continent, it was a creature. Its entire body was deep blue, its skin like the oldest rock, covered with crisscrossing ravines and raised ridges. It carries a real mountain range on its back. The mountain is not high, but it stretches for miles. The top of the mountain is covered with snow, the middle of the mountain is covered with forest, and the foot of the mountain is covered with rivers. The river was luminous, with a milky white aura flowing through its channels like molten jade. Scattered among the mountains are clusters of glowing crystals, each about the size of a house. The crystals are pale blue and have light flowing inside. It's actually a spiritual vein node, and a large natural one at that, with a concentration more than 10 times that of the mineral vein beneath Frostmist territory. The colossal beast swam slowly across the sky, as freely as it would in water. It moved slowly, but each step covered miles. The gray mist beneath it was stirred up, forming enormous whirlpools. Occasionally, the outlines of small islands would peek out from the edge of the whirlpool. These were floating islands that had been swept up by its movement, like waves stirred up by a giant ship. Tang Xingai could feel the concentration of spiritual energy in the air rising rapidly. Wherever the giant beast passed, spiritual energy spread like a tide. The water level in the spiritual liquid pool beneath his feet rose 3 inches, and the spiritual plants on the edge of the pool sprouted and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the edge of the territory, in the newly cultivated spirit fields, the newly planted spirit grain seeds sprouted from the soil and grew into tender green seedlings. Lord Fusion. Tang Hai murmured the name from the system notification. As the shadow of the mountain lord loomed over frost mist territory, Tang Xingai stood atop the newly completed watchtower. Lu Qin started building this tower 3 days ago. The materials used were spirit bricks made from the bones of the frost giant wolf king, mixed with spirit soil. The tower is 30 meters high and is the tallest building in the territory. The platform at the top of the tower is about half the size of a basketball court, with ice crystal railings along the edges and a stone table in the center, on which is spread a hand-drawn map of the territory by Lu Qin. Tang Xingai leaned against the railing, looking up at the sky. Footsteps sounded behind them. Murong Schwang and Su Yue walked up to the top of the tower one after the other, both looking up at the sky with identical expressions of shock. What is that? Su Yue murmured. Island whales, Murong Schwang said, her voice a little strained. My family's ancient books mention them. In ancient times, there was a kind of giant whale that fed on floating islands. After it died, its body would turn into a new island, and the spiritual veins on its back would nourish a world. I never thought that it really existed. Tang Xingai remained silent. He opened the system interface. The world announcement was still flashing. World event whale fall rain triggered. An ancient island whale, the mountain-bearing king, passed through this area, carrying a large natural spiritual vein on its back. Killing or healing the island whale will grant control of the spiritual vein. Event range, Frostmist Islands and surrounding area within 500 Li event time remaining. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The chat channel below the announcement exploded. Messages were scrolling by incredibly fast, all discussing island whale. Holy crap, it's so big. How am I supposed to fight that? A spiritual vein, a large spiritual vein. With this, my cultivation speed can increase tenfold. Dream on. Nobody would dare touch a behemoth of that caliber without a gold-level attribute. Is Tang Xingai here? Let's team up. You tank, we'll support. The people of Dark Abyss are definitely eyeing this too. Tang Xingwan disconnected from the channel and was about to speak when a private chat interface suddenly flickered. The sender's ID was Shadow, and the profile picture was a distorted image of darkness. The message was very short. If we cooperate in slaying the whale, you'll get 30% of the spiritual vein. Tang Xingai stared at the message for 2 seconds and replied, I want them all. Then Tang Xingai clicked send. Then, He took a screenshot of the conversation and posted it on the public channel with the caption, "I want the spiritual vein. Anyone who blocks my way shall die." The channel was silent for a moment, then erupted even more fiercely. Some called him arrogant, some encouraged others to try and steal it, and some began analyzing the odds of winning. An island owner with the ID Dragon Overlord, who was the younger brother of the bald, burly man Tang Xingai had previously chased away, jumped out to mock him. "Tang Xingai, you think killing the Wolf King will allow you to slaughter the whale? Dream on. The Mountain Lord could shatter your wretched island with a single tail strike." Tang Xingai didn't reply with a text message. He raised his left hand and used the system's built-in camera function to take a panoramic picture of the territory beneath his feet. The photo shows the entire 15,000 square meter frost mist territory, the central ice palace, the spirit fields to the west, the residential area to the east, the training ground to the south, the wilderness to the north, and the 4 towering arrow towers and the city wall under construction on the edge. He posted the photo on the channel with the caption, "Dreams are meant to be realized." After sending the message, he closed the interface and looked at Murong Schwang and Su Yue. "Get ready to depart." "Now," Su Yue asked. "Now," Tang Xingai said. "The Mountain Lord isn't moving fast, but its direction is clear. It's heading northeast, and its route will pass through Storm Fjord. The environment there is extreme, making it a good place for an ambush and our only chance." Storm Fjord, Murong Schwang frowned slightly. "Ancient texts say it's a deadly sea, with thunder and storms all year round and spatial turbulence. Can our island withstand it? If it can't hold, reinforce it." Tang Xingai turned and descended the tower. Lu Qin was directing the workers to move stones at the foot of the tower when he heard the shout. He jogged over and said, "What are your orders, my lord? How much longer until the Shinnik core tower is completed? We have all the materials, but we're missing the core drive." Lu Qin rubbed his hands together. "We need a complete spiritual vein, or at least 10 spiritual marrow crystals. The stones we've mined are all low-grade spirit stones, not pure enough." "It will be here soon," Tang Xingai said. "Murong Schwang, you guard the house. Su Yue, you prepare medicine and food, enough for 30 people for half a month. Lu Qin, you have 1 day to fortify the island's defenses to the highest level. Wang Tai and Zhao Han, select 25 of your best fighters and have them assemble here at this time tomorrow." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. Tang Xingai walked back to the Lord's mansion, a 3-story stone building built next to the spirit liquid pool, the most magnificent building in the territory. He went up to his study on the 3rd floor, opened the window, and saw that the shadow of Mount Fusion was slowly moving towards the northeast, like a flying mountain migrating. He watched for a long time, until the shadow disappeared at the edge of the fog and the sky turned leaden gray again. Then he closed the window, sat back down at his desk, and opened the system map. On the map, the dot representing Mount Fusion is moving slowly, its trajectory a clear arc, coming from the southeast and heading northeast, passing right through the red area marked Storm Fjord. That area was represented on the map as a swirling lightning bolt symbol, surrounded by a dozen or so vortex markers representing spatial turbulence. Dangerous, but it is indeed the only chance. In the open sea, the Mountain King could shatter his island with a single blow. But in Storm Fjord, the extreme environment restricts the giant beast's movement, giving it room to maneuver. He was looking at the map when Murong Schwang pushed open the door and came in. She was carrying a wooden tray with a bowl of hot soup and 2 flatbreads on it. She placed the tray on the table and sat down opposite Tang Xingai. "The lingua soup that Su Yue made has herbs added, which can refresh the mind," she said. Tang Xingai picked up the bowl and took a sip. The soup was very flavorful, with the sweetness of grains and the slight bitterness of herbs. After swallowing, a warm current spread from his stomach, and he felt somewhat refreshed. "You have something to say," he said. Murong Schwang was silent for a few seconds, her fingers unconsciously stroking the gem on the sword hilt. "Just now, when Lord Fusion passed by, I sensed something." "What?" "A chill." Murong Schwang raised her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her icy blue eyes. "It's not just ordinary cold. It's a chill of the same origin, like my ice phoenix bloodline encountering its own kind." Tang Xingai put down his bowl. "On the whale's back?" "Yes." Murong Schwang nodded. "It was very faint, but it was definitely there. And there was pain in that chill." Tang Xingai noted it down. He recalled the kill or heal message in the system announcement. "Heal." Lord Fuchsian was injured? Is there anything else? He asked. That's it. Schwang shook her head. The distance is too far, and the senses are too faint. But if we get closer, we might be able to figure it out. Tang Xingai not that. He finished his flatbread and soup, then got up, walked to the window, and opened it again. Night had fallen, and lights were lit throughout the territory, twinkling like stars scattered on the ground. In the distance, Lu Qin and his men were working through the night to reinforce the defenses, the sounds of hammering and shouting carrying far through the night sky. This is very dangerous, Schwang said softly as she walked to his side. No, he might die. No. Schwang turned to look at him. The study was dark. Only starlight streaming in from the window illuminated half of his profile. His features were sharp, his eyes calm, like a frozen lake. Why did you? She paused, then changed her words. The spiritual vein is important. But is it worth risking your life for? It's worth it, Tang Xingai said. Without spiritual veins, Frost Mist territory is just a relatively large floating island. With spiritual veins, we can build spiritual energy core towers, set up defensive arrays, train more cultivators, and truly gain a foothold in this sea of mist. He turned to look at Schwang. Besides, and Yuan wants it. I can't let them have what they want. Schwang looked into his eyes for a long time, then nodded very gently. I'll go with you, she said. You'll guard the territory, Tang Xingai said. Frost Mist territory needs someone to be there. Besides, your Ice Phoenix bloodline is connected to Lord Fuchsian. Staying in the territory might allow you to remotely sense its status. Schwang pursed her lips and didn't insist any further. The next day at dusk, it was time to set off. At the edge of Frost Mist territory, a small island of 300 square meters was separated. This was Tang Xingai's main island, which he could control and move. There were 26 people standing on the island. Tang Xingai, Su Yue, Wang Tai, Zhao Han, and 22 carefully selected soldiers. Everyone was wearing leather armor, carrying weapons, and with food bags and water pouches hanging from their waists. Schwang, along with Lu Qin and the deputies left behind by Wang Tai and Zhao Han, saw them off on the shore. She looked at Tang Xingai. Her lips moved, but in the end she only said one sentence. Be careful. Tang Xingai not that. He manipulated the island to change direction, channeling his spiritual energy, and the island slowly accelerated, entering the sea of mist. Its speed increased until it transformed into a streak of light, rushing northeast. The voyage went smoothly. They avoided the floating islands they encountered along the way, and no one dared to stop them. Occasionally, some foolish flying monsters would pounce, but Tang Xingai would shoot them down with an arrow. 6 hours later, strange phenomena appeared ahead. The sky changed color, from leaden gray to dark purple. The clouds hung low, lightning flashed within them, and thunder rumbled. The wind grew violent, swirling the mist into eddies of varying sizes. The sea of fog was no longer calm. Instead, it surged into waves several meters high. These waves were gray and composed of thick fog and fragments of broken space. Fjord, we've arrived. Tang Xingai reduced his speed and carefully maneuvered the island along the edge of the storm. The space here is very unstable, with frequent invisible turbulence. If one were to collide with it, the island could be torn apart. He concentrated intently, projecting his mental energy outwards, sensing every fluctuation ahead like tentacles. After sailing for another half hour, a deep hum suddenly came from ahead. It wasn't thunder, but the cry of some kind of creature, long, deep, and with a power that pierced the soul. Whale song. Tang Xingai manipulated the island to bypass a spatial turbulence, and suddenly the view opened up before him. 10 miles ahead, Mount Fuchsian slowly swam in the eye of the storm. It seemed to be in great pain, its movements somewhat sluggish, the mountain range on its back trembling, cracking, and large chunks of rock tumbling down. The glowing spiritual vein nodes flickered on and off, as if panting. Even more astonishing was that dozens of smaller island whales surrounded Mount Fuchsian. Each one was the size of Frost Mist Lord's Island, entirely silver white, with simple structures on its backs. Not houses, but more like a camp. Tang Xingai squinted and saw human figures standing on the backs of those small island whales. Intelligent beings. And there are quite a few of them, at least hundreds. Those people wore light blue robes, made of some kind of aquatic silk which billowed in the storm. They held luminous staffs, the tips of which were inlaid with pale blue crystals. They surrounded Mount Fu, chanting some kind of song, their voices resonating with the whale's song, clearly audible in the storm. The song carried sadness, pleading, and anger. Tang Xingai brought the island to a stop, hiding it behind a giant reef on the edge of the storm. He gestured for everyone to be quiet and observe silently. The mountain lord let out another painful groan. This time, Tang Xingai saw clearly that there was a large, festering wound on its left abdomen. The wound was dark red with black edges, and thick, viscous pus was constantly oozing out. The pus dripped down, corroding the gray mist and making a sizzling sound. Wisps of black energy swirled around the wound. Tang Xingai recognized that black energy. It was the aura of the dark abyss. "It's injured," Su Yue said in a low voice, "and the wound is infected by some kind of dark energy. It's being slowly eroded. Are those people saving it?" Wang Tai asked in a low voice. "It seems so," Tang Xingai said. He stared at the blue-robed figures. Their chanting formed a pale blue light membrane that covered Fuxian Jun's wounds, preventing the black energy from spreading. But the light membrane was thin and fluctuated constantly under the erosion of the black energy, threatening to shatter at any moment. Just then, something unexpected happened. From the storm to the right of Lord Fuxian, a dozen dark figures suddenly shot out. Their speed was so fast they were mere afterimages, rushing straight at the blue-robed men. They were assassins from the dark abyss, dressed in tight black clothing, wearing masks, and wielding poison daggers. The blue-robed figures seemed to have been prepared, turning around in unison, their staffs glowing. A pale blue wall of light coalesced before them, blocking the assassins' first wave of attacks. However, the assassins were too numerous and well-coordinated. Soon, 3 blue-robed figures were breached, falling with screams as their bodies plunged into the sea of mist. Lord Fuxian roared angrily, trying to help, but the moment he moved, his wounds reopened, and black energy surged forth. He trembled in pain, his movements frozen. Tang Xingai stared at the battlefield, his fingers slowly tightening around the arm of the ice dragon Roarbow. Should we take action, or wait and see? Chapter 14, The Spirit Clan Princess. Tang Xingai had already drawn his bowstring taut, an ice arrow gathering at his fingertips. But he stopped at the last moment, because the blue-robed men had not been routed. 3 companions fell, which only enraged the remaining blue-robed figures. They ceased their chanting and instead unleashed a sharp, long howl in unison. The howl resonated with the whale song of the Mountain Lord, rippling outwards in pale blue waves within the storm. Ripples swept across the dark abyss assassins, instantly slowing their movements as if they were stuck in sticky glue. Immediately afterward, Lord Fuxian let out a short buzzing sound, his massive body tilting slightly to the side, and a stream of dark red pus and blood gushed from the wound on his left abdomen. The pus and blood did not disperse, but instead condensed in the air into dozens of blood arrows, which accurately shot towards each assassin. The blood arrows were incredibly fast, carrying the rage and pain of Lord Fuxian, piercing through the black aura protecting the assassins. 7 assassins were instantly impaled, screaming as they vanished into black smoke. Seeing the situation was dire, the remaining assassins turned and fled, disappearing into the depths of the storm. The battle ended quickly. 3 blue-robed men and 7 dark abyss assassins died. But Lord Fuxian's wounds festered even more severely due to this outbreak, and black energy writhed and spread outwards like living things. It trembled in agony. A small section of the mountain on its back collapsed, and boulders rolled down and crashed into the sea of fog, splashing up towering gray waves. A blue-robed man, taller than the others and resembling a leader, held a coral staff inlaid with blue crystals. He tilted his head back and let out a series of short cries. After the calls, the 3 small island whales broke away from the pod and swam toward the reef where Tang Xingai was hiding. People stood on the backs of the island whales, 3 in blue robes on each whale, each holding a glowing staff. On the back of the lead whale stood a woman who looked exceptionally young. She wore the same light blue robe as the others, but the edges were embroidered with silver patterns, like the ripples of ocean waves. Her hood slipped down, revealing long, pale blue hair braided into an intricate plait at the back of her head, adorned with white seashells and tiny pearls. Her eyes were a pale silver, like the surface of the sea under moonlight, clear, yet carrying a weariness and wariness beyond her years. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, her features delicate, her ears pointed and long, with small, glowing blue jellyfish-shaped earrings hanging from her earlobes. She looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, but the energy fluctuations emanating from the coral staff in her hand were no weaker than those of the leader. The three-headed whale stopped 100 meters from Tang Xingai's island. The woman stepped forward, her coral staff resting on the whale's back, the crystal at the tip of the staff lighting up. She spoke, her voice ethereal, as if coming from the distant seabed, carrying a strange resonance. Humans leave this sea. Lord Fusion is a sacred beast of our race and must not be desecrated. She spoke some ancient language, but through a kind of spiritual resonance, Tang Xingai could understand her meaning. He put down his bow, signaling Wang Tai, Zhao Han, and the others behind him not to make any rash moves. Then he walked to the edge of the island and looked at the woman across the distance. I meant no harm. Tang Xingai responded with the same mental resonance, a basic ability brought about by 10,000 times the mental strength. I was just passing by and saw a dark abyss attacking you, so I wanted to help. Help! A hint of sarcasm flashed in the woman's silver eyes. Humans will help us? What's the difference between you and those insects in black robes? You all want to steal the sacred beast's spiritual veins and destroy our home. The difference is, Tang Xingai said calmly, that the spiritual vein I want is a living one. What the dark abyss wants is a dead one. The woman paused, and the light on her coral staff flickered. What do you mean? Lord Fusion is injured. His wound is infected with dark energy, and is being slowly eroded. Tang Xingai pointed to the festering dark red patch on Lord Fusion's abdomen. If I don't intervene, it won't last 3 days. 3 days later, the spiritual vein will wither and dissipate with its death, or be corrupted by the dark abyss and become materials for their weapon forging. What the dark abyss desires is probably not just the spiritual vein, but also the corpse of Lord Fusion. The woman's expression changed. The blue-robed figures behind her stirred, exchanging glances and whispering in that ethereal language. Tang Xingai could sense the anger and fear in their words. How do you know all this? The woman stared at Tang Xingai, her silver eyes unblinking. Because I've fought with an Yuan before, more than once, Tang Xingai said. I recognize their aura. The black aura on Fu Shanzhen's wounds is exactly the same as the one on their bodies. The woman remained silent for a long time. The storm howled, and the mountain's spirit groaned in pain. There was struggle and doubt in her silver eyes, but in the end, something deeper overwhelmed these emotions. She bit her lower lip, a very childlike gesture, but her eyes were firm. Can you save it? She asked. Not necessarily, Tang Xingai said honestly, but I can try. The premise is that you have to tell me the whole truth. How Fu Shanzhen was injured, what an Yuan did, why you are here, and who you are. The woman remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded. She raised her coral staff, and the light from the crystal at the tips softened, like moonlight. The light enveloped her and Tang Xingai, forming a private, soundproof mental field. My name is Ling Long, and I am the princess of the Island Whale Spirit Clan, she said, her voice lower and weary. We have lived alongside the Mountain Lord for generations. It carries our homeland, and we clean the filth from its back and soothe its emotions with spiritual songs. It is our sacred beast and our guardian deity. 7 days ago, a group of humans dressed in black robes suddenly appeared and built an altar deep in Fjord. They sacrificed living beings to summon something filthy which polluted this sea. When Lord Fusion was swimming through this sea, he was ambushed by that thing. His abdomen was pierced, and dark energy invaded his body. We tried to purify it with spirit songs, but the effect was weak. Dark energy is eroding its life force and polluting the spiritual veins. If the spiritual veins are completely polluted, the Mountain Lord will die, and our home will collapse. Therefore, we have no choice but to risk taking it away from Stormheim and seeking the High Priest's help at the tribe's sacred site, Munsi. But the people of the Dark Abyss have been hunting us down. They want to prevent us from leaving and seize the corpse and spiritual veins of Lord Fusion after his death. After Linglong finished speaking, her silver eyes fixed on Tang Xingai. Now you know. Can you save it? Tang Xingai did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes, extending his spiritual power 1,000-fold, like invisible tentacles, towards the wound on Fuxian Jun's abdomen. The moment his spiritual power touched the black mist, he felt an icy chill and malice, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at him. The black energy is eroding the life force of Lord Fuxian and spreading to the surrounding spiritual veins. If the spiritual veins are completely polluted, not only will Lord Fuxian die, but the spiritual veins will also become a source of poison, nurturing something even more terrifying. He withdrew his mental energy, opened his eyes, and frowned deeply. It's very troublesome, he said. The dark energy has already invaded its internal organs and become entangled with its life force. Forcibly purifying it might damage its very foundation. Moreover, the spiritual veins have already begun to be polluted. Although it is slow, it is definitely happening. Linglong's face paled slightly. She gripped the coral staff tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Is there no other way? Yes, but it will take time and your cooperation, Tang Xingai said. I need to climb onto the back of the mountain lord to examine the wounds up close. I also need to know the exact location and structure of the Dark Abyss altar, as well as what kind of sacrificial array they are using. Linglong hesitated. Allowing a human to ride on the back of a sacred beast was a great disrespect to the spirit race. But looking at the trembling body of the mountain lord in pain and listening to its increasingly faint wail song, she finally nodded. I can take you there, she said, but only by yourself. And you must swear that you will not harm the sacred beast, nor covet anything other than the spiritual vein. I swear, Tang Xingai said decisively. He turned around and instructed Su Yue, Wang Tai, and Zhao Han behind him. You two stay here and keep watch. I'll be right back with her. My lord, be careful. It might be a trap, Wang Tai whispered. It's all right. Tang Xingai patted his shoulder, then leaped towards the island whale where Linglong was. He didn't use any spiritual power, relying purely on his physical strength to cross the 100-meter distance and land steadily on the whale's back. The whale's back was wide, like a small plaza, covered with fine silver scales. It felt soft but springy underfoot. The two blue-robed figures behind Linglong immediately stepped forward, blocking Tang Xingai from the left and right, their staffs pointed at him warily. Linglong waved her hand, and the two stepped back, but they still kept their eyes fixed on Tang Xingai. Follow me, Linglong said, maneuvering the island whale to turn around and swim towards Lord Fuxian. The other two island whales guarded it on the left and right, moving slowly but steadily. As the distance closed, the sheer size of the Mountain King became even more awe-inspiring. Standing on the back of the island whale, Tang Xingai looked up and saw that the Mountain King's belly resembled an endless city wall, its skin a deep blue, covered with grooves and scars. The festering wound was directly below, more than 10 meters in diameter. Dark red flesh was twisted and rolled up, and black energy writhed like a living thing. Pus and blood kept seeping out and dripping, corroding holes in the gray mist. As she got closer, the putrid stench became even more pungent. Linglong frowned, covering her mouth and nose with her hand, but persisted. She maneuvered the island whale to fly directly in front of the wound and hovered there. This is it, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Tang Xingai not dead. He raised his right hand, palm 3 meters away, and used his spiritual power to press lightly on the edge of the wound. Pale, golden spiritual power surged from his palm, like fine threads, probing deep into the wound. The moment the threads of spiritual energy touched the black mist, they hissed like cold water being poured onto red-hot iron. The black mist churned violently, attempting to erode the spiritual energy, but Tang Xingai's spiritual energy was too pure and too profound, and the black mist could not break through for the time being. He manipulated the threads of spiritual energy to travel through the wound, probing it. The wound was deep, almost piercing through Lord Fuxian's abdominal cavity. The black mist lingered in the deepest part, entwined with several thick, luminous veins, the roots of the spiritual veins. The black mist was spreading upwards along the roots, already polluting about 1/10 of the area. Even more troubling, deep within the wound lay a black, irregularly shaped crystal. The crystal was about the size of a fist, its surface riddled with tiny pores from which black vapor constantly seeped. That was the core of the contamination, a seed left behind by the dark abyss. Tang Xingai withdrew his spiritual power, his expression solemn. "How is it?" Linglong asked anxiously. "There's a black crystal deep inside the wound, which is the source of the contamination," Tang Xingai said. "The crystal is embedded in the internal organs and has grown together with the flesh. If we forcibly remove it, it will cause massive bleeding and may kill it on the spot. If we don't remove it, the black energy will continue to seep out until it completely contaminates the spiritual vein." Linglong's face turned even paler. She bit her lower lip, almost drawing blood. "Then, what should we do?" "We need to purify the contamination around the crystal first, separate the crystal from the flesh, and then we can take it out," Tang Xingai said. "This will take time, at least 3 days. Moreover, we need a drug that can neutralize the dark energy or some kind of pure life energy." He looked at Linglong. "Does your spirit clan have anything similar?" Linglong paused for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. "Yes. In the center of the clan's sacred land, the Moonlight Sea, there is a moon essence spring. The spring water is formed from the essence of the moon and can purify all impurities. But the Moonlight Sea is in the far north, and in the current state of the sacred beast, it simply cannot reach there." Moonlight essence Tang Xingai Ponde. He thought of Murong Schwang's ice phoenix bloodline, which was pure and extremely cold ice energy, perhaps with a similar effect. But Murong Schwang was in frost mist territory and couldn't get here in time. Wait a minute, he suddenly remembered what Linglong had just said. Dark Abyss had built an altar deep in Stormheim, using living creatures as sacrifices to summon filthy things. Sacrifice, summoning, pollution. He suddenly looked at Linglong. Did the altar of the Dark Abyss use filthy blood as a sacrifice to summon the abyssal demon shadow? Linglong shuddered, her silver eyes widening. "How did you know?" Tang Xingai didn't answer. He knew it was because the system had given a hint during the earlier scan. Residual contamination from the abyss demon has been detected. Source of contamination: filthy blood sacrifice array. Purification methods: moon essence, pure ice energy, holy light baptism. A baptism of holy light is out of the question. That requires the golden attribute holy light control. Pure ice energy: Murong Schwang possesses it, but it's too far off. The essence of moonlight, Linglong says, exists, but it's far away. But perhaps there are other ways. "Take me to the altar," Tang Xingai said. "The altar of the Dark Abyss. If the altar is still operating, the pollution will continue. Destroying the altar and cutting off the source of pollution will at least stop the situation from worsening. Then we could buy time to find a way to purify it." Linglong hesitated. The altar was deep within Stormheim, the lair of the Dark Abyss, a place fraught with danger. But seeing the pain on Fusheng-Kuen's face, she finally nodded emphatically. "Okay, but it's dangerous there. There are at least 50 people stationed in the Dark Abyss, and the leader is probably a priest." "A priest?" Tang Xingai raised an eyebrow. "It's a position in the Dark Abyss, equivalent to our elder, and it's very powerful," Linglong said. "He has a black bone staff that can summon clones of the abyss demon. 7 days ago, he was the one who ambushed the sacred beast." Tang Xingai noted it down. He piloted the island whale back to his island, with Linglong and 2 guards following behind him. Back on the island, Wang Tai, Zhao Han, and others immediately surrounded them. Tang Xingai briefly explained the situation, then gave the following orders. "Wang Tai, you take 10 men to guard the island and keep watch. Zhao Han, you take the rest of the men and come with me to the altar. Suyue, prepare first aid supplies and be on standby." "Lord, are we really going?" "So unhesitated. That's the Dark Abyss's lair, and we only have so few people. That's why we need to be fast and ruthless," Tang Xingai said. "The main force of the Dark Abyss is chasing the spirit race, so the altar's defenses may be weak. We need to finish this quickly, destroy the altar, and then retreat." He looked at Linglong. "Which direction is the altar in? How far away is it?" Linglong pointed to the depths of Storm Fjord. 30 miles to the east, there's a reef area, and the altar is built on the largest reef. There are thunderstorms there all year round, and the spatial turbulence is dense, so it is very dangerous. "Lead the way," Tang Xingai said. Linglong maneuvered the island whale, turning it eastward. Tang Xingai followed behind, controlling his own island, with Su Yue, Zhao Han, and the others standing behind him, all gripping their weapons tightly. Less than 15 minutes into the voyage, a violent explosion erupted ahead. It wasn't thunder, but an explosion caused by the collision of spiritual energy mixed with the clash of swords and screams. Tang Xingai squinted and saw lightning flashing and sword light crisscrossing on the sea 10 miles away. A sharp cyan sword light cleaved through the waves, cutting 3 dark-robed figures from the dark abyss in half at the waist. After the sword light passed, a figure dressed in cyan tight-fitting clothes rushed out from the thunderstorm, holding a 3-foot-long cyan sword in his hand, the blade crackling with fine electric currents. The woman was covered in blood, but her aura was overwhelming. Every swing of her sword brought with it a burst of lightning, forcing back the surrounding dark abyss figures. However, she was clearly at her limit. Her movements began to slow, and her breathing became heavy. There were still more than 20 black-robed figures from the dark abyss, forming a fan shape that slowly tightened its grip. The leader was an old man dressed in a dark purple robe, who held a black bone staff with a pale white skull embedded at its head. Ghostly green flames burned in the skull's eye sockets. The purple-robed elder raised his bone staff, and the skull at the top of the staff opened its mouth, spewing out a plume of black smoke. The black smoke condensed in the air into a 3-meter-tall, demonic shadow. The shadow had no facial features, only a blurry human shape, but it exuded a terrifying pressure. The figure in the cyan outfit paled, her sword held horizontally across her chest, crackling with lightning. But it was clear to everyone that she couldn't withstand the attack. Tang Xingai raised the Ice Dragon Roar bow and drew back the bowstring. Chapter 15, The Most Trusted Person. Tang Xingai released the bowstring, and the ice arrow exploded into 7 streams of light the moment it left the bow, accurately shooting towards the 7 Dark Abyss cultists closest to the green-robed swordsman. The arrows were too fast. The cultists only had time to raise their weapons to block before the ice arrows pierced their chests, exploded, and the cold air froze them into 7 ice sculptures in different poses. The pressure on the swordswoman in blue eased instantly. Seizing the opportunity, she flicked her sword, causing the lightning crackling around its blade to surge and transform into a 3-meter-long lightning blade that swept across the area. Wherever the lightning blade passed, 3 Dark Abyss cultists were cut in half at the waist, their charred remains falling to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. The purple-robed elder's face darkened, and he slammed his black-bone staff to the ground once more. The skull at the staff's tip opened its mouth, this time spewing not black smoke, but a viscous, oil-like black liquid. The liquid writhed in the air, rapidly condensing into a gigantic, 5-meter-tall, demonic shadow. The demonic figure had blurry facial features, with 2 eerie green flames in the place of its eyes. It opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. The demonic figure extended its jet-black claws, reaching for the swordsman in blue. Wherever the claws passed, the air distorted, emitting a piercing shriek. The swordsman in green held his sword horizontally across his chest, the blade crackling with lightning that coalesced into a lightning shield in front of him. The demonic claws gripped the shield, causing it to tremble violently. Lightning and black energy collided fiercely, producing a hissing sound. The swordsman in blue groaned, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had suffered internal injuries. Tang Xingai drew his bow again. This time, instead of using ice arrows, he took out a small bottle of heart-clearing and cold-dispelling soup medicine that Su Yue had previously refined from his system space, and applied it to the arrowhead. The medicine was pale gold and emitted a pure, herbal fragrance. He infused 30% of his spiritual power, and the ice arrow on the bowstring was tinged with a faint golden light. Tang Xingai released his grip, and the golden ice arrow shot towards the demonic shadow. Sensing a threat, the shadowy figure abandoned its attack on the swordsman in blue, turned around, and crossed its arms in front of its chest. The arrow struck the shadowy figure's arm, but instead of exploding, it passed through easily like a hot knife through butter. The golden liquid on the arrow spread within the demonic shadow's body, and wherever it passed, the black energy churned violently, evaporated, and dissipated as if it had encountered its nemesis. The demonic shadow let out a silent scream, its body rapidly fading until, with a final poof, it completely disintegrated, turning into a cloud of black smoke that was swept away by the storm. The purple-robed elder's face turned pale, and he staggered back 3 steps, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. He stared intently at Tang Xingai, his cloudy eyes filled with horror and resentment. Who exactly are you? He asked hoarsely. Tang Xingai ignored him. He accelerated the floating island, smashed through the dark abyss cultists blocking his way, and stopped next to the green-robed swordsman. The swordswoman in green leaned on her sword, panting heavily. She had at least 7 or 8 wounds on her body, the deepest one on her left shoulder, so deep that the bone was visible, and blood had stained half of her body red. But she stood very straight, her eyes sharp like a sword drawn from its sheath. Can we still fight? Tang Xingai asked. The swordsman in blue glanced at him, nodded, and said in a cold but clear voice, yes. Follow me, Tang Xingai said. He turned, drew his bow, and this time aimed at the old man in purple robes. An ordinary ice arrow was condensed on the bowstring, but fine crackles of electricity danced at its tip. The old man in purple robes' expression changed, and he turned to flee. But as soon as he turned, ice suddenly formed beneath his feet, spreading from the sea surface and freezing his ankles. It turned out that Linglong had made her move. She had somehow managed to maneuver the island whale to the side, pointed her coral staff at the sea surface, and released a freezing spell. In that short time, Tang Xingai's arrow arrived. The ice arrow pierced through the purple-robed old man's back, exited through his chest, exploded, and froze his upper body into a block of ice. The old man in purple robes froze, slowly lowered his head to look at the ice hole in his chest. The last light in his eyes went out, and then he fell forward, crashing onto the ice and shattering into countless pieces. With their leader dead, the remaining Dark Abyss cultists completely collapsed and scattered in all directions. Tang Xingai didn't give chase. He put away his bow and looked behind the swordsman in blue. There lay an old man from the Spirit Clan, wearing a dark blue robe embroidered with crescent moon and wave patterns. The old man had a gruesome wound on his chest. The area around the wound was black, and black pus and blood were constantly oozing out. He was breathing weakly and could die at any moment. The swordsman in blue followed Tang Xingai's gaze, pursed his lips, and said, I was passing by when I saw this group of black-robed men chasing him, so I intervened. He said he was a priest of the Spirit Clan and knew the secrets of the Dark Abyss altar. Tang Xingai not that. He walked over, squatted down next to the elder of the Spirit Clan, and placed his palm on the elder's chest. 10,000 times the mental power surged forth, seeping into the wound to examine the other party's injuries. The elder of the Spirit Clan was severely injured. Dark energy had invaded his heart. His lungs were pierced, and he had lost too much blood. He had only managed to hold on until now thanks to his indomitable willpower. Suyue, Tang Xingai called out. Suyue ran over from behind, and, upon seeing the old man's injuries, her expression changed. She immediately opened her medicine box and took out silver needles and medicine bottles. She moved swiftly, sealing the acupoints around the old man's heart meridian with silver needles to prevent the spread of dark energy. Then, she poured out 3 pale green pills, placed them in the old man's mouth, and used her spiritual power to help him swallow them. The pills were made from immortal herbs and possessed powerful vitality and purifying effects. The old man swallowed the pill, his complexion improving and his breathing becoming more even. He slowly opened his eyes, which were deep blue, like the deepest ocean. He looked at Tang Xingai, then at Linglong, his lips moving as he uttered a weak sound. Princess, be careful of Kanglin. He has betrayed us. Linglong shuddered, her face turning deathly pale. Uncle Kanglin? Impossible. He's the clan's grand elder. It's true, the old man said with difficulty. He colluded with the Dark Abyss, wanting to use the sacred beast's spiritual veins and corpses to gain the Dark Abyss's support and seize the position of clan leader. The altar is in the sunken temple, and it requires the whale soul jade and the blood of Supreme Yang to break. Before he could finish speaking, he coughed violently, spat out another mouthful of black blood, and fainted. Suyue quickly tried to help, but the old man's injuries were too severe, and the immortal herb could only keep him alive. Tang Xingai stood up and looked at Linglong. Linglong bit her lip, her body trembling slightly, her silver eyes filled with shock and pain. Kanglin was her uncle, who had watched her grow up, taught her spirit songs, and guided her on whale riding. He was one of the people she trusted most. Now, however, she was told that this most trusted person had betrayed the tribe, colluded with foreign enemies, and even intended to kill the sacred beast. Princess, the two guards behind her stepped forward, wanting to comfort her, but they didn't know what to say. Just then, a sharp, long howl came from afar. The howl came from the direction of Lord Fuchsian, filled with anger and pain. Immediately afterward, a beam of light blue, shot into the sky from Lord Fuchsian's back. Within the beam, a figure could be vaguely seen struggling, entangled by something. That was the exquisite whale Soul Jade. The pale blue jade pendant she always wore around her neck was now emitting a dazzling light in the distance. Linglong's expression changed drastically. She reached up to touch her neck, only to find it empty. The jade pendant is gone. When did it disappear? She had no idea. Kanglin, she cried out hoarsely, her voice trembling with sobs. Within the light blue beam, the figure slowly became clear. He was a middle-aged elven man, dressed in a magnificent dark blue robe embroidered with patterns of waves and whales. He had a handsome face, but his eyes were sinister, and he held a scepter inlaid with blue crystals in his hand. At the top of the scepter, Linglong's whale, Soul Jade, floated, the jade pendant emitting a gentle yet powerful energy fluctuation. Kanglin is the grand elder of the spirit clan and Linglong's uncle. He stood on the back of an island whale, much larger than Linglong's. The island whale was entirely silver white, with a simple palace on its back. In front of the palace stood more than 20 spirit clan warriors, all dressed in dark blue armor, holding tridents in their hands, their eyes cold, clearly Kanglin's confidants. Linglong, my dear niece. Kanglin spoke, his voice coming through some kind of amplification spell, gentle but tinged with hypocrisy. Hand over control of the sacred beast and come back with your uncle. Your uncle promises not to harm you. You will still be the princess of the spirit clan, enjoying all the riches and honors. You're dreaming, Linglong screamed, tears finally streaming down her face. Why did you betray your clan? Why did you harm the sacred beast? Father treated you like a brother. The clan trusted you so much, and you. Trust? Siblings. Kanglin laughed, his smile full of mockery. Your father, that old stubborn man, clings to so-called tradition, refusing to cooperate with the Dark Abyss, refusing to use the power of the sacred beasts to strengthen the clan. He'd rather let the spirit clan eke out a living in this broken sea than venture out and dominate a region. Does he deserve to be the clan leader? He raised his scepter, and the whale Soul Jade at the top of the scepter shone brightly. The Dark Abyss priest has promised me that as long as I offer the spiritual veins and corpses of the sacred beast, he will help me ascend to the position of clan leader and grant me great power. At that time, the Eldar will no longer be confined to this small sea area. We will conquer more floating islands and establish our own empire. And you, my dear niece, Kanglin looked at Linglong, his eyes turning greedy. Your whale Soul Jade is the key to unlocking the seal of the sunken temple, and your bloodline is the medium to control the sacred beasts. Cooperate with me, and when I become the clan leader, you will be a princess second only to the emperor. Don't cooperate. He paused, then waved his hand. The island whale beneath his feet opened its mouth and spewed out a jet of water, which condensed in the air to form a water mirror. Within the water mirror, the image of Frostmist territory appeared. In the footage, Schwang is leading people to reinforce the city walls. Lu Qin is directing the construction, and Wang Tai and Zhao Han are training the guards. The footage is very clear. Even the expressions on everyone's faces are visible. If you don't cooperate, I'll send people from Dark Abyss to visit your new friend's home, Kanglin said coldly. I heard there's a very beautiful woman there. What's her name? Schwang? And a little doctor who can cure diseases? I wonder how long they can last on the racks in Dark Abyss. Linglong trembled all over, her nails digging into her palms until they bled. She looked at Tang Xingai, her eyes filled with pain and pleading. Tang Xingai didn't look at the water mirror. He stared at Kanglin with a cold gaze, as if he were looking at a dead man. Kanglin, he spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching Kanglin's ears through the amplification of his spiritual power. I'll give you two choices. 1. Release Linglong, hand over the whale Soul Jade, and cripple your cultivation, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. 2nd, I will personally go and take your head, hang on the horn of your whale, and let your people see the fate of a traitor. Kanglin paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, laughing so hard he almost fell over. Tang Xingai, I know you. You killed the Wolf King and obtained a Frost Mist Core, so you've got some skills. But do you think you can threaten me with your small group? He wiped the smile off his face, his eyes turning ferocious. I'll give you two choices. 1. Commit suicide, and I promise not to touch a single blade of grass in Frost Mist territory. 2. I'll kill Linglong, use her blood to open the temple, then lead my men to raise your shabby territory, capture all your women, and let all the Brothers of Dark Abyss have a taste. In the regional channel, Kanglin posted a message using Linglong's account. The message was public and could be seen by everyone in the Frost Mist Islands region. Tang Xingai, didn't you want to save the whale? Come and kill yourself. Use your head to exchange for Linglong's life and for the peace of her territory. Isn't that a good deal? Dozens of replies instantly appeared below the message, some mocking, some fanning the flames, and some just watching the show. Tang Xing turned off the channel, raised his left hand, and used the system's camera function to take a picture in the direction of Tsanglan. In the photo, Kanglin stands on the back of an island whale, holding the whale Soul Jade in his hand, with more than 20 Spirit Clan warriors behind him. He posted the photo to the channel with the caption, "Wash your neck and wait. I'll hang your head on a whale horn." After sending the message, he stopped looking at the channel. He looked at Linglong and said, "Do you trust me?" Linglong bit her lip and nodded emphatically. "All right," Tang Xingai said. He turned and looked at the swordsman in blue. The man was still standing there, leaning on his sword. Although he was covered in wounds, his eyes were bright, like a sword that had been tempered. "What's your name?" Tang Xingai asked. Lu Ruyan, the swordsman in blue said, his voice still cold, but with a hint of other emotion. "A wandering swordsman, just passing by. Can we fight?" "Abel, come with me to save people," Tang Xingai said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Afterwards, I'll fight you." Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she nodded. "Okay." Tang Xingai then looked at Su Yue. "How long can the old man hold on?" "At most 1 day," Su Yue said. "The effects of the immortal grass can only last that long. Moreover, the dark energy is still eroding us, so we need to purify it as soon as possible." One day, Tang Xingai looked at Fuxian Ju in the distance. Lord Fuxian, intensified by the theft of the whale Soul Jade, trembled, and a large section of the mountain range on his back collapsed. Time was running out. "Zhao Han," he ordered, "take your men back to the island and guard it well. Wang Tai, you stay here and help Su Yue take care of the old man. Lu Ruyan, you come with me, and Linglong too. We're going to the sunken temple." "Lord, is it just the 3 of you?" Wang Tai asked anxiously. "More people are useless," Tang Xingai said. "The temple is underwater, and ordinary people can't go down there. Linglong has the bloodline of the Spirit Clan. Lu Ruyan's cultivation is not weak, and I can hold my breath. If you go, you will only be a burden." He paused, then took out a small cloth bag from his system space and tossed it to Wang Tai. "There are 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in here. We're offering a reward. 100 low-grade spirit stones for providing accurate information about Kanglin's whereabouts, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for leading us to the temple entrance." "Yes." Wang Tai took the cloth bag and nodded emphatically. Tang Xingai then looked at Linglong. "Where is the sunken temple? How do we get in?" Linglong wiped away her tears and forced herself to calm down. "At the deepest part of Storm Canyon on the seabed. The entrance is sealed and requires the whale Soul Jade and the blood of the Spirit Clan King to open. But now the whale Soul Jade is in Kanglin's hands. He must have already gone to the temple, preparing to open the seal, summon the complete avatar of the Abyss Demon Shadow, and completely corrupt the sacred beast. Royal blood." Tang Xingai looked at Linglong. "Your blood?" Linglong nodded. "But my blood can only assist in opening it. The real key is the whale Soul Jade. Moreover, the temple is 3,000 meters underwater, with immense pressure and various sea monsters and guardians from the Dark Abyss. Without the water-repelling pearl, ordinary people simply cannot go down. A water-repelling bead. Tang Xingai Ponde." He recalled the 100 poisons bead that Su Yue had previously crafted using the gall of a poisonous dragon. That bead could grant immunity to most toxins, but it could repel water. "I brought the 100 poison pearl from Poison Dragon Valley with me when I came," Su Yue suddenly said. She took out a small jade box from the bottom of her medicine box, opened it, and inside lay a dark green pearl the size of a pigeon egg. The surface of the pearl had fine patterns, and mist swirled inside. This bead can ward off all poisons. Perhaps it can be modified into a water-repelling bead. All we need to do is add some water attribute materials and refine it again. What materials are needed? How long will it take? Tang Xingai asked. We need deep-sea silver and water spirit crystal and at least a third-tier or higher weapon refiner, Su Yue said. I have some materials in stock, but a weapon refiner. I have it. A clear, cold voice rang out. It was Lu Ruyan. She looked at the 100 poisons bead and said, I've studied weapon crafting, though I'm not an expert, but I should be able to modify a bead. Give me an hour. Tang Xingai glanced at her and nodded. Okay. What do you need? There's still fire in a quiet place, Lu Ruyan said. Tang Xingai maneuvered the island and stopped in a relatively calm area of the sea nearby. Lu Ruyan, carrying the 100 poison pearl and the materials given to her by Su Yue, entered the only intact wooden house on the island and closed the door. Soon, subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy and the sounds of objects colliding emanated from inside. Tang Xingai stood outside, looking at the figure of Fusion Jun trembling in pain in the distance, and then at the image of Schwang in the water mirror. His eyes grew colder and colder. Linglong walked to his side and whispered, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this. It's none of your business, Tang Xingai said. Dark Abyss is my enemy, and Kanglin is Dark Abyss's dog. Killing the dog is only natural. Looking at his cold profile, Linglong suddenly realized that this human was unlike anyone she had ever met before. He was not hypocritical, not greedy, and not fearful. He was like a mountain, silent but steadfast. An hour later, the wooden cabin door opened. Lu Ruyan stepped out, holding a brand new bead in her hand. The bead was no longer dark green, but light blue, like the purest seawater with fine water ripples flowing inside. The surface of the bead emitted gentle fluctuations of water-based spiritual energy. It's fixed, Lu Ruyan said, her face pale, clearly having expended a lot of energy. I call it Sea Heart Pearl. If you hold it in your mouth, you can breathe freely underwater for 3 hours, and it can counteract the water pressure at a depth of 3,000 meters. But after 3 hours, the pearl will shatter. That's enough. Tang Xingai took the bead. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, with a faint fishy smell. He put the bead away and looked at Lu Ruyan and Linglong. Prepare to leave. Lu Ruyan nodded, took out a pill from her bosom and swallowed it, her complexion improving somewhat. Linglong gripped her coral staff tightly, her deep blue eyes rekindling with fighting spirit. Tang Xingai maneuvered the floating island, heading towards the deepest part of Storm Fjord. It moved at high speed, cutting through the waves and leaving a long trail behind it. In the distance, the mournful cries of the mountain lord grew fainter and fainter. In a water mirror, Kanglin's image revealed a cruel smile. In the channel, under the bounty message, people have already started providing approximate coordinates. Chapter 16 Raid on the Raging Sea. Tang Xingai turned around and looked at Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan, who were already waiting to the side. Murong Schwang had changed into a close-fitting white outfit with a light leather armor over it. A sword hung at her waist, and her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, making her look neat and tidy. Lu Ruyan was still wearing the same light blue outfit, but her wounds had been treated and bandaged. She held the 3-foot, long sword in her hand, its blade crackling with fine electric light. Both men looked at Tang Xingai, their eyes filled with fighting spirit and seriousness. Underwater combat, especially at a depth of 3,000 meters, was something neither of them had any experience with. 1 bead for each of you. Tang Xingai took out 2 more water-repelling spirit beads. These were made by Su Yue using the leftover materials. The quality was slightly inferior, but the function was the same. He handed it to Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan, who took it and put it away. Where is Linglong? Murong Schwang asked. Over there. Tang Xingai pointed to the edge of the island. Linglong stood there, gazing in the direction of Fusion Jun in the distance. Her back was slender, but she stood very straight. She changed out of her gorgeous princess robes and into the dark blue bodysuit of an Eldar warrior, covered by light leather armor, and held the coral staff in her hand. Hearing footsteps, she turned around. Her face was no longer wet with tears, only resolute. Ready? Tang Xingai asked. Linglong nodded and took a deep breath. The temple entrance is at the deepest part of Storm Fjord, underwater. From here, the vertical depth is about 2,800 meters. The entrance is sealed and requires whale soul jade and the blood of the spirit clan king to open. But now that the whale soul jade is in Kanglin's hands, he must have already gone inside. Our only options are force our way in, or use my blood to forcibly open a temporary breach, but that will alert the guards inside. Force your way in, Tang Xingai said. Your blood will be useful. Linglong pursed her lips and nodded. The four walked to the edge of the island. Below them was the churning gray sea. The waves were small, but the water was a deep, ink-like color. The sky over Storm Fjord is perpetually overcast, with low-hanging clouds and flashes of lightning. In the distance, the mournful cries of the mountain lord grew fainter and fainter, like a candle flickering in the wind. Tang Xingai put the water-repelling spirit pearl into his mouth. The pearl melted upon entering his mouth, not dissolving, but transforming into a cool stream of air that slid down his throat and then dispersed in his lungs. He felt his breathing become easier, as if the air around him had turned into water, yet he could still breathe. He tried to take a breath. It was cool and had the salty taste of seawater. Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyin also put the beads in their mouths, their expressions relaxing somewhat. Linglong didn't need the beads. She was a spirit, naturally drawn to water. After we go down, follow me, Tang Xingai said. Murong Schwang on the left flank, Lu Ruyin on the right flank, and Linglong in the center. When we encounter enemies, Murong Schwang will use ice to control them, Lu Ruyin will use melee attacks to kill them, and I will snipe them from a distance. Linglong, you will be responsible for sensing and leading the way. Understood. The three replied in unison. Tang Xingai was the first to jump in. The moment his body entered the water-repelling pearl's effect was fully activated. A layer of light blue water automatically covered his entire body, repelling the seawater. He was suspended in the water, feeling no water pressure, breathing freely, and with clear vision, able to see nearly 100 meters ahead. Murong Schwang, Lu Ruyin, and Linglong jumped down one after another, landing beside him. The four adjusted their positions in the water, then dived into the deeper water. After diving for a while, the light began to dim rapidly. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. The surrounding seawater changed from gray to deep blue, and then to pitch black. Some bioluminescent deep-sea creatures began to appear around us. The temperature dropped sharply, becoming icy cold, but the water film of the water-avoiding pearl blocked most of the chill. Visibility decreased further and further, and at 2 kilometers, one could only vaguely see a few meters around them. Some were jellyfish, with long tentacles that emitted a ghostly blue light. Some were strange fish with mouths full of sharp teeth and eyes like lanterns, and some resembled some kind of mollusk, with transparent bodies and luminous internal organs that could be seen. These creatures showed no hostility towards the four of them. They simply circled around them curiously before swimming away. Linglong led the way, swimming steadily, her coral staff emitting a faint blue light that illuminated the path ahead. Her long hair floated in the water like seaweed. Occasionally, large deep-sea predators would approach, but sensing the ethereal aura emanating from her, they would retreat warily. When we descended to 2,500 meters, a huge shadow appeared ahead. The shadows were indistinct, but the shape of the buildings was still discernible. Towering towers, crumbling walls, and broken stone pillars. This is a sunken temple. The temple was very large, covering an area of several miles. The architectural style was ancient, the stone was black, and the surface was covered with various deep-sea plants and corals. Most of the temple was buried by sea sand, with only the tallest towers visible. At the top of the tower, a faint, eerie green light flickered, like will-o'-the-wisps. Linglong stopped and pointed to the tallest tower in the center of the temple. The entrance is there. There was a seal at the top of the tower, but now, the seal has been broken. Tang Xingai looked in the direction she pointed. At the top of the tower, where there should have been some kind of energy barrier, there was now a large hole. The edges of the opening were irregular, as if violently torn apart. Inside the opening, black bubbles kept surging out, rising and leaving twisted trails in the water. This is the aura of the dark abyss. They've already gone in, Linglong whispered, her voice muffled in the water. Before she could finish speaking, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, dozens of pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the shadows surrounding the temple. Immediately afterward, Dozens of dark figures rushed out of the shadows with astonishing speed. Those were the underwater guardians of the dark abyss, a kind of half-human, half-fish monster. Their upper bodies were humanoid, wearing tattered black leather armor and holding bone harpoons. Their lower bodies were fishtails covered with jet-black scales. Their eyes are cloudy yellow, their mouths are full of fine, sharp teeth, and they make strange gurgling sounds from their throats. There were many monsters, at least 50, surging in an encircling formation. Prepare for battle. Tang Xingai Sautet. He drew the ice dragon bow underwater. Drawing the bow underwater was very difficult, with great resistance, but his strength, 10,000 times greater than before, made him ignore these difficulties. Cold air automatically gathered on the bowstring, condensing into an ice arrow. The arrow's trajectory underwater slowed, but its power remained undiminished. He released his grip. The ice arrow shot out, leaving a trail of white ice crystals in the water. The arrow struck the chest of the foremost monster, exploded, and the icy air instantly froze the monster into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into countless ice shards. Schwang moved. She drew her long sword, its blade gleaming with an icy blue light. She swung her sword in the water, her movements slower than on land, but each strike brought forth a wave of chilling energy. The cold air spreads through the water, freezing the seawater and forming irregular patches of ice. The monster that rushed into the icy area slowed down abruptly, and frost flowers formed on its body. Lu Rian followed closely behind. Her swordsmanship was exquisite. She remained agile, even underwater. The 3-foot-long sword sliced through the water, and the electric currents wrapped around its blade exploded in the water, forming a dense electric net. Wherever the lightning struck, the monster twitched, became paralyzed, and its movement stiffened. She seized the opportunity to close in, her sword flashing like a venomous snake's tongue, precisely piercing the monster's eyes, throat, and heart. Linglong wasn't idle either. She raised her coral staff, and the crystal at the tip lit up, emitting rings of pale blue sound waves. Sound waves propagate through water, creating ripples that are visible to the naked eye. The ripples swept across the monsters, causing them to freeze in their tracks, their eyes filled with pain, clearly indicating that they had suffered a mental shock. The four worked together seamlessly. Tang Xingai sniped from a distance. Schwang controlled and slowed enemies. Lu Ruyan finished them off in close combat, and Linglong provided interference and support. 50 monsters were wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Their corpses floated in the water, their blood staining a patch of sea red, but the currents quickly dispersed them. Keep going, Tang Xingai said. He put away his bow and swam toward the temple entrance. The four swam to the hole at the top of the tower. The hole was about 3 meters in diameter, with irregular edges, as if it had been blasted open from the inside by something. The inside of the hole was pitch black, with thick black gas billowing out, carrying the stench of decay and blood. Tang Xingai swam in first, followed closely by Schwang, Lu Ruyan, and Linglong. Inside the tower, the light was even dimmer. Only a few remnants of glowing moss on the walls provided faint illumination. The tower has a very large interior space, with a diameter of over 50 meters and a height that is obscured by the sky. In the center was a huge altar made of black stone, its surface covered with twisted runes. The runes were dark red, as if written in blood, and were still faintly glowing. Around the altar, a dozen or so dark abyss cultists knelt, all dressed in black robes and wearing masks, their hands clasped together, chanting softly. Their chanting morphed into a muffled hum in the water, carrying an evil rhythm. In the center of the altar, a black crystal floats. This is the dark abyss beacon, and also the source of the pollution of Mount Necromancer. The crystal is the size of a wash basin, an irregular polyhedron, with its surface covered with fine pores from which black gas constantly seeps out. The black mist rose and condensed above the altar into a twisted, writhing black shadow. The shadowy figure had indistinct facial features, and its eyes were two eerie green will-o'-the-wisps. Before the altar stood 2 people. One was Kanglin, who held in his hand a scepter inlaid with blue crystals, with a delicate whale, soul jade, floating at the top of the scepter. The whale's soul jade was emitting a soft blue light, but the blue light was eroded by the black aura of the altar and became dim. The other person wore a deep purple robe and a golden mask, revealing only his chin and thin lips. He held a black bone staff in his hand, with a pale white skull embedded at its tip. Ghostly green flames burned in the skull's eye sockets. Shadow, priestess of the dark abyss. You've arrived? Shadow spoke, his voice carrying clearly through the water via some kind of magic, hoarse and mocking. A little slower than I expected. But that's perfect. The altar is just one step away from completion. It needs the pure royal blood of the spirit princess to activate the beacon and completely corrupt the sacred beast. He raised his bone staff and pointed it at Ling Long. Grab her. Kanglin turned to look at Ling Long, his eyes filled with complex emotions, guilt, struggle, but ultimately replaced by greed. He raised his scepter, and the whale's soul jade on it shone brightly. The light formed a pale blue chain that shot towards Ling Long. Ling Long tried to dodge, but the chains were too fast. She only had time to turn to the side. The chains grazed her left arm, leaving a bloody mark. The blood seeped out and spread in the water, carrying a faint golden glow. That was the characteristic of the Spirit Clan King's blood. The princess's blood. Shadow growled excitedly. Capture her. Use her blood to complete the ritual. A dozen or so Dark Abyss cultists stopped chanting, stood up, drew their weapons, and surged toward the fore. At the same time, more than 30 underwater guards emerged from the shadows around the tower, blocking all escape routes. Mirong Schwang, Lu Ruyan, clear out the miscellaneous soldiers, Tang Xingai said. Ling Long, come with me. Deal with Kanglin and the priest. Understood. Mirong Schwang and Lu Ruyan replied simultaneously, turning to face the surging enemies. Tang Xingai drew his ice dragon bow and aimed at Kanglin. But Kanglin was prepared. With a wave of his scepter, the surrounding seawater surged violently, forming a rotating wall of water that blocked him and Ying's path. The ice arrow struck the water wall and exploded, causing the wall to ripple violently, but it did not break. It's useless. Kanglin sneered. Here, I am the ruler. Tides heed my command. He waved his scepter again, and the surrounding seawater seemed to come alive, forming countless water blades that slashed at Tang Xingai and Ling Long from all directions. Kanglin's tide control is a purple level skill, and it has an environmental bonus here, making it 30% more powerful than usual. The water blades are sharp and extremely fast, cutting through the water and emitting a piercing shriek. Tang Xingai retreated hastily, simultaneously raising his hand to hold the ice dragon bow horizontally in front of him. The gems on the bow's limbs lit up, and a burst of icy energy condensed into a thick ice shield in front of him. The water blade struck the ice shield, causing it to tremble violently and cracks to appear on its surface. Ling Long wasn't idle either. She raised her coral staff, and the crystal at the tip lit up, emitting rings of pale blue sound waves. The sound waves collided with the water blades, canceling each other out, but the sound waves were clearly at a disadvantage. On the other side, Mirong Schwang and Lu Ruyan were locked in a fierce battle. The Dark Abyss cultists and underwater guards outnumbered them and were well coordinated. Mirong Schwang's ice-sealing range was limited. No matter how fast Lu Ruyan's sword was, it couldn't kill her. The two stood back to back, barely managing to stay upright, but their bodies were already starting to show signs of injury. This can't go on. Tang Xingai's eyes turned cold. He put away the ice dragon bow and made a fist with both hands in front of him. A surge of mental power, 10,000 times greater than before, compressed and condensed in his palm. This time it wasn't ice or fire, but a pure mental shock. Spiritual energy is formless and intangible, but it forms visible ripples in the water, spreading out in a fan shape and sweeping across the entire area. All the Dark Abyss cultists and underwater guards froze simultaneously, as if struck on the head by an invisible hammer. They clutched their heads, screamed in agony, and bled from their 7 orifices. Those with weaker mental strength fainted instantly, their bodies slowly sinking. With the pressure on Mirong Schwang and Lu Ruyan greatly reduced, they seized the opportunity to counterattack, their swords flashing like rainbows, reaping lives. Kanglin and Ing were also affected, but their cultivation was profound, and they only swayed for a moment before stabilizing themselves. Ing looked at Tang Xingai, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes beneath the golden mask. Mental power? Interesting, but that's enough. He raised his bone staff, and the skull at the top opened its mouth, spewing out a thick plume of black smoke. The smoke condensed in the water, transforming into a gigantic, 10-meter-tall, demonic shadow. The demonic figure had blurry facial features, eyes that were two burning will-o'-the-wisps, and opened its mouth to let out a silent roar. The roar created a mental impact that was stronger and more focused than Tang Xingai's previous attack, heading straight for Tang Xingai's mind. Tang Xingai groaned, his head feeling like it was being pricked by needles, and his vision went black. But he gritted his teeth and endured it, while simultaneously activating the heart of the ice dragon. The gem on the bow arm burst forth with a dazzling icy blue light, which spread and instantly froze the seawater within 100 meters. The seawater changed from liquid to solid, like the hardest ice crystals. Everyone within range, Murong Schwang, Lu Rian, Ling Long, the Dark Abyss cultists, the Underwater Guardians, and even the demonic shadows summoned by Kanglin and Ying, froze in their movements, like insects frozen in amber. Only Tang Xingai can move. The ice dragon heart granted the ability to move freely in this frozen sea. He stepped forward, walking towards the vast expanse. With each step, the ice crystals beneath his feet automatically parted, forming a passage. Tang Xingai walked up to Kanglin. The other person remained in the position of swinging the cane, their eyes filled with terror, but they were unable to move. Tang Xingai raised his hand, and an ice arrow condensed, pressing against Kanglin's brow. "Release him," he said, his voice exceptionally clear in the silent ice crystals. "I'll leave you with a whole corpse." Kanglin's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. The fear in his eyes turned into pleading and then into despair. Finally, Kanglin closed his eyes, and the whale's soul jade at the top of the scepter dimmed, automatically falling off and drifting towards Ling Long. Ling Long took the whale's soul jade, held it in her palm, and tears fell, but they condensed into ice beads inside the ice crystals. Tang Xingai sheathed the ice arrow and turned to look at Ying. Ying remained in the casting posture, her eyes beneath the golden mask showing not fear, but only frenzied excitement. "You are indeed interesting," Ying said hoarsely, her voice resounding directly in Tang Xingai's mind. "But the altar has been activated, the blood curse backlash has begun. You cannot save the sacred beast." Before he could finish speaking, his body began to disintegrate, starting from his feet, turning into black smoke and dissipating. In the end, only the mask and bone staff remained, which clattered twice before falling onto the ice crystals. Tang Xingai ignored him, withdrew the power of the ice dragon heart, and the surrounding ice crystals instantly melted, allowing the seawater to resume its flow. Everyone regained their mobility, but most of the Dark Abyss cultists and underwater guards were already dead. The remaining few, seeing the situation was not good, turned and fled. Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan wanted to give chase, but Tang Xingai waved his hand. "No need to chase. Save Lord Fusion first." He walked to the altar. The black beacon on the altar was still emitting black smoke, but it was fainter than before. However, the mournful cries of the Mountain Lord came from afar, more painful and weaker. The backlash from the blood curse began, and because the altar was forcibly interrupted, the backlash intensified. "What should we do?" Ling Long asked anxiously, her hand holding the whale, soul jade, trembling. Tang Xingai looked at the black beacon at the core of the altar, then at the whale's soul jade in Ling Long's hand, and finally at Ling Long's pale but resolute face. "Use the whale soul jade to purify the beacon," he said. "But you need the blood of pure yang as a catalyst to neutralize the dark energy. Otherwise, during the purification process, the dark energy may backfire, contaminating the whale's soul jade, or even you." Ling Long bit her lip. "What is the blood of ultimate yang?" "The blood that is extremely yang and pure, flawless," Tang Xingai said. "It usually refers to the heart blood of someone who cultivates pure yang techniques or has a special yang constitution. Moreover, it needs to be in harmony with the practitioner's mind and resonate with their bloodline to achieve the greatest effect." He paused, then looked at Ling Long. "Do you have someone like that?" Ling Long was stunned. She looked at Tang Xingai, then at Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan, and her face suddenly turned red, all the way to her ears. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "The blood of ultimate yang requires the blood of someone with whom one's heart is in harmony, and It requires both male and female practitioners to cultivate together, their bloodlines intertwined, in order to activate. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Murong Schwang, Lu Ruyan, and Su Yue all focused their attention on Tang Xingai. Dan Xingai. Chapter 17, The Shared Soul of the Giant Whale. After Ling Long finished speaking, the entire temple fell into an eerie silence. The seawater continued to flow slowly, and faint light leaked through the hole at the top of the tower, illuminating the various expressions on the faces of the people present. Murong Schwang held her sword, her face expressionless, but her grip on the hilt tightened slightly. Lu Rian turned her face away, her ears turning slightly red. Su Yue lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Only Tang Xingai remained relatively calm. He looked at Ling Long's face, which was burning with anger, and then at the beacon on the altar that was constantly emitting black smoke. In the distance, the mournful cries of the mountain lord were growing weaker and weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind. How exactly do we do it? Tang Xingai asked, his voice steady, as if Ling Long had just said it's time to eat, rather than male and female practitioners. Ling Long lowered her head even further, her voice barely audible. No, it's not what you think. It's not physical cultivation. It's a resonance at the soul level. You need to open your mind and let me enter your sea of consciousness. Guide your supreme yang power to merge with the spirit race bloodline within me, and then inject it into the sacred beast through the whale soul, Jade, to neutralize the dark energy. She spoke with increasing urgency, raising her head with her silver eyes filled with embarrassment and seriousness. It's just a soul connection, a pure spiritual fusion. But it requires absolute trust because there are no defenses on the soul level. If one party harbors malice, the other party will suffer damage to their soul at best, and at worst, their soul will be scattered. Moreover, and there will be a very strong sense of shared experience during the process. You might feel my memories and emotions, and I might feel yours. So in the history of the spirit race, only husbands and wives, or the closest friends who have shared life and death would perform this kind of ritual. Dan Xingai understood. To put it bluntly, it was a spiritual dual cultivation, deeper and more dangerous than a physical relationship. It required two people's souls to be nakedly exposed, without any reservations. He looked at Ling Long. The girl's face still had a blush that hadn't faded, but her eyes were clear and unwavering. She was nervous, shy, but even more so, resolute. To save the sacred beast, she was willing to take the risk, willing to open her soul to a human she had known for less than 2 days. How confident are you? Tang Xingai asked. 70%, Ling Long said, on the premise that you are indeed of the highest yang constitution, and are willing to believe me. Tang Xingai did not answer immediately. He turned around and looked out of the tower. Through the hole, he could see the massive silhouette of Mount Fusion trembling in the darkness in the distance, each tremor causing violent fluctuations in the surrounding seawater. The mournful cry of the mountain king pierced through the seawater, carrying the pain of impending death. Time is running out, Su Yue said softly. The old man's condition is also deteriorating. The effects of the immortal grass can only last for 2 more hours at most. Murong Schwang suddenly spoke up. I'll go stand guard outside. After she finished speaking, she turned around and swam away, her back view crisp and neat. Lu Rian paused for a moment, then followed him out. I'll go too. Su Yue looked at Tang Xingai, then at Ling Long, and bit her lip. I'll go check on that old man from the spirit clan. She then wandered off. Only Tang Xingai and Ling Long remained in the tower. The flowing seawater carried the lingering scent of blood from a distant battle. The beacon on the altar was still emitting black smoke, but it seemed to have faded, perhaps because the death of the shadow had deprived it of its source of energy. Let's begin, Tang Xingai said. He swam to the altar, sat cross-legged on the cold temple floor tiles. He looked at Ling Long and patted the spot next to him. What preparations are needed? Ling Long was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. She took a deep breath, suppressed her embarrassment, swam over, and sat down opposite Tang Xingai, less than a meter apart. She took out the whale soul jade from her bosom. The pale blue jade pendant floated between the two of them, emitting a soft glow. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and don't resist, Ling Long said, her voice regaining its calmness. with a certain ritualistic solemnity. I will guide you with spiritual songs. During the process, you may see my memories and feel my emotions, which is normal. Remember, stay true to yourself. Guide the pure yang energy within you, and let it flow according to my guidance. Tang Xingai closed his eyes. He felt Linglong reach out her hand, her cool fingers gently touching his brow. Her fingers trembled but were steady. Then, Linglong began to sing, not with her mouth, but with her soul, a kind of ethereal, distant, as if deep-sea murmur resounded in her mind. The voice was soft and gentle, like the tide under the moonlight, like a mother's murmur, carrying the power to soothe the soul. Tang Xingai relaxed, letting the song guide him. He felt his consciousness slowly sinking into a warm sea. The seawater enveloped him, gentle and embracing. Then he saw the light. This is Linglong's memory. He saw a vast expanse of azure sea, sunlight filtering through the water and dappling the coral reefs. A tiny, exquisite girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, wore a dress made of seashells and rode on the back of a small island whale, weaving through the coral. She was smiling, her long, silver hair flowing in the water like seaweed. A middle-aged spirit clan man with a dignified face but gentle eyes swam beside her. He was her father, Song Ming, the spirit clan's chieftain. Song Ming was teaching her spirit songs, how to communicate with whales, and how to feel the pulse of the sea. The scene shifts to a palace in the deep sea, the royal court of the spirit race. Linglong has grown a bit, dressed in a princess's magnificent robes, sitting on a high seashell throne, with crowds of spirit race citizens below. She was presiding over a ritual, singing ancient spiritual songs that captivated all the spirits and elicited harmonious responses from the island whales outside the temple. Her face carried a solemnity beyond her years, but her eyes shone with a light that reflected her sense of responsibility to her people and her love for the sea. The scene shifts again to the day the dark abyss attacked. Black-robed cultists surged from the seabed fissures, killing any elven race they encountered and capturing any island whales they saw. Linglong witnessed an old priest who had cared for her since childhood being swallowed by the black energy and reduced to a skeleton. She saw her people flee in panic, and her father, Song Ming, leading his warriors in a desperate resistance, but they were outnumbered and retreated step by step. Finally, Fushenzhen arrived from the deep sea, using his enormous body to block the rift and save the remaining members of her people. However, Lord Fusheng was also ambushed by the priest of the dark abyss. His abdomen was pierced, and dark energy invaded his body. Linglong knelt on the back of the mountain lord, pressing her hand against its bleeding wound, repeatedly chanting healing hymns, but to no avail. Dark energy gnawed at her like a leech, relentlessly eroding her. She wept, her tears mingling with the seawater, but to no avail. Then she made a decision: to lead the remaining members of her people and escort Lord Fusheng away from Fjord to the sacred moonlight sea of her tribe for help. Along the way, they were constantly pursued by Dark Abyss soldiers, and their clansmen continued to die. Her uncle, Kanglin, one of the people she trusted most, betrayed her at a crucial moment, stealing the whale's soul jade and joining the Dark Abyss. The last memory is of Tang Xingai. He stands on the island, draws his ice bow, and freezes 7 Dark Abyss cultists with a single arrow. Tang Xingai looked at her and said, "I'll help you." He jumped into the deep sea, fought his way through the enemy ranks in the temple, and pointed an arrow at Kanglin's brow. He said, "Release him, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." These memories come flooding back like a tide, carrying delicate emotions. The joy of childhood, the responsibilities of being a princess, the despair in the face of disaster, the pain of betrayal, and the thrill of seeing hope. Tang Xingai sensed it. He felt the purity of Linglong's soul, like the clearest seawater, without impurities, only love for her people, protection for the sacred beast, pain for the betrayers, and a yearning for hope. He also sensed her fear of the ritual failing, shyness about the union of souls, and unease about the possibility of rejection. He gently touched that seawater with his consciousness. There were no words, only a comforting thought, as if saying, "I'm here, don't be afraid." Linglong's soul trembled slightly, then pressed closer. The feeling was wondrous, like 2 naked souls embracing, without barriers, without secrets, only the most primal trust and dependence. The whale's soul jade shone brightly. The jade pendant floated between the two, emitting a soft blue light. Within the blue light, the faint silhouette of a small whale could be seen swimming. That was Linglong's soul imprint, coexisting with the whale's soul jade. Tang Xingai felt a warm current flowing through his body. This is the power of the ice dragon's heart. But now that power is no longer icy, but has become gentle, pure, and imbued with a masculine life force. That was the power of ultimate yang, a mutation that occurred when his soul merged with the system's energy during his transmigration. He guided the warm current, following the exquisite soul connection, and slowly poured it into the whale soul jade. The jade pendant received the power of pure yang, its light changing from blue to a warm and powerful golden blue hue. The golden blue light flowed along Linglong's fingers into her body, merging with her spirit bloodline and transforming into a purer and more powerful purifying energy. Linglong's body trembled slightly. She could feel the pure yang energy flowing through her body, warm, powerful, and full of life. It was a power she had never felt before, like sunlight, dispelling the gloom and fear deep within her soul. She subconsciously drew closer to that sea of stars, which was Tang Xingai's soul, vast, profound, yet with a gentle core, like the most tranquil night sky, encompassing everything. At that moment, their souls resonated perfectly. The whale's soul jade erupted with dazzling light, piercing through the tower, penetrating the seawater, and shooting straight to the surface. On the sea, Mirong Schwang, Lu Ruyan, Su Yue, and all the surviving Spirit Clan warriors saw that light. Light shot out from the seabed, exploding on the surface and transforming into countless golden blue specks of light, like a reverse meteor shower. The specks of light fell upon Mount Fuxian, seeping into its festering wounds. Fuxianjun trembled violently and let out a long, liberating whale song. The wound on its abdomen began to heal, and the black mist was forced out by the golden blue light, evaporating and dissipating in the seawater. The festering granulation tissue grew at a visible speed, scabbed over, and fell off, revealing new, deep blue skin. Meanwhile, the fusion of Tang Xingai and Linglong's souls continued. In that unreserved contact, Tang Xingai also saw something deeper within Linglong. She lost her mother at a young age, and her father was busy with tribal affairs and rarely spent time with her. She grew up on the back of an island whale and regarded the island whale as her family. She longed to be loved, but her status as a princess required her to keep her distance. She envied ordinary elven girls who could freely fall in love, but knew she could not. Linglong's marriage was destined to be a political tool for the continuation of the clan. She also saw some fragments of Tang Xingai's memories. His ordinary life before his transmigration, his struggle to survive after his transmigration, the hardships of establishing his territory, his protective instincts toward Mirong Schwang and Su Yue, and his confusion and determination about the future. Linglong saw the kindness deep in his soul, and that his desire for power was not for oppression, but for protection. I also saw his inner loneliness and the tenderness hidden beneath his strong exterior. At that moment, a soft spot in Linglong's heart was touched. She suddenly felt like crying, not out of sadness, but out of a sense of relief. She realized that there were others in this world who, like her, carried responsibilities, walked alone, yet still maintained a pure heart. Their souls merged to their peak. The whale's soul jade erupted with light, transforming into a golden blue pillar that enveloped Tang Xingai and Linglong. Within the pillar of light, the figures of the two appeared and disappeared, seemingly merging into one. Vast amounts of purifying energy flowed continuously into Lord Fuxian's body through the pillar of light. Lord Fuxian's wounds healed at an astonishing speed. The black mist was completely expelled and evaporated in the seawater. The festering flesh regenerated, and its deep blue skin regained its luster. Its massive body stopped trembling, and its whale's song became steady and long, filled with the joy of rebirth. The beam of light lasted for about 15 minutes, then slowly dimmed and finally disappeared. The light of the whale soul jade dimmed, and the jade pendant became transparent, like an ordinary blue crystal quietly floating between the two. Tang Xingai opened his eyes. He felt somewhat tired, The fusion of their souls had been very taxing, but his mind was clear, as if he had been cleansed. He looked at Linglong. Linglong opened her eyes as well. Her face was very pale, and her long silver hair was soaked with sweat and clung to her cheeks. But her eyes were very bright, like stars twinkling within them. She looked at Tang Xingai. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but before she could speak, her body swayed and she fell softly forward. Tang Xingai reached out and caught her. The girl's body was light and soft, carrying the coolness of the sea and a faint fragrance. She leaned against him, her eyes half closed, her breathing shallow, but a faint smile on her lips. "Thank you, Xingai," she murmured, her voice as light as a feather, before she completely lost consciousness. Tang Xingai held her and could feel that her spiritual energy was almost exhausted and her soul was also damaged, but it was not serious, and she would recover after a period of rest. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the outside of the tower. The mountain spirit had stopped wailing, its massive body slowly stretching out in the seawater, its movements gentle, carrying the vitality of new life. The mountain range on its back no longer collapsed, and the light of the spiritual vein shone again, purer and brighter than before. It was a success. Tang Xingai carried Linglong as they swam out of the tower. Murong Schwang, Lu Ruyan, Su Yue, and the Spirit Clan warriors were all gathered outside. The Spirit Clan warriors' expressions changed when they saw Linglong unconscious, but they were overjoyed when they saw Fusion Jun recover. Their gazes toward Tang Xingai shifted from initial wariness to awe and even a hint of gratitude. Murong Schwang swam over, looked at Linglong in Tang Xingai's arms, then looked at Tang Xingai with a complicated expression, but said nothing. She silently handed over a bottle of pills. "Rejuvenation pill, give it to her." Tang Xingai took it, poured out one, and fed it into Linglong's mouth, using his spiritual power to help it dissolve. Linglong's pale face regained some color, and her breathing became more steady. Lu Rian held her sword and watched from afar, her face expressionless, but her eyes darted between Tang Xingai and Linglong before shifting away to gaze into the darkness in the distance, lost in thought. Su Yue was more direct. She swam over, checked Linglong's pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's nothing, just overexertion. She'll be fine after a few days of rest." She paused, looked at Tang Xingai, hesitated, and finally said in a low voice, "Lord, you've also expended a lot of energy. Go back and get some rest." Tang Xingai not that. He carried Linglong and swam towards the sea. The others followed behind. When we surfaced, it was already daylight. Storm Fjord was unusually clear, and the sunlight pierced through the clouds, scattering across the sea and creating a shimmering effect. The massive body of the mountain lord floated not far away, the mountain range on its back glowing with a pale blue light in the sunlight, and the spiritual veins flowing between the mountains like a luminous river. Tang Xingai carried Linglong back to his island. Wang Tai and Zhao Han came forward and were stunned when they saw Linglong in his arms, but they didn't ask any questions and just silently kept watch over their surroundings. Tang Xingai carried Linglong into the wooden house, placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. He stood by the bed, looking at the girl's peaceful sleeping face, and felt a strange sensation in his heart as he recalled the memories and emotions he had felt during their soul-to-soul connection. He shook his head, turned, and walked out of the wooden house. Outside, Murong Schwang, Lu Ruyan, and Su Yue were all present. The Spirit Clan warriors stood guard at a distance along the edge of the island, their gazes towards the wooden house filled with awe and gratitude. Tang Xingai walked to the edge of the island and looked at Fusion Jun. The Mountain King also looked at him, its enormous eyes revealing gentle kindness. It opened its mouth and let out a long, peaceful whale song. The whale song echoed across the sea, carrying far and wide. Then, the core of the spiritual vein on Mount Fusion's back, the largest crystal that emitted a dazzling blue light, the whale, false spirit marrow, suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual essence split in two, one half remaining on the back of Lord Fusion, while the other half slowly floated up, traversing hundreds of meters, and drifted to Tang Xingai, where it hovered quietly. The spiritual marrow was the size of a fist, completely transparent, with a liquid-like blue light flowing inside, like solidified seawater or stars. It exudes a powerful and pure spiritual energy. Just being near it refreshes the mind and spirit. All the Spirit Clan warriors knelt down, including those who had previously been hostile towards Tang Zingai. They knelt on the back of the island whale, bowing deeply to the spirit Marrow and Tang Zingai. This was the highest courtesy of the Spirit Clan, reserved only for the benefactor who saved the sacred beast. Tang Zingai looked at the spiritual Marrow before him, then at the kneeling Spirit Clan warriors, and finally at Lord Fusion. Lord Fusion's enormous eyes were filled with pure gratitude and goodwill. He reached out and grasped the spiritual Marrow. The spiritual Marrow felt warm and smooth to the touch, like holding a ball of warm seawater. A surge of spiritual energy flowed down his arm and into his body, nourishing his exhausted body and soul. Just then, a furious roar suddenly came from the distant horizon. The roar pierced through the clouds and split rocks, carrying a terrifying pressure that caused giant waves to rise from the sea. Tang Zingai, you ruined my plans. I'll make sure your territory is barren. This is the voice of Shadow, the priest of the dark abyss. But the sound didn't come from the seabed. It came from the horizon, from a very far place, through some kind of amplification magic. Tang Zingai looked up at the horizon. There, the once clear sky had suddenly darkened. It wasn't dark clouds, but a dense, dark mass of flying monsters. The monsters come in all shapes and sizes, including skeletal birds with fleshy wings, rotting dragons, and gargoyles burning with green flames. Their numbers were so great that they blotted out the sky, like a moving black tide, sweeping towards Frostmist territory. At the very front of the monster horde was a black throne floating in the air. On the throne sat a figure dressed in a deep purple robe, with a golden mask on his face. He held a black bone staff in his hand, and eerie green flames burned in the skull-eye sockets at the top of the staff. The shadow didn't die, or rather, only the clone died. What appeared now was his true form. Beside the black throne floated dozens of figures in black robes, each exuding a powerful aura. The weakest among them was at the Foundation establishment stage, while the strongest were even at the Golden Core stage. Behind the monster horde, the silhouettes of a dozen or so floating islands could be vaguely seen, with banners fluttering on them, bearing black vortexes, the symbol of the Dark Abyss. The main force of the Dark Abyss has arrived. Moreover, their objective is clear, to march straight towards Frostmist territory. Tang Zingai gripped the whale, false spirit Marrow in his hand, his eyes turning cold. Chapter 18: A Powerful Enemy Attacks. The dark, swarming flying monsters on the horizon, like oppressive clouds, swept towards Frostmist territory with a suffocating aura. Tang Zingai stood at the edge of the island, clutching the half-piece of whale, false spirit Marrow in his hand. The Marrow was still radiating a warm, spiritual energy, which contrasted sharply with the fierce aura coming from afar. His eyes were cold as he stored the spiritual essence into his system space and turned to face the crowd. Murong Schwang, Lu Rian, Su Yue. Tang Zingai's voice was clear and calm. Return to Frostmist territory and prepare to meet the enemy. Su Han, Vang Tia, Aktivata all defensiva out of Taoish. Lu Qin, have all non-combat personnel enter the underground bunkers. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, without the slightest hesitation. Murong Schwang drew her sword. Lu Rian stood holding her sword. Su Yue slung her medicine box over her shoulder. Zhao Han and Wang Tai turned and ran to their respective posts, while Lu Qin began to organize the evacuation of the craftsmen and farmers still on the island. Tang Zingai then looked at the Spirit Clan warriors who were still kneeling on the back of the island whale. The Spirit Clan warriors also heard Shadow's roar and saw the horde of monsters on the horizon. Fear crossed their faces, but no one retreated. They looked at Tang Zingai, awaiting orders. You, Tang Zingai pointed to a Spirit Clan warrior who looked like a leader. Take the wounded and your people, and follow Lord Fusion to a safe area of the sea for the time being. This battle is not your battle. The Spirit Clan warrior paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, Our benefactor saved the sacred beast and the princess. He is the Spirit Clan's benefactor. The Spirit Clan will not flee. We can fight. Behind him, the other elven warriors also stood up, gripping their tridents tightly. Their eyes were filled with gratitude, yet also with resolve, as they looked at Tang Zingai. Most of these soldiers were wounded, and there were only about 20 of them, but the fighting spirit in their eyes was genuine. Tang Xingai looked at them, said nothing more, and simply nodded. All right. Those who can control water, assist in defending the arrow towers, and create a barrier with seawater. Those skilled in archery, find high ground. Be careful to protect yourselves. Yes, sir, the Spirit Clan warriors responded in unison, and quickly sprang into action. Some jumped off the island whale and landed on Tang Xingai's island to join Zhao Han and the others. Others remained on the island whale's back and began chanting spirit songs, stirring up the surrounding seawater to form rotating walls of water around the island. Tang Xingai took one last look at the wooden house. Linglong was still asleep inside. He withdrew his gaze and stepped onto the island. Under his control, the floating island began to move at full speed towards Frost Mist territory. The Mountain King slowly turned its massive body and followed behind at a leisurely pace. Although it had recovered, it was still very weak and unable to move at high speed. However, the long whale song had stopped and was replaced by a low, alert hum. The sky grew darker. The roars of the monsters grew closer, and their ferocious appearances became clearer. Rotting fleshy wings flapped the air, stirring up a foul stench. The gargoyle's eyes, burning with green flames, gleamed with cruelty. The skeleton of the skeletal bird rubbed together, producing a teeth-grinding, crackling sound. The outline of Frost Mist territory appeared on the horizon. All the arrow towers on the island were activated, and the ballistay on their tops gleamed coldly. Zhao Han stood atop the highest arrow tower, holding a red flag in his hand, a prepared command flag. Wang Tai, with his guards, stood watch behind the city wall, bows nocked and swords drawn. Lu Qin had already sent all the non-combat personnel into the underground bunker and was now leading several craftsmen at a key point in reinforcing the city wall. Mirong Schwang stood on the city gate tower, her white clothes fluttering in the wind, her long sword drawn, its blade gleaming with an icy blue light. Not far behind her, Su Yue opened her medicine box, which contained various pills and bandages neatly arranged inside. Lu Rian stood alone on a deserted section of the battlement, holding her sword, gazing at the horizon, her profile cold and her eyes sharp. Tang Xingai's island was the first to reach Frost Mist territory, connecting with the main island. He jumped off the island, climbed the city wall, and stood side by side with Mirong Schwang. How many? Mirong Schwang asked, her eyes fixed on the approaching horde of monsters. At least 300, maybe more, Tang Xingai said. The gargoyles burning with green flames at the front are at level 3 in terms of aura. Most of the corrupted pterosaurs in the middle are at level 2, with a few at level 3. The skeletal birds are at level 1, but they're the most numerous, probably more than 200. What about those floating islands in the back? 13 islands, all bearing the Dark Abyss flag. The number of people on the islands is unknown, but there's at least one 4th-tier shadow and dozens of 3rd-tier cultists. Tang Xingai gripped the ice dragon bow tightly. This is a long-planned revenge. The shadow suffered loss at the bottom of the sea and has now come out in full force, wanting to wipe out Frost Mist territory in one fell swoop. Can we hold out? Mirong Schwang asked directly. Tang Xingai paused for a moment, then said, I don't know, but we must guard against it. The monster horde entered firing range. Zhao Han lowered the red flag. Put. The 12 arrow towers on the city wall opened fire simultaneously. Arm-thick crossbow bolts tore through the air with sharp whistling sounds as they shot into the sky. At the same time, the water wall controlled by the Eldar warriors rose up, forming a rotating water curtain around the island to slow the monster's charge. The crossbow bolts struck their targets. Several skeletal birds at the forefront were pierced, their skeletons shattering as they plummeted from the sky. But many more monsters dodged the bolts or withstood them using their hard bones and rotting flesh, continuing their descent. Put. The second salvo was more effective, taking down 3 corrupted pterosaurs and a dozen or so skeletal birds. However, the sheer number of monsters made this loss negligible. They had already reached the airspace above the island and begun their dive attack. The gargoyles, engulfed in green flames, opened their mouths and spewed out green fireballs that hurtled towards the arrow towers and city walls. The fireballs struck the water walls, exploded, and the green flames clung to the walls, sizzling as they burned, causing the water walls to rapidly evaporate. The corrupted pterosaurs pounced directly on the guards on the city wall, tearing at them with their claws and fangs. Skeleton birds rained down like bullets, attacking with their sharp-boned beaks and claws. The battle instantly intensified. Wang Tai and his guards fought desperately, their swords striking the monster with dull thuds. Injuries poured in, and screams, roars, and the monster's howls mingled together. Suyue moved quickly behind the city wall, bandaging and feeding medicine to the wounded. The pale green healing light kept flashing, but there were too many wounded, and she couldn't handle it all by herself. Murong Schwang moved. She leaped onto the city wall, brandishing her long sword, unleashing icy blue sword energy. Wherever the sword energy passed, the temperature plummeted and water vapor condensed into ice. The corrupted pterosaurs that were rushing towards her slowed down. Frost flowers formed on their bodies, and were then cut into several pieces by the sword energy that followed. She moved swiftly across the city wall like a white shadow, appearing wherever the pressure was greatest, her icy sword energy always providing temporary relief to the local crisis. But there were too many monsters. Over 300 flying monsters swarmed in from all directions. The crossbows and the arrow towers needed time to reload, and the water walls were constantly thinning under the scorching green flames. Some monsters had already broken through the defenses, rushed into the city, and begun destroying buildings. Lu Qin led the craftsmen, armed with hammers and shovels, to fight the monsters, but ordinary people had almost no chance of winning against these monsters. Tang Xingai stood motionless atop the city gate tower. He drew back the ice dragon bow, and icy energy condensed on the bowstring, forming an ice arrow. He aimed at a gargoyle that was spewing green flames and released it. The ice arrow left the bowstring, leaving a white trail of ice crystals in the air, and struck the gargoyle's head precisely. The gargoyle's head exploded, green flames and black blood splattering everywhere, and its massive body plummeted from the sky. He kept drawing his bow, firing arrow after arrow of ice, each one accurately taking down a level 3 monster. But there were too many monsters. He couldn't kill them all. Moreover, those floating islands were approaching, and the black-robed cultists on the islands had already begun casting spells. Black energy arrows and corrosive black mist shot from the floating islands, landed on the city walls, exploded, and took lives. This can't go on. Lu Rian's voice suddenly rang out from the side. She had appeared beside Tang Xingai, without anyone noticing, still holding the sword in her arms, but the sword was already half an inch out of its sheath, and lightning crackled on its blade. "What do you want to do?" Tang Xingai asked, his hands moving without stopping, shooting another arrow through a corrupted pterosaur. "My swordsmanship excels in aerial combat," Lu Rian said, her voice still cold but now tinged with a hint of fighting spirit. "Let me go up and slay them." Tang Xingai glanced at her. Lu Rian's face was still somewhat pale, a result of the excessive exertion from the underwater battle and soul fusion. Her injuries hadn't fully healed either, with traces of blood still seeping through the bandages. "You are injured," Tang Xingai said. "It's all right," Lu Rian said, having already drawn her sword. The 3-foot-long blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and the electric currents on the blade crackled even more intensely. Before Tang Xingai could answer, she leaped off the city wall. But she didn't fall. A flash of sword light appeared beneath her feet, and the sword flew automatically to her feet, supporting her and propelling her into the sky. It was sword control. Lu Rian ascended into the air on her sword, facing the oncoming horde of monsters. She made a hand seal with one hand, and pointed forward with her other hand, fingers forming a sword shape. Thunderbolt. With her cold shout, the sky suddenly darkened, not with dark clouds, but with countless fine bolts of lightning appearing out of thin air, weaving together to form an electric grid covering a radius of 100 meters. The grid enveloped dozens of monsters. The lightning crackled. The monsters let out shrill roars, convulsed, and plummeted from the sky, billowing black smoke. Lu Rian charged into the horde of monsters on her sword. Her movements were like a ghost, weaving through the monsters. Each swing of her sword unleashed a dazzling flash of light and blinding electricity. Wherever her sword passed, monsters fell like wheat being harvested. The corrupted pterosaur was cleaved in two, the gargoyle was pierced through its core, and the skeletal bird shattered at the slightest touch. She killed swiftly and fiercely. Her sword flashed like a rainbow, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and she single-handedly carved a bloody path through the monster horde. Wherever she passed, monster limbs and severed bodies fell like rain. The pressure on the city wall suddenly eased. Zhao Han seized the opportunity and directed the arrow towers to focus fire on the floating islands. The crossbow bolts whistled, forcing the black-robed cultists on the floating islands to raise their black shields and temporarily cease their attack. But the more fiercely Lu Rian fought, the paler her face became. Her old injuries had flared up again. She had forcibly activated the secret technique underwater and then participated in the soul resonance, so her injuries were already in bad shape. Now, unleashing her full power, her meridians throbbed with pain, and a sweet taste rose in her throat as a mouthful of blood welled up. She forced it down, but a trickle of blood still escaped from the corner of her mouth. Tang Xingai saw it. His eyes darkened, and he said to Murong Schwang beside him, "You will replace her." Murong Schwang nodded, about to take flight, when Lu Rian turned back and glanced in Tang Xingai's direction. Her face was bloodless, but her eyes were stubborn. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but then another mouthful of blood gushed out. This time she couldn't hold it in and spat it out, staining her chest red. She swayed, her feet slipped, and the sword light beneath her feet became unstable, almost causing her to fall from the sky. Tang Xingai no longer hesitated. He raised his hand, and the half-piece of whale, false spirit marrow, appeared in his palm. The spirit marrow emitted a soft blue light, and the liquid light inside slowly flowed. He grasped the spirit marrow and pressed it onto the arm of the ice dragon Bao. "Use the power of the spiritual marrow to help me defeat the enemy," Tang Xingai shouted, unleashing 10,000 times his spiritual power and pouring it into the spiritual marrow. The spiritual marrow erupted with a dazzling blue light, which flowed down his arm and into the ice dragon Bao. One by one, the gems on the ice dragon Bao's arm lit up, and a burst of cold air erupted from it, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet and white frost to condense on the city walls. Tang Xingai drew back the bowstring. This time, instead of an ice arrow, the surrounding cold air gathered wildly and condensed into a giant ice arrow, 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket, above his head. The ice arrow was crystal clear, with blue light flowing inside, and fine dragon patterns appeared on its shaft, exuding a terrifying pressure. "Frozen sky." Tang Xingai uttered 4 words and released his grip. The giant ice arrow left the bowstring without making a sound, but the air froze in its wake, leaving a trail of white ice crystals. The ice arrow struck the densest area of the monster horde and then exploded. There was no loud bang, only a low hum. Centered on the point where the ice arrow exploded, the sky within a radius of 500 meters was instantly frozen and completely solidified. The air, water vapor, and dust, along with the hundreds of monsters in that area, gargoyles, corrupted pterosaurs, and skeletal birds, were all frozen in mid-air, creating an eerie, still scene. The next moment, the ice crystal shattered. The frozen monster, along with the ice crystals, turned into a shower of ice dust, which fell softly. The sky cleared instantly. The remaining less than half of the monsters were terrified by this devastating attack, letting out horrified roars and turning to flee. The floating islands also halted their advance, and the black-robed cultists on the islands raised their shields, watching Tang Xingai warily from the city wall. On the black throne, Shadow rose. He stared intently at Tang Xingai, his eyes beneath the golden mask burning with rage and disbelief. He raised his hand, his bone staff pointing at Tang Xingai, his hoarse voice amplified by a spell, filled with suppressed fury. "Tang Xingai, how dare you? How dare you destroy my elite troops? I will kill you. I will leave no one alive in your territory." Tang Xingai ignored him, released the bowstring, and the ice dragon Bao returned to its original state. The gem on the Bao arm dimmed, and the half of the whale, false spirit marrow, also dimmed, its spiritual energy being mostly consumed. Tang Xingai's face was somewhat pale. The arrow had drained most of his spiritual and mental energy, but he was still standing straight. He looked up at Ying, his voice not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to Ying's ears through the diffusion of spiritual energy. "Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost." Chapter 19, The Descent of the Spiritual Essence. Shadow trembled with rage, the will-o'-the-wisps flickering wildly in the skull's eye sockets on his bone staff. He desperately wanted to rush down and tear this human apart with his own hands. But he dare not. The power of that arrow from before still chilled him to the bone. Moreover, he saw the woman wielding a sword beside Tang Xingai, the woman wielding ice on the city wall, the spirit warriors, and the colossal creature, Lord Fuxian, slowly approaching from afar. Although Fuxian Jun is weak, it is still a fifth-tier sacred beast. Once it joins the battle, combined with Tang Xingai's terrifying arrow, it has no guarantee of victory. He brought with him most of the Dark Abyss's elite forces in the Stormheim region. If they were to perish here, his standing within the cult would plummet. Ing took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and his voice became even colder. Good. Tang Xingai, you're lucky today. But do you think that's the end of it? He raised his bone staff, pointing it at Tang Xingai, and also at the entire Frost Mist territory. In the name of the Dark Abyss, I curse you. I curse your land. I curse your people. 3 days from now, on the night of the lunar eclipse, my lord will personally come here and wipe you and your land from this world. Wash your neck and wait, you ant. Having said that, he didn't linger. With a wave of his hand, the black throne changed direction and flew away the way it had come. The remaining floating islands and fleeing monsters also receded like a tide, quickly disappearing into the horizon. The sky cleared again, and sunlight shone down, illuminating the ravaged, frosty territory. The city walls and streets were littered with the corpses and remains of monsters, and the groans of wounded soldiers echoed through the air. 3 arrow towers had collapsed, the city walls were damaged in many places, and several buildings inside the city were ablaze with green flames, still emitting black smoke. But they held on. After a brief silence, cheers of relief erupted from the city walls. Soldiers collapsed to the ground, laughing and crying at the same time. Zhao Han plopped down on the arrow tower, panting heavily. Wang Tai, leaning on his sword, grinned foolishly as he watched the retreating enemy. Lu Qin led the craftsmen to extinguish the fire and treat the wounded. Murong Schwang sheathed her sword, walked to Tang Xingai's side, and handed him a bottle of pills. Tang Xingai took it, poured out 2 pills, and swallowed them, regaining some color in his pale face. Lu Rian fell from the sky, landing on the city wall. The sword light beneath her feet dissipated, and she staggered, almost falling. Tang Xingai reached out to support her. Lu Rian leaned on his arm, her face as white as paper, with bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were bright as she looked at Tang Xingai. That arrow was very powerful, she said, her voice soft, tired, but earnest. You're not bad either, Tang Xingai said, letting go of her hand so she could stand on her own. Lu Rian steadied herself, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looked at the ice dragon bow in Tang Xingai's hand, and then at him. My sword pact still stands. Once I recover, I will fight you. Wait until you recover, Tang Xingai said. Lu Rian nodded and stopped talking. Holding her sword, she walked to the side, sat down, and closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. Su Yue jogged over, first checking on Tang Xingai to confirm he was just overexerted and otherwise unharmed. Then she quickly checked on Lu Rian's injuries. She loosened Lu Rian's blouse, revealing bandages. The bandages were soaked with blood, and the wound had reopened. Su Yue skillfully cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and rebandaged it, her movements gentle. Lu Rian closed her eyes, letting Su Yue do as she pleased, but her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was enduring pain. The old injury is a backlash from the sword path, damaging the very foundation of the meridians, Su Yue said to Tang Xingai in a low voice while bandaging him. It needs long-term recuperation, preferably with gentle spiritual energy to slowly nurture it, supplemented with elixirs. Otherwise it will leave permanent hidden injuries that will affect future cultivation. Tang Xingai didn't speak. He walked to Lu Rian, squatted down, and took out the half of the whale false spirit marrow. A small portion of the marrow remained, its light dim, but a liquid-like radiance still flowed within. He grasped Lu Rian's wrist and pressed the marrow into her palm with his other hand. Don't move, Tang Xingai said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Lu Rian tried to pull her hand away, but Tang Xingai held it tightly. She opened her eyes, looked at Tang Xingai, and her expression was somewhat complicated. Tang Xingai channeled his spiritual power, guiding the remaining energy within the spiritual marrow into Lu Rian's body. The energy of the spiritual marrow was gentle and pure, carrying the inclusiveness and vitality of the ocean, flowing along Lu Rian's meridians, nourishing her damaged meridians and repairing her broken wounds. Lu Rian's body trembled slightly. She could feel that warm and powerful energy flowing through her body. Wherever it passed, the pain lessened, and her wounds itched, signs of healing. It felt very comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring, her whole body warm and cozy. She looked at Tang Xingai's face, which was so close to hers. His face was expressionless, his eyes were focused, and there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. "What?" Lu Ruyan suddenly asked. "What do you mean, why?" Tang Xingai didn't look up and continued to guide his spiritual energy. "Spiritual marrow is very precious. You can use it yourself to improve your cultivation," Lu Ruyan said. "My cultivation level is more than enough to handle this," Tang Xingai said calmly. "My territory is not a place where guests risk their lives to get hurt. You helped me, so it's only right that I help you heal." Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, then closed her eyes and focused on absorbing the energy of the spiritual marrow. With the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, Lu Ruyan's pale face regained some color, and her breathing became much more stable. But just as the treatment was nearing its end, Lu Ruyan suddenly frowned. Her body convulsed slightly, and she uttered incoherent murmurs. "Master, I'm sorry. I'm useless. I couldn't protect Sword Pavilion." Her voice was soft, filled with pain and self-reproach. Then her head lolled to the side, and she fainted. Tang Xingai stopped channeling spiritual energy and collected the remaining spiritual essence. He looked at Su Yue, who checked Lu Ruyan's pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's nothing, just overexertion and a normal reaction during the healing of old injuries. A good night's sleep will do the trick," Su Yue said, glancing at Tang Xingai with a subtle look in her eyes. "Lord, you take her to rest." Tang Xingai stood up, interrupting her. "Use the best medicine to help her recover as quickly as possible." Su Yue nodded and beckoned two female guards over. They carefully lifted Lu Ruyan and took her to the clinic in the inner city. Tang Xingai turned around and looked at the sea. Fushenzhen had already swum close, its massive body resembling a floating island. It lowered its head, its huge eyes looking at Tang Xingai with a gentle gaze, and let out a long, grateful cry. The Spirit Clan warriors stood on the back of the mountain lord, facing Tang Xingai, and knelt down on one knee again, placing their right hand on their chest, performing the highest salute of the Spirit Clan. Just then, the door to the cabin opened. Linglong stepped out. Her face was still pale, and her steps were unsteady, but she was awake. She walked to Tang Xingai's side, looked at the devastated territory, the wounded soldiers, the retreating Dark Abyss army in the distance, then at Tang Xingai, and finally at Lord Fusion. "Thank you for saving the sacred beast, and also for saving me and my people," Linglong said softly, her voice a little hoarse but very clear. She raised her hand, and a flash of light appeared in her palm, revealing another piece of whale, false spirit marrow. This piece of spiritual marrow was larger and radiant, exuding a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. This was the half of the core spiritual vein on the back of Lord Fusion. The complete spiritual vein should be together. Linglong held up the spiritual marrow with both hands and handed it to Tang Xingai with a solemn expression. "This half is also for you. On behalf of the remnants of the Spirit Clan, I am willing to forge an eternal alliance with Frost Mist Territory, to serve you as our master, to follow you, and to protect this sea area." Behind her, all the Eldar warriors shouted in unison, "We are willing to follow our benefactor and protect the seas." The Mountain King also let out a long cry, as if in response. Tang Xingai looked at the spiritual marrow before him, then at Linglong's clear and determined eyes, then at the kneeling spirit warriors, and finally at the distant sea, at the large and small island whales that were beginning to converge on Frost Mist Territory. That was the Eldar migration caravan, dozens of island whales carrying the remaining Eldar elderly, women and children, swimming slowly towards them. He was silent for a few seconds, then reached out and took the larger piece of spiritual marrow. The two spiritual essences met in his palm and automatically merged, transforming into a complete, fist-sized, deep blue crystal with a liquid radiance flowing inside. The crystal emitted a gentle yet powerful spiritual energy, instantly enveloping the entire Frost Mist Territory. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Tang Xingai's mind. Host detected to have acquired the complete, medium-sized water spirit vein, whale, fault spirit marrow, permanently increasing the territory's spiritual energy concentration by 300%. Host detected acquiring the island whale spirit clan loyalty, unwavering. Special resource outputs obtained. Deep-sea pearls, coral, rare marine products. Special unit types obtained. Spirit clan warriors, island whale knights, to be unlocked. The host has successfully repelled the attack of the Dark Abyss army, completing the hidden achievement Guardian of Desperate Situations. Reward: 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The effect of the talent affix 10,000x amplification has been enhanced, increasing the amplification of territory resource production to 15,000 times. The territory's size, population, defense, resources, and affiliated forces have all met the comprehensive evaluation criteria, and Frostmist territory has been upgraded to a small town. New buildings unlocked. Large spirit field can grow high-level spirit plants. Alchemy workshop, weapon forging workshop, and spirit beast garden. New features unlocked. Territory quest system and contribution exchange system. A series of notification sounds rang in Tang Xingai's mind, but his face remained expressionless. He simply gripped the complete spiritual marrow in his hand and looked towards the distant horizon, in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. 3 days from now, on the night of the lunar eclipse, Tang Xingai repeated in a low voice, a cold smile curving his lips. Okay, I'll wait. He put away the spiritual essence and turned to look at the group of people behind him, who were covered in wounds but had bright eyes. Clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded, and repair the city walls. There is still a tough battle to fight in 3 days. The crowd responded in unison, their voices loud and clear, filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and a firm belief in the future. The sea breeze carries the scent of blood, but also the scent of new life. Dozens of island whales slowly swam to the vicinity of Frostmist territory, spreading out to protect it in the center. Eldar warriors leaped from the backs of the whales, landed on the islands, and began helping to clear the battlefield and repair buildings. Naturally adept at controlling water, they were skilled at repairing canals and extinguishing fires. Suyue, along with several spirit race girls who had some medical knowledge, were busy in the makeshift clinic. Lu Rian was placed in the quietest room in the inner city, fast asleep, her brows still slightly furrowed, as if she were having an unpleasant dream. Murong Schwang, carrying her sword, patrolled the city wall, inspecting every damaged spot. Zhao Han and Wang Tai were taking stock of the casualties, while Lu Qin led the craftsmen and spirit clan warriors to begin repairing the arrow towers and city walls. Linglong didn't rest. She walked to Tang Xingai's side, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and looked out at the sea. As the sun sets, it turns the sea golden, reflecting off her pale profile. The Lord that Shadow spoke of, Linglong said softly, her voice tinged with worry, should be the highest-ranking official of the Dark Abyss in the Storm Canyon region, a 5th-tier Dark Abyss high priest named Eclipse Moon. He is very strong, extremely strong. 3 years ago, it was he who led the Dark Abyss cultists in a surprise attack on the Spirit Clan's royal court. My father died at his hands. Tang Xingai didn't speak, he just listened quietly. Eclipse Moon is skilled in dark magic and curses, and is especially adept at using the power of the moon's phases. The night of a lunar eclipse is when his power is at its peak. Linglong turned to look at Tang Xingai, her silver eyes reflecting the light of the setting sun. 3 days, can we hold out? Tang Xingai also turned to look at her. The golden light of the setting sun fell on his face, softening his features, but his eyes remained sharp. We have to hold on even if we can't, he said calmly. This is home. If we lose our home, we lose everything. Linglong looked at him for a long time, then nodded gently, a faint but genuine smile appearing on her face. She said. At that moment, an Eldar warrior trotted over, knelt on one knee, and held a dark blue, shell-shaped token in his hands. Princess, benefactor, we found this inside a corrupted pterosaur while cleaning up the corpses of those monsters. Tang Xingai accepted the token. The token was made of some kind of deep-sea metal, cool to the touch, with a twisted vortex pattern engraved on the front and a line of small characters on the back. On the night of the lunar eclipse, at the time of blood sacrifice, the soul of the sacred beast, the steps of the dark abyss. Linglong leaned closer to look, her expression changing. This is a secret sacrificial decree from the dark abyss. They not only want to destroy this place, but also want to use some kind of blood sacrifice ritual on the night of the lunar eclipse to extract the soul of the sacred beast as a sacrifice, to open a passage to the deeper parts of the dark abyss, or summon something even more terrifying. Tang Xingai gripped the token tightly, the metal edge digging painfully into his palm. Blood sacrifice, he repeated in a low voice, his eyes as cold as ice. It requires a large amount of blood and souls, and it must be done in a specific location, in conjunction with the celestial phenomenon of a lunar eclipse, Linglong said, her voice trembling slightly. They chose this place probably because the ley lines beneath Frostmist territory are connected to a node in Fjord, which may be the most suitable place to hold a blood sacrifice. And the soul of the sacred beast, Lord Fusion, is powerful enough to serve as a sacrifice to open a stable passage. Tang Xingai looked at the Fusion Lord floating quietly on the distant sea, then at the cold token in his hand, and finally looked up at the sky. The sun had already set, leaving only the last trace of dark red on the horizon. Night was falling, and a few stars began to twinkle. 3 days later, it will be the night of the full moon, which will also be the night of the lunar eclipse. Find that node. Tang Xingai put away the token, his voice resolute. Destroy it before the lunar eclipse. Linglong nodded emphatically, her long silver hair fluttering in the night breeze. I'll ask the old priest in the tribe. He might know some clues. She turned to leave, but Tang Xingai called out to her, Linglong. Linglong turned around. Be careful, Tang Xingai said. Linglong paused for a moment, then smiled slightly, nodded, and quickly left. Tang Xingai stood there, watching her figure disappear into the night, then looked at the cold token in his hand, his eyes deep. A night breeze began to rise, carrying the salty smell of the sea and the lingering scent of blood. Torches on the city wall were lit one by one, their orange light illuminating tired but determined faces. In the distance, the mountain spirit let out a low, long cry, as if it were keeping watch over this sea that had just experienced the ravages of war. Chapter 20: The Holy Abyss Army. For the last 3 days, Frostmist territory operated at an almost frenzied pace. Tang Xingai placed the complete whale fall essence in the underground spiritual vein node at the very center of the island. With the assistance of Lu Qin and several old priests of the spirit clan, they set up a spirit gathering array covering the entire island, using spirit essence as its core. The moment the formation was activated, dense spiritual energy rose from all parts of the island like tangible mist, and the originally thin concentration of spiritual energy soared at a visible speed. The ordinary grass and trees in the territory began to grow wildly. Overnight, tender green grass sprouted from the bare rocky ground. Withered trees grew new branches, and even a few wildflowers bloomed out of season. The effects of cultivation are even more astonishing. Zhao Han and Wang Tai, who were originally stuck at the first or second level of qi refining, broke through one after another under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Su Yuwei's healing spells have become at least 30% more effective, and their energy consumption has also been reduced significantly. When Murong Schwang practiced her sword, the frost energy brought up by the sword's edge became more condensed and its range wider. The most exaggerated case is Lu Ruyan. Her old injuries had not yet healed, and she should not have used her spiritual power recklessly. However, in this environment rich in spiritual energy, she only meditated and regulated her breathing every day, and her injuries recovered more than twice as fast as expected. She often sat with her sword in her arms under the newly built Chinook defense tower, closing her eyes to feel the resonance between the spiritual energy flowing in the air and her own sword intent. Occasionally, she would open her eyes, and a flash of lightning would appear in her eyes. Lu Qin, along with craftsmen and spirit warriors, built 4 20-meter-high spirit energy defense towers at the 4 corners of the island, relying on the spirit gathering array. The tower was constructed from a special material that blended deep-sea silver and solid rock, and was engraved with intricate defensive and offensive runes. The top of the tower was inlaid with a deep-sea moonstone brought from the spirit race, which could absorb and store spiritual energy and convert it into energy beams for ranged attacks. These 4 towers consumed most of Tang Xingai's rare materials, but they were worth it. Together with the 12 ordinary crossbow towers that had been repaired and reinforced, they formed a new 3-dimensional defense system for Frost Mist territory. The Eldar have also fully integrated into Frost Mist territory. More than 30 island whales of varying sizes are scattered in the waters surrounding the territory, forming a natural floating barrier and sentinel. Eldar warriors scaled the city walls and patrolled alongside human guards. Eldar priests deployed simple warning and deceptive mist formations around the island's perimeter. Linglong became exceptionally busy. She not only had to comfort her people and assist with defenses, but also inquire with the old priests about the Dark Abyss blood sacrifice node. The fatigue on her face was undeniable, but her eyes grew brighter and brighter, a light of belonging and hope. On the 3rd day at dusk, the setting sun, like blood, dyed the sky and sea a dark red. There was no wind, and the sea was eerily calm, like a huge, solidified piece of blood-red amber. All combat personnel in Frostmist territory were in position. On the city walls, beside the arrow towers, and in the control room of the Chinook defense tower, everyone held their breath, gazing at the western sky, in the direction from which the Dark Abyss army was about to attack. The air was thick with the lingering smell of gunpowder and an oppressive tension. Tang Xingai stood atop the tallest Chinook defense tower in the center. From there, he had the best view, overlooking the entire island. He was dressed in a black, close-fitting outfit, with the Ice Dragon Roar bow slung across his back, its bow radiating a chilling aura. Mirong Schwang stood half a step to his left, dressed in pristine white, her long sword hanging at her waist, her hand lightly resting on the hilt. Lu Rian stood to his right, clutching her ever-present long sword, her face still somewhat pale, but her eyes sharp as a drawn sword. At the makeshift medical station set up at the foot of the tower, Su Yue was conducting a final inventory of pills and bandages. Meanwhile, Ling Long, along with several elder priests of the Spirit Clan, was maintaining the water mist array surrounding the island atop a slightly shorter tower. They've arrived. Lu Rian suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, but everyone on the top of the tower could hear her clearly. On the western horizon, that crimson hue was being eroded by an even deeper, more murky darkness. The darkness spread rapidly, like spilled ink, swallowing the last rays of the setting sun. It wasn't clouds. It was ships, monsters, a vast, dark army that blotted out the sky. The first thing to appear was the corrupted ancient ship. The ship was enormous, comparable to a small, floating island, and its entire body was pitch black, as if it were pieced together from the bones of some kind of giant beast and charred wood. The ship's hull was covered with twisted, dark red patterns that seemed to writhe like living creatures. The sails were tattered, yet moved without wind. A huge, blood-dripping vortex pattern was painted on the sails in stark white paint. The ancient ship had no oars, no sails, and floated in mid-air in a way that defied all logic, slowly approaching, carrying with it a nauseating smell of decay and sulfur. Around the ancient ship, there were several times more flying monsters than 3 days ago. Corrupted pterosaurs, burning gargoyles, and skeletal birds swarmed together, like a huge, moving black swarm of insects emitting chilling hiss. Behind the ancient ship, 13 floating islands bearing the banners of the Dark Abyss followed slowly, their silhouettes filled with black-robed cultists. At the bow of the ancient ship stood a figure. He wore a deep purple robe, more ornate than the shadow itself, inlaid with dark gold patterns, and wore a pale, featureless bone mask on his face. He held a black scythe taller than a man in his hand, its blade curved and gleaming with an ominous dark red luster. Just standing there, a cold, heavy, and suffocating pressure emanated from him, enveloping the entire sea. Quasi-Golden Core Stage, Eclipse Moon, High Priest of Dark Abyss and Stormheim region, Master Shadows. Tan Xingai. When Eclipse spoke, his voice was hoarse and dry, as if sandpaper was being used to rub bones. Through magical amplification, it echoed between heaven and earth. The 3-day period has come. I have come to take your life, seize your territory, and offer it as a sacrifice to my sacred abyss. His gaze swept over Frostmist territory, over the people standing guard on the city walls, over the island whales and the surrounding seas, and finally landed on the massive body of Lord Fusion, letting out a satisfied, owl-like laugh. "And this dying beast, a fine sacrifice. Today, with your blood and souls, we will welcome the will of our Lord." Before he finished speaking, he swung the black scythe in his hand forward. "Kill. Leave no one alive." Roar. The monster horde roared deafeningly, surging towards frost mist territory like a black tide. The dark red patterns on the hull of the corrupted ancient ship suddenly lit up, and a hideous skull statue at the bow opened its mouth and spewed out a thick, dark green, corrosive beam of energy that shot straight at the core of the spirit-gathering array in the center of frost mist territory. "Activate defense. Chinook towers. Target the ancient ship. Fire salvo." Tang Xingai's calm voice resounded throughout the island through a simple sound transmission array. Buzz. The moonstones atop the four Chinook defense towers simultaneously erupted with blinding white light, and four beams of blazing white energy, each as thick as a bowl, shot out, precisely meeting the dark green beam. Boom! The two energies collided in midair, unleashing a deafening roar. Dark green and blazing white light intertwined and annihilated, and the resulting shockwave sent dozens of monsters in the front row flying, their severed limbs raining down. The energy beam from the Chinook tower barely blocked a shot from the ancient ship's main cannon, but the tower shook violently, and the embedded moonstones dimmed considerably in an instant. The elven warriors and craftsmen controlling the tower turned pale, but gritted their teeth and immediately began filling it with spirit stones in preparation for the next attack. At that moment, the monster army had already pounced upon them. "Release the arrows." Zhao Han roared furiously, and the crossbow towers on the city wall roared again, raining arrows into the sky. The Spirit Clan warriors also stirred up the seawater, forming swirling waterspouts that swept towards the monster horde. Mirong Schwang had already leaped down from the tower, her longsword drawn, its icy sword energy crisscrossing, carving out a deathly domain on the city wall. Lu Rian remained motionless, still holding her sword beside Tang Xingai, her gaze fixed on the eclipse moon at the bow of the ancient ship. The battle instantly entered its most brutal phase of attrition. Monster corpses fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot, but even more monsters fearlessly pounced on them. The city walls were constantly being breached by the attacks of green flames and sharp claws. Guards were constantly being injured and falling, only to be dragged down by their companions. Suya Wei's healing light flickered all over the city walls, but her face was growing paler and paler, and her pills and spiritual energy were being consumed rapidly. The main cannon of the corrupted ancient ship was recharged, and dark green light condensed in the skull's mouth. "We can't let it bombard the Chinook tower anymore." Tang Xingai's eyes turned cold. He took the ice dragon bow, knocked an ordinary iron arrow, and the arrowhead instantly condensed with a thick layer of ice crystals. He drew back the bowstring, the bow like a full moon, and locked his mental power onto the skull statue on the bow of the ancient ship. Frozen arrow break. The iron arrow, released from a bow, transformed into a streak of white light, instantly traversing thousands of meters and precisely piercing the gaping maw of the skull statue. The arrow exploded inside, unleashing a burst of extreme cold that froze and blocked the gathering dark green energy. Frost instantly blanketed the skull statue's surface, emitting a cracking sound as it struggled to bear the weight. "How dare you, an ant, be so presumptuous?" Shiryu sneered, swinging her scythe through the air. A crescent-shaped, jet-black blade of light detached from the scythe and silently slashed towards the Chinook tower where Tang Xingai was located. Wherever the blade of light passed, the air seemed to be sliced open, leaving a black crack that lingered for a long time. Tang Xingai's pupils contracted. The speed and power of this strike far surpassed any of Ying's previous attacks. Just as he was about to dodge, Lu Ruyan beside him moved. The long sword she had been holding in her arms was finally drawn. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a clear and melodious sword cry. The 3-foot-long sword seemed to come alive in her hand, crackling with electricity. With a flick of her wrist, she thrust the sword out. The sword tip struck precisely at the weakest point of the black blade's edge. Bite! With a soft sound, like metal clashing, the black blade was slightly deflected by the sword, grazing the edge of the Chinook tower, shearing off a large chunk of rock from its side, and falling into the sea behind, creating a black water column tens of meters high. Lu Rian let out a muffled groan as the web of her right hand, holding the sword, split open, and blood instantly stained the hilt. She swayed, her face paling further, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness as she stared at Eclipse Moon at the bow of the ship, showing no fear. Sure, you let out a soft, seemingly surprised that this woman, whose injuries appeared to be still fresh, could withstand a casual strike from him. His pale mask turned towards Lu Rian, his gaze seemingly piercing through space as it landed on her. Pure sword intent, thunderous force. It's a pity you're injured. Your brilliance is obscured. Eclipse Moon's hoarse voice carried a hint of regret, which quickly turned cold. Since you seek death, I will grant your wish. He raised his left hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The space around Lu Rian suddenly froze, and an invisible pressure squeezed in from all directions, threatening to crush her into a pulp. This is a level of application of the power of heaven and earth that only golden core stage cultivators can initially grasp. Even a quasi-golden core stage cultivator is far beyond what foundation establishment stage cultivators can easily contend with. Lu Rian's body stiffened, as if she had been thrown into the deep sea. The immense pressure made her bones groan, and her wounds reopened, staining her clothes with blood. But she gritted her teeth, the long sword in her hand humming with resentment, its blade crackling with electricity as she tried to break free from the invisible restraints. Just then, a deep, powerful whale song, seemingly from ancient times, rose from the sea. That is Lord Fuchsian. It has been floating quietly on the outskirts of frost mist territory, like a silent island. But at this moment, it raised its enormous head, its gentle eyes looking at the eclipsed moon on the ancient ship, at the monsters filling the sky, and for the first time revealing a deep-seated hatred and determination in its eyes. It opened its enormous mouth without making a sound, but an invisible, soul-shaking wave spread out from it. Buzz! Everyone who heard the whale's song, friend or foe, felt a shiver run through their souls. The monster horde rushing towards frost mist territory froze in unison, and the low-ranking skeletal birds even lost control and fell into the sea like dumplings being dropped into a pot. On the ancient ship, many black-robed cultists clutched their heads and screamed in agony, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Even Eclipse Moon swayed slightly, and the spiritual energy around her momentarily became disordered. Chapter 21: The Fall of the Giant Whale. The invisible pressure binding Lu Rian suddenly loosened. The massive body of the mountain lord began to emit a hazy blue light, which was not dazzling, but carried an ancient, sacred, and tragic meaning. Its immense vitality, like a flood bursting its banks, began to burn and boil wildly, then transformed into this final, earth-shaking song of the soul. No, this beast is about to burn its life essence and unleash its final whale song. The voice beneath the eclipse mask carried a hint of alarm and rage for the first time. Stop it! Attack! Attack it! The ancient ship's main cannons lit up again, their dark green beams blasting towards the mountain lord. More monsters turned and pounced on the colossal creature radiating blue light. But it was too late. Lord Fuchsian glanced at Frost Mist Territory one last time, his gaze lingering for a moment on Tang Zingai on the city wall. Then, he let out a longer, more magnificent whale roar, as if it came from the ancient wilderness. Boom! The blue light, like a tangible tsunami, swept outwards in all directions from the center of Mount Fu. Wherever the light passed, the monsters melted and vaporized rapidly, like ice and snow under the sun. The dark green beam of light collided with the blue light and vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. The ancient ship was swept by the blue light, and its hull emitted a teeth-grinding creak. The writhing dark red patterns broke apart inch by inch, and the sails burst into blue flames. Eclipse Moon groaned, the protective aura around his body flickering violently, and a trickle of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. He stared intently at Lord Fuchsian, his eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. This dying beast actually concealed such terrifying power. The blue light lasted for about 3 breaths before slowly dissipating. The sky cleared up. At least 70% of the monster horde that had once blotted out the sky had disappeared, leaving only a few scattered high-level gargoyles and corrupted pterosaurs circling in fear in the distance. 5 or 6 of the 13 floating islands were emitting black smoke and looked like they were about to collapse. The decaying ancient ship was in an even more pitiful state, its hull riddled with cracks and burning with eerie blue flames. It hovered precariously in midair, as if it might disintegrate and fall at any moment. After delivering this final blow, the light in the eyes of the mountain lord dimmed completely. It let out a low, long, sigh-like groan, and its massive, mountain-like body slowly and irreversibly began to sink. Now, a fierce glint flashed in Tang Xingai's eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he leaped from the top of the tower. While still in midair, the ice dragon bow was already in his hand. He didn't use an arrow, but instead placed his hand on the icy blue ice dragon heart on the bow shank. At the same time, he took out the complete whale fall spirit essence from the system space and placed it next to the ice dragon heart. Ice dragon's heart, whale fall essence, aid me with this arrow. He roared and poured all his spiritual and mental power into the bow and into these two treasures without reservation. The ice dragon's heart erupted with a chilling blue light, while the whale fall essence rippled with vast life and ocean power. Under Tang Xingai's forceful guidance, the two forces began to painstakingly merge, compress, and shape. The bowstring drew back on its own, and an unprecedented, uniquely shaped arrow materialized on the bowstring. The arrow's body was as transparent as ice crystals, yet its interior seemed to contain a miniature, roaring ocean, in which the phantom of an ice dragon swam and howled. The tip of the arrow gleamed with an extreme chill, as if capable of freezing the soul. Tang Xingai's face turned deathly pale, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His body trembled violently from the excessive strain, but his hand holding the bow remained as steady as a rock, his gaze fixed on the swaying figure at the bow of the ancient ship. This arrow will send you to your next life. He released the bowstring. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, there was no sound, no light or shadow, only a thin crack, as if space itself had been torn apart, that instantly extended towards the ancient ship thousands of meters away. Just as Eclipse Moon had barely managed to regain his balance from the impact of whale song, he suddenly felt a death crisis descend upon him that froze his very soul. He tried to dodge, but the space around him seemed to be locked and frozen by that strange arrow. He tried to block, but the protective aura around him had dimmed under the impact of the whale's song. He could only watch helplessly as the tiny crack extended before his eyes and then disappeared into his chest. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Eclipse Moon stiffened, and he looked down at his chest. There was a fist-sized, transparent hole there, with smooth edges and covered by a thin layer of ice crystals. Inside the ice crystals, faint blue water light flowed. No blood flowed out, because his wound was instantly frozen solid by the extreme cold and the violent power of the ocean. No, impossible. Si yo he aterdorsedi. He felt his life force, spiritual power, and soul rapidly draining away from the wound, being frozen and being devoured. He looked up at the young figure standing precariously on the ruins of the tower in the distance. His eyes beneath the mask filled with resentment, bitterness, and a hint of unbelievable fear. How could I lose to an ant like you? Tang Xingai looked at him coldly, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spoke in a low voice, but clearly reached Shiryu's ears. Because you messed with the wrong person. Eclipse Moon swayed, his last strength dissipating completely with those words. The black scythe in his hand clattered to the deck, and his body fell backward, plummeting from the bow of the ancient ship into the vast sea below. As he fell, the pale mask on his face shattered with a crack, revealing a withered face covered with black lines and filled with horror. Before his body even hit the sea, it was completely covered by ice crystals spreading from his wound, then shattered silently, turning into countless ice shards that drifted away with the wind. Lord Eclipse Moon is dead. Run, run. On the ancient ship, the remaining Dark Abyss cultists cried out in terror and despair. With their leader dead, the army's morale collapsed instantly. The corrupted ancient ship could no longer maintain its buoyancy, and engulfed in raging blue flames, it plummeted erratically towards the sea. The remaining floating islands and monsters scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing frantically in all directions. Leave no one alive. Tang Xingai, forcing himself to stand, gave orders to the people on the city wall, his voice hoarse but resolute. Schwang was the first to rush out, transforming into a white sword light as she pursued the fleeing enemies. Lu Ruyin also moved. Though her injuries had worsened, her sword light remained sharp, specifically targeting and eliminating the minor leaders who attempted to organize resistance. Zhao Han and Wang Tai led their guards in a fierce attack on the fleeing enemy, while the Spirit Clan warriors used island whales to surround them in the sea. The defeat was swift and devastating. Having lost their leader and top-tier combatants, the remnants of the Dark Abyss army were routed under the relentless pursuit of the Frost Mist territory, suffering heavy casualties, with only a few lucky survivors managing to escape. When the last enemy was eliminated and the sea returned to calm, the setting sun had completely sunk below the horizon, leaving only a dark red afterglow on the horizon, reflecting on the sea surface, which was covered with wreckage and corpses and bubbled with blood-red foam. Frostmourne Pass has been defended, but no one cheered. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to the center of the battlefield, to the sea. The massive body of the Mountain Lord had already sunk nearly halfway. It did not struggle, but simply sank quietly and slowly, with a sense of peace and liberation. Its body began to emit a soft yet powerful blue-green light, a light that was not dazzling, but rather warm and full of life. Within the light, its flesh, bones, and even the finest life essence decomposed and dissipated in a mysterious way, transforming into the purest spiritual energy and nutrients, merging into the surrounding seawater, air, and even the seabed below. Whale Fall. The real whale fall has begun. The immense life energy fed back to heaven and earth, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the area where the Mountain Lord had sunk began to soar, even surpassing the spirit-gathering array at the center of Frost Mist territory. In the seawater, various strange algae and corals grew at a visible speed. Tiny, never-before-seen fish and shrimp, emitting a faint glow, were born and swam in the light. Pale blue specks of light fell from the sky, like a dreamlike rain, formed from highly concentrated spiritual energy. Linglong stood on a broken battlement, staring blankly at the scene, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. The Eldar warriors around her, whether old priests or young warriors, all faced the direction where the Mountain Lord had sunk, knelt on one knee, placed their right hand on their chests, and sang the ancient and mournful funeral song of the Eldar. The song drifted far across the sea, intertwining with the blue rain of light. Supported by Lu Rian, Tang Xingai walked to the seaside. He watched the enormous creature slowly sinking, and the rain of light filling the sky. He reached out and caught a falling point of light. The point of light instantly melted upon contact with his hand, transforming into a pure and gentle stream of spiritual energy that flowed into his parched meridians. It used its last strength to win us the victory and bring new life to this sea area. Tang Xingai's voice was somewhat low. Linglong walked to his side, her silver eyes blurred with tears, but her gaze was no longer lost. She looked at the sea where Fuxian Jun had last disappeared, where only a rippling expanse of water, radiating a rich spiritual light, remained. It is the sacred beast of the Spirit Clan, a child of the sea. Linglong's voice was choked with emotion, yet exceptionally firm. It has never left. It has simply changed its way of protecting this sea and protecting us. Tang Xingai paused for a moment, looked at Linglong's sorrowful yet resolute profile, and slowly said, "Its death brought about more life. This is not extinction. This is the end of a king, and also the beginning of a new life." As if to prove his words, in the center of the sea where Fuxian Jun's body had completely sunk, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit up, and then a floating island exuding rich spiritual energy slowly rose from the sea surface. The floating island rapidly expanded and began to connect and merge with the edge of Frostmist territory. The area of Frostmist territory began to expand rapidly outwards. Further out at sea, beneath the surface, new, faintly glowing mineral veins were forming. At the same time, a grand, mechanical, and emotionless voice resounded in the minds of all the island lords, like a divine revelation. World announcement. The Whale Fall Kingship regional event has ended. The person who contributed the most to the event is Tang Xingai. He has been awarded the unique title Whale Fall Overlord. The fall of Lord Fuxian, a fifth-tier sacred beast, will create a special resource point called Whalefall Land, with its remains and origin, continuously producing rare cultivation resources, special spiritual materials, and high-concentration spiritual energy. This resource point has merged with the territory of Lord Tang Zingai, Frost Mist Territory, resulting in an expansion of the territory's area, improved geology, and enhanced spiritual vein quality. Frost Mist Territory, Tang Zingai, has received a significant boost to its regional reputation. The grand sound slowly faded away, but its impact was only just beginning. Tang Zingai could clearly feel the ground beneath his feet trembling and growing. Originally, Frost Mist Territory was just a medium-sized floating island, but now its edges were constantly extending outwards, with new land rising from beneath the island's base and merging with the original island. The island's area has more than doubled in a short period of time and continues to grow. More importantly, the quality of the land has improved, becoming more fertile and imbued with a richer spiritual energy. Originally just a minor water vein, Frost Mist Territory experienced a qualitative leap in both the quality and quantity of spiritual energy after incorporating some characteristics of the Whalefall Land. In the distance, on the newly risen floating island radiating blue light, which is the core area of the Whalefall Land, wisps of light blue mist began to rise, which was highly concentrated water attribute spiritual energy. It is foreseeable that the area will become a treasure trove for cultivating water attribute techniques and will also nurture various rare marine, medicinal herbs and minerals. The surviving elven warriors ceased their funeral song, astonished by the changes in the surrounding sea, sensing the vast yet gentle vitality within. The old priests trembled with excitement, kneeling once more in the direction where the mountain lord had sunk, chanting incantations as if giving thanks for the sacred beast's final gift. Schwang sheathed her sword, walked to Tang Zingai's side, and silently handed him a bottle of pills. Lu Rian released Tang Zingai's hand, took a half-step back, hugged her sword, and gazed at the newly formed Whalefall Land, lost in thought. Suya Wei had already begun leading people to treat the wounded on the city walls and beaches. The healing light emanating from her was much brighter than before, as if her talent had been stimulated in this rich, spiritual environment. Linglong wiped away her tears, turned around, and faced all the spirit race's people, as well as Tang Zingai and his men. She took a deep breath and used her spiritual power to spread her voice far and wide. The sacred beast has returned to the sea, feeding all living beings with its own flesh and blood. From this day forward, the spirit race and Frost Mist Territory are bound together by blood and flesh, sharing weal and woe. I, Linglong, swear in the name of the spirit race princess that the spirit race will forever follow Lord Tang Zingai, protect this land, and rebuild our home. Follow us forever. Protect this land. Rebuild our home. The Eldar warriors raised their tridents and shouted in unison, their voices piercing the sky, filled with the excitement of surviving a catastrophe and the hope for the future. After taking the pill given to him by Schwang, Tang Zingai felt a warm current return to his empty meridians. Looking at the revitalized and vibrant territory before him, at the people who, though weary, had hope burning in their eyes, and at his trustworthy comrades who fought alongside him, the heavy weight that had been pressing on his heart seemed to loosen a little. But the venomous roar of Eclipse before its death still faintly echoed in his ears. The abyss will not let you go. Tang Zingai gripped the ice dragon bow tightly in his hand. The bow was icy cold, but it calmed his turbulent thoughts slightly. The abyss's revenge is unlikely to end here. This whale fall to the throne incident, which seems to have ended in his victory, may only be the prelude to an even greater storm. In the distance, deep within the newly formed land of Whale Fall, unnoticed by anyone, lies the place where Lord Fusion finally sank beneath the dense, blue-tinged seawater. A faint wisp of air, tinged with a dark golden hue, quietly seeped into the depths of the seabed and disappeared. Chapter 22, Rise of Power. The fall of the giant whale lasted for 7 full days. During these 7 days, Frost Mist Territory underwent a dramatic transformation. As the massive corpse of Lord Fusion slowly sank, it continuously decomposed, transforming into the purest spiritual energy and material essence, which continuously nourished this sea area and the floating islands connected to it. Every day, Tang Xingai could feel the floating island beneath his feet expanding and growing. The edges of the floating island writhed and extended like living things, and new land rose from beneath the sea, perfectly merging with the original land. Tang Xingai's territory, which was originally just a medium-sized floating island, began to expand at an astonishing rate. By the end of the first day, the floating island's area had expanded from 15,000 square meters to 500,000 square meters. The island's outline had become more irregular, with gentle hills and shallows appearing. On the third day, the floating island's area exceeded 3 million square meters. New mountain ranges began to rise on the western side of the territory, with several streams winding down from the summit and converging into a newly formed lake in the east. The lake's water was a pale blue-green, a manifestation of highly concentrated water attribute, spiritual energy, dissolved within it. On the fifth day, the floating island's area exceeded 8 million square meters. The mountains grew even higher, and forests began to appear in large patches. Although the trees were still somewhat immature, they were full of vitality. The lake expanded again, and luminous corals and swimming spirit fish could be faintly seen at the bottom. On the eastern side of the territory, near the core of the land of Whale Fall, the soil color changed from ordinary brownish yellow to dark brown, and it felt warm to the touch. This was spiritual soil, a precious soil rich in spiritual energy, which could only form in places with extremely abundant spiritual energy and could be used to grow high-grade spiritual plants with demanding growing conditions. On the seventh day, when the last remnant of Mount Fusion completely merged into the seabed and the last wisp of blue light dissipated, the expansion of Starsea territory finally came to a halt. Tang Xingai stood atop the newly built 50-meter-high central observation tower, overlooking this brand-new territory. What lay before them was no longer a floating island, but the nascent form of a small continent. Its total area exceeded 15 million square meters. The territory was an irregular oval shape, approximately 4,000 meters long from east to west and 3.5 kilometers wide from north to south. To the west are rolling hills and a newly formed mountain range, the main peak of which is about 300 meters high. The mountains are covered with lush forests, with waterfalls and streams flowing through them. Deep within the mountains, one can vaguely sense several points of particularly rich spiritual energy. These are miniature spiritual vein deposits that are forming, small in scale, but of good quality. The central region is a relatively flat plain, with several rivers meandering through it, irrigating large tracts of newly cultivated fertile land. In the center of the plain lies the core area of the territory, the former heart of Frostmist territory. Now, there stand even taller and sturdier city walls, newly built administrative buildings, warehouses, and the core of the spirit-gathering array that emits a soft blue light. The array's range expands automatically as the territory expands, and it now covers nearly half of the territory, with the spiritual energy concentration in the core area being more than 3 times that of the outer edge. To the east lies the newly formed lake, covering an area of approximately 500,000 square meters. Its waters are a deep blue, clearly demarcated from the surrounding gray mist sea. Dozens of island whales glide slowly along the lake's edge. This is the Eldar's new home. In the center of the lake, the rocky platform formed by the Whale Fall emits a faint blue light. At the center of the platform grows a strange, crystal-clear blue coral forest, which radiates pure water essence to the surroundings at all times. The northern side, being higher in elevation, has been designated as a military and industrial zone. The southern side, with its gentle slopes and fertile soil, is planned as the primary agricultural area in the future. Standing here, gazing into the distance, Tang Xingai felt an indescribable surge of pride. From the initial floating island of 100 square meters to the territory of 15 million square meters today, from being alone to having thousands of subjects under his command, he had only taken less than a month. While he certainly benefited from the system's assistance, had the advantage of 1,000 times the talent, and had the luck to risk his life several times, in the end, it was he who stood here overlooking this newly born land. My lord, the preliminary statistics for each district are complete. Mirang Schwang's voice came from behind. She had changed into a smart, dark blue outfit, covered by light armor, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, and she held a thick roll of parchment in her hand. 7 consecutive days of work had left her with a look of weariness between her brows, but her eyes remained clear and sharp. Speak. Tang Xingai, turn around. The total area of the territory is approximately 15.2 million square meters. About 3 million square meters of arable spiritual soil, about 5 million square meters of ordinary fertile soil, about 4 million square meters of mountains and hills, about 3 million square meters of water area, and about 200,000 square meters of land for buildings and roads. The current total population is 5,371. Among them, there are more than 1,200 original residents of Frost Mist territory, more than 1,800 members of the Spirit Clan, and more than 2,300 refugees who have been accepted and approved in the past 7 days. The population is still slowly increasing, and new refugees are coming from all over the Mist Sea every day. In terms of combat personnel, there are approximately 800 guards, warriors, and spirit race warriors with combat experience. Among them, those above the Foundation establishment stage include myself, Lu Ruyan, Su Yuwei, Ling Long, and several old spirit race priests, totaling 9 people. There are approximately 200 people above the mid-Qi refining stage, and the rest are ordinary people in the early Qi refining stage or with some martial arts skills. In terms of resources, after consumption and replenishment, the Spirit Stone inventory currently has approximately 1.2 million low-grade Spirit Stones, over 3,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, and 52 high-grade Spirit Stones. In addition, there are the immortal stones in the Lord's possession, but the quantity has not been counted. Other types of metals, wood, and stone are in ample reserve. The first 500 acres of spirit field have been cultivated, planted with several basic spirit grains and herbs selected by Su Yuwei that have short growth cycles and high demand. Lake fishing has begun, managed by the spirit race, yielding a large quantity of common seafood and a small amount of low-grade spirit fish daily. Mirong Schwang's report was well organized and clear, showing that she had put in considerable effort. She paused for a moment and added, "In addition, as per your request, we have screened and given special attention to the exceptional talents among the newly received refugees. There are 3 people among them whom I need you to meet in person." Tang Xingai note that too many people had come to join him in the past 3 days, a mixed bag, so he instructed Mirong Schwang and Su Yuwei to conduct a preliminary screening, selecting those with obvious special skills or unique characteristics. Take them to the council chamber. The council chamber is the newly built main building of the administrative center, a 3-story stone building with a simple yet grand style. Tang Xingai had barely sat down in the reception room on the first floor when Mirong Schwang led 3 people in. The first person to enter was a girl who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. She had a round face, almond-shaped eyes, fair skin, and a touch of baby fat on her face. The corners of her mouth were naturally slightly upturned, making her always look like she was smiling. She wore a simple, light green cloth dress, but it was stained here and there with patches of grayish-black dirt, like marks from smoke and fire. Her waist was adorned with bottles and jars of various sizes and shapes, jingling as she walked. Most striking were her sleeves, bulging as if stuffed full of something. As soon as she entered, her eyes sparkled as she stared at Tang Xingai without any shyness. She even took 2 steps forward and twitched her nose slightly, as if she were sniffing something. "Lord Brother," she exclaimed, her voice clear and cheerful. "You have a wonderful scent of residual medicinal herbs on you. Is it a modified version of heart-clearing and cold-dispelling soup? And you added some ice soul powder for purification?" No, there's also a trace of the gentle, watery, spiritual energy of whale, fall, spirit essence. "My goodness, you've incorporated spiritual essence into medicine? That's a brilliant idea. How's the effect? Have you experienced any stagnation in your spiritual energy flow or a feeling of fullness in your dancing?" She spoke incredibly fast, bombarding him with questions one after another, giving no one a chance to interrupt. As she spoke, she even pulled a small notebook and a charcoal pencil from her sleeve, staring expectantly at Tang Xingai, as if waiting to record valuable data. "Tang Xingai." He looked at Mirong Schwang. Mirong Schwang's lips twitched almost imperceptibly as she introduced Tang Yuan, 17 years old, claims to be an alchemist, and her talent is the purple-level attribute alchemy expert. We've tested her, and she can indeed skillfully refine several common first and second-tier pills with a high success rate, and she often manages to refine some unique variants. What do you mean by unique effect? Tang Xingai asked. Before Schwang could answer, Tang Yuan excitedly chimed in. It's so much fun. For example, I added a tiny bit of fire lizard saliva powder to the regular Bigu pill, and it became the Bigu pill extra spicy version. One pill keeps you full for 3 days, and you'll even breathe out little flames when you talk. It's so much fun. There's also the heart-clearing pill. I tried adding a drop of moon jellyfish extract, and the person who took it temporarily glowed, like a human lantern, making them especially noticeable at night. Unfortunately, the effect only lasted for 15 minutes. As she spoke, she pulled out several small jade bottles from another sleeve and presented them to Tang Xingai like treasures. Lord, try this. I just researched and developed the Swift Wind Pill silent version. It increases speed by 30%, and running is completely silent. It just makes you occasionally want to meow like a cat. And then there's this Iron Bone Pill, elasticity enhancement type, which increases defense and makes your body incredibly flexible. You can jump from 3 or 4 meters high without any problems. I've tried it. Tang Xingai stared at the bottles with their crookedly labeled tags in her hand, remaining silent for 2 seconds. This girl is a pill fanatic and a very unconventional one at that. However, the purple-labeled alchemy expert, coupled with her demonstrated innovative abilities, could be a real treasure if properly guided. You'll work with Su Yue in a newly built alchemy workshop for now, Tang Xingai decided. Make a list of the materials you need and have Su Yue review it. But there's one condition. No one is allowed to try any new pills without Su Yue's and my permission, including yourself. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Tang Yuan cheered, carefully putting away the bottle as if it were a precious treasure, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. The second person to enter was a woman who looked to be in her early 20s. She had her hair styled in playful double buns, and her bright, almond-shaped eyes darted around as she curiously surveyed the layout of the council hall. She wore a pale yellow cross-collar rukin, a type of traditional Chinese dress, with a light blue jade pendant and a uniquely shaped calligraphy brush hanging from her waist. In her hand, she held a palm-sized, smooth, jade-like white stone slab. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the faces of Tang Xingai, Schwang, and even the guards standing beside her, her eyes flashing with an indescribable light, as if she had discovered some interesting story. Su Tang, 21 years old. Her talent is the purple-level abbreviation eloquent speech. Schwang's introduction was concise. She said she used to be the daughter of a storyteller, and after transmigrating, she earned resources by telling stories and delivering messages. She claimed to know gossip and secrets about the leaders of at least 5 mid-sized factions in the vicinity, as well as the approximate locations of the Dark Abyss's 3 strongholds in the east. Gossip and secrets? Tang Xingai raised an eyebrow. Su Tang immediately stepped forward, cleared her throat, and gave a professional, slightly mysterious smile. My lord, this is no ordinary gossip. For example, the lord of Blackstone Castle 300 miles to the east, on the surface, is a cold and ruthless loner. But in fact, he can only fall asleep every night with a pillow embroidered with pink flowers, which was a gift from his first love. For example, the president of the Tide Merchant Guild in the south, whose most favored third concubine was actually a spy sent by his rival, was caught by the president's legal wife during a secret rendezvous. The scene at that time, tisk tisk. She speaks very quickly, but clearly and logically, with a strange charm that makes you want to keep listening. As for the Dark Abyss's stronghold, although I don't know the exact coordinates, I know which floating islands their people frequently visit to purchase supplies, and I also know which brothels their minor leaders like to frequent. Putting this information together, it shouldn't be difficult to deduce the approximate area, right? As she spoke, she shook the white stone tablet in her hand. Besides, I'm good at this. She traced a few lines on the tablet with her finger, and clear text and simple patterns immediately appeared on it, which are the portraits of the Blackrock Fortress Lord and the Tide Guild Master she had just mentioned, with annotations next to them. The image recording Jade Talisman and the shorthand pen are my old companions. My lord, if you need intelligence, if you need to understand the overt and covert relationships between the various forces in this sea area, and even if you need a little public opinion guidance, I think I can help you with all of that. Of course, what I'm best at is crafting a plausible and engaging story for various events, such as the Land of Whalefall, the rebirth of a king, the legendary rise of Lord Tang Xingai, or the cry of blood in the Dark Abyss, the love and hate behind the fall of the High Priest of the Eclipse Moon. Which title do you think is more appealing? Looking at the burning gossip spirit and shrewdness in her eyes, Tang Xingai suddenly felt that the territory really needed someone like her. Intelligence work often requires talent skilled at extracting information from details and rumors. Furthermore, the purple attribute, eloquent speech, can be a nuisance to the enemy in battle, and may also have unexpected uses in peacetime. You'll be in charge of intelligence, gathering, and organization for now, reporting directly to me. First, integrate all known information about the various forces within a 500-mile radius of Xingai territory. The more detailed, the better. As for your stories, Tang Xingai paused. Write them down first, and let me see them before we discuss anything else. Yes, sir. Su Tang gave a clumsy but amused salute, her eyes darting around before glancing at Murong Schwang beside her and the guard standing at the door. She muttered to herself, the untold story of the icy female swordsman and the domineering lord. This topic seems pretty good. Murong Schwang glanced at her coldly, and Su Tang immediately fell silent, but the smile in her eyes deepened. The third person was invited in from outside by the female guard after Murong Schwang gave the signal. Why, please? Because the person was practically dragged in by the female guard. She was wearing an oversized, ill-fitting black cloak with the hood pulled low, covering most of her face except for a pointed, pale chin. She was huddled inside her cloak, trembling slightly, her steps unsteady. If it weren't for the guards supporting her on either side, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. And walking in front of her, or rather, floating slightly in front of her, was a wooden figure. It was a small wooden figure, no bigger than a palm, roughly carved, but complete with limbs and even some rudimentary facial features. At this moment, the little wooden figure hovered in midair, hands on hips, facing Tang Xingai, uttering a high-pitched voice mixed with a child's tone. Hey, you that Tang Xingai? You don't look like much. I heard you killed that old ghost, Shio. Not bad luck, kid. The little wooden figure's attitude was downright arrogant. Behind it, the black-robed figure trembled even more violently, almost shrinking into a ball. Murong Schwang introduced with a blank expression. Lingyan, age unknown, claims to be a puppeteer. Her talent is the golden attribute, puppet master. She almost never communicates directly with people, only through this puppet who calls herself Xiao Mu. We examined it and found that the puppet's craftsmanship was extremely exquisite. It had a complex array of spiritual patterns inside and could be driven by very little spiritual power to perform various flexible movements. It could even unleash power no weaker than that of a late-stage qi refining cultivator. She herself seems to have severe social anxiety, refusing close contact with anyone and refusing to remove her hood. A golden attribute, Tang Xingai's gaze sharpened. This was the first time he had ever seen someone with a golden attribute besides himself. Oomph, you have good taste. The little wooden figure shook its head smugly. My master is a puppet genius who appears only once in 10,000 years. What is Eclipse Moon? What is Dark Abyss? As long as I have enough materials, I can create a puppet army and wipe them out. It spoke with great eloquence, but the bell behind it let out a faint, tearful sob, and then shrank back. Tang Xingai watched this bizarre, yet amusing scene and understood. This was a person with top-notch talent, but with serious psychological flaws. Her value is undeniable. The gold attribute Puppet Master grants her immense potential in combat, construction, and exploration. However, how to communicate with her and harness her power is the question. Lingyan, Tang Xingai, try to keep his voice calm. Xingai territory needs your abilities. You can stay in the territory, and I will provide you with safe accommodation and the materials needed to make the puppet. You can communicate with me without physical contact, through this puppet or in writing. You only need to do what you're good at. Create and research the puppet. The territory will protect you from everything else. The little wooden figure paused for a moment, then turned to look at its trembling master behind it. It turned back, its voice slightly more normal. You're serious? You won't force your master to see anyone? You won't force her to speak? Really? Tang Xingai, note that? The little wooden figure seemed to think for a moment, though the way a wooden figure thought looked a bit comical, before saying, well, all right then. But the materials must be the best. Spirit wood, metal, demon beast cores, spirit stones. Also, the master's house must be quiet. Dark, not too many people. Sure, Tang Xingai agreed readily. A talent with a gold-level aptitude was worth the investment. Murong Schwang, make arrangements to give her a private courtyard in a quiet corner of the inner city and decorate it according to her requirements. Have her list the necessary materials and prioritize their supply. Yes, Murong Schwang replied. The little wooden figure seemed satisfied, flying back to Lingian's side and nuzzling her trembling hand. Lingian cautiously extended a finger, touched the little wooden figure, and then nodded gently. This was the first initiative she had taken since entering. Tang Xingai felt somewhat relieved. With the addition of these 3 exceptional talents, the territory's weaknesses could be greatly addressed. Tang Yuan was in charge of elixirs, Su Tang was in charge of intelligence, Ling Yin was in charge of puppets and potential mechanical arts, and with Murong Schwang in charge of defense, Su Yue in charge of medical care, Ling Long in charge of the spirit race and fishing, Lu Rian in charge of swordsmanship instruction, and Lu Qin in charge of construction. The basic framework of a complete force had been initially established. He stood up, walked to the window, and once again looked down upon this vast territory. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the newly reborn earth in a golden red hue. Murong Schwang, in my name, promulgate Articles 1 through 10 of the Star Sea Territory Basic Law. Clarify the details of the contribution point system, establish a merit-based nobility system, and encourage childbirth and cultivation. All inhabitants, whether native, elven, or newcomers, shall act in accordance with this law. Those who perform meritorious service will be rewarded. Those who commit offenses will be punished, and those who cause chaos will be executed without mercy. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yes, Lord, Murong Schwang replied solemnly. That evening, the first 10 articles of the revised and improved Starry Sea Territory Basic Law were published to everyone through the regional channel and bulletin boards throughout the territory. The regulations clearly define the details of exchanging contribution points for resources, skills, residence rights, land reclamation rights, and other rights, and establish a merit-based nobility system from criminal citizen, baron, viscount, earl, marquis, duke, to king, each corresponding to different treatments and privileges. In addition, the regulations strongly encourage childbirth, with newborn families receiving extra contribution points and childcare subsidies. And a system for exchanging cultivation techniques and elixirs is established to incentivize cultivation. The regulations are clear and well-structured, with clear rewards and punishments, giving ordinary people hope for survival and development, while also drawing clear red lines. The announcement caused a huge reaction among the residents, especially the newly arrived migrants, most of whom felt reassured and encouraged. This meant that they had truly been accepted, had stable rules to follow, and had channels for upward mobility to strive for. In the channel, a certain island lord who had previously mocked Tang Xingai for dreaming about slaughtering whales now shamelessly sent a private message, asking if he could buy some spiritual soil, a specialty of Xingai territory, at a negotiable price. Tang Xingai only replied, "Not for sale. Want it? Bring the island into my territory." The other party remained silent. As night deepened, the entire Xingai territory remained brightly lit. People were still busy building their new homes and digesting the dramatic changes and new regulations that had taken place during the day. In a training ground behind the Lord's manor, a solitary figure in a cool blue robe stood alone in the moonlight. Lu Rian, sword in hand, gazed at the light shining from the window of the Lord's study in the distance. Her internal injuries, thanks to Su Yue's treatment and the nourishing, rich spiritual energy of the territory, had healed by about 70 to 80%. She suddenly raised her hand, flicked her finger, and a thin wisp of sword energy shot out, striking Tang Xing's study window precisely with a soft ding. A moment later, the window was opened, and Tang Xingai appeared in the window. Lu Rian looked up at him, her voice carrying clearly through the window. "Tang Xingai, do you dare to spar with me?" Tang Xingai smiled as he looked at the fighting spirit burning in her eyes, and was about to answer her. "Lord, my lord, something terrible has happened." Lu Qin's panicked voice suddenly came from afar. He scrambled to the edge of the training ground, holding a compass-shaped magic weapon that was flashing red light in his hand, his face pale. Whalebone Forest, that newly grown whalebone coral forest deep within the whale, false sight. We just detected unusually strong spatial fluctuations. Inside, it seems like something alive is about to emerge. Chapter 23, Testing the Beauty with a Sword. The The abnormal spatial fluctuations in the whalebone forest were temporarily suppressed. Linglong, along with several old priests of the spirit clan, and with the help of several simple ceiling formations hastily set up by Lu Qin, barely managed to stop the restlessness of that crystal-clear blue coral forest. However, the light from the formation flickered unpredictably, clearly indicating it wouldn't last long. The thumping sounds emanating from within, like a heartbeat, along with the faint, inhuman, beastly howls, sent shivers down the spines of everyone who approached. It will take at least 3 days to prepare more powerful sealing materials, or to find out exactly what's inside. Linglong wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and reported to Tang Xingai, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, with a solemn expression. The source of the fluctuation is deep in the whalebone forest. The spatial structure there is very fragile. It seems to have formed an unstable secret realm entrance by relying on the last dissipated spiritual marrow core of the Mountain Lord. Forcibly destroying it could cause a spatial collapse, affecting the entire whale false site. Tang Xingai stood at the edge of the whalebone forest, feeling the faint vibrations beneath his feet and the chaotic spiritual energy in the air. He looked at the coral forest that emitted a hazy blue light under the moonlight, with distorted and unnatural shadows flowing vaguely within it. First, seal off this area and strictly prohibit anyone from approaching. Arrange for a team of Spirit Clan warriors and territory guards to patrol it day and night, Tang Xingai decided. After I finish dealing with the urgent matters at hand, I will go in and take a look myself. Yes, Linglong replied, and immediately went to make the arrangements. Tang Xingai turned and left, returning to the Lord's manor. He hadn't forgotten Lu Rian's challenge, but there were more urgent matters to attend to, assessing the gains from the battle and dealing with the various problems brought about by the rapid expansion of his territory. 3 days flew by in a flurry of activity. Tang Xingai worked almost nonstop. He first inventoried the spoils seized from the Shadow Lord of the Dark Abyss and his subordinates. The most important items included a dagger, entirely black with dark red blood grooves along its blade. It felt cold to the touch, emanating a chilling aura and easily absorbed light, making it almost invisible in the dark. It was identified by the system as a shadow dagger, purple, with the effects of armor penetration, bleeding, and weak soul erosion. It was found next to the Shadow Lord's corpse and should be his personal weapon. A tattered map, made of an unknown type of leather. Most of the map is blank or blurred with stains, with only one corner clear, depicting a series of volcanoes and lava rivers, marked with the words Heart of Molten Core in distorted script. The system message is, Fragmented Dimensional Map, Special. In addition, there were large quantities of spirit stones, common materials, low-level magical artifacts, and various other miscellaneous items looted from the downed floating islands and the corpses of Dark Abyss cultists. Tang Xingai held the shadow dagger and the fragmented dimensional map in his hands, and with a slight thought, his 10,000 times amplification talent silently activated. The dagger trembled slightly in his palm. Dark red magma seemed to flow within its black blade, and the chilling aura quickly faded, replaced by a restrained yet incomparably sharp coldness. The dagger's shape also changed slightly, its lines becoming smoother, and the blood groove transformed into fine, pale gold lines. A system notification sounded. Shadow dagger, purple, has been upgraded to Demon Slayer dagger, red. Effects: magic break, armor break, tier, and an additional 300% increase in damage against dark attributes and monsters. It also comes with the skill Soul Devouring Strike, can devour souls no higher than the Golden Core stage. The changes to the map are even more pronounced. The tattered leather seems to have reversed time. The stains have faded, the cracks have healed, and the blank spaces have quickly revealed the clear outlines of mountains, rivers, forests, swamps, and city ruins, along with dense markings and symbols. The map has been expanded more than tenfold, covering areas currently known to Tang Xingai, Frost Mist Islands, Storm Fjord area, as well as large areas of unknown territory. System notification. Incomplete plane map, special, increased by 10,000 times to complete plane map gold. Effect. Displays the known geographical overview of the current plane, the distribution of major forces, roughly, and markers for some resource points and danger zones. Local details can be automatically updated as exploration progresses. Next, he processed the first batch of rare materials collected from the Whalefall lands. These mainly consisted of whale king bone powder, gold, which Lu Qin and his men had carefully collected from the outer coral forest, and several pieces of spirit marrow crystal, red, the size of pigeon eggs, emitting a soft blue light. A 10,000-fold increase has been launched. The small bag of whale king bone powder that was originally piled up in the corner of the warehouse began to increase in quantity wildly, from 1 bag to 10 bags, from 10 bags to 100 bags, eventually filling almost half of the warehouse, a total of 10,000 portions. Each portion exuded a faint golden light and a powerful life essence. The spiritual essence crystals melted, reformed, and underwent a qualitative change in Tang Xingai's hands. The red color faded, transforming into a more restrained and pure milky white, with what appeared to be nebula flowing within. The crystals shrank, eventually becoming 100 thumb-sized, warm and smooth white pebbles. System notification: spiritual essence crystal, red, is multiplied by 10,000 to low-grade immortal stone, 7-colored, times 100. Effect: contains pure innate spiritual energy, which can be used for high-level cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks, driving top-level formations, or magic weapons, and its value far exceeds that of top-grade spiritual stones. Looking at the mountain of golden bone powder piled up in the warehouse and the enticing immortal stone in his hand, Tang Xingai took a deep breath. These resources were enough to elevate the strength of Xingai territory to a new level in a short period of time. Just then, the long-awaited system main quest notification sounded. Main quest: establishment, Phase 1 completed. Mission requirements: establish a stable territory with a population of over 1,000 and withstand a large-scale external threat. Completion rating: perfect. Mission reward: 1 random gold talent summoning card. Use it, Tang Xingai said without hesitation. The golden summoning card in his hand dissipated into specks of light. Immediately afterwards, ripples appeared in the open space in front of the Lord's mansion, and a figure slowly materialized from the ethereal. She was a woman who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, wearing an elegant light blue dress with delicate vine patterns embroidered on the hem. She had long, dark green hair, which was tied up with a simple wooden hairpin, with a few strands falling smoothly over her shoulders. Her face was delicate and gentle, with a serene air of closeness to nature between her brows, especially her eyes, which were clear and bright, as if reflecting the forest and lake. She carried an exquisitely woven rattan basket containing several herbs, still covered in soil, that Tang Xingai didn't recognize. After appearing, she first looked around somewhat blankly, her gaze sweeping over the brand-new buildings and the faintly visible spirit fields in the distance, finally settling on Tang Xingai. She tilted her head slightly, as if sensing something. Such vibrant life, such a special land, she murmured to herself, her voice as melodious as a mountain stream. Then she looked at Tang Xingai and bowed slightly. "Did you summon me, Lord? I am Hua Xiangrong, a traveler who loves to interact with plants." Her information automatically appeared on the system interface. Hua Xiangrong. Her talent is the gold-level attribute, Master of Spirit Plants. Effect: her affinity with what attribute reaches its limit, allowing her to sense, communicate with, and cultivate the vast majority of plants, with a particular expertise in the cultivation and optimization of spirit plants. The spiritual plants she cultivates experience a 500% increase in growth rate, a 300% increase in quality, and a 100% increase in mutation rate, with a certain chance of activating special attributes. She possesses the supernatural power, Heart of Nature, which can slightly increase the growth rate and spiritual energy absorption efficiency of all plants within her territory. A look of surprise flashed in Tang Xingai's eyes. A master of spiritual plants. This was exactly one of the talents that Xingai territory urgently needed. With her, those millions of square meters of spiritual fields could truly realize their value, and the territory's basic resource output and supply of high-end spiritual herbs would experience a qualitative leap. "Welcome to Xingai territory, Hua Xiangrong." Tang Xingai stepped forward, his tone sincere. "I am Tang Xingai. There's indeed a vast land here that needs a true master to manage it. My spirit field is entrusted to you. Whatever you need, whether it's manpower, materials, or a special environment, just let me know." Hua Xiangrong's clear eyes brightened, and a genuine smile appeared on her face, Thank you for your trust, Lord. May I take a look at the land and the existing spiritual plants here first? Of course. Tang Xingai called over Su Yue, who was arranging medicinal herbs nearby. Su Yue, this is Hua Xiangrong, the newly arrived master of spiritual plants. Take her to the spiritual fields and the herb garden and give her a detailed introduction to the existing spiritual plants. Try your best to meet any requests she may have. Su Yue looked curiously at Hua Xiangrong, who had a unique temperament, and nodded in agreement. Sister Hua, please come with me. Hua Xiangrong nodded slightly to Tang Xingai again, picked up her wicker basket, and followed Su Yue away gracefully. Just as she turned around, her gaze seemed to inadvertently glance in the direction of the whale fall. Her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, and she let out a soft, but quickly regained her composure. Tang Xingai noticed her unusual behavior for a moment and remembered it. This master of spiritual plants seemed to have a special connection to that whalebone forest. After dealing with all this, Tang Xingai finally had time to respond to Lu Rian's challenge from 3 days ago. The newly built drill ground is located on the edge of the military zone. It covers a large area, and the ground is paved with hard blue steel rock. It is surrounded by simple protective formations and spectator seating. At this moment, the people, guards, and even some elven warriors who had rushed over upon hearing the news had already surrounded the training ground. The Lord's public sparring with the exceptionally skilled female swordsman in green was a rare and grand event. Tang Xingai and Lu Rian stood facing each other, about 20 feet apart. Lu Rian was still dressed in a light blue outfit, holding a long sword, her posture as upright as a pine tree. The paleness on her face had mostly faded, her eyes were sharp as swords, and she exuded an invisible sharpness, a natural manifestation of pure sword intent. The spiritual energy fluctuations of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator were undisguised, clearly indicating that her injuries had healed by about 80 to 90%. Tang Xingai was dressed in a black training suit that allowed for easy movement. He hadn't brought the ice dragon roar bow. In his hand, he only held an ordinary, unloaded longbow, the bowstring empty. His aura was restrained, and he stood there as if he had blended into his surroundings, making it impossible to discern his true strength. Can we begin? Lu Rian asked, her voice cold and clear. Please. Tang Xingai gestured with his hand. Lu Rian said no more. She gripped the hilt of her sword with her right hand, and with a clang, the 3-foot-long blade was drawn. The sword was like a pool of autumn water, gleaming with a cold, sharp light in the sunlight, with fine crackles of electricity dancing and flowing across its surface. With a flick of her wrist, she twirled her sword, and without any further movement, she moved like an arrow, aiming straight for Tang Xingai's face. Fast, ruthless, accurate. This sword strike was devoid of any fancy moves, showcasing speed and precision to the extreme. The tip of the sword pierced the air, producing a subtle tearing sound. The spectators on the sidelines only saw a blur before their eyes, and the green figure was already in front of Tang Xingai. Tang Xingai's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Rian's sword was even faster than he had anticipated. His feet didn't move, but his body tilted to the right at an incredible angle, while his longbow shot upwards like a serpent, the bow arm precisely striking the side of the incoming sword. Bite! A crisp metallic clang rang out. Lu Rian felt a supple yet resilient force emanating from the sword, deflecting her thrust several inches, grazing past Tang Xingai's ear. She seized the opportunity to change her move, slashing horizontally with her longsword, the blade flashing like a bolt of lightning, aiming for Tang Xingai's waist and abdomen. Using the force of the previous impact, Tang Xingai spun around, pressed down on his longbow, and the bowstring actually tightened on its own, like another flexible whip, lashing at Lu Rian's wrist holding the sword. He used the bow as his weapon, making full use of the flexibility of the bowstring and the rigidity of the bow arm. Sometimes he thrust straight like a spear, sometimes he lashed out like a whip, and sometimes he parried like a shield. His moves flowed smoothly and without any hesitation. Lu Rian's swordsmanship was dazzling. Her sword moves were sometimes like thunderbolts, swift and explosive, sometimes like a gentle spring breeze, penetrating everywhere, and sometimes like a mighty river, surging endlessly. The purple entry Sword Dao inheritance endowed her with not only the power of her sword moves, but also a profound understanding and application of sword intent and sword momentum. Each of her sword strikes carried a unique momentum, sometimes sharp, sometimes gentle, sometimes heavy, constantly pressuring Tang Xingai's space to dodge. The spectators on the sidelines held their breath. Mirong Schwang stood with her sword in hand, watching intently, her icy blue eyes filled with both fighting spirit and contemplation. Linglong gripped her coral staff tightly, sweating with anticipation for the thrilling exchanges on the field. Sujube looked with. Tang Yuan's eyes widened, and she muttered to herself, "Amazing. If only we could concoct a pill that could temporarily grant someone this kind of swordsmanship." The most shocked were the guards and spirit warriors who had some knowledge of swordsmanship. They could see that Lu Rian's swordsmanship had reached a level of perfection, and she was rarely matched among those of the same level. The Lord, wielding only an ordinary longbow without an arrow, fought her to a standstill. His grasp of the rhythm of battle, his judgment of timing, and his control of his body were simply astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged nearly 100 blows. Lu Rian's sword was getting faster and faster, and her sword aura was becoming stronger and stronger, as if it had transformed into a blue sword net, enveloping Tang Xingai within it. Tang Xingai's movements became increasingly elusive, weaving through the sword net and dodging deadly attacks at the last possible moment. His longbow always appeared in the most needed position to defuse the crisis. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan let out a clear shout, and the long sword in her hand shone brightly. The electricity on the sword suddenly expanded, transforming into a foot-long electric snake that coiled around the blade. Her thrust was no longer a simple physical attack. A dazzling bolt of lightning exploded at the tip of the sword, transforming into dozens of fine arcs of electricity that covered an area several feet around Tang Xingai. This was an attack imbued with lightning attribute sword intent, and there was no way to avoid it. Tang Xingai's eyes narrowed, knowing he could no longer hold back. His footing abruptly changed, his figure blurring instantly, leaving 3 lifelike ice blue afterimages in his place, while his true form appeared 3 steps to Lu Rian's left. The afterimages were struck by arcs of electricity, flickered a few times, and vanished without a trace. "Ice Dragon Phantom Step," a guard exclaimed, having just used his detection skill on Tang Xingai. This was a new movement technique Tang Xingai had mastered after fusing with a portion of the Ice Dragon heart. It was incredibly fast, leaving behind afterimages with a faint chilling aura to confuse his opponents. Lu Rian's attack missed, but without hesitation, she twisted her body and drew her sword back, the sword light following her like a shadow, once again stabbing towards Tang Xingai's true form. But just as her old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet arisen, the bowstring in Tang Xingai's hand had been quietly knocked an ordinary training arrow without an arrowhead. He didn't draw the bow. He merely flicked his wrist, and the headless arrow, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, shot towards the inside of Lu Ruyan's right wrist, slightly exposed from her full-force counterattack, at a speed even faster than Lu Ruyan's sword return, a tiny opening in the transition of power. Lu Ruyan's pupils shrank suddenly. It was too late to change her move. She could only forcefully activate her spiritual power and twist her wrist inward by half an inch. Puff! The arrow shaft lightly touched the wrist guard on Lu Ruyan's wrist, producing a slight muffled sound. The two figures passed each other and stopped fighting at the same time. Lu Ruyan looked down at the faint white dot on her wrist guard. If that arrow had an arrowhead, if Tang Xingai had infused it with spiritual power, her wrist would have been pierced right now. She remained silent for a few seconds before slowly sheathing her sword. Turning to look at Tang Xingai, a complex expression appeared on her usually cool face, a mixture of relief, admiration, and a barely perceptible hint of ease. "I lost by half a move." Lu Ruyan's voice rang out clearly in the silent training ground. "You are very strong, stronger than I imagined." A moment of silence fell over the sidelines, followed by a burst of enthusiastic cheers and discussions. The Lord had won. Although it was only half a move, the one who had triumphed was none other than Lu Ruyan, whose swordsmanship was superb and whose cultivation had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. If Miss Lu hadn't been still recovering from her injuries, I might not have been able to gain this advantage, Tang Xingai said sincerely, handing his longbow to the guard beside him. He was telling the truth. Lu Ruyan's old injuries hadn't healed, and her sword intent hadn't been fully unleashed, Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. A loss is a loss. Lu Rian shook her head, quite frankly. She looked at Tang Xingai, then suddenly clasped her hands in a respectful bow. Lu Rian humbly requests to join Xingai territory and is willing to serve the Lord. I have no other skills but a sword. I request that the Lord allow me to establish a sword pavilion here to teach basic swordsmanship and to cultivate usable swords for the territory. Tang Xingai looked at the pure sword intent and sincerity in her eyes, smiled, and stepped forward to help her up. I couldn't ask for more. From this day forward, Lu Rian will be the head of the sword pavilion in my Xingai territory, responsible for the inheritance and teaching of swordsmanship, with a rank equivalent to a guest elder. All necessary resources will be provided to her with priority. Thank you, Lord. Lu Rian bowed again, her expression still aloof, but her eyes softened slightly. Among the crowd, an informant from some unknown faction sneered under his breath. Tisich, he's just relying on his strange movements and that bow to cheat. In terms of swordsmanship, Master Lu is miles ahead of him. Although his voice was low, many people with considerable cultivation levels present could hear him clearly. Lu Rian suddenly turned her head, her cold gaze piercing the source of the voice like a sword, and the thin man hiding behind the crowd trembled in fright. If your draw's bow, I would have died 3 times over. Lu Rian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling sword intent, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Do you dare try taking one of my swords? The thin man's face turned deathly pale, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground, no longer daring to utter a sound. Tang Xingai merely glanced in that direction, ignoring the noise. He reached into his robes, casually pulled out something, and fiddled with it in his hand. As soon as that thing appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth stagnated for a moment, and then, as if attracted, spontaneously gathered towards it, forming a visible vortex of spiritual energy. It was a thumb-sized, milky white stone, warm and smooth like jade, with what seemed like a nebula slowly rotating inside, radiating a pure, vast, and innate spiritual energy that soothed the soul. Those are low-grade immortal stones. Among the onlookers were many knowledgeable people, and a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Their eyes widened as they stared intently at the small stone in Tang Xingai's hand, filled with shock and greed. Tang Xingai seemed oblivious to everyone's reactions. He fiddled with the immortal stone a couple of times before casually putting it away and instructed Schwang beside him. Today's sword duel ends here. You will assist Chief Lu in establishing the sword pavilion. Furthermore, it was announced that 3 days later, in the council chamber, meritorious officials would be rewarded and the first batch of honorary titles would be conferred in accordance with the newly promulgated basic law. Yes, my lord, Schwang replied. As night deepens, the hustle and bustle of the day gradually subsides. Tang Xingai was dealing with a mountain of official business in the Lord's study. The territory was expanding too rapidly and the population was surging. Although the initial framework had been established, there were countless issues and details that required his final approval. A soft knock sounded on the door. Enter. The door was pushed open, and Schwang walked in carrying a tray with a bowl of steaming lingual porridge and 2 plates of refreshing side dishes on it. My lord, it's late. Have something to eat. Schwang placed the tray on the corner of the desk, her voice calm. Put it here. Thank you for your trouble. Tang Xingai didn't even look up, continuing to review a document about the allocation plan for newly reclaimed spiritual land. Schwang didn't leave. She stood quietly to the side. A moment later, there was another knock on the door. Suya Wei came in carrying a medicine bowl. She was taken aback when she saw Schwang there, and then said to Tang Xingai, Lord, you sparred with Miss Lu today. Although you were not injured, your spiritual energy was greatly depleted. This is a chi-boosting and vitality-replenishing soup that I brewed with some newly acquired medicinal herbs. Drink it while it's hot. Thank you for your kindness. Tang Xingai then looked up, smiled at the 2 women, took the medicine cup, and drank it all in one gulp. The medicine warmed him as it entered his stomach, and he did indeed feel refreshed. He had just put down the medicine bowl when there was another knock on the study door. Ling Long stood somewhat awkwardly in the doorway, holding a roll of animal hide drawings in her hand. My lord, I apologize for disturbing you. These are the preliminary rules for the management of the Eldar district and the inner sea fisheries, drafted by several priests and myself, as well as a list of materials needed for the whalebone forest ceiling. I would like to ask you to take a look. Bring it here. Tang Xingai rubbed his temples. Linglong walked in, spread the drawings on the desk, and began to explain in a low voice. Murong Schwang and Su Yue exchanged a glance, but neither of them left, standing quietly to the side. Linglong was only halfway through her sentence when footsteps sounded again outside the door. This time it was Lu Ruyan. She had changed out of her daytime outfit and was now wearing a simple blue casual dress, which made her look less sharp and more elegant. She was holding a thin booklet in her hand. Seeing so many people in the study, Lu Ruyan paused, a hint of surprise flashing across her usually cool face. But she quickly regained her composure and clasped her hands in a fist salute to Tang Xingai, saying, "Lord, these are my preliminary drafts of the Sword Pavilion regulations and the selection criteria for the first batch of disciples. Please take a look." Tang Xingai. He looked at the study, which had suddenly become somewhat crowded, and at the four beautiful faces, each with their own unique charm, looking at him with different expressions, calm, concerned, serious, or aloof. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Just as he was about to speak, a deep, muffled roar, as if from the depths of the earth, came from the direction of the whale fall, making the study windows vibrate. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a thick beam of light, mixed with blue, gold, and black, shot into the sky from the center of the whalebone forest, piercing the clouds and illuminating half of the night sky with bizarre and colorful light. Almost simultaneously, the emergency communication talisman at Tang Xingai's waist vibrated violently, and Hua Xiangrong's voice, unusually urgent and even tinged with panic, came through. "Lord, the whalebone forest secret realm has opened. The space inside has stabilized, but so many things have rushed out. Monsters? No, not quite. They're ancient creatures. So many. They're charging towards the territory." Chapter 24, First Exploration of the Secret Realm. The pillar of light shot into the sky for about 10 breaths, illuminating the entire Star Sea territory, as if it were daytime. After the light faded, what came from the direction of the whalebone forest was not a loud explosion or collapse, but a low, continuous hum, as if some ancient mechanism had been activated. Tang Xingai instantly leaped out of the study window, standing in midair, with icy blue spiritual energy forming a brief support beneath his feet. Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan followed closely behind, leaping onto the roof. Linglong and Su Yue also quickly arrived in the courtyard, looking up towards the whalebone forest. Under the moonlight, the whalebone coral forest, which originally emitted a soft blue light, was now enveloped in a layer of flowing, translucent energy light membrane. The light membrane is oval-shaped, about 10 zhang high and 5 zhang wide. Its surface ripples like water, and inside, one can vaguely see distorted light and shadow and blurry scenes, as if it connects to another space. The space has stabilized. The entrance has been fully opened. Linglong gripped the coral staff, her expression grave. I can feel that inside, there are many life forms stirring. Before she could finish speaking, the surface of the light membrane suddenly rippled violently, like water rippled by a stone thrown in. Then, accompanied by several sharp screeches, several dark figures darted out from within the light membrane. It was a creature that resembled a tiger or leopard, but was much larger. They were nearly 2 zhang long, covered with thick, grayish-white fur, with strong limbs and sharp claws and teeth. Most striking are their 2 pale white fangs, each half a meter long and resembling curved swords, protruding from their mouths, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. These creatures had icy blue flames dancing in their eyes, and their bodies emanated spiritual energy fluctuations ranging from the late stage of chi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment, exuding a primal and savage aura. Saber-toothed ice tiger? This is an ancient monster that has long been extinct. Lu Ruyan's cool voice carried a hint of surprise. She was well-read and had some knowledge of ancient species. Before anyone could react, the light membrane rippled again, and this time a swarm of fist-sized, jet-black flying insects with 2 pairs of transparent wings flew out. They emitted an annoying buzzing sound, had sharp mouth parts, and scarlet compound eyes, and there were at least 100 of them. Dragonflies. They appear in swarms and can suck the blood, flesh, and spiritual energy of living beings. They are very troublesome. Linglong recognized them as well, her tone urgent. More and more ancient creatures emerged from the entrance to the secret realm. In addition to saber-toothed ice tigers and dragonflies, several other strangely shaped creatures appeared. There were ground lizards covered in bony plates and shaped like pangolins, and acid-flying snakes that could glide briefly at low altitudes and spew corrosive mucus. These creatures were generally between the late Qi refining stage and the mid-foundation establishment stage, but their numbers were enormous, and they seemed to have an instinctive desire to attack the creatures and spiritual energy within their territory. As soon as they rushed out, they roared and howled, scattering in all directions and beginning to attack the defensive line formed by the outer spirit race warriors and guards. Defense! Form formation! Murong Schwang shouted sharply, and she shot towards the whalebone forest like a blue lightning bolt. Her long sword was drawn, and the frost sword energy instantly enveloped the three saber-toothed ice tigers charging at the forefront. Lu Rian remained silent, her azure figure following closely behind. Her sword flashed like lightning, precisely piercing several dragonflies that were trying to pounce on the Spirit Clan warriors. Linglong chanted an incantation, and the tip of her coral staff shone brightly. A pale blue water curtain rose in front of the defensive line, temporarily blocking the acid flying snakes spewing. Su Yue also acted quickly, calling to the nearby medical apprentices to prepare to treat the wounded. Lu Qin, activate all defensive formations in the territory. Non-combat personnel, take cover immediately. All combat personnel above the mid-stage of Qi refining, proceed to the whalebone forest to provide support. Tang Xingai's voice, amplified by spiritual power, resounded throughout half the territory, carrying an unquestionable authority. Yes, Lu Qin responded from a distance, and immediately led the craftsmen to the various array points. Tang Xingai reached out and grabbed the ice dragon roar bow. He didn't land, but instead drew the bow and knocked an arrow in midair. With a thought, 3 pale blue arrows, entirely condensed from pure ice spiritual energy, instantly formed and rested on the bowstring. The bow is full as a full moon. The arrow is like a shooting star. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 soft whooshing sounds rang out almost in a single line. The 3 saber-toothed ice tigers that had just burst out of the water curtain and pounced on a young Eldar warrior suddenly froze. At the same time, a thumb-sized ice hole appeared between their eyebrows, running from front to back, with the edges of the ice hole covered in white frost, which quickly spread to their entire bodies. The next moment, the blue flames in the eyes of the 3-headed ice tiger went out, and its massive body crashed to the ground, turning into 3 ice sculptures, which then shattered into ice shards scattered all over the ground. Tang Xingai's figure flashed through the air several times. With each pause, the bowstring vibrated and the arrow left the bow. He did not use any fancy archery techniques, only the simplest bursts of fire. However, every arrow he shot precisely hit the vital point of an ancient creature. Whether it was a dragonfly that was as fast as a ghost or a ground lizard with thick skin, none of them could survive a single blow from his arrows. Wherever his ice arrows passed, they either froze instantly or exploded from the inside, leaving behind a trail of ice crystals and fragments. Like a calm reaper, he strolled through the night sky, his arrows never missing their mark, and wherever he went, ancient creatures fell like wheat being harvested. Tang Xingai's arrival quickly stabilized the defensive line. Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan were greatly relieved of the pressure. The 2 of them, one using ice and the other lightning, wielded their swords with dazzling light, slaying any stragglers and enemies attempting to flank them. The Eldar warriors and territory guard were greatly encouraged, formed battle formations, and steadily blocked the ancient creatures that rushed out, keeping them firmly in the outer area of the whalebone forest. The battle lasted for about half an hour. The ancient creatures rushing out of the entrance to the secret realm seemed endless, but most of them were not very strong. Under the powerful sniping of Tang Xingai and others and the solid defense of the defensive line, they were unable to break through. Finally, after another batch of more than 30 saber-toothed ice tigers and hundreds of dragonflies were killed, the fluctuations at the entrance to the secret realm began to weaken. The number of creatures rushing out decreased significantly, and their strength also began to decline. After another incense stick's time, the light membrane at the entrance returned to a relatively stable ripple, and no new creatures rushed out. Only a few scattered ancient creatures that had survived the earlier melee and were hiding in the corners were left, and Schwang and her people quickly eliminated them. A faint smell of blood and burnt food filled the air, and the ground was littered with the remains of various ancient creatures and ice crystals. Tang Xingai landed from the sky, put away his longbow, and walked to the stable light membrane of the secret realm, carefully sensing it. The spatial fluctuations have stabilized, and this entrance seems to be fixed. Linglong walked over, sweat beading on her forehead, but her eyes were bright. I can sense that it's a small, independent space inside. The spatial barrier isn't very sturdy, but it's very stable. The entrance seems to resonate with our territory in some way, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy dissipating from the territory's spiritual veins to sustain itself. So, this secret realm has been permanently anchored here because of the interaction between the fall of the Mountain Lord and the spiritual veins of our territory. Tang Xingai asked. That should be it. Linglong nodded. This is an ancient whale fall secret realm. Legend has it that after some extremely powerful ancient creatures fell, their remaining spirituality, essence of flesh and blood, and obsessions from their previous lives could potentially form independent small spaces under special conditions. This secret realm was likely formed after the fall of a powerful island whale in the past, and has always resided within the spiritual core of Lord Fusion. Now, it has been activated and manifested by the spiritual veins of our territory. How dangerous is it? Currently, this secret realm seems to be of a low level, just stabilizing. The strongest creatures inside are no more than mid-foundation establishment stage. Although there are many of them, the threat is manageable. Moreover, Linglong paused, her tone tinged with excitement. These ancient secret realms often preserve the spiritual environment and resources of that era. The pelts and fangs of those saber-toothed ice tigers, the wings and venom sacs of those dragonflies, and the bone plates of those ground-walking lizards are all rare ancient materials, extremely valuable. More importantly, the secret realm may contain ancient spiritual plants and minerals that have long since disappeared, and perhaps even ancient legacies. Tang Xingai understood. The sudden opening of this secret realm, seemingly a crisis, was in fact a tremendous opportunity. A stable, controllable, and continuously producing small secret realm of ancient resources was of immeasurable value to an emerging power. He immediately made a decision. Schwang, deploy 2 elite guard teams to cooperate with the Spirit Clan warriors and establish a secret realm outpost here, with guards on duty day and night. Build defensive fortifications outside the entrance and set up early warning and defensive formations. Temporarily prohibit anyone from entering at will. Lu Qin prioritized the allocation of resources to strengthen the defenses of this place. Yes, Schwang and Lu Qin, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, responded in unison. Tang Xingai looked again at the faintly glowing entrance to the secret realm, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He took a few steps closer, reached out, and gently touched the water-like membrane of light. A slight suction came from his fingertips, and the membrane rippled. At the same time, his talent for amplifying 10,000 times seemed to resonate with the entrance to the secret realm, causing it to heat up slightly. The next moment, a vast and pure surge of spiritual energy, mixed with fragments of ancient and primordial information, flowed into his body through his fingertips. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in his mind. Stable energy source and information flow detected. Talent 10,000 times amplification triggered. Received 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Obtained saber-tooth ice tiger king's fang blue. X1. Obtained dragonfly queen's wings blue. X2. Obtained ancient ground-walking lizard king scale purple. X3. Obtained 10 units of ancient spirit soil gold. Obtained 100 gene of star iron purple. Obtained 5 drops of ice soul frost marrow red. Obtained ancient body tempering pill recipe incomplete purple ×1. A series of prompts flashed through his mind. Tang Xingai's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained expressionless. He withdrew his hand, and the influx of energy and information ceased. It seems that as long as one accesses this reliably opened entrance to the secret realm, One can directly extract a portion of the essential resources produced within, thanks to the talent that amplifies 10,000-fold, without having to risk entering to explore. This is undoubtedly a huge convenience and a great guarantee of security. Lord, are you alright? Linglong noticed Tang Xingai's brief pause after touching the light membrane and asked with concern. It's alright. Tang Xingai shook his head and looked at everyone. The crisis for today has been resolved. Schwang, you are in full charge of the defense of this place. Make sure the entrance to the secret realm is safe and controllable. Linglong, you and the priests work together to study the stability and internal environment of this secret realm as soon as possible and formulate a preliminary exploration plan. Chief Liu, those who participated in today's battle will be rewarded according to their merits, and compensation will be provided for the wounded and injured. Specific details will be discussed between you, Su Yuwei, and Lu Qin. Yes, the three replied. Schwang looked at Tang Xingai, a questioning look appearing on her cold and beautiful face. Lord, what about the management authority of this secret realm? I trust you to handle things. Tang Xingai looked at her, his tone calm, but full of trust. The secret realm outpost will be under your direct command, and you will be directly responsible to me. Just tell me what you need. Schwang's icy blue eyes flickered. She pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. Understood. Tang Xingai gave a few more instructions before turning back to the Lord's manor. He needed to quickly process the large amount of resources he had just acquired, especially the ancient materials and pill formulas. News of the opening of the Starsea territory and the outbreak of small-scale battles has spread throughout the regional channels. Some are envious, some are jealous, and others have begun inquiring about the prices of the ancient materials produced in the territory. An ID named Black-Hearted Merchant Jack commented sourly, "Tisk tisk, Lord Tang is really lucky. He just got a whale fall, opened a secret realm, and even took that cold and beautiful swordswoman as his wife. Why does he get all the good things?" Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, an ID with the name Schwang appeared unusually and replied with only one sentence, chillingly cold, "Because he is Tang Xingai. Where are you?" The channel was silent for a few seconds. Then a flood of comments like, Sister Schwang is awesome, and, well said, overwhelmed the sour comment. No one dared to say anything sarcastic in public anymore. As night deepened, the clamor subsided. The territory gradually returned to peace, except for the secret outpost in the direction of Whalebone Forest, which remained brightly lit and heavily guarded. The newly built sword pavilion is located on a secluded hillside in the military zone. It is a 3-story stone and wood structure with a simple and rugged style. At this moment, on the rooftop terrace of the sword pavilion, Lu Ruyan stands alone by the railing. She had changed out of her blood-stained outfit and was now wearing a loose, moon-white robe. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down, swaying gently in the night breeze. She carried a small wine jar and tilted her head back to take a sip. The wine was ordinary spirit grain wine, brewed locally within the territory. It wasn't strong, but it had a slightly burning sensation in the throat. Moonlight shone on her cool and beautiful profile, revealing a rare loneliness. She gazed at the faint membrane of light in the direction of the Whalebone Forest in the distance, her eyes somewhat unfocused, lost in thought. Light footsteps came from the stairwell. Lu Rian didn't turn around, but her grip on the wine jar tightened slightly. Tang Xingai walked up, carrying a small jar of wine. He went to Lu Rian's side, placed the jar on the railing, and, imitating her, looked towards the distant luminous membrane of the secret realm. "Chief of Sword Pavilion, is something on your mind?" Tang Xingai asked calmly. Lu Rian remained silent for a moment, took another sip of wine, and then slowly said, "It's not really a worry. It's just seeing that ancient secret realm reminded me of some old things." "About your sect?" Tang Xingai asked. Although Lu Rian agreed to stay after the sword duel during the day, she did not elaborate on her background. Lu Rian did not deny it. She looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, her voice seemingly imbued with the coolness of the moonlight. "I come from the Heavenly Sword Sect. I was once a core disciple of the inner sect, and my master was the Xianming Swordmaster." When she said the words Xianming Swordmaster, there was a subtle change in her tone. The Heavenly Sword Sect is founded on the sword, and the competition within the sect is fierce, but it is also considered one of the leaders of the righteous path. My master was once the youngest elder in the sect. He was exceptionally talented and taught me meticulously, treating me like his own son. Lu Rian's voice lowered, carrying a hint of suppressed pain, until 3 years ago, after returning from sect mission, my master changed. He became eccentric and harsh towards his disciples, and even began to secretly practice some sinister sword techniques. At first, I thought he had just gone astray in his practice, so I tried to persuade him and even secretly investigated him. Until I discovered that he was secretly connected to an organization called Dark Abyss, and even seemed to have been mentally affected by something, or rather, possessed. Lu Ruyan took a big gulp of wine, the liquid spilling from the corner of her mouth and sliding down her fair neck without her noticing. I tried to expose him to the sect leader and other elders, but my master's influence in the sect was deeply entrenched. I couldn't produce any solid evidence, and was instead falsely accused of betraying my master and ancestors and leaving the sect. The sect issued a kill order, and I fled all the way, eventually ending up in this misty sea. I barely survived by working as a guard and exploring dangerous places. She turned her head to look at Tang Xingai, her clear, cold eyes reflecting the moonlight and his figure. I originally thought that my life would probably be spent in the obsession with escape and revenge. Until I met you. I saw how you rose from humble beginnings, how you fought in dire straits, how you treated your people, and how you treated those around you. Lu Rian's voice was soft, but every word was clear. You are different from those people. You have something that my former master, those hypocritical righteous people, and even the treacherous Dark Abyss demons do not possess. It was something very pure. Perhaps it was a sense of responsibility, perhaps a belief, or perhaps simply the most basic desire to make this place home. That battle. Lu Rian paused, a faint blush spreading across her cool face, whether from the alcohol or something else. It was hard to tell. Actually, I was a little moved, not by you as a person, but by your path. Your path made me feel that my sword might have other directions to develop. After she finished speaking, seemingly exhausted, she casually placed the empty wine jar on the railing, leaning forward slightly, almost touching Tang Xingai's chest. The faint smell of wine and the woman's unique, cool fragrance wafted to Tang Xingai's nose. The moonlight, like water, poured down on the two of them. The swordsman shed his aloof exterior, revealing a rare softness and a hint of confusion within. Tang Xingai looked at her quietly, without looking away. He reached out and put his arm around her slender yet strong waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Your sword can be wielded for me, for this land, and for those who deserve protection. Tang Xingai's voice rang in her ears, deep and powerful. As for your past, your grudges, if you wish, I can settle them with you. Whether it's the Heavenly Sword sect or the Dark Abyss, if they block our path or harm you, they are our enemies. Lu Rian trembled slightly, but did not resist the embrace. She gently rested her face on Tang Xingai's shoulder, closed her eyes, and after a long while, softly murmured a mimum. Then, tonight, I'll practice swordsmanship with you. Tang Xingai whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Lu Rian's body visibly stiffened, and her ears quickly turned red. She didn't answer, but instead gently grasped Tang Xingai's collar with her hand at her side. Tang Xingai smiled and picked her up in his arms. Lu Ruyan let out a short gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her burning cheeks in the crook of his neck. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting long shadows of two figures embracing each other in the quiet room on the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. In the stillness of the night, Lu Ruyan and Tang Xingai spent a wonderful night together in Jiange. As the first rays of dawn pierced the night, Tang Xingai walked out of the Sword Pavilion, refreshed and invigorated. Lu Rian, unusually, did not rise early to practice her swordsmanship. Instead, she simply leaned against the door, wearing her outer robe, to see him off. A lingering blush remained on her cool face, and a few faint red marks were faintly visible on her neck, particularly noticeable in the morning light. Her gaze met Tang Xingai's. She did not look away, but merely turned her face slightly away and said in a low voice, "Today, I will begin drafting the selection rules for Sword Pavilion disciples." Okay. Tang Xingai nodded and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "I will keep an eye on what you said last night about the Xianming Swordmaster. The dark abyss's reach is longer than I imagined. Lu Ruyin gave a soft watch him walk away, then went back inside and closed the door. Tang Xingai had just returned to the vicinity of the Lord's manor when he saw Hua Xiangrong hurrying towards him. Her usually calm and gentle face showed an unusual urgency and a hint of confusion. "Lord, you're finally back." Hua Xiangrong rushed forward, her voice faster than usual. "Something's happened. The spirit wheat in the spirit fields, it all ripened overnight, and it looks very strange. You must go and see." Almost simultaneously, Lu Qin also came running from the other side, panting, holding a core of the array that was constantly flashing with light, his face showing both excitement and surprise. "Lord, good news. The first long-distance resonance test of the inter-island teleportation array was a success. We received a vague signal, but the content of the signal is very strange." Lu Qin handed the array core to Tang Xingai. Tang Xingai looked at the core, where the light and shadow were distorted, and a hoarse, terrified voice, as if uttered with the last of its strength, could be heard intermittently. "Help, help! They're in the molten mountains. They're coming out. Stop them. You have to stop them." Ugh! The sound abruptly stopped, leaving only a jarring noise. Molten mountains? Tang Xingai's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly recalled the Heart of Molten Core, region clearly marked on the complete dimensional map. Hua Xiangrong and Lu Qin both stared at him expectantly, one waiting for him to examine the mutated spiritual wheat, and the other waiting for him to decipher the strange distress signal. Tang Xingai rubbed his temples and first looked at Hua Xiangrong. "Let's go check on the spirit field." He then said to Lu Qin, "Continue to monitor the experimental array and try to locate the source of the signal. Report any new information immediately." "Yes," the two replied in unison. Chapter 25 Black Market Invitation. Hua Xiangrong's statement that the spirit wheat has become very strange was far too understated. Tang Xingai stood by the spirit field, looking at the endless golden waves of wheat before him. Even with his vast experience, he was somewhat stunned at this moment. This spirit field is located on the south side of the territory and is one of the earliest experimental fields to be cultivated. It is planted with spirit wheat provided by Su Yue, which has a growth cycle of about 30 days. According to the plan, this batch of wheat will not enter the heading and grain filling stage for at least another half month. However, now in just one night, all the wheat plants have grown to waist height, with thick stalks and full, heavy ears of wheat. Each grain of wheat is about the size of a little finger, with a translucent pale gold color, radiating a warm, jade-like luster and a rich spiritual aura in the morning light. A gentle breeze blows, the wheat fields ripple, and the rich aroma of wheat mixed with a fresh scent of nature wafts over, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. This is no longer Ling Mei Ai. Last night, I made my routine inspection of the spirit fields and used my talent to communicate with these wheat seedlings, hoping to stimulate their root growth. Hua Xiangrong stood beside Tang Xingai, her beautiful face showing confusion and a hint of excitement. As a result, their absorption of spiritual energy suddenly increased dramatically, and it seems to have activated some kind of deep-seated bloodline memory. I could feel them cheering, yearning, as if they had found the perfect mother for their growth. "Mother?" Tang Xingai looked at her. "Yes." Hua Xiangrong nodded, her dark green hair fluttering in the wind. "It's whale fall. The immense life essence and ancient aura brought by the whale fall of the mountain lord have permeated this land. These spirit wheat grains, or rather, some latent bloodline of the spirit wheat ancestors, awakened by this ancient ocean and life force. They underwent benign, unimaginable, directed mutations." She bent down, carefully picked an ear of wheat, and handed it to Tang Xingai. The ear of wheat was heavy in her hand. The grains were plump, and the concentration of spiritual energy it emitted far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual wheat. "My preliminary tests show that the mutated wheat contains more than 3 times the spiritual energy of ordinary spiritual wheat, and it is also purer and milder, making it very easy for the human body to absorb. Long-term consumption can have a slight effect on improving physical condition and nourishing the soul." Hua Xiangrong's eyes gleamed with professionalism. "Moreover, this yield. Lord, look at the density and grain size of these wheat ears. I estimate that the yield per mu is at least 3 times that of before, and may even reach 4 times. Tang Xingai pinched open a grain of wheat, and milky white sap flowed out, carrying a sweet taste and rich spiritual energy. He put it in his mouth and chewed it. The texture was chewy and sweet. After swallowing, a warm current spread in his stomach, quickly nourishing his limbs and bones. This is good stuff. It's not just food. It's already a low-level auxiliary cultivation resource. If it could be cultivated on a large scale, it would be enough to meet the daily food needs of thousands of people in the territory and the basic spiritual energy needs of low-level cultivators, with a large surplus for brewing wine, making sugar, and even refining pills. Is this mutation stable? Can it be propagated? Tang Xingai asked the crucial question. Very stable. I examined their spiritual energy structure and genetic information, and mutations are benign and fixed. They can definitely be propagated, and the next generation will inherit these excellent traits, and may even be further optimized under the continuous nourishment of a whale fall aura. Hua Xiangrong affirmed, I will temporarily name this mutated new wheat variety whale spirit jade wheat. All right, Tang Xingai felt reassured. The territory's basic resource security had gained another significant advantage. Immediately organize manpower to harvest this batch of mature whale spirit jade wheat. Carefully thresh the grains, select the plumpest kernels as seeds, and store them separately under your personal supervision. The remaining wheat grains will be prioritized for strategic reserves, with some milled and supplied to the territory's canteen so everyone can enjoy taste. The harvested fields will be immediately fertilized with spiritual fertilizer in preparation for the next planting season, using this batch of reserved whale spirit jade wheat as seed. Yes, Hua Xiangrong smiled. Being able to cultivate such an excellent spiritual plant by her own hands was a great satisfaction for her. Even after dealing with the mutation of the spirit wheat, Tang Xingai's mood was not completely relaxed. The whalefall's secret realm and the mutation of the spirit wheat were pleasant surprises, but the distress signal brought by Lu Qin and the potential threats outside the territory still hung like dark clouds overhead. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, he immediately summoned Su Tang. This newly appointed intelligence chief had already begun to integrate information from all sides. My lord, regarding that distress signal, we try to trace it back, but the source of the signal is extremely far away from us, separated by a large area of unknown and dangerous zones. With our current teleportation array capabilities, we cannot pinpoint its location accurately. We can only determine the general direction as northwest, which matches the Molten Mountains area marked on the map. Su Tang spoke quickly, her peach blossom eyes gleaming with shrewdness. As for what exactly their coming out means, there's too little information to determine. However, she paused, then took out a recording jade talisman from her sleeve, activated it, and a blurry dynamic image was projected onto the talisman. She could vaguely see lava eruptions, mountain collapses, and the outlines of huge, inhuman, and beast-like black shadows twisted in the firelight. This is information I bought through special channels from fragments of memory from a merchant who frequently travels to the Molten Core area. He said that about a month ago, something was wrong deep in the lava mountains. Frequent earthquakes, unusually active volcanoes, and the reappearance of some ancient fire creatures that should have been extinct attacking passing caravans and explorers. In recent days, this anomaly seems to have reached its peak, with several small factions deep in the mountains losing contact. Tang Xingai frowned slightly as he looked at the distorted black shadows within the jade talisman. The molten fire mountains were far from Xingai territory and posed no immediate threat, but the desperate distress signal, coupled with this unusual intelligence, suggested that some kind of dramatic change might be occurring there. Perhaps it was related to the Dark Abyss, or perhaps to other ancient seals. Continue to monitor any news from the direction of the Molten Mountains. Report any new intelligence immediately, Tang Xingai ordered. Understood. Su Tang put away the jade talisman and then reported another matter. Lord, regarding the threats around our territory. Over the past 3 days, through conversations with refugees and merchants, it has been confirmed that about 500 miles to the southeast, there's a group calling themselves the Brotherhood of Raiders, which controls about 7 or 8 interconnected floating islands, forming a small black market and raiding stronghold. The leader, nicknamed Blood Axe Lei Lai, is a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with the purple attribute Berserk Blood Rage, a cruel and bloodthirsty individual. They specialize in robbing small caravans and isolated floating islands, using ruthless methods and leaving no survivors. Moreover, Su Tang's expression was a bit strange. Starting yesterday afternoon, Lei Lai openly put a bounty on your head in the regional channel. The bounty is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, plus the 3 female slaves he stole. His language was extremely arrogant and vulgar. Tang Xingai remained calm, unsurprised. The rapid rise of Xingai territory, along with the spread of news about Whale Fall and the secret realm, naturally attracted the covetous eyes of the hyenas. This Lei Lai was simply the one that jumped the highest. "That is clowns, don't bother with them," Tang Xingai said calmly. "Strengthen patrols around the territory, especially in the southeast. If any Brotherhood members are found approaching, warn them to drive them away. If they dare to attack, kill them without mercy." "Yes." Su Tang nodded and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, Lord, there's one more thing. This morning, a small fleet flying black merchant flags approached the outer perimeter of our territory. They had no intention of attacking and signaled for communication. The guards let their small boat over, and the other side presented you with an invitation, saying it was for you." As she spoke, she took out a beautifully crafted black invitation from her bosom. The cover was decorated with intricate patterns in dark gold ink, featuring a scale in the center, with a skull and a money bag on each side. The invitation emitted a faint, orchid-like fragrance. Tang Xingai accepted the invitation. Its texture was fine, made of some kind of high-grade animal hide. He opened it, revealing delicate yet slightly sharp handwriting. "To Lord Tang Xingai, Lord of the Star Sea, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. From humble beginnings, you have achieved unparalleled success, capturing the world with ease and holding secret realms in your grasp. Your achievements are truly awe-inspiring. There is a Blackwater gathering that will soon be holding a small, private auction at my humble abode. A few small items may catch the Lord's eye. The list is presented below for your perusal. Space expansion scroll. Blue quality can stably expand the interior space of a specified building by 3 to 5 times, lasting for 10 years. Starting bid, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Dungeon basic construction blueprints. Purple quality contains a complete set of basic dungeon defense, living, and storage system design blueprints, with simple rune annotations. Starting bid, 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there are various rare items, intelligence, and slaves, a list of which is attached. Auction location, Blackwater Island, coordinates 3471-2055. 3 days later, at 5 p.m. If the Lord is so inclined, this invitation may grant entry to both of you. We await your presence. Respectfully submitted by Chinya, Master of Blackwater Collection. At the end of the invitation, there was a line of smaller print, the handwriting different from the previous lines, more casual, yet exuding a lazy, domineering air. "By the way, I heard that Blood Axe, that brute, has a bounty on your head. He often comes here to sell stolen goods. Want to take him down? Come and see my merchandise first. Maybe you'll find something you need." Inja. After reading it, Tang Xingai tapped his finger lightly on the invitation. This Chinya is very well informed and has extraordinary skills. This invitation is not only an invitation, but also a test and a show of force. She knew that Blood Axe Lei Lai had put a bounty on Tang Xingai, yet she dared to state it directly and even implied that Lei Lai was her client, demonstrating her considerable confidence. Furthermore, the auction items she offered, whether the spatial expansion scroll or the dungeon construction blueprints, were precisely what the Starsea territory desperately needed, especially the underground city construction blueprints. Although the surface area of the Starsea territory has increased dramatically, the development and utilization of underground space is crucial for future growth. Whether for strategic reserves, concealed fortifications, special functional areas, or responses to extreme situations, it is indispensable. These blueprints can save a significant amount of time and resources compared to figuring things out on your own. Chinya, the owner of Blackwater Collection. Tang Xingai Mumut. Chinya, nicknamed Black Market Queen. Su Tang immediately interjected, clearly having done her homework. Her origins are mysterious. She appeared in that chaotic sea area about a year ago and quickly integrated several small black markets with astonishing wealth and skill, establishing Blackwater Group. She rarely appears in public, but is said to possess the golden attribute, Eye of Wealth, which allows her to see the potential value and business opportunities of items, and she has never lost money in business. Her Blackwater market is the largest underground trading center in the surrounding thousands of miles of sea. As long as you can afford the price, you can buy and sell almost anything. Moreover, she established a rule forbidding private duels within Blackwater Village. Violators would be killed by her mysterious guard. To date, no one has dared to cause trouble on her territory, including the arrogant blood axe Lei Lai. The golden entry, Eye of Wealth, Tang Xingai, seemed thoughtful. It seemed this black market queen was quite an interesting character. Her offer of an olive branch was probably not just for business purposes. "Lord, shall we go?" Su Tang asked. "Could it be a trap?" Lei Lai and her. "It's unlikely to be a trap." Tang Xingai shook his head. China wants to maintain the reputation of Blackwater Collection, so she wouldn't target her customers at her own auction, especially a new customer like me who has just made a name for herself and has some influence. She's more likely just testing my mettle and maybe making a sale. Besides, he glanced at the list of auction items on the invitation, a determined glint in his eyes. "Dungeon construction blueprints. We definitely need them." He put away the invitation and said to Su Tang, "Reply to the messenger that I will be there on time in 3 days. Also, take the invitation to Lu Ruyin and Murong Schwang and tell them to prepare so that they can accompany me." "Yes," Su Tang replied and turned to do it. Just then, Lu Qin ran over excitedly, holding several brick samples of different colors in his hand, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. "My lord, great news. Our R&D department has made a major breakthrough." "Speak." Tang Xingai looked at the bricks in his hand. One was light blue, with a faint shimmering light. Another was yellowish-brown, with an unusually dense texture. And the third was grayish-white, with tiny crystalline sparkles on its surface. "Using the batch of whale king bone powder and spirit marrow crystal powder that you gave us, Lord, we mixed them with spirit soil and stone of different attributes. And after repeated experiments, we finally created 3 kinds of spiritual energy-enhanced building materials." Lu Qin excitedly introduced, "Look at this light blue water-themed brick, which is mixed with bone meal and spiritual marrow crystals. Not only is it more than 5 times stronger than ordinary granite, but can also automatically absorb the surrounding water essence, regulate the humidity inside the building, and have a slight warming effect on the meridians when living there for a long time. This sunken rock is mixed with whalebone powder and deep-sea sunken silver sand, making it 10 times harder than water-rime bricks. It is also exceptionally heavy, making it suitable for building foundations and load-bearing structures. The most impressive piece is this spirit crystal composite brick, made primarily of spirit marrow crystals, mixed with small amounts of star iron powder and bone meal. It's as hard as refined iron and can even slightly amplify the effects of formations, making it an excellent material for constructing core buildings and defensive fortifications." Tang Xingai took the grayish-white spirit crystal composite brick. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, warm to the touch, and he could sense the pure spiritual energy flowing inside. He squeezed a little harder, but the brick didn't budge. It was indeed exceptionally sturdy. "Great! Tang Xingai et Go Lim. What about the cost? Can it be mass-produced?" "The cost is much higher than ordinary building materials, especially the spirit crystal composite brick, which requires spirit marrow crystallization. However, we currently have sufficient reserves of spirit marrow crystallization, and the whale king bone powder is piled up like mountains, which can fully support large-scale construction." Lu Qin patted his chest confidently. The key is that, with these enhanced building materials, the restrictions on building height and underground depth can theoretically be greatly overcome. As long as there is a sufficiently strong core array support and structural design, building a skyscraper of dozens of stories or digging an underground city hundreds of meters deep is not impossible. Tang Xingai's eyes lit up. This was indeed a major breakthrough. High-rise buildings could greatly improve land utilization, and underground cities were even more strategically important. Combined with the underground city construction blueprint that he might obtain, urban development in Xingai territory would enter a completely new stage. Lu Qin immediately organized manpower to prioritize the production of these 3 types of reinforced building materials and stockpile them. At the same time, using the Lord's Mansion and several core buildings as pilot projects, begin designing 2 new functional zones. Tang Xingai had a clear vision and quickly gave the order. First, the Sky Tower district is planned in the central plain of the territory. In the future, it will be built into a vertical, three-dimensional urban core integrating residence, commerce, cultivation, and administration, with a tentative height of 30 stories. Second, the underground hive zone, located beneath the military zone, is planned as a multi-layered structure, including strategic warehouses, concealed workshops, emergency shelters, and secret training grounds. Please provide a preliminary design draft and a list of material requirements. All right, Lord, just you wait and see. Lu Qin was so excited that his face turned red. He grabbed the brick sample and ran off with great enthusiasm. Just then, the regional communication talisman on Tang Xingai's waist vibrated slightly, and Lei Lai's rough, arrogant, and violent voice came through, clearly using the amplification function to shout into the public channel. Tang Xingai, you little brat. I heard that woman in the black market sent you an invitation. What's scared of me? Trying to find a backer? Let me tell you, you dare come to the auction? I'll be waiting outside Blackwater Island. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Your territory, your women, your treasures, they'll all be mine. Ha ha ha. The channel fell silent instantly. Everyone online held their breath. This was a blatant death threat. Tang Xingai's expression remained unchanged. He picked up the communication talisman and replied calmly, his voice clearly ringing out in the channel. Keep your axe safe. I need someone to chop wood. After saying that, he immediately closed the communication terminal. The channel was silent for a few seconds, then exploded with a barrage of comments like so domineering, Lord is mighty, and Lei Lai must be dumbfounded, instantly flooding the screen. 3 days later, at dusk, the outline of Blackwater Island appeared on the twilight-shrouded sea. It was an archipelago consisting of more than a dozen floating islands of varying sizes, densely packed with buildings, brightly lit, and with faint sounds of bustling activity drifting through the air. The largest island is located in the very center, where a unique black building stands, blending features of wooden pavilions and rock fortresses. A huge flag with a scale and skull design hangs from the top of the building, fluttering in the evening breeze. This is the Blackwater Auction House. Tang Xingai did not ride on his own island, but stood on the back of a giant beast that was nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulders and more than 4 meters long. The behemoth was covered in ice blue, crystal-clear scales. It resembled a wolf, but was more agile and fierce. Its head was like a dragon's, with a single horn on its forehead, sharp claws, and a whip-like tail. Its body emanated the spiritual energy fluctuations of the early Foundation establishment stage, as well as a faint dragon's might and icy aura. This behemoth was the Frost Dragon Wolf King, which hatched from the Frost Dragon Wolf King egg and grew rapidly under the nourishment of Tang Xingai and the spiritual energy of the territory. The Dragon Wolf King rode the wind at incredible speed, moving silently through the air, drawing countless gazes from below the Blackwater Island port, some filled with shock, others with envy, and still others with greed. Murong Schwang and Lu Rian followed half a body length behind, one on the left and one on the right, riding the wind to keep up. Murong Schwang was still dressed in a white, fitted outfit, her expression as aloof as frost. Lu Rian changed into a light blue long dress with arrow sleeves for easy movement, covered with a light gauze. She lost some of the swordsman's sharpness and gained more of an otherworldly air, but the long sword at her waist was still conspicuous. The three landed in front of the imposing gates of the Blackwater Auction House. The guards at the gate were all powerful and sharp-eyed cultivators. Seeing the Frost Dragon Wolf King and the three's imposing presence, they dared not be negligent. The leader stepped forward and politely inquired, "Three distinguished guests, do you have invitations?" Tang Xingai casually tossed out Qin Ye's black invitation. The guard took it and examined it, his expression becoming even more respectful. He bowed and said, "So it's Lord Xingai in person. The Lord has already given instructions. Please follow me, all three of you." Tang Xingai nodded, casually took out a small cloth bag from his storage ring, and tossed it to the guard leader. Inside were 100 low-grade spirit stones. "Lead the way." The guard leader took the cloth bag, feeling its weight in his hand. He scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his face instantly lit up with a smile as he bowed even lower. "Thank you for the reward, Lord. This way, please." He casually offered 100 spirit stones as a tip, a display of generosity that drew the attention of the other guards and guests, who were secretly alarmed. "Tell Qinya that I've arrived." Tang Xingai stepped forward and followed the guards into the auction house. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Passing through the lavishly decorated and heavily guarded corridors, we arrived at the main hall of the auction house. The main hall was circular, divided into 2 levels. The lower level had ordinary seats, already quite full, with a mixed atmosphere. The upper level consisted of individual private boxes, separated by curtains, clearly prepared for VIPs. The guards led Tang Xingai and his 2 companions to a private box on the 2nd floor, directly opposite the auction stage, and respectfully lifted the beaded curtain. The private room was spacious, furnished with a soft animal hide carpet and decorated with spirit wood tables and chairs, on which spirit fruits and fragrant tea were prepared. The most eye-catching feature was the large chair at the head of the table, covered with red cushions. At this moment, a person is sitting lazily in the chair. She was a woman wearing a dark red long dress embroidered with gold peonies. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with an extremely beautiful face, a beauty that possessed both an aggressive and mature charm. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips as red as fire, and her phoenix eyes were slightly upturned. With each glance, her gaze seemed to possess hooks, capable of easily stealing a man's soul. Her hair, as black as clouds, was loosely tied up with a gold hairpin, with a few strands falling beside her snow-white neck. She rested her chin on one hand and casually toyed with a crystal-clear wine glass with the other, her posture languid and relaxed, yet exuding a powerful aura of complete control. Qinya, the queen of the black market. In the shadows behind her stood a woman with a voluptuous and alluring figure, clad in tight black leather armor. The woman's head was bowed, obscuring her face, but simply standing there exuded a dangerous yet seductive aura, like a black datura flower with poisonous thorns. Tang Xingai and his 2 companions entered the private room. Qinya raised her eyes, her gaze lingering on Tang Xingai for a moment before sweeping over Schwang and Lu Ruyan behind him. A captivating smile slowly curved her red lips, her voice languid and magnetic, as if carrying a subtle hook. "Lord Tang, I've been waiting for you for a long time. It seems my Blackwater market has finally caught your eye." She put down her wine glass, sat up straighter, her graceful curves revealed beneath her red dress, and stared directly at Tang Xingai with a hint of interest in her eyes. "There's going to be quite a show tonight." Chapter 26, Auction Turmoil. Tang Xingai entered the private room, his gaze calmly sweeping over Qinya, who was sitting languidly and lingering for a moment on the alluring figure in the shadows behind her. Then he naturally walked to the center of the private room and sat down in a large chair opposite Qinya. Schwang and Lu Ruyan stood on either side of him behind him, their gazes calm and their aura restrained, like the most loyal guards. "It is an honor for me, Mr. Qin, to accompany me personally." Tang Xingai's tone was calm, revealing no emotion. Qinya chuckled softly, her voice languid and magnetic. She slightly adjusted her posture, her dark red skirt billowing out like water. She picked up the wine pot on the table, personally filled a cup with amber-colored spirit wine, and pushed the cup towards Tang Xingai with her slender fingers. "Young hero, Lord of the Stars, you've built such an empire in such a short time. I'm very curious and naturally want to see for myself. This is amber light, which I brewed myself. Would you like to try some?" Tang Xingai didn't touch the glass of wine, but just looked at Qinya. "Miss Qin's invitation says there's a good show. I wonder when it starts?" Qinya wasn't annoyed. She withdrew her hand, picked up another glass of wine, took a sip, and her phoenix eyes curved into crescents, sparkling with interest. "What's the rush? The best is yet to come." The following auctions, while mostly featuring low-class items, will occasionally include some interesting trinkets. "My lord, why don't you take a look? If any catch your eye, I'll give you a discount." As she spoke, her gaze swept over Schwang and Lu Ruyan behind Tang Xingai, lingering for a moment on the ancient longsword at Lu Ruyan's waist, a knowing smile flashing in her eyes. Sword Pavilion's leader Lu Ruyan, Frost swordsman Schwang. The Lord side is truly full of talented people. Lu Ruyan remained expressionless. Only her fingers on the sword hilt twitched slightly. Schwang coldly returned Qinya's gaze, her icy blue eyes devoid of any warmth. Just then, the lights in the auction hall below dimmed, leaving only the central circular auction stage illuminated by bright spotlights. An auctioneer dressed in a black robe and wearing a silver mask walked onto the stage and announced in a calm voice amplified by a spell array, The Blackwater Collection monthly auction is now beginning. The rules remain the same. The highest bidder wins. Payment is due upon departure, and no further confirmation is given. The auction has officially begun. One by one, the auction items were presented. Magical weapons stained with blood and clearly stolen goods, ancient scrolls of unknown origin, and slaves marked with prisoners of war or sinful slaves. Men, women, young and old were among them, and they were brought to the stage to be displayed with numb or fearful eyes and bid on like commodities. The bidders were mostly people in the private boxes or burly, fierce-looking individuals in the open seating area below. Their calls rose and fell, interspersed with rude jokes and unrestrained stares. The air was thick with the scent of greed, cruelty, and desire. This was a naked underworld where the law of the jungle was taken to its extreme. Tang Xingai remained calm throughout, only his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly when he saw the slaves being auctioned off as commodities. He didn't bid once, showing no interest in the bloody loot or the numb slaves. Murong Schwang and Lu Rian stood silently, but their eyes grew colder and colder, and the temperature in the private room seemed to drop. Qinya leaned back in her chair, observing Tang Xingai's reaction with great interest. Seeing that he remained unmoved in the face of these things, the smile on her red lips deepened, and she seemed somewhat disappointed. Midway through the auction, one of Tang Xingai's targets finally appeared. Next item, spatial expansion scroll, blue quality. The auctioneer displayed a scroll made of an unknown leather, with stable spatial fluctuation runes shimmering on it. It can reliably expand the interior space of a building by 3 to 5 times, with the effect lasting for 10 years. The starting bid is 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 100. This scroll would be very useful to forces eager to expand, especially those island lords who occupied fixed islands with limited land space. A bid was immediately placed. 3,001. 3,003. The price quickly climbed to 4,500 spirit stones. The bidder was an elderly man with a hoarse voice from a private room on the 3rd floor. 5,000. Tang Xingai raised his bid board for the first time. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the room. The room fell silent for a moment. The bidder immediately increased the price by 500, showing absolute certainty. The hoarse old man remained silent for a moment, then did not make another bid. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a gruff and arrogant voice rang out from a private box diagonally opposite on the 2nd floor. 5,005. Haha, Kid Tang, I got my eye on this too. It was Blood Axe Lei Lai. He had indeed come, and he made no attempt to hide his hostility. All eyes turned to Tang Xingai's private room. Many knew about Lei Lai's bounty on Tang Xingai's head, and seeing Lei Lai openly raising the price, they all looked on with anticipation. Qinya picked up her wine glass, a playful smile on her lips, and looked at Tang Xingai. Tang Xingai's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even look in the direction of Lei Lai's private room, and raised his sign again. 6,000. 6,005. Lei Lai immediately followed up, his voice laced with mockery. 7,000. Tang Xingai's tone remained calm. 7,005. Lei Lai seemed determined. 10,000. Tang Xingai put down his bidding paddle and announced a price that elicited a low gasp from the entire room. It jumped directly from 7,500 to 10,000, more than double. This price far exceeds the actual value of the blue scroll. Even the auctioneer paused, glancing towards Tang Xingai's private box. There was a few seconds of silence in Lei Lai's private room. Then came a cold snort of annoyance. Damn it. You're rich, kid. You can have this broken scroll. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones sold. The auctioneer brought down the gavel, and the scroll was delivered to Tang Xingai's private room by a special clerk. Tang Xingai casually paid the spirit stones, not even glancing at the scroll twice, as if he had only bought an insignificant trinket. Qinya's interest deepened. She could tell that Tang Xingai wasn't acting out of spite, but genuinely didn't care about the spirit stones. This wealth was completely inconsistent with the time it had taken for him to rise to power. This man must have many secrets. The auction continued, and several more rare refining materials and spiritual herbs appeared. Tang Xingai occasionally made a move, bidding against them with overwhelming prices without hesitation, demonstrating his unfathomable wealth. Lei Lai tried to raise the price a few more times, but Tang Xingai either doubled the price to crush him or gave up immediately after the price exceeded the value of the item. Lei Lai failed to rip him off several times and almost ended up losing 2 items himself. He was so angry that he cursed and swore in the private room. Finally, the auctioneer's voice rose slightly, carrying a hint of enticement. Next item, Dungeon Basic Construction Blueprint, Purple Quality. A thick scroll, made of some kind of tough animal hide, was brought to the stage. The auctioneer unfurled a small portion, revealing intricate structural diagrams and densely packed runic annotations inside. This blueprint originates from a destroyed ancient dwarven ruin and contains a complete set of basic underground city defense, living, and storage system designs, along with detailed explanations of basic rune construction. It is of immeasurable value to any force that wants to build an underground stronghold and expand its living space. Starting bid: 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by at least 500. The moment the blueprints appeared, they sparked an even more enthusiastic reaction than before. Those who could come here all had some shady needs or enemies. A safe and secluded underground base was simply too tempting. Prices rose rapidly. 9,000, 10,000, 11,000. The price quickly reached 18,000. The bidder was a middle-aged man with a gloomy voice. 20,000. Tang Xingai made another bid, directly raising the price to a new level. The hall fell silent again. Many people weighed their wallets and shook their heads. Although the purple blueprint was precious, 20,000 low-grade spirit stones was an astronomical price for many. 25,000. Lei Lai's rough voice rang out again, carrying a hint of arrogance. I'm taking these blueprints. I'm desperate for a seller to hold prisoners. Anyone who tries to take them is going against Blood Axe. This was a blatant threat. Many potential bidders frowned, but intimidated by Lei Lai's fearsome reputation and late-stage foundation establishment strength, no one dared to speak up for a moment. The auctioneer looked towards Tang Xingai's private box. Qinya also sat up slightly, watching with great interest how Tang Xingai would respond. Tang Xingai didn't immediately make a bid. He picked up the glass of amber light that Qinya had pushed towards him earlier, gently swirled it, and watched the amber-colored liquid ripple in the glass. He took a sip. The taste was mellow, with a unique fruity aroma and a spiritual quality. Truly excellent. After putting down his wine glass, Tang Xingai slowly raised his paddle again, 30,000. Then, he turned to Qinya and asked calmly, Ms. Qin, is it permissible to commit murder within Blackwater Market? He asked so directly and so naturally, as if he were asking, can we eat here? Qinya was clearly stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing so hard that her chest heaved. She finally managed to stop laughing, wiping her eyes with a napkin, her voice still tinged with amusement. Lord Tang is truly straightforward. The rules of Blackwater Market forbid fighting within its grounds. However, she drew out her words, her phoenix eyes sweeping over Lei Lai's private room before returning to Tang Xingai. Her red lips parted slightly. Once you leave this room, whether you're in heaven or the sea, whether you live or die depends on your own methods. I only care about doing business, not about my customers' personal grudges. This was a tactful way of putting it, upholding the rules of the Blackwater clan, while implying that she wouldn't interfere after leaving. Understood. Tang Xingai nodded and said no more. In the opposite booth, Lei Lai was furious. Tang Xingai's question, is it okay to kill someone, was like a public slap in the face. But he also knew Qinya's rules and methods, so he suppressed his urge to attack immediately and roared viciously. 35,000. Kid, you got guts. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. 40,000. Tang Xingai didn't even lift his eyelids. 45,000. 50,000. You. Lei Lai seemed to want to raise the price, but someone next to him seemed to whisper a word of dissuasion. He was panting heavily and ultimately did not continue to bid. He just stared intently at the direction of Tang Xingai's private room with a murderous gaze. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones sold. The auctioneer brought down the gavel, his gaze towards Tang Xingai's private box filled with a hint of astonishment. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single purple blueprint. Such a sum was rare, even in Blackwater Market. The blueprints were delivered to the private room. Tang Xingai paid with spirit stones, without even glancing at Lei Lai. The auction was nearing its end. The last item was brought out, But it wasn't an object. It was a person. She was a girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old, wearing a tattered linen dress, barefoot, and her hands were bound to her body with special spirit-suppressing shackles. She had pointed ears, long, slightly curly, light green hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, and delicate features like an elven sculpture. But now, her beautiful face was covered in grime, and her large emerald green eyes were filled with fear, despair, and a hint of stubbornness. She was locked in a specially made iron cage, with a collar around her neck, like a frightened fawn. The grand finale is an elven maiden, identified as having pure blood. She possesses the purple attribute, Child of Nature, which accelerates plant growth and allows for simple communication with lower-level plants and animals. Starting bid, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by at least 1,000. The auctioneer's voice remained calm, as if introducing an artifact. An elf. Child of Nature. This is a great helper for cultivating spirit plants. Hee, it looks so beautiful. A buzzing discussion immediately arose from below the stage, and many eyes turned lewd and greedy. The elven girl trembled violently, tears welling in her emerald eyes. She tried to shrink back, but there was nowhere to retreat. Tang Singai Fawen deeply. Buying and selling slaves had already crossed his bottom line, let alone buying and selling a young girl from another race who possessed special talents and was clearly underage. 11,000, someone immediately offered. 13,000. 15,000. Prices soared. Slaves with special attributes, especially those with outstanding appearances like elves, have always been highly sought after. 20,000. Leilai's repulsive voice rang out again, filled with lewd laughter. I'm going to have this one. Don't even try to take her from me. When I'm done with her, I can even have her grow medicinal herbs for me, hee. Upon hearing Leilai's words, the elven girl was so frightened that she almost fainted, and tears streamed down her face. The bidding paused for a moment. Many people were wary of Leilai and felt that the price of 20,000 was already too high, so they began to hesitate. Tang Zingai stood up, walked to the railing of the private room, and looked down at the trembling girl in the cage below the stage. The girl seemed to sense something, raising her tearful eyes to meet his gaze. In those emerald eyes was a bottomless despair, and a pleading look as if grasping at a straw. Tang Zingai raised his bidding paddle, his voice carrying clearly throughout the silent auction hall. 50,000. The entire audience erupted in uproar. A direct offer of 50,000 just for an elf slave? Even with the Child of Nature attribute, this was outrageous. Many people looked at Tang Zingai as if he were a madman. Leilai was stunned, then flew into a rage. Tang Zingai, are you deliberately going against me? You're offering 50,000 low-grade spirit stones for a mere elf. Tang Zingai ignored him and simply repeated to the auctioneer, 50,000. The auctioneer, recovering from his shock, quickly said, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Anything higher? Leilai's face turned ashen. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones were no small sum for him, and spending them on a mere toy was a painful thought. But after being repeatedly humiliated by Tang Zingai, he was enraged and roared through gritted teeth, 55,000. 100,000. Tang Zingai's voice remained calm. It was like a boulder crashing into the water, creating ripples everywhere. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just to buy a slave? The entire auction house was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Tang Zingai in disbelief, as if he were a monster. Even Chinya, whose expression had been languid, froze, sitting up straight and staring intently at Tang Zingai. Leilai's mouth dropped open. After a long pause, he slammed his fist on the table and roared, Tang Zingai, are you fucking crazy? 10,000 spirit stones for this thing. Do you even have that many spirit stones? Tang Zingai finally turned his head and glanced at Leilai's private room. His gaze was calm and expressionless, yet sent a chill down Leilai's spine. Whether I am or not is none of your concern. You, Leilai trembled with rage, pointing at Tang Zingai, but unable to utter a word. He absolutely could not come up with 100,000 spirit stones, and even if he could, he would never use them to buy a slave out of spite. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones sold. The auctioneer's voice was filled with excitement as he brought down the gavel. This was probably the highest price ever paid for a single item at Blackwater auction in recent times. Soon, the iron cage containing the elf girl was pushed into Tang Xingai's private room. The girl huddled in the corner of the cage, watching in terror as Tang Xingai, Schwang, and Lu Rian approached. Tang Xingai didn't open the cage immediately, but looked at Qinya first. "Ms. Qin, please settle the bill, including what you just paid." Qinya took a deep breath and clapped her hands. Gume, dressed in black leather armor, silently emerged from the shadows, holding a jade ledger in her hand. She lowered her head, her voice soft and alluring. "My lord, the spatial expansion scroll costs 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The dungeon construction blueprint costs 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the Elven Maiden costs 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 160,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would you like to exchange them for spirit stones or barter?" Spirit stones. Tang Xingai waved his hand casually, and a small pile of low-grade spirit stones, shimmering with a pale blue luster and as clear as gemstones, appeared on the table. There were exactly 160,000 of them, piled up into a small mountain, emitting pure spiritual energy fluctuations. The private room was silent. Qinya and Gume stared at the pile of spirit stones, their pupils shrinking slightly. Carrying 160,000 low-grade spirit stones on one's person, and taking them out so casually. This was quite a display. Gume quickly finished counting and, after confirming that everything was correct, nodded to Qinya. Qinya's face regained its charming smile, but this time it held a hint of seriousness and inquiry. "Lord Tang is truly a man of few words. Xiaomei, give Lord Tang the key." Gume took a uniquely shaped key from her waist and handed it to Tang Xingai with both hands, raising her head slightly as she did so. Tang Xingai saw her face. It was an extremely alluring and seductive face, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye adding to her charm, but her eyes were calm and expressionless, even somewhat empty. Their gazes met briefly before parting. Tang Xingai took the key and walked to the iron cage. The elf girl shrank back in fright, her emerald green eyes filled with terror. "Don't be afraid." Tang Xingai's voice softened. He used the key to open the cage door, then squatted down and looked into the girl's eyes. "I won't hurt you. From now on, you won't have to stay in this kind of place anymore, and you won't have to see those scumbags again." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the silent auction hall. Many people heard it, especially the word trash, which caused a loud crash of something being smashed to erupt from Lei Lai's VIP box. Ignoring the commotion, Tang Xingai used his key to unlock the spirit-suppressing shackles on the elf girl's wrists and neck. The shackles hit the ground softly, yet they sent a shiver down the girl's spine. She looked at Tang Xingai in disbelief, then at the unlocked shackles on the ground, and tears welled up again, but this time they were tears of relief and lingering fear. Tang Xingai took off his outer robe and draped it over the girl's thin, trembling body, covering her tattered clothes and exposed skin. "Can you stand up?" The elven girl tried to move, but her legs gave way. Lu Rian silently stepped forward and reached out to support her. The girl glanced gratefully at Lu Rian, and with Lu Rian's help, slowly stood up. She hid behind Tang Xingai, her small hands tightly gripping the corner of Tang Xingai's robe, her body still trembling slightly. Tang Xingai looked at Qinya. "Ms. Qin, the transaction is complete. I'll take my leave now." Qinya also stood up, her smile bright. "Lord Tang, take care. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate again." She made a pointed remark. Tang Xingai nodded. Then, accompanied by Schwang, Lu Rian, and the elfin girl clinging tightly to his clothes, turned and left the private room, heading towards the auction hall exit. As they passed, the crowd parted automatically, everyone watching them with complex emotions, shock, envy, greed, and also apprehension. As Tang Xingai reached the entrance of the auction hall, he stopped without turning around. His calm voice echoed throughout the hall and also reached towards Lei Lai's private room. "Lei Lai, I'm in Xingai territory, waiting for you to come and chop me up." After saying that, he led his men straight out of the auction house and disappeared into the night. After a moment of deathly silence, the auction hall erupted in excitement. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Today's auction was just too thrilling. Qinya sat back down on the soft couch, picked up her wine glass, swirled it gently, and gazed in the direction Tang Xingai had left. Her phoenix eyes gleamed as she murmured to herself, "Interesting, really interesting." Xiao O Mei. Here, Gume appeared beside her like a ghost. Follow him and see. If necessary, we can lend him a hand. I'm very interested to see just how capable this Star Sea Lord really is. Qinya took a sip of wine, a mysterious smile playing on her red lips. Yes. Gumei's figure silently blended into the shadows and disappeared. Tang Xingai and his group left the bustling core area of Blackwater Market and arrived at the relatively quiet dock area. The Frost Dragon Wolf King lay there quietly, and when it saw Tang Xingai, it affectionately rubbed its large head against his palm. Just as Tang Xingai was about to help the elf girl onto the back of the Dragon Wolf King, suddenly, a series of noisy footsteps and unrestrained laughter came from the dark alleyway next to them. Ha ha! Tang Xingai, I've been waiting for you for ages. Blood Axe Lei Lai, leading more than 20 fierce-looking henchmen, surged out of the alley and blocked Tang Xingai's path. Lei Lai carried a massive, blood-red axe the size of a door panel on his shoulder, the blade still stained with dark red blood. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with cruelty and greed. Hand over the blueprints and that elf girl, then kneel down and count out to Grandpa 100 times, and maybe I'll be in a good mood and leave you with a whole corpse. Lei Lai grinned maliciously, unleashing his late-stage Foundation establishment spiritual power without reservation, carrying a strong bloody smell and a violent killing intent. His men behind him also drew their weapons, their auras locking onto Tang Xingai and his two companions. The elven girl screamed in fright and clung tightly to Tang Xingai's robes. Mirong Schwang and Lu Ruyin stepped forward simultaneously, blocking Tang Xingai's path. Their long swords were drawn, and icy sword energy and sharp sword intent rose up, clashing head-on with the killing intent of Lei Lai and his group. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and a battle was about to break out. Just then, a soft, alluring, and slightly languid female voice came from the shadows of the eaves above everyone's heads. "Do you need any help, my lord?" Everyone looked up and saw Gume, dressed in a black, tight-fitting leather armor, with a voluptuous and alluring figure, sitting on the upturned corner of the roof, swinging her long, straight legs, resting her chin on her hand, and smiling as she watched the two sides facing off below. Her appearance was completely unexpected, as if she had always been there. Chapter 27, The Two-Faced Beauty. Gume sat atop the upturned eaves, her black leather armor outlining breathtaking curves, her dangling legs dazzlingly white in the moonlight. Her voice, soft and languid, carried a hint of amusement as she floated down from the rooftop. Gume's appearance made the already tense atmosphere even more bizarre. Lei Lai looked up abruptly and saw Gume. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. "Gume? Boss Chin's woman? What the hell do you mean? Trying to meddle in my business?" Gume rested her chin on her hand, blinked her alluring eyes, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye was particularly noticeable in the moonlight. "Boss Lei, what are you saying? This Blackwater Island wharf isn't your backyard. Can I just enjoy the breeze and watch the fun here?" Watching the show, Lei Lai's face darkened, and he pointed his blood-red giant axe at Tang Xingai. "This pretty boy ruined my plans, and I'm going to chop him up today. Boss Chin's rules are that no fighting inside the venue, but once we're outside, I can do whatever I want. You'd better get out of here, or I'll take care of you too." "Oh dear, Boss Lei is so fierce." Gume patted her ample chest, feigning fear, but her smile remained undiminished. "If you want to fight, go ahead. I'm just curious, you brought 1, 2, 3, 15 people." She pointed at Lei Lai's subordinates behind him, 3 late-stage Qi refining, 5 at the great perfection of Qi refining, 6 early-stage Foundation establishment, plus you, the late-stage Foundation establishment expert, to deal with Lord Tang's side, 2 early-stage Foundation establishment experts, 1 mid-stage Foundation establishment expert. Oh, and a little elf without spiritual power. She counted on her fingers, her tone as relaxed as if she were counting beans. This is quite a show of respect for Lord Tang. However, her tone shifted, her gaze sweeping over Tang Xingai's calm face, lingering for a moment on the Frost Dragon Wolf King, before finally returning to Lei Lai's face, her smile becoming somewhat meaningful. "Are you so sure you can handle it?" Lei Lai's heart skipped a beat at her words, but after glancing at his own superior numbers and then at Tang Xingai's side, which consisted of only 2 women and a beast, his courage immediately returned. He sneered, "Stop talking nonsense. Gume, don't think I won't touch you just because you're Chinya's woman. I'll ask you one last time. Are you getting out of here or not? Gume tilted her head, seemingly thinking about it seriously, and then sighed. Sigh. Boss Lei, with your temper, no wonder Boss Chin always says you're unlikely to amount to anything. Before she finished speaking, Gume's figure suddenly disappeared from the rooftop, as if blending into the shadows. The next instant, to Leilai's left, a small, wielding foundation establishment cultivator who was quietly moving to the flank suddenly had a burst of blood bloom from his throat. He clutched his throat in disbelief, let out 2 gasps, and collapsed to the ground, the dagger clattering to the floor. Almost simultaneously, to Leilai's right rear, a chi-refining grand perfection cultivator who was preparing to unleash a sinister spell felt a chill run down his spine. Looking down, he saw only a blood-stained dagger tip protruding from his chest. His eyes bulged, and he collapsed to the ground. The 2 figures fell almost simultaneously. Only after they fell to the ground did Gu Mei's ghostly figure slowly emerge from the shadows behind the second victim, like ripples on water. She toyed with a dagger no longer than the palm of her hand, entirely black except for the blade which gleamed with a faint blue light. She gently flicked away the blood droplets on it and gave Leilai a charming smile. Boss Lei, one of your men tried to flank you from behind, and the other tried to launch a sneak attack. That's not very ethical. I'm cleaning up your mess for you. You're welcome. It all happened so fast. From Gu Mei's disappearance to the 2 men's deaths, only 2 breaths had passed. Leilai's men didn't even see how Gu Mei moved. By the time they reacted, their 2 companions were already corpses. Gu Mei, you fucking want to die. Leilai's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and a violent killing intent soared into the sky. He was completely enraged. Gu Mei had killed 2 of his capable subordinates right in front of him. This was not only a slap in the face, but also a declaration of war. Charge! Kill them all! Leave no one alive! Leilai roared, swinging his blood-red giant axe with a shrill whooshing sound as he charged towards Tang Xingai. His men behind him reacted as well, roaring and brandishing their weapons. They formed a battle formation, with half of them rushing towards Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan, while the other half spread out, subtly surrounding Tang Xingai, Gu Mei, and the elfin girl to prevent them from escaping. Protect her, Tang Xingai whispered to the elven girl beside him, gently pushing her to the side of the Frost Dragon Wolf King. The Dragon Wolf King growled, lowered its body slightly, shielding the girl behind it, its icy blue eyes locking onto the charging enemy, and exhaling chilling white breath. Facing the charging Leilai, Tang Xingai neither dodged nor evaded. With a flick of his left hand, a red light flashed, and the ice dragon roar bow, its body as clear as blood jade and adorned with a ferocious ice dragon relief, instantly appeared in his hand. The bowstring automatically solidified, radiating a bone-chilling cold. He didn't knock an arrow, but simply drew the bowstring back a third, aimed at Leilai who was charging at the front, and released it. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and an ice-blue arrow, formed purely from extremely cold spiritual energy, appeared out of thin air, tearing through the air with a shrill cry like a dragon's roar, and instantly shot towards Leilai. Wherever the arrow passed, the moisture in the air was instantly frozen, forming a white trail of frost. Alarm bells rang in Leilai's mind. The speed and chill of the arrow far exceeded his expectations. He roared, abruptly halting his charge. He gripped the blood-red giant axe with both hands, its surface blazing with crimson light, and fiercely cleaved at the icy blue arrow. Boom! The icy blue arrows collided with the crimson giant axe, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy. Ice shards and blood splattered everywhere. Leilai felt an unimaginable force mixed with bone-chilling cold coming from the axe blade, which made his hands numb and his tiger's mouth split open. He staggered back 3 big steps, leaving deep footprints on the ground, before he could barely steady himself. His blood and chi surged. He looked up in shock at Tang Xingai. The other man remained standing in the same spot, still in a posture of drawing his bow, his expression calm, as if he had merely fired an arrow casually. Mid-foundation establishment? No, this spiritual power intensity. Leilai's heart trembled violently. Tang Xingai was clearly only in the mid-foundation establishment stage, but the power of this casual arrow was almost close to the peak of foundation establishment. Moreover, That terrifying chill could actually penetrate his protective spiritual power and giant axe to erode his meridians. This guy's tough. Attack together! Lei Lai shouted sharply, suppressing his shock, knowing he couldn't fight alone. Several of his subordinates, some at the early Foundation establishment stage and others at the great perfection of chi refining, immediately surrounded him, drawing their swords and unleashing various magical attacks from all directions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan were also besieged. Murong Schwang's face was as cold as frost. She drew her long sword, and the blade was instantly covered with a thick layer of solid ice, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Her swordsmanship was concise and sharp. Each thrust carried a chilling frost aura, freezing, slowing, or even shattering incoming weapons. Murong Schwang moved nimbly among several enemies, her icy sword energy crisscrossing. She was able to fight 5 opponents at once without being at a disadvantage. Instead, she forced her opponents to make a fuss, their bodies covered in frost, and their movements becoming slower and slower. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, has a completely different style. She didn't draw her sword, only gripping the hilt. Her movements were as elusive as smoke, weaving through the gaps in her enemy's attacks. Occasionally, the scabbard would lightly tap, precisely striking her enemy's wrists, ankles, or points where their spiritual energy was circulating. Seemingly effortless, these actions caused her opponents to cry out in pain, their attacks crumbling. Her sword intent was contained yet restrained, which made people even more uneasy, as if she might unleash a fatal blow at any moment. Most of those attacking them were chi refining stage cultivators, with only 2 at the early Foundation establishment stage. Under Murong Schwang's frost control and Lu Ruyan's exquisite attacks, they were unable to break through for a while. Gu Mei's figure disappeared again, like a real shadow, wandering around the perimeter of the battle. She never confronted her enemies head-on, always appearing at the most unexpected angles and times. Her poisoned, dark blue dagger was like the forked tongue of a viper. Every time it appeared, someone would scream and fall to the ground, either with their wrist tendons severed, their ankle cut open, or their back pierced. Gu Mei had a clear objective: to prioritize eliminating enemies who posed a greater threat or were preparing for a long-range sneak attack. She acted ruthlessly and precisely, without any hesitation. Her movements were too unpredictable. Combined with the purple attribute ability of shadow travel, she moved with ease in the night and shadows, making it impossible for Lei Lai's men to defend against her. Soon, 2 more men were injured by her dagger and lost their fighting ability. "Gu Mei, you bitch! What does Qini mean by this?" Lei Lai was furious when he saw his men fall one after another. He roared as he swung his axe at Tang Xingai. Gu Mei's figure emerged from the shadows, not far away. She casually used her dagger to slit the throat of a cultivator who was trying to ambush her, and then flicked the blood off the dagger. She said casually, "I don't know what Boss Qin means. I only know that I don't really like you, Boss Lei, and by the way, I think Lord Tang's side has a better chance of winning. A businessman, of course, will stand with the winner. You're asking for death." Lei Lai went completely berserk. He knew that if he didn't deal with this elusive woman first, his men would be wiped out sooner or later. "Second brother. Third brother. Forget about those 2 women. Let's kill this pretty boy first, then we'll work together to kill that traitor Gu Mei." The second and third brothers he mentioned were the 2 remaining mid-foundation establishment cultivators in the Brotherhood besides him. One wielded a pair of short halberds, and the other used a chain hammer. They were originally besieging Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan, but upon hearing this, they immediately withdrew and, together with Lei Lai, the 3 of them formed a triangular formation. Their spiritual power linked together, their momentum greatly increased, and they launched a fierce attack on Tang Xingai. This is a common combined attack formation used by the Brotherhood. The 3 of them working together are enough to briefly contend with the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. The pressure suddenly increased. Tang Xingai's eyes narrowed, and he retreated quickly. At the same time, he drew his bow in succession, firing 3 ice-exploding arrows in a triangular formation, each aimed at one of the 3 men, temporarily halting their offensive. However, Lei Lai and the other 2 clearly coordinated well. The 2 swung their weapons to shatter the arrows, while Lei Lai withstood the chill of the ice-exploding arrows, wildly wielding his giant axe to keep Tang Xingai tightly entangled, not giving him a chance to create distance and take advantage of his bow and arrow. Seeing this, Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan wanted to rush back to help, but they were held back by the remaining enemies. Gume tried to ambush Lei Lai and his two companions, but they were back-to-back with a tight defense. Gume's dagger attacks were blocked several times, and she was almost hit by the chain hammer. She had to hide in the shadows again to look for an opportunity. The battle seemed to be tilting in Lei Lai's favor. After all, they had the numerical advantage, and the combined power of Lei Lai and his two companions was formidable. Although Tang Xingai was temporarily holding on under the attack of the three, thanks to his exquisite movements and the power of the Ice Dragon Roar Bow, his space for maneuver was constantly being compressed, and he was in constant danger. The Frost Dragon Wolf King growled repeatedly, wanting to join the battle, but it had to protect the elven girl behind it, so it frantically scratched the ground with its claws. "Boy, your death is near." Seeing Tang Xingai being forced to retreat, Lei Lai grinned maliciously. His body suddenly surged with blood-red light, his muscles bulged, his aura instantly increased significantly, and his eyes turned completely blood-red. He activated the purple-level ability, Berserk Blood Rage. Although he would be weakened for a while afterward, his strength, speed, and defense would be greatly enhanced in a short period of time, almost reaching the threshold of Foundation establishment perfection. Lei Lai roared, his blood-red giant axe slashing down with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. The power of this axe blow far surpassed that of the previous ones. Tang Xingai's eyes sharpened. He knew he couldn't take the blow head-on. He shifted his stance, his body gliding away like a fish. The giant axe grazed his clothes and cleaved the ground, splitting a crack several meters long in the hard stone slab, sending fragments of stone flying. But Lei Lai's attack was just the beginning. The other two's short halberds and chain hammers also struck like poisonous dragons emerging from their caves, blocking Tang Xingai's retreat. It looked like Tang Xingai was about to be hit. At this critical moment, a clear and cold shout suddenly came from the end of the street on the other side of the dock. Frozen extreme. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying chill, several times stronger than the one Murong Schwang had unleashed, swept in like a tidal wave. Wherever the chill passed, the ground, walls, and debris were instantly covered with a thick layer of ice, and the temperature plummeted to the point where water would freeze instantly. The three men surrounding Tang Xingai, Lei Lai and his companion, froze simultaneously. The biting chill not only assaulted their bodies, but also sluggished their spiritual energy circulation. The speed of the short halberd and chain hammer visibly decreased. A white figure as swift as a startled swan came stepping on the ice with extreme speed. It was Murong Schwang. But at this moment, her aura was far stronger than before, surrounded by a dense, icy blue spiritual energy, causing ice crystals to condense wherever she passed. She had actually broken through to the mid-Foundation establishment stage during the battle. Moreover, her control over the power of frost was even more refined and powerful. "Sister Schwang," Lu Ruyan's joyful voice rang out. Her sword light surged, instantly forcing back two enemies, and she also rushed towards this side. At the same time, dozens of figures silently appeared on the rooftops and in the shadows of alleyways along the street. They were dressed in uniform black light armor. Their movements were synchronized, and their auras were sharp and powerful. The weakest among them was at the late stage of chi refining, and the leaders were even at the early stage of Foundation establishment. They held powerful bows and crossbows, their cold arrows gleaming in the moonlight, firmly locking onto all the Brotherhood members in the arena. It turns out they are reinforcements from Xingai territory. Before setting off, Tang Xingai secretly notified Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan via communication talisman that if he left the auction house for more than half an hour and did not return, or if they received a specific signal, they should immediately bring people to meet him. He was never one to venture into the lion's den unprepared. Murong Schwang broke through the enemy lines at the last moment and led her elite guard to arrive just in time. "Release the arrows," Murong Schwang commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of arrows, imbued with armor-piercing and frost runes, swarmed like locusts, covering the entire area except for Tang Xingai, Gume, the elf girl, and the Frost Dragon Wolf King. The arrow rain was precise and deadly. The Chi refining stage Brotherhood members were caught off guard, and 7 or 8 of them fell instantly, either dead or wounded. The remaining members hurriedly waved their weapons to block, and their formation was thrown into chaos. Lei Lai's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He hadn't expected Tang Xingai to have such a hidden trick up his sleeve. Seeing his men suffering heavy casualties and being slowed down by Schwang's cold aura, he knew that things were hopeless today and began to consider retreating. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Lei Lai roared, using his axe to force back Gumei, who was taking the opportunity to attack, and then turned to escape. Trying to leave now? Too late! Tang Xingai's icy voice rang out. He had retreated 10 steps away without anyone noticing. He drew back the ice dragon roar bow again. This time, what condensed on the bowstring was not an ordinary ice arrow, but an arrow that was crystal clear with an ice blue dragon shadow seemingly moving inside, and a point of cold light shining brightly to the extreme at the tip. Around the arrow, the air froze, creating fine cracks, and the terrifying chill covered the ground within a radius of tens of meters with a layer of white frost. Tang Xingai poured all of his pure ice-attribute spiritual power, along with a trace of the refined, whale-fall spiritual marrow power and the extreme cold origin of the ice dragon heart, into this arrow. The ice dragon relief on the bow seemed to come alive, emitting a silent roar. Ice dragon break! Tang Xingai released the bowstring. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed across the dock. The moment the ice crystal arrow left the bowstring, it transformed into a ferocious, clawing, ice-blue dragon shadow, carrying an extreme chill that could freeze the soul and immense power. It instantly tore through space, freezing the air in its wake, leaving an ice-blue trail as it hurtled straight towards Lei Lai's back. Lei Lai felt the terrifying, world-destroying power behind him. His soul trembled, and he frantically activated Berserk Blood Rage, his body glowing with an intense crimson light. He turned around and held his giant axe across his chest, attempting to block it. Boom! The ice dragon's arrow and the crimson giant axe collided with a deafening roar. A blinding burst of ice blue and crimson light erupted, and the terrifying shockwave ripped up and shattered all the surrounding stone slabs. Several Brotherhood members who were relatively close were directly blasted away, spitting out blood. The crimson giant axe in Lei Lai's hand made a crack sound as it could no longer bear the weight. Ice cracks instantly spread all over the axe surface. He roared, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. The bones in his arms made a teeth-grinding creaking sound. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. He was pushed backward and plowed more than 10 meters, his feet sinking deep into the ground. The power of the ice dragon arrow finally ran out, and it exploded with a bang, turning into a sky full of ice crystals. Lei Lai's giant axe also shattered completely with a bang, and he was sent flying backward like a rag doll, crashing heavily into a wall in the distance, creating a large crater before rolling to the ground. Lei Lai struggled to get up, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His chest caved in, covered with a thick layer of solid ice. His face was as pale as paper, and his breath was extremely weak. He had obviously suffered severe internal injuries, and his meridians and internal organs had been eroded and damaged by the cold. He wasn't dead yet. The vitality of someone in the late Foundation establishment stage was indeed tenacious, but he had completely lost his fighting ability, and his eyes were filled with horror, resentment, and unwillingness. Boss! Upon seeing this, the second brother, who wielded a short halberd, was furious and rushed towards Tang Xingai without regard for anything else. But he had only taken 2 steps when a shadowy figure emerged from the shadows behind him like a ghost, a dark blue dagger flashing like lightning, lightly slicing across the back of his neck. The second brother's body suddenly stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his neck, his eyes quickly becoming unfocused. Gumei's figure appeared beside his corpse, her dagger unstained by blood. She didn't even glance at the body on the ground, her gaze shifting to the third brother wielding the chain hammer and the remaining few defeated soldiers. Seeing the second brother dead and Lei Lai seriously injured, and seeing the Xingai territory archers all around, with Schwang and Lu Rian also watching him menacingly, the third brother was terrified. He let out a strange cry, dropped his chain hammer, and turned to flee. Try to leave? Lu Rian's cold voice rang out, and she finally drew her sword. The sword flashed, like a fleeting shadow, instantly traversing a distance of more than 10 meters, piercing through the third brother's back. The third brother staggered a few steps, fell to the ground, and was silent. Seeing this, the remaining Brotherhood members lost all will to fight, dropped their weapons, and knelt down to beg for mercy. The battle ended swiftly after Tang Xingai's arrow. Tang Xingai put away the ice dragon roar bow, his breathing slightly disordered. That arrow had taken a toll. He walked up to the heavily wounded and dying Lei Lai, looking down at him. Lei Lai lay amidst the rubble, struggling to lift his head, staring intently at Tang Xingai. Then at Gumei, who had somehow appeared beside Tang Xingai and was wiping her dagger with a silk handkerchief. His eyes were filled with resentment and realization. Gumei, Chinya, you plotted against me. With each word Lei Lai uttered, a mouthful of bloody foam gushed from his mouth. Gumei wiped the dagger clean, put it back in her sleeve, and gave Lei Lai a charming yet cold smile. Boss Lei, the black market isn't something you can make a living with just brute force. Boss Qin has long thought that you and your gang are too noisy and an eyesore. Today, I'll take advantage of Lord Tang's help to clean things up. You all. Lei Lai trembled with anger and coughed up blood several times. Gumei stopped looking at him and turned to Tang Xingai, her cold expression instantly transforming into a gentle smile. She bowed gracefully to Tang Xingai, her voice soft and sweet. Information Agent Gumei, on the orders of Boss Chinya, has come to meet Lord Tang and, on behalf of Boss Qin, to express the Lord's sincerity in cooperation. I just took the liberty of clearing away some trash. Please forgive me, Lord. As she spoke, she flipped her wrist, and a token that was neither gold nor wood, engraved with a blood-red axe pattern, appeared in her palm. She then handed it to Tang Xingai. This is Lei Lai's token, which allows us to initially control the remnants of the Brotherhood of Raiders and some of their strongholds in various black markets. Boss Qin said it's a small gift for the Lord to celebrate our pleasant first collaboration. Tang Xingai did not immediately take the token, but calmly looked at Gumei. This woman is ruthless and unpredictable. She betrayed me at the last minute, killing her former partner without hesitation, and then immediately showed me goodwill and loyalty. She was Chinya's person, or rather, she was a knife sent by Chinya, a knife that tested him while also extending an olive branch to him. I've seen Mr. Qin's sincerity. Tang Xingai finally spoke, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. Your life is mine now. Gumei smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling. From now on, Gumei will only obey the Lord's orders. Boss Qin said that I belong to you, Lord. Whether to kill me or spare me, whether to take me in or keep me, is entirely up to you, Lord. As she spoke, she actually knelt down on one knee, lowered her head, revealing a stretch of snow-white and beautiful neck, her posture submissive, completely different from the ghostly assassin she had been before. Tang Xingai gave her a deep look, then reached out and took the blood-red token. The token felt slightly heavy in his hand and carried a faint smell of blood. Just then, a series of crisp applause sounds came from the entrance of the dock. Everyone turned to look and saw Chinya walking gracefully towards them. She was still wearing that dark red dress, which, in the moonlight and the scattered lights of the dock, made her look like a poppy blooming in the night, beautiful and dangerous. A languid and charming smile was on her face as her gaze swept over the mess and corpses on the ground, finally landing on Tang Xingai. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Chinya clapped her hands lightly, walked closer, and didn't even glance at Lei Lai on the ground, as if he were just a pile of trash. Lord Tang has indeed not disappointed you, sister. I wanted to get rid of that stupid pig Lei Lai for a long time, but I couldn't do it myself due to the rules. Today, Lord Tang has done me a great favor, Chinya said with a smile, her gaze lingering for a moment on the blood-red token in Tang Xingai's hand, before looking at Gumei, who was kneeling on one knee, a subtle, unreadable meaning flashing in her eyes. Now we can have a proper talk. Chinya took out a finely crafted scroll of animal hide from her sleeve and handed it to Tang Xingai. This contains detailed intelligence on all the known black market outlets, secret warehouses, hideouts, and the 3 smuggling routes controlled by the Brotherhood of Raiders within a 3,000-mile radius. She paused, her smile becoming somewhat mysterious, and there are some clues about the boss behind them, The one who truly supports them, provides them with protection and intelligence. I think Lord Tang would be interested. Tang Xingai took the animal skin scroll, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he looked at Qinya's charming and smiling face and slowly asked, "Miss Qin, what do you want with such a generous gift?" Qinya covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes sparkling. "I just love dealing with smart people. I don't want much. We'll split the territory and channels left by the Brotherhood 30/70ths. I'll take 30 and you take 70. After all, you were the one who did the killings and provided the main manpower. I'm only providing a little bit of insignificant information and Xiaomei, who's a fairly capable helper. Furthermore, sister, I hope that the whale fall specialties, high-quality spirit wheat, and other interesting items produced in Starsea territory can be prioritized for supply to my Blackwater market. The price is negotiable." As she spoke, she leaned slightly closer, lowered her voice, and spoke with a rich fragrance. "Of course, if Lord Tang is willing, we can have even more in-depth cooperation. For example, dealing with some fools together, or exploring some more interesting places. For example, the Molten Mountains?" Tang Xingai narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 28, Conquering the Queen. Tang Xingai's fingers slowly caressed the animal hide scroll, his gaze calmly scrutinizing Qinya, who was standing close at hand. Moonlight shone on her beautiful face, revealing the calculation and a hint of tension hidden beneath her alluring smile. One of the behind-the-scenes financiers. Tang Xingai's voice was devoid of emotion. "Using me to clean up the disobedient dogs, and then using the bones and kennels they left behind to gain my trust and cooperation. Boss Qin, what a shrewd scheme." Qinya's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes shone even brighter, as if she had encountered an interesting opponent. "Lord Tang, why put it so harshly? In business, there are no permanent partners, only permanent interests. Leilai's ambition has swelled, and he's becoming increasingly unruly. He's not only provoked a powerful enemy like you, Lord, but he also outwardly obeys my orders while inwardly defying them. Keeping him around will only bring trouble sooner or later. Since you, my lord, have such a deep-seated grudge against him, I, as your sister, will give you a helping hand. This will both rid you of a menace and forge a good relationship with you. Why not?" She leaned slightly forward, bringing the rich fragrance closer, and lowered her voice, which had an alluring magnetism. "Moreover, the sincerity I'm offering is truly genuine. The Brotherhood's accumulated wealth, channels, secrets, and clues about the big boss behind them. This intelligence is enough for you, Lord, to take over most of the Brotherhood's legacy without bloodshed, increasing your strength by at least 30%. Sister, all I ask for is a tiny share of the scraps, plus a stable and high-quality supply chain. You think this is a win-win situation, Lord?" Tang Xingai did not answer immediately. He released the animal skin scroll, letting it close automatically. His gaze moved from Qinya's charming smile to the cleaned-up battlefield behind her, and finally landed on Gumei, who was still kneeling on one knee, head bowed and silent. "I want it all," Tang Xingai said, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable firmness. Qinya's smile faltered slightly. "The entire Brotherhood. Territory, distribution channels, warehouses, personnel, everything," Tang Xingai continued, his gaze returning to Qinya. "And you, and the Blackwater group you control." A hint of surprise flashed in Qinya's eyes, which was then replaced by a deeper smile, but the smile did not reach her eyes. "Lord Tang, you have quite the appetite. But on what grounds?" She tilted her head slightly, revealing her snow-white neck. Her posture remained languid, but she exuded an aura of authority. "I've been running my business on Blackwater Island for many years, and I rely on more than just my face. My eye of wealth can see through the value and potential of most items, which has allowed me to never suffer a loss in transactions. My skills and connections have allowed me to gain a foothold in these chaotic waters. My lord, while your potential is limitless, your foundation is still shallow. To try and swallow me and the Brotherhood whole, isn't that a bit too hasty? I can give you what you can't give yourself." Tang Xingai took a step forward, instantly closing the distance between them. He didn't exude a powerful spiritual aura, but the invisible aura of someone who had experienced bloody battles, ruled a region, and understood people's hearts made Qinya's breath catch in her throat slightly. "Can your eye of wealth see this?" Tang Xingai stretched out his hand, and a flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing a golden stone about the size of a thumb, warm and smooth like jade, with nebulae slowly flowing inside. Low-grade fairy stone. The moment the immortal stone appeared, a pure and vast, innate spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the spirit stone, spread out, and everyone around felt their spirits lifted, their spiritual power subtly leaping with joy. India's pupils constricted sharply. Her eye of wealth, talent was frantically warning her, indicating that this small stone contained unimaginable value, far beyond her comprehension. But she couldn't fully grasp its specific value and use. This had never happened before. This is, for the first time, Qin Ye's voice lost its languid composure. Tang Xingai put away the immortal stone, and another object appeared in his palm. It was an ice-blue gemstone, pulsating slightly like a heart, radiating extreme cold and the oppressive aura of a dragon, the heart of the ice dragon. Qin Ye's eye of wealth once again emitted a strong fluctuation mixed with desire and fear, indicating that this was the core of some kind of treasure that transcended the purple level and might even have reached the gold level, priceless, but also impossible to fully understand. Next, the third item, a drop of deep blue liquid sealed within a transparent crystal, radiating a powerful life force and the power of the ocean, whale fall essence. This was also a treasure that the eye of wealth could not fully see through. Your eyes can see the value of most of the goods on this foggy sea. Tang Xingai put away the three items, looked at the still shocked Qinya, and said slowly, "But you can't see through my trump card, and you can't see how far I can go. You've confined yourself to your small territory of Blackwater Island, forever engaging in shady dealings and colluding with wolves. Your eye for wealth could have been used for so much more." He took another step forward, almost breathing in Qin Ye's ear. "With me, you could do much bigger business. Not just whale fall specialties and spirit wheat. In the future, there will be many more things you can't see through, but whose value is immeasurable flowing out of Starsea territory. You can become their agent in the sunlight, building a true business empire of your own, instead of being a black market queen hiding in the shadows. Your eyes to wealth will see a much wider sky." Qin Ye's heart raced uncontrollably. Tang Xingai's words were like a key, unlocking a long-suppressed desire deep within her heart. Yes, she possesses the eye of wealth, a talent that makes her invincible in trading and allows her to accumulate astonishing wealth. But this also trapped her in the quagmire of the black market, where she was constantly exposed to the darkest, bloodiest, and most unsavory things. Why wouldn't she want to walk openly in the sunlight, control the real lifeline of commerce, and build her own clean business empire? The several treasures Tang Xingai displayed, which she couldn't decipher, proved that he possessed unimaginable high-level resources. His miraculous rise to power in such a short time demonstrated his ability and potential. Furthermore, the vision he proposed struck a chord with her deepest desires. But surrender? Qinya took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and a charming smile reappeared on her face. But this time the smile contained a hint of seriousness and probing. "The prospects described by the Lord are indeed tempting. However, cooperation should be based on equality and mutual benefit. I, as the elder sister, can fully assist the Lord, integrating the resources of the Brotherhood and the Blackwater clique to create a secretive and powerful intelligence and business network for him. Wouldn't it be better if we addressed each other as partners, each getting what we need?" "Equality?" Tang Xingai chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in his voice. He suddenly reached out, his long, strong fingers gently pinching Qinya's delicate, smooth chin, forcing her to raise her head and look directly into his eyes. The movement was too abrupt and too forceful. Murong Schwang and Lu Rian frowned slightly, but did not move. Gume remained kneeling with her head down, as if she had not seen anything. Several of Qinya's trusted subordinates behind her changed their expressions and placed their hands on their weapons, but were stopped by a look from Qinya. Tang Xingai looked into Qinya's beautiful eyes, which were close to his own, filled with astonishment and a hint of barely perceptible panic. His voice was deep and clear. "Here, in my rules, there is no equality. There is only submission or destruction." His eyes were as deep as the sea, and beneath the calm lay an unwavering will. It wasn't a discussion, it was a declaration. Qinya felt her heart skip a beat. The touch on her chin was warm and strong, carrying an irresistible meaning. Having navigated the black market for so long, she had seen all sorts of men, greedy, brutal, hypocritical, cowardly, but none had ever possessed such a pure and powerful desire for control as the man before her, as if he were born to be above everyone else. The choice he offered was simple and cruel, yet strangely, it didn't inspire much resistance in her. Instead, she felt a trembling sense of being conquered by a powerful force. She looked into Tang Xingai's eyes. Those eyes held ambition, ruthlessness, but also something strange that reassured her. Absolute confidence in keeping one's word, unwavering protectiveness towards those close to them, and a willingness to lead followers to the summit. Following someone like that, perhaps she really could see a different kind of scenery? Struggle, weighing options, ambition, excitement. A flurry of emotions flashed through Qinya's eyes. Finally, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, all the scheming, allure, and probing had vanished, leaving only a strange calm and decisiveness. She gently moved her chin, signaling Tang Xingai to let go. Tang Xingai let go of her hand. Qinya took a half step back, and then, to everyone's astonishment, this black market queen, whose fame was as great as her fearsome reputation, slowly and solemnly knelt down on one knee, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang Xingai. She raised her head, looking up at Tang Xingai. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice, no longer languid and seductive, was clear and firm. Qinya is willing to pledge allegiance to the Lord. In this life, I will obey the Lord's orders and prioritize the Lord's interests. As she spoke, she extended her right index finger, a dark golden light emanating from its tip, within which faintly appeared the silhouette of a scale. She placed the fingertip on her brow and then slowly drew it outwards. A wisp of pale golden light, writhing slightly as if it were alive, was drawn out from between her brows. At the end of the light, a miniature phantom, somewhat resembling Qinya, could be vaguely seen sleeping with its eyes closed. A soul contract, and a precious contract involving core business loyalty. Once signed, the contract holder, Tang Xingai, will be able to vaguely sense whether the contractee, Qinya, has any ulterior motives in business-related matters and will be able to impose certain constraints and punishments. The contractee must be absolutely loyal to the contract holder's business interests and must not engage in any behavior that harms them. This is a far more reliable bond than an ordinary oath, especially for a shrewd black market queen like Qinya. Giving up such a contract is almost equivalent to giving up half her life and all her business autonomy. Boss, a burly man with a scar on his face behind Qin, you couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, his face full of resentment. Qinya didn't turn around, but coldly said, "Because he can give me things you can't. Because he can take me to see scenery you'll never see. If you have any more objections, get out of Blackwater Village immediately and fend for yourself." The burly man's face flushed red, and he finally gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and knelt down along with several of his confidants. Looking at the wisp of pale, golden soul contract light, Tang Xingai could sense the complex terms contained within and Qinya's resolute will. In particular, one deeply hidden clause caught his attention. During the term of the contract, no action shall be taken in any form that would harm the fundamental interests of the contract holder, Tang Xingai, and his core forces, Xingai territory. This clause is broader and more thorough than ordinary business loyalty agreements. He stretched out his finger, and a point of ice blue light shone from his fingertip, gently touching the wisp of golden light. Buzz! Golden and blue light intertwined, forming a complex and profound contract rune that flashed and disappeared, settling between Tang Xingai and Qinya's brows respectively. The contract was established. A faint but clear connection was established between Tang Xingai and Qinya. Tang Xingai could vaguely sense Qinya's complex yet resolute emotions at that moment, as well as the invisible constraint brought by the contract. Qinya felt her soul sink slightly, as if she were wearing an invisible shackle. But this shackle did not cause her pain. Instead, it gave her a strange sense of security, making her clear about her place and belonging. "Get up." Tang Xingai's voice softened slightly. Qinya and Gu Mei stood up as instructed. After standing up, Qinya naturally stood a step behind Tang Xingai, her posture respectful, completely different from the lazy, alluring, and all-powerful black market queen she had been before, but the shrewdness and competence in her eyes remained. Gumei. Tang Xingai looked at the alluring assassin, who still kept her head down. Your subordinate is here. Gumei replied immediately. Take the list and muster your forces. Tang Xingai tossed the animal hide list Qin Ye had given him to her, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable air of ruthlessness. Within 3 days, I want the name Brotherhood of Raiders to be completely wiped out of this sea. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Those who surrender will be screened and retained. All spoils will be registered and transported back to Xingai for collection. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Gumei took the list with both hands, a bloodthirsty excitement flashing in her eyes. With a flicker, she disappeared into the night like a ghost, clearly going to mobilize the forces of Blackwater Group and Starsea territory. Tang Xingai then looked at Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyan. Schwanger, Ruyan, you two lead the men to assist Gumei in stabilizing the situation and taking stock of the results. Be careful. Yes, Lord. The two women replied in unison. Murong Schwang glanced at Qinya, who was standing respectfully beside Tang Xingai, a complex emotion flashing in her icy blue eyes, but she said nothing and turned to arrange for the guards who had come with her. Lu Ruyan gave Qinya a deep look, nodded to her, acknowledging her new identity, and then went to assist in handling the aftermath. At this moment, Su Yue quickly walked up from behind. She had been checking on the elven girl Avril's physical condition. At this moment, she walked to Tang Xingai's side with a solemn expression and said in a low voice, Lord, this elf girl is very weak. She has been malnourished for a long time and has also been frightened. She needs to recuperate. But I discovered a very subtle soul imprint within her, imprinted with tracking and surveillance capabilities. The technique used to create the imprint was highly sophisticated, seemingly originating from some kind of secret art of the elven royal court. Upon hearing this, the elven girl Avril trembled violently, fear welling up in her large emerald eyes once more. Her small hands gripped the hem of Tang Xingai's robe tightly, as if it were her only support. Tang Xingai's eyes turned cold. The elven royal court? Tracking mark? Qinya heard this too. She frowned slightly and said, My lord, the group auctioning this elven girl is a slave-hunting team from the Ash Hills in the west. They claim to have captured her near an elven ruin. If she truly bears the mark of the elven royal court, then her identity is likely extraordinary. She might be an important figure in the court, or even a fugitive noble. This mark is both protection and a constraint. The royal court probably already knows she's here. Tang Xingai stroked Avril's soft, light green hair, feeling her trembling, and said gently, Don't be afraid. Here, no one can hurt you. Su Yue, can you temporarily block or seal this mark? Su Yue pondered for a moment and said, With my abilities, it's difficult to completely eliminate it temporarily, but I can try to use medicine and spiritual needle techniques to temporarily seal and shield it, making it impossible for the trackers to pinpoint its location. However, it might be detected over time. Seal it first, Tang Xingai said decisively. Avril, would you like to stay in Xingai territory for the time being? It's safe here, and you can slowly recover. Tell me your story when you're ready to tell me. Avril raised her tearful eyes, looking at Tang Xingai's gentle yet firm gaze, and then at the people around her who, though strangers, seemed to have no ill intentions towards her, especially Su Yue, who had just carefully examined her body. She nodded vigorously and whispered in broken but pleasant human language. Thank you, Lord. Avril, iswiling. Okay. Tang yini gisharto sui. Su Yue immediately led Avril to a quiet spot to begin preparing for the sealing. Tang Xingai then turned to Qinya, glanced at the situation around him that was gradually being brought under control, and heard faint shouts of battle from afar as Gu Mei led her men to wipe out the remaining forces of the Brotherhood. He said calmly, Leave this to them. Take me to your place. We should discuss business. Qinya smiled gently, instantly regaining some of her former charm, but her eyes softened even more. Yes, Lord. Please follow me. She led Tang Xingai away from the dock, which still reeked of a faint smell of blood, toward the most magnificent black building in the central area of Blackwater Island, her manor. The interior of the manor was decorated with extreme luxury, yet it exuded a low-key taste. Various rare antiques and calligraphy and paintings by famous artists were everywhere, all of which were obviously good things collected by Chinya with the eye of wealth. She led Tang Xingai into a study on the top floor. The study was spacious, private, and furnished like a warm chamber. One side had a huge floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked most of the night view of Blackwater Island, while the other side had a huge bookshelf that reached the ceiling, filled with account books, files, and intelligence records. Chinya personally brewed a cup of fragrant spiritual tea for Tang Xingai, then naturally walked to his side and said softly, "Lord, now, we can have a proper talk about business regarding the takeover of the Brotherhood, the transformation of Blackwater, the future connection with Starseed territory, and the bigger business you just mentioned, Lord." Before she could finish speaking, Tang Xingai suddenly reached out and embraced her slender, supple waist, gently pulling her close. Caught off guard, Chinya gasped softly as he pulled her into his arms. Her rich fragrance instantly enveloped Tang Xingai. Two blushes rose on Chinya's face, her eyes flashing with embarrassment and surprise, but ultimately settling into acceptance and a hint of helpless submission. She didn't struggle, but simply raised her alluring eyes to look at Tang Xingai's face, which was so close to hers, her eyes sparkling. "Lord, what kind of business should we discuss first?" Tang Xingai looked down at her red lips so close to his face, the scent of tea mixed with her rich body fragrance lingering around his nose. He stroked her smooth cheek with his other hand, his thumb gently caressing the alluring beauty mark at the corner of her lips. "Take care of it first." His voice deepened, carrying an unquestionable tone. His gaze fell on her chest, which was rising and falling slightly with nervousness, then slowly moved upwards to look in her eyes. "We'll talk later." After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed her slightly parted, luscious red lips, which were red with surprise. Chapter 29: Inner Desires. Tang Xingai's kiss was undeniably aggressive, yet not rough. Instead, it possessed a calm and composed air of complete control. Chinya's body stiffened instantly in his arms, but quickly softened. Her charming eyes, which always held a hint of shrewd calculation, widened slightly, a trace of surprise flashing across them, before slowly closing, her long eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings. She didn't refuse, but passively accepted the kiss, her breathing becoming slightly rapid involuntarily. However, just as Chinya thought what was going to happen next, Tang Xingai released her, took a half step back, and created some distance between them. Chinya opened her eyes, a trace of dazedness and lingering desire still present in them, and looked at him with confusion. Tang Xingai had already turned around and walked to the large ebony desk piled with account books and maps. He casually picked up the top thick account book and opened it. His profile appeared sharply defined in the soft light, his eyes clear. The romantic atmosphere brought by the kiss just now seemed to have vanished instantly, leaving only a businesslike calm. "Tell me about the situation here." Tang Xingai's gaze fell on the ledger, his voice calm and even. "How much exactly does the Brotherhood have? Personnel, strongholds, channels. I need to know all the details." Chinya paused for a moment. Then a complex and unreadable expression flashed across her eyes. Was it disappointment, relief, or perhaps a hint of awe towards Tang Xingai's composure and unwavering rationality? She quickly adjusted her breathing, concealing her momentary lapse in composure, and her face once again displayed that languid yet shrewd smile. This time, however, the smile contained less deliberate allure and more seriousness. She walked to the other side of the desk, skillfully pulled out several booklets wrapped in special leather from the mountain of documents, and unfolded a cowhide nautical chart covered with markings. Her movements were fluid and professional, her fingertips quickly tapping across the booklets and maps, her voice clear and organized, instantly transforming her from a charming woman into a capable and shrewd black market queen. The Raiders Brotherhood is ostensibly a loose alliance of raiders, but in reality, it has been consolidated into a considerable force by Lei Lai through bloody means. Its core assets are mainly in three areas. Chinya pointed to several marks on the nautical chart. First, these are territories. They directly control three small black markets in the nearby waters, located on Black Reef Island, Ghost Mist Gorge, and Shipwreck Bay. They are smaller than Blackwater Island, but each has its own characteristics and are important nodes for selling stolen goods and resupplying. Secondly, there are warehouses. Within their controlled area, they possess 12 secret warehouses, 6 of which are located underwater or in caves, in extremely secluded locations, where they store various supplies looted and smuggled over the years. From grains, cloth, and ores to low-grade magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and even some forbidden items that cannot be brought to light. The total value is initially estimated to exceed 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. 500,000? Tang Xingai raised an eyebrow. This was no small sum. It was equivalent to more than half a year's net income for Xingai territory. This is just the value of the physical goods. Qinya smiled slightly, her smile revealing her keen insight into wealth. If you take into account the channels and networks they control, as well as those black market goods that cannot be converted into cash for the time being, but have huge potential, the hidden value is even higher. For example, they have several regular slave trade contacts in Ash Hills, secret arms trading channels in Molten Core, and even ways to obtain some controlled elven specialties on the Emerald Coast. When Molten City was mentioned, Qinya paused, observed Tang Xingai's expression, and added, "This is the third point I want to make, and it is also the most important one. Their real financial backer and powerful backer. Lei Lai's rise to power was certainly due to his ruthlessness and considerable strength, but more importantly, it was because he had established a connection with the Molten Fire Merchant Guild. The Molten Fire Merchant Guild is one of the largest merchant guilds in Molten Fire City in the West. It mainly deals in the slave trade, arms smuggling, and some shady mining. It has a deep background and is said to have intricate connections with the Molten Fire City Lord's Mansion and several major sects. Lei Lai regularly paid them tribute in exchange for shelter, intelligence, and access to some contraband sales channels. The Brotherhood's survival through several purges was largely due to the Molten Merchant Guild's influence behind the scenes. Molten Flame Guild. Tang Xingai tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This name matched the Molten Flame mentioned in the mysterious distress signal he had received earlier. It seemed the waters beneath this sea were deeper than he had imagined. In addition, Qinya continued, the Brotherhood has 127 registered core members, all of whom are bloodthirsty and capable outlaws. The number of peripheral members, informants, and collaborators exceeds 300. Now that Lei Lai and several leaders are dead, the tree has fallen and the monkeys have scattered. Some of these people will run away, some will wait and see, and some may be absorbed by other forces or simply start their own factions. But as long as we can quickly take over their core industries, demonstrate sufficient strength and skill, and incorporate most of their people, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After listening, Tang Xingai pondered for a moment, then traced the dots controlled by the Brotherhood on the nautical chart with his finger, finally landing on the mark representing Xingai territory. He then slowly drew a circle that encompassed Xingai territory, Blackwater Island, and the Brotherhood's territory. Take it over, Tang Xingai said succinctly. Take full control of the 3 black markets, reorganize them, and bring them under your jurisdiction. Immediately send people to control the 12 warehouses, inventory the supplies, register them, transport the usable ones back to the territory, and dispose of the unusable ones through your channels. All personnel will be screened. Those willing to submit and of good character will be integrated into the territory's guard or construction teams. Those who are stubborn and utterly wicked will be eliminated. He pressed his finger firmly on the circle. Based on these resources, establish the Starry Sea Chamber of Commerce. Qinya, you will serve as the president of the chamber, overseeing all business affairs. Gume will be responsible for the chamber's intelligence and security. I want you to cleanse the Brotherhood of its dirty channels as quickly as possible, transforming them into our Starsea territory's tentacles and ears reaching out to the outside world. Blackwater Island will no longer be a lawless zone, but rather the Starsea Chamber of Commerce's open port and intelligence center. Qinya suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, even a hint of disbelief. Me? The president? In charge of all business affairs. Although she had offered a sole contract and expressed her loyalty, she thought that at most she would become a relatively important subordinate or collaborator. She never imagined that Tang Xingai would be so bold as to hand over such an important position, such vast resources and power, directly to her, a woman who had just submitted to him and who was a partner or even a rival just moments before. What? Lacking confidence. Tang Xingai looked at her calmly. Your eye of wealth, your skills, your grasp of the black market rules and human nature. These are exactly what I need right now. Xingai territory cannot develop solely through farming and hunting. We need resources, we need information, we need to trade with the outside world, and we need to build our own business networks and intelligence systems. You're better at these than anyone else in the territory. He paused, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Don't you want to do business in the open? This is your opportunity. The Xingai Chamber of Commerce will become a legitimate, powerful, and all-encompassing commercial empire in the future. It needs both above-board transactions and the means to acquire information and resources in the shadows. You are the best person to connect the light and the darkness. Chinya's heart pounded violently, and a long-lost surge of emotion, a mixture of excitement, exhilaration, and a touch of fear, coursed through her body. Standing in the sunlight, building a true business empire. Isn't that exactly what she longs for deep down? Previously, this dream was out of reach, and she could only struggle in the dark mire, using wealth and scheming to fill the emptiness in her heart. Now, the man before her not only saw through her desires, but also personally handed her the ladder to realize her dreams, and even gave her the most crucial first step. This trust, this courage, this ambition made her tremble and also gave her an unprecedented sense of belonging and mission. She took a deep breath, suppressing her turbulent emotions. The usual languid smile on her face vanished, replaced by a solemn, almost pious expression. She took a step back, bowed deeply to Tang Xingai, her voice trembling slightly, yet exceptionally clear and firm. Chinya will not fail the Lord's trust. Tang Xingai nodded, picked up a pen from his desk, and began to write quickly on a blank sheet of paper. The Chamber of Commerce's structure, personnel arrangements, initial goals, and methods of communication with other departments in the territory. These details will be discussed and decided by you, Schwang, Rian, and the people from the territory's government office. There are only two principles. First, the Chamber of Commerce must ultimately serve the development of the territory. Second, rules must be established, clearly defining how legal business should be conducted, how gray areas should be controlled, and where the bottom line is. All the heinous and unscrupulous activities the Brotherhood engaged in the past are now strictly prohibited. Especially the slave trade. Don't even touch it. Yes. Chinya wrote it down carefully. Furthermore, Tang Xingai put down his pen and looked at her. The governance of Blackwater Island needs to be improved. It's too chaotic here and not suitable as a long-term base. I will send a group of people over to assist you in restoring order and establishing basic regulations and security forces. In the future, this place should become a prosperous and orderly trading port, not a chaotic black market. A glint flashed in Chinya's eyes, and she nodded vigorously. She knew this wasn't just trust, but a manifestation of Tang Xingai's ambition. He not only wanted to inherit the Brotherhood's legacy, but also to transform it, making it a true part of his own empire. Over the next period of time, the two discussed in detail the specific steps for taking over the Brotherhood's assets, the possible obstacles they might encounter, how to deal with the backlash from the Molten Chamber of Commerce, and the initial business direction and resource allocation of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce, using the ledgers and nautical charts. Chinya demonstrated remarkable professionalism and a thorough understanding of the black market's rules, offering many practical suggestions. Tang Xingai, on the other hand, grasped the direction from a higher level and made the final decision. Unbeknownst to me, the sky outside the window changed from pitch black to deep blue and then gradually turned a pale white. The light from the ever-burning lamps softened, blending with the morning light streaming in through the window. Once the last detail was finalized, Chinya put down her charcoal pencil, rubbed her slightly sore temples, and let out a long sigh of relief. A sleepless night, filled with intense discussions and planning, had left her mentally exhausted, but her eyes were unusually bright and full of energy. Looking at Tang Xingai, who remained energetic and sharp-eyed across from her, she was filled with mixed emotions. This man was not only incredibly strong and resolute, but also possessed vision, courage, and the wisdom to recognize and utilize talent far beyond ordinary people. Following someone like him, she might truly witness unprecedented sights. The study fell silent for a moment, with only the soft breathing of the two people. The faint morning light bathed the room in a pale golden glow. Chinya suddenly chuckled softly, her laughter carrying a hint of self-mockery, a touch of weariness, and the relief of having shed all pretense. She walked to the window, her back to Tang Xingai, and gazed at the gradually awakening Blackwater Island pier outside. She said softly, "A month ago my father died in a black market shootout. All he left me was this mess and a pair of eyes that could see wealth, but not light. I crawled through the darkness, rolled in the mud, dealt with jackals, and made deals with the devil to barely keep this family business from being swallowed up by others." Chinya's voice was very soft, as if she were talking to herself, or as if she were confiding in the man behind her. "I've seen too much filth and schemed against too many people. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I hardly recognize myself anymore. I thought I would always be like this, scheming in the dark until I die, using more wealth and power to fill the hole in my heart. Until today, you tell me that I can stand in the light." She turned and leaned against the window, the morning light outlining her slender figure. Her face lacked its usual alluring charm, displaying only a faint weariness and a hint of bewilderment. "My lord," she said, "do you think the sunlight can really shine on someone like me?" Tang Xingai walked up to her, reached out and lifted her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. His fingers were warm and strong, his gaze calm and bright. "There are rules under the light, and there are shadows under the light. What I want is not a businessman who has been whitewashed, but a sharpest knife that can clear obstacles for me and protect me in the shadows." He leaned closer, his voice low and clear. "Chinya, do you want to continue being a calculating queen in this quagmire, or do you want to come with me and fight for a clean future where you can control more of the light and the darkness?" Chinya stared at him blankly, at the undisguised ambition and trust in his eyes, and the certainty that he regarded her as one of his own. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on his profile and onto her. She suddenly realized that the sunlight wasn't harsh. Rather, it felt warm. A corner of a cold, hardened part of my heart seemed to have quietly melted. She didn't answer, but instead stood on tiptoe, stretched out her arms, hooked them around Tang Xingai's neck, and offered her red lips. This kiss was no longer the passive acceptance of the past, nor was it a calculated flattery. Instead, it carried a resolute passion and devotion that seemed to burn away all pretense. She closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes seemed to be damp with the subtle moisture of the morning light. Tang Xingai was slightly taken aback, then took the initiative, embracing her slender yet resilient waist and pulling her closer into his arms, deepening the kiss. As dawn broke, the temperature in the study quietly rose. Clothes slipped to the floor, mingling with account books and maps. The ebony desk creaked under its weight, the exquisite pen holder was knocked over, and the brushes rolled away. The sounds of the two spending the night together mingled in the morning light, mixed with the faint sound of waves coming from outside the window. Chinya, like a vine that has finally found a support to cling to, tightly wrapped herself around Tang Xingai, speaking intermittently in his ear as if she wanted to pour out all the loneliness, scheming, and exhaustion that had been accumulating for so long. Tang Xingai responded to her enthusiasm with his actions, leading her to climb one unfamiliar peak after another. When everything had calmed down, sunlight had filled most of the room. Chinya lay languidly against Tang Xingai's chest, her skin still bearing fine beads of sweat and traces of their lovemaking. Her face showed an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and relaxation, like a cat that had finally found its home and put away all its claws. Tang Xingai put his arm around her smooth shoulders and back, stroking her long hair with his hand. "Lord," Inga suddenly spoke softly. Tang Xingai turned around in confusion. "I also have a private collection that I've never told anyone about before." Chinya propped herself up, the silk quilt slipped down, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. But she didn't care at all. She just looked at Tang Xingai seriously. "It is an heirloom left by my father, and also the biggest secret to his success back then. I think I should hand it over to you now." She rolled out of bed, walked barefoot to the bookshelf on one side of the study, and skillfully pressed several hidden mechanisms. The bookshelf slid open silently, revealing a small hidden compartment behind it. Inside, there were no gold or silver jewels, only a palm-sized, incredibly old-looking bronze compass. Chinya carefully took out the compass and presented it to Tang Xingai. The compass has an antique design, with a surface covered in patina. The pointer in the center is not an ordinary magnetic needle, but a slender gold needle that looks like it is made of pure gold and is engraved with complex and mysterious patterns. The edges of the compass are engraved with the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the positions of stars, and some ancient runes that have long been lost. The entire compass exudes an indescribable, captivating aura. This is the wealth compass. Chinya placed the compass in Tang Xingai's palm, her tone tinged with reminiscence and solemnity. It's a gold-level treasure. It can't directly bring wealth, but it can sense hidden, undiscovered, and valuable treasures within a certain range and guide you there. The more precious and rare something is, the clearer its perception and guidance become. It was with its help that my father discovered the hidden caves and treasure troves of several ancient cultivators, which enabled him to accumulate his first fortune and establish a foothold on Blackwater Island. However, using it requires a very rare star sand, and it seems to have a weaker effect on certain treasures with powerful seals or located in special places. After my father passed away, the star sand ran out, so I've kept it hidden away ever since. A gold-tier treasure hunt item. Tang Xingai picked up the wealth compass. It felt slightly heavy and cool to the touch. He could clearly sense a strange power of rules contained within the compass, which seemed to resonate with Qin Ya's Eye of Wealth. This was indeed a rare auxiliary treasure, with immeasurable value for the initial resource accumulation of a power. Why are you giving it to me now? Tang Xingai asked Qinya. Qinya nestled back into his arms, pressing her face against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and whispered, "Because I feel it's more useful in your hands than in mine. Father used it only to save money, to survive in this quagmire. And you will use it to find more things that will allow you and the Starry Sky territory to go even further. That's probably its best destiny." Tang Xingai gripped the compass tightly, then lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead. "Thank you." Qinya closed her eyes contentedly, a genuine and unadulterated smile curving her lips. Just then, a soft knock came from the door, followed by Gu Mei's unique voice, which carried a hint of languid charm. "Lord, President Qin, I have important matters to report." Qinya blushed and quickly got up from Tang Xingai's arms, grabbing her scattered clothes and putting them on. Tang Xingai, on the other hand, was quite composed, slowly dressing himself before saying, "Come in." Gu Mei pushed open the door and entered, still dressed in a black, tight-fitting leather armor that outlined her breathtaking curves. She seemed oblivious to the lingering, alluring atmosphere and messy scene in the room, her eyes fixed straight ahead as she knelt on one knee, holding a file in both hands. Reporting to the Lord, the Brotherhood's 3 black market outposts and 12 secret warehouses have all been taken into control, and the 37 resistors have been eliminated. Those willing to surrender and undergo initial screening include 41 core members and 109 peripheral members, all of whom are currently under temporary custody. All supplies are being inventoried, and the preliminary list has been completed. Please review it, Lord. Gu Mei's voice was crisp and clear, carrying the composure of someone who has completed a mission. Tang Xingai took the file, quickly glanced through it, and nodded. "Well done. Those who surrendered should be handed over to the Government Affairs Department and the Guard for joint review, and handled according to regulations. The supplies should be transported back to the territory and stored as soon as possible." "Yes," Gu Mei replied, then added, "Also, we found this while cleaning up Lei Lai's lair." She handed over a letter with a sealing wax pattern of a burning furnace. "This is a letter from the Molten Chamber of Commerce to Lei Lai. It is strongly worded, demanding that he deliver the next batch of special goods as soon as possible, and threatening to cancel the cooperation and take back the funding previously provided if there is a delay." Tang Xingai opened the letter, quickly scanned it, and found that the contents were basically consistent with what Gu Mei had said. He handed the letter to Qinya, who was now dressed neatly and had regained her shrewd and capable appearance. After reading it, Qinya sneered. "The people from the Molten Fire Merchant Guild still have the same attitude. Lei Lai is dead. They will soon find a new agent, or get involved themselves." As soon as she finished speaking, another subordinate reported from outside the door. "Boss, there is an urgent letter for you. It was sent by people from Red Demon." Qinya and Tang Xingai exchanged a glance. Red Ghost was another important partner in the Brotherhood, mainly dealing in people and medicine. He had been cooperating with Lei Lai and was also eyeing the interests of Blackwater Island. Qinya signaled her subordinates to bring in the letter. The letter was short but extremely arrogant. It said that upon hearing of Lei Lai's death, the Brotherhood was leaderless and Red Ghost was willing to help Chinya stabilize the situation, but demanded that he take at least 50% of the Brotherhood's assets and channels. Otherwise, Chinya should carefully consider her own situation. You're asking for death. A cold glint flashed in Chinya's eyes as she handed the letter to Tang Xingai. Tang Xingai took the letter, glanced at it, his face expressionless. He simply picked up an oil lamp from the desk and held it close to the bottom of the letter. The orange flames licked the edges of the letter, spreading rapidly and engulfing the arrogant words. Tang Xingai watched as the letter curled, turned black, and turned to ashes in the flames before speaking calmly. Tell the messenger that everything in the Brotherhood now belongs to the Tang family. Tell his master to wash his neck and wait. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Gu Mei's eyes as she bowed and said, "Yes, your majesty, I understand." She paused, then looked at the wealth compass that Tang Xingai had placed on the table, and hesitated. "Lord, this compass." Tang Xingai picked up the wealth compass and casually tossed it to Gu Mei. Gu Mei caught it quickly, somewhat puzzled. "Your first task," Tang Xingai said, looking at her, "is to find star sand or its substitute in the shortest possible time. Then, activate the compass. I need to know where the most valuable treasure that it can currently sense is closest to us." Gu Mei gripped the compass tightly, sensing the strange power it contained. Excitement flashed in her eyes as she knelt on one knee. "Your subordinate obeys. I will certainly not fail the Lord's trust." She stood up, preparing to leave, when Tang Xingai added, "After you find it, don't act rashly. Report back first. Some treasures may not be without danger." "Yes." After Gu Mei left, Chinya walked to Tang Xingai's side and naturally straightened his clothes, her movements gentle and submissive like a newlywed wife. Tang Xingai grasped her wrist and looked in her eyes. "Remember, from now on, you are not just Chinya, but also the president of the Xingai Chamber of Commerce, and you're mine. Your past is in the past. Your future is in my hands." Chinya met his gaze and smiled, a bright and lively smile that lacked the artificiality of a contrived one and radiated a genuine brilliance. "Yes, my lord." A few days later, Xingai territory, the planned underground beehive area. Lu Qin was leading a team of engineers, directing several newly improved drilling golems with simple runes, conducting preliminary geological surveys and area reinforcement work. This place would be developed into the territory's future large underground storage, workshops, and some special planning areas. Gu Mei appeared beside Lu Qin like a ghost, holding a bronze compass in her hand. At this moment, the golden pointer in the center of the compass was emitting a faint but continuous golden light, pointing firmly in a certain direction on the ground beneath their feet, trembling slightly. "Master Lu, the Lord has ordered a halt to the current operations." Gu Mei's voice startled Lu Qin. "Miss Gu, what's wrong?" "This compass." Lu Qin looked curiously at the compass in Gu Mei's hand. As a weapon refiner, he was sensitive to the aura of treasures and immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of this compass. "The Lord commands that we dig downwards, using this compass as our guide," Gu Mei said succinctly, pointing in the direction the pointer was vibrating. Although Lu Qin was puzzled, he did not hesitate to obey Tang Xingai's order. He immediately instructed the engineering team to adjust the equipment and begin drilling and excavating at the precise location pointed out by Gu Mei. The drilling rig roared as it dug downwards, breaking through the hard rock layers. After digging down to a depth of about 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, the drill bit suddenly struck an exceptionally hard metal object, producing a loud clang and sending sparks flying. "Stop! There's something there!" Lu Qin shouted. After clearing away the rubble and dirt, a huge, rusty but still recognizable as heavy metal, round metal door covered with intricate and ancient patterns appeared before everyone's eyes. In the center of the metal door was a strange, complex mechanism that seemed to be made of gears and latches, next to which was a line of indistinct text that did not belong to the common language of the mainland. Lu Qin squatted down, carefully examining the characters and patterns. He then knocked on the metal door, listening to the deep, heavy echo. His eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. These patterns, this material, and these characters, they're ancient dwarven runes. Lu Qin excitedly turned around and shouted to Gu Mei, Quickly notify the Lord. Below, this might be the entrance to an ancient dwarven bank or vault. Dwarves are masters of forging and mining. Their vaults might very well contain earth core rock. That's a core material for crafting high-level puppets and magical artifacts. Chapter 30, The Dwarf Vault. Lu Qin's excited voice echoed in the newly excavated tunnel, filled with barely suppressed excitement and disbelief. His rough fingers traced the ancient patterns on the massive metal door. The cold, hard touch and the intricate designs confirmed his judgment. Dwarven runes. This is definitely ancient dwarven craftsmanship. Only those stubborn old folks would like to make doors this thick and with such fancy patterns. Lu Qin's beard trembled with excitement. He turned to Tang Xingai and the others who had rushed over upon hearing the news, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. Lord, look at this door hinge, this locking mechanism, this anti-magic coating. It's so well preserved, the things inside must also be earth core rock. If we had core rock, the shell strength and energy conductivity of our rock-solid series golems could be increased by at least 30%. No, 50%. Tang Xingai stood at the edge of the tunnel, followed by Qinya, Gumei, Mirong Schwang, and Avril, the still somewhat timid elf girl who was being led by Su Yue. At the bottom of the tunnel, a huge circular metal door is quietly embedded in the rock strata. Rust and dust cannot conceal its former glory. The complex mechanism on the door, composed of countless precision gears and latches, emits a faint, cold light under a few makeshift, lighting rune lamps. Can it be opened? Tang Xingai asked, his gaze falling on the complex mechanism lock. Lu Qin's excitement faded somewhat. He scratched his head, circled the lock twice, then took out a few small tools and started tapping and fiddling with them, listening intently. Finally, with a pained expression, he said, "My lord, this lock is too ancient, and its structure is completely out of date. It's like some kind of composite lock that combines mechanics, runes, and perhaps even bloodline sensing. Brute force would probably trigger the self-destruct mechanism inside. We need to find a right method, or the key." Qinya stepped forward. She had changed into a dark green outfit that allowed for easy movement, and her long hair was tied up, making her look less languid and charming, and more capable. She carefully examined the mechanism lock, her slender fingers gently moving the gears, trying out a few tricks circulating in the black market to open ancient mechanisms, her brows furrowing slightly. It's not an ordinary mechanical combination lock, nor is it a simple energy lock. Qinya shook her head and withdrew her hand. The meshing sequence of these gears seems to follow a pattern, but it seems to change automatically as they are turned. The runic circuits contained within are very well hidden. My eye of wealth can vaguely sense the energy flow, but I can't see through the core. Forcibly impacting it with mental power or probing it with tools might trigger unknown reactions. She tried several methods, even using a trace of her soul power to sense the lock cylinder, but the mechanism only made a slight, unsettling click sound, the gears turning slightly, but there was no sign of it opening. Qinya finally took a step back, sighed softly, and a helpless, self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. It seems that my eyes are not omnipotent after all these years on Blackwater Island. I thought I'd seen a lot of mechanisms and secret locks, but I didn't expect that I would still be helpless in front of this real ancient artifact. Tang Xingai remained silent. He took out the wealth compass and infused it with a wisp of spiritual energy. The golden needle in the center of the compass immediately emitted a soft golden light, its tip trembling slightly. However, it did not point towards the vault door, but rather towards a deeper area below it. At the same time, several very faint milky white halos, representing harmlessness and stability, appeared around the gold needle. The compass shows that the energy inside the vault is stable, with no obvious traps or dangerous energy sources. It seems the problem lies with this door. Tang Xingai put away the compass, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Avril, who was somewhat uneasily hiding behind Su Yue. Avril seemed to sense Tang Xingai's gaze. Her small body trembled, and her large, emerald green eyes quickly glanced at the heavy metal door before she lowered her head again, her little hands tightly gripping Su Yue's clothes. Su Yue gently patted Avril's hand and asked softly, "Avril, did you feel something? Don't be afraid, tell the Lord." Avril raised her head, glanced timidly at Tang Xingai, then at the door, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "That door, it seems so sad, so lonely. There's a very faint scent of nature inside. It's been locked up for a very, very long time." She stretched out her slender finger and pointed to an inconspicuous pattern on the door, resembling vines entwining the sun. That pattern is calling to the forest and the earth, but it is separated by metal and stone. Natural energy? A call to forests and earth. Lu Qin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although dwarves are skilled in forging and mining, and worship the earth and fire, their creations are usually filled with mechanical and runic power, rarely directly linked to natural energy. Unless, of course, this door or what lies within is related to elves or some natural race. Or the key to unlocking it lies in wood type or nature attribute spiritual power. All eyes were on Avril. Elves are the darlings of nature, possessing an extraordinary affinity for natural energy. Avril became even more nervous under Su Yue's gaze, her face turning pale, and she instinctively tried to shrink behind her. Tang Xingai walked up to Avril, squatted down so that his gaze was level with hers, and said in a gentle voice, "Avril, don't be afraid. You just said that you could sense the emotions of that door, and you could sense the natural atmosphere, right?" Looking into Tang Xingai's calm and gentle eyes, Avril's fear subsided slightly, and she nodded gently. "Then can you sense how to make it less sad, how to respond to its calls?" Tang Xingai continued, his tone encouraging. "Just like you usually talk to the flowers, plants, and trees, try it, okay?" Su Yue gently nudged Avril and said softly, "Go ahead. Avril, give it a try. The Lord and we are all here. It's safe." Avril bit her lip, glanced at Tang Xingai, then at the heavy, silent metal door. A hint of hesitation flashed in her emerald green eyes, but it was eventually replaced by a faint but firm light. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, slowly released her grip on Su Yue's clothes, took a few steps forward, and came to the huge metal door. She stretched out her small, fair hand, hesitated for a moment, and gently pressed it against the pattern of vines entwined around the sun. It felt cold and hard to the touch. Avril closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. She softly sang a song with ancient syllables and a strange rhythm, her voice gentle and ethereal, like a breeze in the forest or the tinkling of spring. As she chanted, wisps of pale green, vibrant light flowed from her palms and slowly seeped into the ancient pattern. At first, there was no reaction. Just as Lu Qin was somewhat disappointed, and Qin shook her head slightly, the pattern of vines entwining the sun suddenly lit up very faintly. Immediately afterwards, the intricate patterns on the metal door, starting from that particular design, seemed to come alive, gradually illuminating with a soft, vibrant emerald green light. The light, like a living vine, spread rapidly along the patterns on the door, and wherever it passed, the rusty metal seemed to come alive, presenting a warm and jade-like luster. Click, click, click. A series of crisp, continuous turning sounds rang out, no longer the dull, unsettling sound of before, but rather a light and smooth one. The complex gear lock mechanism on the door began to rotate, combine, and engage automatically at a dazzling speed. "It's done!" Lu Qin roared excitedly. Qinya's eyes also flashed with surprise and realization. She murmured to herself, "So that's how it is?" The key to unlocking is not cracking the mechanism, nor is it brute force, but using pure natural spiritual energy to awaken the natural markings on the door. This design is truly ingenious and truly unexpected. She glanced at Avril, who was still chanting with her eyes closed and whose forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, her expression complex. This little fairy seemed to be more than she appeared. Boom! With a deep rumble, the incredibly heavy metal door slowly opened a crack inward, and a stream of air mixed with stale dust, a faint smell of metallic rust, and a hint of strange mineral scent flowed out from inside. Avril swayed slightly, her face pale, clearly indicating that she had exerted herself considerably. Su Yue quickly stepped forward to support her and fed her a pill to replenish her spiritual energy. Avril opened her eyes, looked at the crack in the open door, and a faint smile of relief appeared on her face. Tang Xingai nodded to Su Yue, signaling her to take good care of Avril, and then winked at Mirong Schwang and Gume. Mirong Schwang understood, stepped forward, and icy blue spiritual energy gathered in her palm, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. Gume's figure quietly blended into the shadows at the edge of the door crack and disappeared. Tang Xingai walked to the door, placed his hands on the cold metal door, and slowly exerted force. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound, the heavy door was pushed open completely, and the scene behind the door came into everyone's view. The first thing that catches the eye is a mountain of metal coins, long since dulled by the erosion of time, some even stuck together. These coins are of ancient style, cast with images of bearded dwarf heads or war hammers, and are ancient dwarf gold coins that have long been out of circulation. The quantity was extremely large, almost occupying half of the entrance hall. Although its value as currency was greatly diminished due to the loss of magical maintenance and the erosion of time, it was still a huge fortune as a precious metal. But everyone's attention was quickly drawn to the contents of dozens of unusual metal boxes piled in the center of the hall. It was a peculiar mineral, dark brown with a faint tinge of dark red, as if lava were slowly flowing inside. The ore itself did not look particularly dazzling, but the heavy, scorching energy it emitted, which was like the pulse of the earth, made everyone present feel uneasy. Geodetic rock. It really is a geodetic rock. Lu Qin was the first to rush over, lunging at a box. With trembling hands, he picked up a fist-sized piece of ore, feeling the pure and powerful earth and fire dual elemental energy within it. He was so excited that his beard trembled. And the quality is extremely high. It's top grade, no, close to top grade earth core rock. So many. My God. Enough to create the outer cores for an entire puppet army. Tang Xingai glanced at them briefly. The metal boxes were all the same size, each filled to the brim, and he estimated they contained hundreds of standard units of earth core rock. This was definitely a strategic resource that would make any power envious. Qinya also walked to the boxes, her eye of wealth talent operating at full power, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Lord, the total value of these earth core rocks is immeasurable. At black market prices, such high quality, large quantity of earth core rock would be worth millions of low-grade spirit stones, and even then it would be priceless. More importantly, it would greatly enhance our territory's military and infrastructure. Tang Xingai nodded, but his gaze drifted deeper into the vault. At the far end of the hall, there seemed to be a small door, somewhat out of place with the overall style, as if it had been added later. Gume emerged from the shadows and whispered, "Lord, there's a life force behind that small door inside." No, it used to be a life force, but now only a faint trace of soul energy remains. It's very weak and poses no threat, but there are strong binding and isolation runes on the door. Tang Xingai gestured for everyone to be careful and took the lead towards the small door. Mirong Schwang followed closely behind, her icy spiritual energy swirling around her. Although Lu Qin was reluctant to leave the earth core rock, he knew the importance of the task and picked up his tools to follow. The small door was a metal gate, more like the entrance to a cage. The door was unlocked, but the imprisoning runes engraved on it, though weathered by time, still exuded an unsettling sense of oppression. Tang Xingai pushed open the door. The space inside was small, more like a prison cell. In the center of the cell, a corpse dressed in ornate but tattered dwarf-style clothing sat against the wall. The corpse had long since turned to bones, but the bones were crystalline and faintly shimmered with a jade-like luster, indicating that it possessed extraordinary strength in life. In the skeleton's hand bones, a dark golden scroll made of unknown animal hide was tightly clutched. On the ground in front of the corpses, written in some dark red, long-dried liquid, was a line of twisted, common continental script filled with endless resentment and malice. "The greed of the molten lava has burned mountains and rivers, imprisoned my body, and stolen my clan's treasures. I swear by my blood and soul that all who belong to the molten lava and step into this gate will be cursed with the burning of the earth's fire and the corroding of metal, never to be freed." A faint sense of sorrow and resentment filled the air. It's translated from Dwarven language. Qinya looked at the words, her expression turning serious. "Molten. It's the Molten Merchant Guild again. These corpses, could they be?" Tang Xingai walked to the corpse, squatted down, and carefully pried open the hand bones that were tightly gripping the scroll. The hand bones were surprisingly tough, seemingly still bearing the last vestiges of their owner's will. The scroll was taken out. It felt heavy in his hand, carrying the coolness of time. He slowly unfurled the scroll. The scroll, written in beautiful dwarven cursive script and interspersed with simple drawings, recounted a long-forgotten story. The scroll records that the corpse was once the manager of a dwarven bank called Heart of the Rock, named Goldbeard Iron Anvil. Hundreds of years ago, an organization called the Molten Brotherhood rose to prominence. They were greedy and cruel, plundering mineral resources everywhere, enslaving various races, and their power expanded rapidly. They set their sights on a batch of rare minerals that the dwarves had accumulated over hundreds of years and were managed by the Heart of the Rock Bank, including an astonishing amount of core rock. Bank Master Goldbeard refused their unreasonable demand for the vault keys. The Molten Brotherhood imprisoned him through a conspiracy, tortured him severely, and forced him to reveal the whereabouts of the keys. However, the bank's president, Jin Su, refused to yield and used his last strength to activate the bank's deepest defense mechanism, sealing himself in the vault deep underground. He also used a bloodline secret technique to set a curse, forbidding all those associated with the molten metal from ever stepping into this door, or they would suffer the torment of being burned by the earth's fire and having their bones corroded by the metal. The Molten Brotherhood, the predecessor of the Molten Merchant Guild, Inya murmuret, het feestturning pale. So their history can be traced back so long. Their style of doing things hasn't changed. They're still just as greedy and domineering. Tang Xingai silently looked at the end of the scroll, where, in addition to the resentful account of President Jin Su, there was a short passage and a map drawn with special pigments. The message reads, "Whoever comes after you, if you can see this scroll, it proves that you're not an enemy of the molten lava and possess the natural power to open this door. The earth core rock is given to you. May you make good use of it. The key lies beneath my bones, granting control over the undamaged functions of the bank." The map shows the lair of the molten core villains in this area. May future heroes inherit my vengeance and punish them. The map was quite detailed, marking the locations of 3 obvious outposts and providing brief descriptions in Dwarven script. One of the outposts was located in the northwest at a place called Hematite Mine, which was specially marked with a red dot. And that location was strikingly similar to the direction from which the mysterious distress signal Tang Xingai had received earlier originated. Tang Xingai moved aside the skeleton of President Jin Su and found a small key underneath, made of some kind of black metal. The key had a peculiar shape, like a miniature forging hammer. Meanwhile, after the key was taken away, the skeleton seemed to have completed its final mission, turning into specks of shimmering light and dissipating into the air, leaving only a small pile of ashes. Tang Xingai picked up the black key and the map. The key felt heavy and cold to the touch, emanating a faint energy fluctuation from the same source as the vault door. The map detailed the locations, approximate sizes, and simple terrain descriptions of the 3 outposts. Chinya leaned over to look at the map, and after just one glance, her expression changed completely, and her voice trembled slightly without her even realizing it. The locations of the outposts marked on this map are much more detailed than I know, and even more detailed than what the Brotherhood knows. I've heard some rumors about this hematite mine stronghold. There was a terrible collapse there that killed many people, and it was abandoned afterward and designated as a dangerous area. I never imagined it would be a lair of the Molten Core Merchant Guild. And this ash town, this Blackwater River source. My God, if all of this is true, then the Molten Core Merchant Guild's influence in this region is far greater and more deeply rooted than I imagined. They are definitely not just a simple merchant guild. She had previously thought that the Molten Core Merchant Guild was merely one of the Brotherhood's behind-the-scenes financial backers, with its main influence in the distant Molten Core City, and therefore limited impact here. But now it seemed that this organization had already laid its groundwork here long ago, and the depth and secrecy of its reach far exceeded her expectations. Tang Xingai stared at the striking red dot on the map, his eyes bright. It seems we'll have to deal with this neighbor sooner or later. He put away the map and key, turned to the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Everything we saw in the vault today, especially this map and the matters related to the Molten Fire Merchant Guild, is classified as a top secret of the territory. No one is allowed to divulge it." Yes, Chinya, Gumei, Murong Schwang, and Lu Qin responded resolutely. Even the weak Avril nodded vigorously. Tang Xingai then looked at Lu Qin and pointed to the core rocks in the outer hall. "Master Lu, start processing these core rocks immediately. Prioritize their use for upgrading and modifying the rock series of golems, as well as constructing key support structures and defensive nodes for the dungeon. I want to see results as soon as possible. Lu Qin, his face flushed with excitement, patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, my lord. With these treasures, I, old Lu, guarantee to build you the sturdiest city walls and the most resilient puppets." Tang Xingai looked at Qinya one last time, patted her on the shoulder, and said in a calm but confident tone, "Don't overthink it. You didn't know before because you weren't standing high enough. Now, you're standing on a land of Xingai territory, and above you is the sky of Xingai territory. No matter how powerful the Molten Fire Merchant Guild is, no matter how far their reach extends, if they dare to touch us, I'll chop them off. Now this secret is ours." The shock and slight unease in Qinya's heart gradually subsided under Tang Xingai's calm and powerful words. Looking into Tang Xingai's resolute eyes and feeling the warmth from his hand on her shoulder, the chill that had arisen from discovering the enemy's strength was gradually replaced by a sense of security and confidence. Yes, she is no longer the helpless black market queen struggling to survive. Behind her is an unfathomable lord and the limitless potential of the Star Sea territory. "Yes, lord." Qinya took a deep breath, straightened her back, and her eyes regained their usual shrewdness and sharpness. "Understand. I will immediately set about it, using all available channels to secretly investigate the latest situation of these 3 strongholds on the map, especially this hematite mine." "Go ahead," Tang Xingai nodded. "Be careful, don't alert them." In the following days, Xingai territory operated like a wound-up machine, running at high efficiency. Lu Qin led the engineering team and the craftsmen of the weapon refining workshop to work day and night on those core rocks. These top-grade ores were cut, smelted, and processed, with some being incorporated into the shells and cores of the rock series golems. This resulted in several newly launched heavy mining and defense golems radiating a dark red glow, and their strength, defense, and energy conductivity experiencing a qualitative leap. Another portion was used to reinforce and expand the underground honeycomb area under construction. With earth core rock, a top-tier material combining earth and fire elements, and the dungeon core construction blueprint that Tang Xingai obtained from the system, Lu Qin was able to drastically modify and optimize the original design. The earth core rock's exceptional energy stability and structural strength greatly improved the expansion speed and safety of the underground space. Just 3 days later, the first level of the underground honeycomb zone, the planned integrated living and storage area, was declared to be initially completed. The entire level covers an astonishing 500,000 square meters and is 15 meters high, divided into different functional areas by uniform and solid rock pillars mixed with core rock powder. Ventilation, drainage, basic lighting, and defensive rune systems have been installed. Although the interior is still empty and needs further filling, the outline of a magnificent dungeon is already clearly visible. Standing in the center of the spacious and towering first floor, Tang Xingai gazed up at the faintly glowing supporting structures built with elements of the Earth's core, his heart surging with pride. With this stable and massive underground base, the development of Xingai territory would no longer be limited by its surface area, and its resilience and strategic depth would be greatly enhanced. However, just as he was inspecting the newly completed underground city and discussing the planning of the next industrial zone with Lu Qin, Lu Rian's figure, like a startled blue swan, darted in from the entrance, her face showing an unusual solemnity and urgency. "Lord!" Lu Rian landed in front of Tang Xingai, speaking rapidly with a hint of urgency. "I just received urgent messages from both the outer patrol team and Gu Mei's side. About 200 miles to the northwest, in the hematite mine area, the location marked by the red dot on the map, an extremely violent explosion and surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted an hour ago. The commotion was immense. Even we could faintly feel the tremors here." Gu Mei's people attempted to approach and investigate, discovering that the mine entrance had collapsed, and there were strong energy turbulence and signs of battle inside. It seemed someone had triggered an ancient defense mechanism, or a fierce internal conflict had occurred. Tang Xingai's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Hematite mine." The red dot marked on the map appears to be the Molten Guild stronghold, and also the direction from which the distress signal originated. Explosions and battles? Was it the person or force that sent the distress signal? Or is there a problem within the Molten Guild? Or perhaps, A third-party force has intervened? Notify Schwang and Qinya to come to the council hall immediately. Tang Xingai turned and walked out without hesitation, his voice calm and decisive. Summon the elite guards and prepare for departure. We're going to see what secrets this hematite mine holds. Chapter 31 Flames in the Mine. A hematite mine, over 200 miles away, experienced a violent explosion and abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations suspected to be a battle. Lu Rian's words were still echoing in the council hall when Tang Xingai stood up and walked towards the large map of the sea and surrounding terrain hanging on the wall. His finger landed precisely on the mark representing the hematite mine, the straight-line distance from Starsea territory, and drew a striking circle in red ink. Schwang, Rian, muster the 1st and 3rd squadrons of the guard, equipping them all with the latest rock, improved armor and weapons. Gume, have your elite intelligence agents go ahead, approach covertly, find out the situation around the mine, be careful, and don't expose yourselves. Tang Xingai's voice was calm and rapid, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Qinya, you stay in the territory to oversee the overall situation, especially the subsequent construction of the underground city and the integration of Blackwater Island. Raise the alert level. Lu Qin, the application of the earth core rock and the production of puppets cannot be stopped, and the defensive fortifications must continue. Yes. Mirong Schwang, Lu Ruyan, Gu Mei, Qinya, and Lu Qin responded in unison and quickly sprang into action. No one questioned or hesitated. Long-term collaboration and repeated victories had established Tang Xingai's orders as absolute authority within the territory. Soon, a team of 50 elite guards assembled in the square. Most of these guards had fought against the Brotherhood of Raiders, and thanks to Lu Qin's overtime work, they were given priority to be equipped with armor and weapons forged with trace amounts of core rock powder. The dark red armor gleamed with a calm luster in the sunlight, and the spear, sword, and shield in his hands also exuded a sense of weight and solidity, giving him an overall aura that was completely different from before. Instead of taking a slower boat, Tang Xingai summoned the Frost Dragon Wolf King. The increasingly majestic and powerful Dragon Wolf King raised its head and let out a deep roar, its icy aura causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Tang Xingai flipped over and mounted the wolf's back. Mirong Schwang and Lu Ruyan also summoned their mounts. Mirong Schwang's mount was a snow-white steed with its hooves wrapped in cold air called Snow-Treading Steed, while Lu Ruyan's mount was a magnificent blue Wind Chaser. Gume then swayed and merged into the shadow beneath the Dragon Wolf King. This was a special application of her Shadow Traverse ability, which allowed her to attach herself to the shadow of a fast-moving object for a short period of time. Set off. At a command, Tang Xingai led the way with a wolf, followed closely by Mirong Schwang and Lu Ruyan on either side. 50 elite guards, some riding domesticated pack animals, and others using their movement techniques, followed closely behind, like a torrent rushing out of the territory and speeding toward the hematite mine in the northwest. The sound of horses' hooves and animal hooves pounding the ground was like muffled thunder, kicking up a trail of dust. The journey of over 200 li was covered in less than 2 hours with everyone traveling at full speed. The closer they got, the more pronounced the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air, along with the faint smell of gunpowder and acrid odor. In the distance, an unnatural dark red hue could be faintly seen in the sky. Gume emerged from the shadows and landed beside Tang Xingai, reporting rapidly. My lord, the valley leading to the entrance to the hematite mine is 5 miles ahead. There are signs of battle on the outskirts. Most of the corpses are guards wearing red and black uniforms and bearing the emblem of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild, while a few are dressed in simple leather armor and wielding bows and scimitars, seemingly in elven style. The entrance was blocked by a large-scale collapse and rubble, but there are fresh signs of excavation and blasting on the side of the mountain wall, suggesting that there should be other entrances. The valley echoed with the sounds of fighting and explosions, and the energy fluctuations were intense. At least 3 people at the Foundation establishment stage or above were battling, and one of their spiritual energies carried a dense, potent fire-evil aura. An elf. Tang Xingai's eyes narrowed, immediately thinking of Avril and that distress signal. Speed up. Go in through the side entrance. The team bypassed the main entrance to the mine, which was blocked in front, and followed the direction indicated by Gume. They quickly found a newly dug cave entrance hidden in a mountain hollow. Scattered around the cave entrance were rubble and the corpses of several guards from the Molten Core Merchant Guild. From inside the cave, one could faintly hear the clanging of weapons, the booming of explosions, and shrill screams. "Dismount, form ranks, and proceed with caution," Tang Xingai shouted, leaping off the back of the Dragon Wolf King and drawing the Ice Dragon Roar Bow, a crystalline weapon radiating a chilling aura. Mirong Schwang and Lu Rian also drew their long swords, one icy blue and the other cyan white, their sword auras faintly flickering. The guards quickly formed a battle formation, with shields in front, spears in the middle, and archers behind, steadily and swiftly surging into the cave entrance. The cave passage was dark, filled with a strong stench of blood and burnt smells. Sparse lighting crystals hung on the walls, casting flickering light. The sounds of fighting came from the depths of the passage, growing clearer with each passing moment. Rounding a bend, a vast, open space appeared before us, a massive, seemingly hollowed-out mine hall. The hall was a scene of utter chaos, littered with signs of battle, broken minecart tracks, collapsed wooden supports, burning debris, and corpses strewn about. The two sides in the battle were obvious. On one side were hundreds of guards from the Molten Fire Merchant Guild, dressed in uniform red and black suits and wielding standard swords and crossbows. They outnumbered the enemy, were well-equipped, and seemed to have received rigorous training in coordinated attacks, advancing and retreating with precision. What's more troublesome is that among them are dozens of soldiers carrying strange metal cylinders with nozzles at the front and metal canisters on their backs at the rear. They would occasionally pull the trigger, spewing out scorching, viscous, orange-red flames from the nozzles. The flames had a range of over 10 feet and were extremely sticky, igniting instantly upon contact and making them very difficult to extinguish. On the other side, there were only about 30 people. They were agile and wore simple leather armor, mainly in green and brown. Most of them used longbows, scimitars, and daggers. They were nimble and accurate archers, clearly a group of elves. However, their situation was extremely precarious. They were surrounded and divided by a vastly superior number of Molten Core Guild guards, and were squeezed into several corners of the hall. Even worse, there were broken metal shackles scattered on the ground, shimmering with dim runes, while the guards wielding flamethrowers concentrated their firepower, using a continuous net of fire to block the elves' most proficient space for maneuvering, forcing them to retreat constantly. If they were not careful, they would be engulfed by the flames and let out a shrill scream. The arrows shot by the elves were often blocked by the guards' shields or the faint red light emanating from their bodies, which seemed to be some kind of fire resistance item, with little effect. It's actually the anti-magic shackles, and the flamethrower, Gume, hiding in the shadows, said with a hint of shock and anger. The Molten Fire Merchant Guild is indeed using these evil things. The anti-magic shackles can greatly suppress the spiritual power mobilization of magic and nature spellcasters, and it is very effective against the natural magical abilities of elves. Those flamethrowers. I'd only ever heard rumors about them on the black market before. I never imagined they'd actually mass-produce them. In a short few breaths that Tang Xingai and his group were observing, two more elven warriors were engulfed by flames, screaming as they turned into charred remains. The remaining elves, led by a tall female elf with long, light gold hair and pointed ears, fought their way back, leaning against a rock wall for a final stand. The female elf was an extremely skilled archer. Each arrow she fired whistled through the air, precisely piercing through the gaps in the flames and striking the guards in the face or weak joints. Several guards, wielding flamethrowers, had already fallen to her arrows. However, she herself was also struggling to cope, with charred burns on her arms and legs, several burnt patches on her pale golden hair, and her breathing was somewhat disordered. "Sister, it's Sister Alia." A tearful exclamation rang out behind Tang Xingai. It was Avril. Sometime during the day, she had somehow managed to ride one of the tamed ponies that had been brought over by the group, and was now being protected by Su Yue. The little elf was pale, her large emerald eyes brimming with tears, staring intently at the blonde female elf fighting a bloody battle in the distance. Her body trembled slightly with agitation and fear. "My lord, please save my sister. Save my people." So the distress signal really was sent by an elf, and it was Avril's own sister. No wonder the signal conveyed such despair and urgency. Tang Xingai's eyes turned cold, and he no longer hesitated. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow, his spiritual power surging within him. Instantly, a crystal arrow, crystalline and radiating extreme cold, condensed on the bowstring of the ice dragon roar bow. Wherever the arrow tip pointed, the moisture in the air condensed into tiny ice crystals. Schwang, suppress the flames. Rian, lead men to break through their formation. Gume, deal with those who breathe fire. Tang Xingai gave the orders rapidly, and, at the same time, he released his grip. Call out. The ice crystal arrow transformed into a streak of blue and white light, shooting toward the molten guard that was furiously spewing flames at the elves at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The guard felt a bone-chilling cold assail him, and before he could react, an ice arrow pierced his chest. A terrifying burst of icy power instantly froze him from the inside out into an ice sculpture. Even the metal canister of the flamethrower on his back was covered with a thick layer of white frost. Then, with a crack, the tank cracked due to the drastic temperature change between the inside and outside, and the fuel inside leaked out, but it was frozen by the cold air and did not explode. Almost simultaneously, Mirong Schwang let out a sharp cry and swung her longsword. A huge, icy blue arc of sword energy, radiating a chilling aura, swept out, its target the area of flames that had sealed off the elves. Wherever the sword energy passed, the high temperature in the air was rapidly plundered, and the raging flames seemed to be choked by an invisible hand, suddenly weakening and extinguishing, and even a thin layer of frost condensed on the ground. The viscous flames that were ejected also cooled and solidified rapidly in the cold air, turning into puddles of disgusting, smoky, gelatinous substance. Lu Rian moved with her sword, transforming into a streak of azure light. Leading a squad of elite guards, she slashed into the relatively weak flank of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild like a sharp blade. Her swordsmanship was swift and fierce, each strike aimed directly at vital points. With each breath of her sword energy, she easily tore through the guard's armor and protective spiritual energy. The newly equipped Star Guardians are incredibly brave. Their weapons, reinforced with Earth Core rock, easily break through enemy defenses, while their shields steadily block counterattacks. Gu Mei's figure moved like a ghost, leaping and flashing in the shadows. Each appearance was accompanied by a streak of dark light, slicing through the throats or backs of the guards wielding flamethrowers. The guards often collapsed to the ground, clutching their bleeding wounds, before they could even see their enemy clearly. The sudden attack, especially Tang Xingai's terrifying arrow and Mirong Schwang's wide-range frost suppression, instantly disrupted the molten chamber of commerce's defenses. The elves, relieved of their pressure and given a glimmer of hope, unleashed an astonishing fighting spirit. Reinforcements! Reinforcements! For the forest! For freedom! The blonde elf, Arya, was greatly encouraged. She shouted in Elvish and fired a rapid-fire arrow from her longbow. The arrows seemed to have eyes, targeting the guards who made mistakes due to panic. The other elven warriors roared and charged out from behind their cover, brandishing their scimitars, joining forces with the Starsea Territories guards to attack from both inside and outside. Although the Molten Guild's guards were well-trained and well-equipped, they were quickly routed by the sudden attack, the instant death of their leader, the suppression of their most powerful fire weapons, and the fact that they were caught in a pincer movement. Especially after Tang Xingai drew his bow again and shot 3 arrows in succession, pinning the 3 minor leaders who were trying to organize resistance to the rock wall. The remaining guards finally collapsed and fled into the depths of the mine, crying out in despair. Chase them, clear out the rest, and control all the key routes, Tang Xingai ordered, sheathing his bow as he strode toward the group of elves. The elves gathered around Arya. Although they were all injured and in a sorry state, their eyes were filled with gratitude for surviving a disaster and a hint of wariness as they looked at Tang Xingai and the others. With the help of 2 elven warriors, Arya stood up. She was more than half a head taller than Avril, with a lithe and upright figure. Even though she had suffered multiple burns, she still maintained the elegance and resilience unique to elves. She looked at Tang Xingai approaching, especially at the chilling longbow in his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Then, she spoke in slightly broken common continental language. Thank you, powerful Lord, for extending a helping hand in our time of need. I am Arya Windseeker, the ranger captain of the Emerald Forest. May I ask how you learned of our predicament? Sister, Avril had broken free from Suyue's support and cried as she threw herself into Alia's arms, burying her face in her chest and her shoulders shaking. Arya was stunned at first, but when she saw the girl's face clearly in her arms, her body trembled violently. Her pale, golden pupils suddenly contracted, and she exclaimed in disbelief, Avril, it's you. You're still alive. What is going on? Arya hugged her sister tightly, her voice trembling. The exhaustion, despair, and pain of the past few days seemed to be overshadowed by the immense joy. She looked up at Tang Xingai, her wariness replaced by deep gratitude and questioning. Tang Xingai explained simply, we rescued Avril from distress at sea. She was being held captive by the Brotherhood of Raiders. Not long ago, we received a distress signal from an unknown source pointing this way. Avril recognized the elven mark in the signal, so we came. Arya suddenly realized, and a deep sense of guilt and lingering fear appeared on her face. She stroked Avril's hair, her voice choked with emotion. So that's how it is. Thank you for saving Avril. And thank you for responding to the distress signal. That signal was our last resort. I never expected. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, looked at Tang Xingai, and solemnly bowed again. On behalf of the surviving members of our people, I thank you once again for your rescue. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would all probably be dead here today. No need for formalities. Tang Xingai waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the wrecked battlefield and the still-shaken elves, and asked in a deep voice, what exactly is going on here? How did you end up clashing with the Molten Fire Merchant Guild here? A look of grief and hatred crossed Arya's face as she gritted her teeth and said, on the surface, this is an abandoned hematite mine, but in reality, it's a secret slave transfer station and experimental field of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild. We tracked a group of abducted tribesmen to the vicinity and discovered the anomaly here. 3 days ago, we risked our lives to infiltrate and discovered that they not only imprisoned slaves of various races, but were also conducting inhumane live experiments, attempting to fuse the bloodlines of elves, orcs, and even other races with fire monsters to create monstrous creatures. She pointed deep into the mine, her voice filled with barely suppressed anger. We wanted to rescue our people and destroy this place, but we were discovered. There were too many of them, and those terrible fire weapons and magic-suppressing shackles. We're trapped here, suffering heavy losses. Finally, we were forced to detonate the natural disintegration bomb we carried to clear obstacles, collapsing the main entrance in an attempt to take them all down with us. But it only temporarily blocked their reinforcements. If you hadn't arrived in time. At this moment, Gume reappeared, holding a set of keys she had taken from the guards' corpses. She said to Tang Xingai, Lord, we found a large number of cages inside, holding at least 200 people, including elves, humans, halflings, and even a few dwarves. They're all in very poor condition, and some of them have terrible signs of modification. Mirong Schwang and Lu Ruyan also led their men to initially eliminate the remaining enemies and control several key exits and passages of the mine. Tang Xingai's face darkened. Go in and take a look. Schwang Ruyan, take men and search carefully. Don't miss any corner. Gume, look for any ledgers, documents, or experimental records. The group ventured deep into the mine. Here, many caves and passages have been carved out, some of which have been converted into prison cells. Behind the thick iron bars, slaves were imprisoned, their faces pale and emaciated, their eyes numb or filled with fear. When they saw Tang Xingai and his men fully armed, they first cowered in fear. But when they saw the elves, including Arya, and when they saw Tang Xingai and his men kill the Molten Guard and open the prison door, a glimmer of hope gradually appeared in their eyes. Deeper into the caves, some caves have been transformed into rudimentary laboratories, filled with various chilling instruments, blood-stained operating tables, glass containers filled with unknown liquids, formalin pools soaking bizarre organs, and stone slabs and blueprints covered with twisted runes. The air was filled with a strong smell of medicine, blood, and burnt odor. In a relatively tidy stone chamber, Gume found a locked iron cabinet. After forcibly breaking it open, she found several thick ledgers, some letters, and several labeled metal boxes neatly stacked inside. Tang Xingai picked up the top ledger and flipped through it. It recorded in detail the dates, quantities, types, and prices of slaves, purchases, and shipments, and even the experimental subjects' numbers and preliminary fusion records for certain special goods, such as elves and orcs with special terms or bloodlines. Behind the cold, hard data lies shocking bloodshed and cruelty. Qinya quickly deciphered the letters and some experimental records through the remote communication array. Her voice came through the array, filled with obvious shock and anger. Lord, these documents show that the fusion experiment being conducted here by the Molten Chamber of Commerce has been going on for at least 5 years. Their goal is not only to create powerful monster soldiers, but they also seem to be looking for some kind of stable, mass-producible molten bloodline carrier. The ledger repeatedly mentioned a shortage of main materials, especially something called high-purity natural life essence. They used the royal bloodline of elves as a substitute, but the effects were unstable and the failure rate was extremely high. Their main purpose in kidnapping elves was to obtain experimental materials. Furthermore, Qinya paused, her voice becoming even more serious. I deciphered some scattered information in an encrypted monthly report. The Molten Core Merchant Guild has more than one such transfer station and experimental field in the surrounding area. The other 2 outposts marked on the map are likely of a similar nature. They are conducting a massive, systematic live human experimentation program, and there may be even more terrifying schemes behind it. Tang Xingai closed the ledger, a cold glint in his eyes. The Molten Fire Merchant Guild was not only a slave trader, but also conducting inhumane and taboo experiments. Their ambition and cruelty far exceeded imagination. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from the depths of the mine, and the entire cave seemed to shake. Who dares to destroy my business and kill my men? I will burn you all to ashes. With a roar, a surge of scorching, violent, and destructive spiritual energy erupted from the deepest part of the mine like a volcanic eruption. At the end of the passage, a tall and burly figure, his body engulfed in dark red flames, stepped out. It was a bald giant, over 2.5 meters tall, with bulging muscles and an abnormal dark red skin covered with twisted, lava-like patterns. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of specially made fire-resistant leather pants, and his hands were covered in huge gauntlets that looked like they were made of molten metal, with runes flashing on them and burning with raging flames. With each step he took, the rocks beneath his feet sizzled and burned, leaving a charred footprint. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness and violence, fixed intently on Tang Xingai. It's Baroque. Flame Fist Baroque. The highest-ranking guard here, a rescued human slave who looked like an overseer, cried out in terror. He's a monster. He likes to burn people alive. Baroque's gaze swept over the corpses of the guards scattered on the ground and the open cages, his facial muscles contorting in a ferocious grimace, and dark red flames rose even higher from his body. Very well, very well. A bunch of ignorant insects, daring to trespass into my territory and run wild. Little elf wench, and you meddlesome scum. Today, none of you will leave here alive. He roared and slammed his feet into the ground. His massive body, carrying a terrifyingly hot gust of wind, charged straight at Tang Xingai like a burning meteorite. Before his fist even arrived, the scorching airwaves already hit him, making it hard to breathe. Golden entry, Molten Fist, indeed not easy to deal with. Tang Xingai instantly judged the opponent's approximate strength and talent, but he showed no fear on his face. Instead, he stepped forward, handed the Ice Dragon Roar bow to his left hand, and made a grasping motion with his right hand. An extremely cold spiritual power began to gather and compress in his palm. Mirong Schwang and Lu Rian attacked simultaneously from the left and right. Mirong Schwang swung her longsword, and countless ice spikes condensed out of thin air, shooting towards Baroque like a torrential rain. Lu Ruyan then became one with her sword, transforming into a sharp and unparalleled cyan sword light, which pierced straight at Baroque's vital chest. Chapter 32, Ice Dragon Breath. Baroque let out a maniacal laugh, neither dodging nor avoiding, unleashing a barrage of punches with his burning fists. The terrifying lava fist energy was like a volcanic eruption, melting all the incoming ice spikes into white steam, which then collided fiercely with Lu Ruyan's azure sword light. Boom! The force of the attack caused Lu Ruyan to grunt as her sword light dissipated, and she was sent flying backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Baroque, on the other hand, merely swayed. The flames on his gauntlets dimmed for a moment before burning even brighter. "Ha ha! Is that all you've got?" Baroque pressed his advantage, striding forward and slamming his burning fist down on Schwang, who was closest to him. The wind from the punch howled, and the scorching air wave made Schwang's silver hair fly backward. Schwang's eyes were icy cold as she blocked with her longsword, her icy blue spiritual energy condensing into a thick layer of ice armor on the blade. Clang! With a deafening clang like metal clashing, Schwang was thrown back several feet, sword and all. Her hand gripping the sword was split open, bleeding profusely, and the ice armor on her sword shattered inch by inch. The absolute difference in their cultivation levels and power was undeniable. "Lord, be careful!" Lu Ruyan mustered her inner energy and thrust her sword forward again, trying to buy time for Tang Xingai. Baroque retaliated with a punch, sending Lu Ruyan flying again, his gaze fixed on Tang Xingai, who was gathering his spiritual energy. "Little bug, what trick are you trying to pull? Before absolute power, it's all futile." He ignored Schwang and Lu Ruyan, and like a raging bull, he charged at Tang Xingai again, throwing out both fists, determined to blast this guy who looked like the leader to smithereens. Tang Xingai then raised his head, a cold smile curving his lips. The chilling energy gathered in his palm had reached an astonishing level, even causing ice crystals to condense around him. But instead of directing this chilling energy at Baroque, he abruptly raised his hand and slammed his palm down above his head. There, as part of the mine's supporting structure, are several large metal pipes used to drain underground seepage. Mystic Ice Palm, extreme cold impact. The immense, chilling air, like an invisible giant hammer, slammed into the metal water pipes. With a cracking sound, the pipes instantly froze stiff and brittle from the extreme cold. And then, under the combined force of internal water pressure and external impact, they burst with a deafening roar. Whoosh! The icy underground water that had been accumulating in the pipes poured down like a flood bursting its banks, drenching the head and body of the charging Baroque. Sizzle! The frigid groundwater reacted violently upon contact with Baroque's lava body, which reached temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Countless plumes of scorching white steam erupted, engulfing Baroque entirely. The steam was extremely hot, but even more deadly was the rapid alternation between hot and cold. Ugh! Baroque let out a blood-curdling scream. The protective layer of lava's spiritual energy on his body became violently disordered and unstable under the impact of this extreme temperature difference, even backfiring on him. The lava patterns flickered, and his skin crackled and showed signs of splitting. The intense pain brought him to a halt, and he instinctively covered his head and face with his hands. The flames on his body flickered, and his momentum suddenly diminished. Now, Tang Xingai's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his left hand, which had been poised to strike, suddenly released the bowstring of the Ice Dragon Roar bow. Ice Dragon's breath. The bowstring twanged, and a deep blue arrow, condensed to its extreme and seemingly made of millennia-old ice, was released silently. Wherever it passed, even the high-temperature water vapor in the air instantly froze into ice powder. With this arrow, Tang Xingai used the maximum power that the Ice Dragon Roar bow could currently withstand, and incorporated a trace of his own understanding of the rules of ice. The speed of the arrow was so fast that it exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could perceive. Baroque had barely recovered from the pain of the steam burns and the backlash of spiritual energy when a deadly sense of crisis, chilling to the bone, seized him. His crimson pupils reflected the fleeting, deep blue light that was about to appear. No, he only had time to let out a short, angry roar filled with resentment and fear before he was struck squarely in the chest by an ice arrow. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extreme chill that erupted and spread instantly. The flames burning on Baroque's body vanished in an instant, like candle flames extinguished by cold water. His massive body, starting from the spot where he was struck in the chest, was rapidly covered with a thick layer of crystal-clear blue ice. The ice spread across his entire body at an alarming speed, turning him into an ice sculpture with his mouth agape, his face contorted in terror and pain. Inside the ice sculpture, a faint, dark red light could be seen struggling and flickering, but it quickly went out completely. Tang Xingai lowered his longbow and exhaled a breath of cold white air. Murong Schwang and Lu Ruyin also rushed over, staring in shock at the lifelike ice sculpture before them. The flame-fist Balak, who had been so arrogant just moments before, forcing them to retreat repeatedly, had been completely frozen solid by the Lord's single strike. The surrounding Star Guardians and elves were stunned, and then burst into thunderous cheers. Tang Xingai walked up to the ice sculpture, looked at Baroque's bloodshot eyes that still held madness and disbelief, and gently stepped on the ice sculpture's chest. Crack! Fine cracks instantly spread across the entire ice sculpture, centered on the spot where he landed. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the entire ice sculpture, along with the frozen Baroque inside, shattered into countless ice crystals the size of fingernails with a crash, scattering all over the ground. Only the pair of metal gauntlets, having lost the support of their owner's spiritual power, clattered to the ground twice, and the runes on their surface quickly dimmed. Instant kill, and a complete annihilation, almost turning them into dust. Too much nonsense, Tang Xingai said calmly, bending down to pick up the metal gauntlets that still retained some warmth. The gauntlets were heavy in his hands, made of extraordinary material, and although the flame runes engraved on them were dim, their structure was exquisite, clearly indicating that they were not ordinary items. What followed was simple. With their leader killed, the remaining remnants of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild completely lost their will to fight. They either knelt down and surrendered or tried to escape through secret passages, only to be captured or killed one by Gu Mei and her shadow squad. Tang Xingai ordered a thorough search of the entire mine. Besides rescuing a total of 237 slaves of various races, including 42 elves, they also seized a large quantity of supplies. This included mountains of food, weapons, and ore, as well as over 50 sets of anti-magic shackles, specifically designed to bind and suppress spiritual power, over 20 intact flamethrowers, over 30 damaged ones, and hundreds of fuel canisters. More importantly, in an encrypted hidden compartment, they found more than a dozen complex blueprints for the Molten Giant, covered with runes and depictions of human anatomy, as well as a complete recipe for a fire resistance potion written in a special potion. Chinya, through remote communication, gave a preliminary interpretation of the formula and some of the blueprints, her voice filled with excitement. My lord, this fire resistance potion formula is very practical. If we can mass produce it, it will be of great help in dealing with the Molten Guild or other fire-based enemies in the future. These blueprints, although incomplete, are insane in their ideas. If they really turn it into a molten giant, it will definitely be a weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Furthermore, in Baroque's private notes, it's mentioned that he regularly reports to a superior codenamed the Forge, with the next report in 7 days. If we can use this, Tang Xingai nodded, put away the formula and blueprints, and then looked at the rescued slaves who were still in shock. Most of them were ragged, with wounds and marks of enslavement on their bodies, their eyes numb with fear and a hint of bewilderment at their new life. Tang Xingai walked up to them, his voice clear and steady, echoing throughout the cave. The guards of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild have been eliminated. You are free. The slaves stared at him blankly, some still not having reacted. If you have nowhere to go, or you can no longer return to your hometown, Tang Xingai paused, his gaze sweeping over the dirty and tired faces. You can come back to Xingai territory with me. In my territory, there are no slaves, only citizens who earn their living with their own hands and abilities. As long as you follow the rules and work hard, you'll have food, shelter, safety, and dignity. These words, like a pebble thrown into stagnant water, stirred ripples in the numb hearts of the slaves. Freedom? Security? Dignity? These words had become too distant and unfamiliar to them. But looking at the young lord who had just swiftly killed the demonic guard captain, at the well-equipped and disciplined soldiers behind him, and at the hope on the faces of the rescued elves, a faint glimmer of light gradually appeared in some people's eyes. Arya led the surviving elven warriors over and bowed deeply to Tang Xingai once more. Her expression was even more respectful than before, tinged with lingering fear and resolute determination. Lord Tang, I am deeply grateful. You not only saved me and my people, but also rescued so many innocent people. The Emerald Forest will remember your kindness." She hesitated for a moment, glanced at Avril who was clinging to her, and a deep worry appeared on her face. She lowered her voice and said, "But, my lord, the Molten Fire Merchant Guild goals are probably not just slaves and experiments." She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and lowered her voice so that only Tang Xingai and Murong Schwang and Lu Rian beside her could hear her. "Their target is my sister, Avril." Avril trembled, looked up at her sister, her large emerald green eyes filled with confusion and fear. Arya gently pulled Avril close, stroking her soft silver hair, her eyes filled with heartache and heaviness. "Avril possesses the rare purple attribute Child of Nature. This talent grants her an unparalleled affinity for natural life energy, even allowing her to hear the voices of plants to some extent and accelerate their growth. A rare talent, even among elves. We had been protecting her very well, but somehow the news leaked out. The Molten Guild, having somehow learned that Avril's Child of Nature bloodline is one of the most ideal and stable main materials, perhaps even the key for their evil molten bloodline fusion experiment, is relentlessly pursuing Avril and attacking our caravans." She raised her head and looked at Tang Xingai, her eyes filled with pleading, but also with a hint of determination after despair. "They failed this time, but they will never give up. The power of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild is far beyond our imagination. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. My lord, Avril's continued presence here will likely pose a great danger to you and your territory. I think, once the tribespeople's injuries have stabilized, I will take her away and find a more secluded place to hide." When Avril heard that her sister wanted to take her away, she shook her head violently, grabbed Alyssa's hand tightly, and looked at Tang Xingai for help, her little face filled with reluctance and fear. In her heart, Xingai territory was the only place that had made her feel safe and warm in the past few months. Tang Xingai looked at the determination and worry in Alia's eyes, then at Avril who looked like a frightened fawn, and suddenly smiled. In that smile, there was no fear, only a calm and unquestionable confidence. "Leave? Hi!" Tang Xingai shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the messy but now controlled mind, over the freed slaves whose eyes were beginning to light up, and finally back to Alia's face. "Captain Alia, do you think they won't find us if we hide? If we can take down this transit point today and rescue Avril and so many others, they can send even more and stronger men tomorrow. Taking the hits and hiding has never been my style." He stepped forward and gently patted Avril's trembling head. His movements were gentle, but his tone was resolute. "Avril is my resident. The person I saved will naturally be protected by my Starseed territory. The Molten Core Guild wants her? Fine, let them come and get her themselves. I want to see if their molten core burns brighter, or my frozen seal arrives faster." Arya stared blankly at Tang Xingai, at his calm eyes that seemed to hold the vastness of a universe, and the surging worry and despair in her heart strangely subsided somewhat. This human lord seemed different from all the human nobles she had ever met before. Tang Xingai said no more, turned to Lu Ruyin and ordered, "Ruyin, arrange for men to escort all the rescued people, including our elven friends, back to our territory. Notify Su Yue and A1 to prepare medicine and food and do everything possible to treat the wounded. Lu Qin, send men to receive the spoils here, especially the flamethrowers and blueprints. Begin studying them immediately. Also, bring Baroque's gauntlets to him. See if they can be copied or improved." "Yes." Lu Rian and Lu Qin's assistant, who had rushed over, replied at the same time. Tang Xingai finally looked at Gumei and Qinya on the remote communication screen. "Gumei, clean up the battlefield, erase the obvious traces we left behind, and set up a diversion." Qinya, using Baroque's communication channels and notes, attempted to send false information to that furnace, stalling for as long as possible. At the same time, we must utilize all intelligence networks to thoroughly investigate all of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild strongholds, personnel, and trade routes in this area, especially detailed information on the other two marked locations. We must seize the initiative. Understood. Gumei's figure disappeared into the shadows. On the other end of the communication array, Qinya responded clearly and calmly, "Yes, Lord." The Chamber of Commerce has already started operating, and the Blackwater Island channels can provide a lot of information. I will give you a detailed assessment report as soon as possible. After arranging everything, Tang Zingai looked again at Alia and the wounded but bright-eyed elven warriors behind her, his tone softening. Captain Arya, and all my elven friends, let's return to Star Sea territory to heal and recuperate. As for the Molten Fire Merchant Guild and Avril's matter, we'll discuss that later. They want war, so I'll give them war. But where the battlefield is and how it's fought are up to me. As Arya watched Tang Zingai issue orders methodically, and as she looked at the people who had just been rescued and whose eyes had been rekindled with hope and felt the dependence and trust in her sister holding her hand tightly, the high wall in her heart that had been built up because of the tragic deaths of her people and the threat to her homeland quietly loosened. She took a deep breath, bowed again, this time deeper, and spoke with even greater solemnity. Arya Windseeker, Ranger Captain of Emerald Woods, on behalf of myself and my surviving people, I thank you for taking us in and protecting us. Until the threat from the Molten Core Merchant Guild is eliminated, my warriors and I are ready to serve you. Tang Zingai nodded, his gaze fixed on the faint light filtering through the mine. The Molten Guild, live experiments, the blood of the Elf King, and that mysterious forge. Let's go. Tang Zingai turned and walked out of the cave. His voice wasn't loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Take our new people home. Chapter 33, Star Sea Alliance. Star Sea Territory, Lord's Council Hall. Avril sat beside Suyue, sipping warm honey flower tea, a little color finally returning to her pale face. But in her large emerald green eyes, lingering fear remained, like a fledgling bird that had retreated to its nest but still couldn't help trembling. Her older sister, Arya, sat beside her, gently holding her younger sister's cold little hand. Her pale golden eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Even though she had changed into clean clothes provided by Suyue and the burns on her arms and legs had been carefully treated, her body was still slightly tense, like a cheetah ready to pounce at any moment. Seated in the council chamber were Tang Zingai, Murong Schwang, Lu Ruyan, Qinya, Lu Qin, and Gume, who had just rushed back from Blackwater Island overnight. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, filled with a faint scent of herbs and an invisible pressure. The situation is basically clear. Gume's voice was tinged with fatigue, but clear and logical. Based on the documents seized from the mine, Baroque's notes, and the scattered information gathered by my intelligence agents for Blackwater Island and the surrounding area, the Molten Fire Merchant Guild's influence in this region is much larger and more deeply rooted than we previously estimated. She walked to the newly hung map of the surrounding sea area on the wall, which was marked with more details, and pointed to 3 locations circled in red with her slender dagger. The hematite mine has been destroyed by us. It was their slave transfer station and primary experimental field. Gume moved the tip of her knife to the northwest, to a location marked with a volcano pattern. This place, the volcanic mine, is one of their main sources of minerals. It is rich in various fire-based minerals and is also an important smelting and equipment manufacturing base for them. According to scattered intelligence, the place is heavily guarded, with over 300 molten lava guards stationed there, and it's highly likely that a master similar to Flame Fist Baroque, or even stronger, is stationed there. A large number of slaves are also imprisoned there for mining purposes, and the conditions are said to be extremely harsh. Her blade moved again, pointing further into the distance to a sea area specially marked as the Chaotic Zone, where there was a marker for an island with the words Black Rock Floating Island written next to it. This place, Black Rock Floating Island, is a blind spot in our intelligence network and also the most dangerous and mysterious place. Gume lowered her voice slightly. It is a floating island that has been modified based on the core of some kind of ancient ruins. It does not belong to any known sphere of influence, and its location is elusive, but it is well known in certain circles. It is a huge, mobile great trade hub, especially a center for the slave trade and the trafficking of contraband. Baroque's notes mention that he regularly sent special cargo and experimental data to Blackrock to report to a superior code named the Forge. That place was very likely the true core stronghold of the Molten Guild in the region, and perhaps even a higher-level node in their Molten Bloodline experimental project. Gume sheathed her dagger and looked at Tang Zingai. Lord, the Molten Fire Merchant Guild suffered heavy losses at the Crimson Iron Mine this time, and also lost Avril, an important target. They will never let this go. Given their style of doing things, retaliation will come soon, and it will likely be swift and decisive. We must make plans as soon as possible. The council chamber was silent. Lu Qin stroked his beard, his expression grim. While he was skilled at crafting, strategic thinking wasn't his forte. Qinya tapped her index finger lightly on the table, her brow furrowed, clearly calculating the costs and risks of various possible solutions. Lu Rian, clutching her longsword, gazed coldly at the two red dots on the map, as if looking at two prey awaiting slaughter. Mirong Schwang sat quietly, her icy blue eyes occasionally sweeping across the map before settling on Tang Xingai, awaiting his decision. Arya took a deep breath, released Avril's hand, stood up, walked to the center of the council hall, faced Tang Xingai, and solemnly performed a unique elven salute, placing her right hand on her left chest. Lord Tang, Arya's voice was clear and firm, with an undeniable determination. You and your territory have saved my people and my lives. The Molten Core Guild's target is my sister, Avril. Their greed and cruelty have posed a tremendous threat to the Emerald Forest and to all peace-loving and nature-loving races. We elves have never feared battle, and we know how to be grateful and give back. She raised her head, her pale golden eyes looking directly at Tang Xingai. Although the Emerald Forest is not a powerful clan, we have thousands of years of tradition in jungle survival, natural magic, spiritual plant cultivation, herbal identification, and archery skills. Every one of our people is a master hunter and gardener. I, Arya Windseeker, as the ranger captain of the Emerald Forest, on behalf of myself, my 37 surviving warriors, and all those who stand behind us willing to fight for freedom, formally request an alliance with you. Arya's words echoed clearly in the council hall. We, the Elven race, are willing to form a mutually supportive alliance with Starsea territory. We will do our utmost to provide our knowledge of natural magic, to help your territory cultivate better crops and spiritual plants, and increase the yield and quality of food and herbs. Our warriors can assist in training your soldiers, enhancing their combat and survival capabilities in complex environments such as jungles and mountains. Our craftsmen, while not skilled in metal forging, possess unique expertise in woodworking, bow making, and crafting tools and works of art using natural materials. She paused, her tone becoming even more solemn. In exchange, we request that Starsea territory provide us, especially Avril, with protection to jointly combat the threat posed by the Molten Chamber of Commerce. Until our people find a new and safe home, we wish to reside temporarily in your territory and abide by your laws. In the battle against the Molten Guild, my warriors and I are willing to be at the forefront. After speaking, Arya maintained her bowing posture, slightly lowering her head, awaiting Tang Xingai's response. The elven warriors behind her also rose and bowed to Tang Xingai. Avril also stood up timidly, imitating her sister, placing her small hands on her chest, her large emerald green eyes looking at Tang Xingai with anticipation and trepidation. All eyes in the council chamber were fixed on Tang Xingai. The elven race's natural magic and spiritual plant cultivation techniques were of immeasurable value to a rapidly developing territory that urgently needed to solidify its foundation. Their superb archery skills and jungle warfare experience can greatly compensate for the Starsea Guard's shortcomings in certain areas. However, this also means they are completely opposed to the Molten Chamber of Commerce and will face the full hostility of this mysterious and powerful organization. Tang Xingai did not answer immediately. He stood up, walked to Alia, and calmly met her determined gaze. Captain Arya, and friends of the elven race, Tang Xingai's voice was steady and powerful. The gates of Xingai territory have always been open only to friends and those who earn their own living. If you are willing to stay, use your knowledge and strength to build this land and abide by its rules, then you will be citizens of the Starsea territory and will naturally be protected by it. This is our principle, and it applies to everyone. He changed the subject, his tone turning cold. As for the Molten Fire Merchant Guild, they have been my enemy since the moment they began experimenting on living people and treating the lives of all races as worthless. Whether Avril is there or not, whether you request an alliance or not, a battle between us and them is inevitable. Their greed and cruelty are destined to spread like wildfire, burning everything in their path. And I don't like passively waiting for the fire to come to me. Tang Xingai stretched out his hand, palm facing upwards, and a rune condensed from pure spiritual energy, emitting a soft white light, slowly emerged. The rune structure was complex and beautiful, containing the power of promises and contracts. Therefore, I accept your alliance proposal. Tang Xingai looked at Alia, a slight smile playing on his lips. But it is not an alliance between the elven race and Xingai territory, but an alliance between all living beings who do not wish to be enslaved or trampled upon in Xingai territory. Our alliance is not based on an exchange of benefits, but on a shared belief in protecting life and freedom. You provide knowledge and technology, we provide homes and security, and we will fight side by side until the Molten Guild's dark influence is completely severed from these waters. Arya stared blankly at the spiritual rune in Tang Xingai's palm, a symbol of equality and oath, and then at the unwavering determination and sincerity in his eyes. Her prepared words about interests and responsibilities suddenly seemed pale. She realized that this human lord was unlike any other human ruler she had ever met before. He did not treat her as a weakling seeking refuge, nor did he use her people's skills merely as a bargaining chip. What he gave her was an equal respect based on shared beliefs and a commitment to fight side by side. A surge of warmth welled up from the depths of Arya's heart, making her pale golden eyes slightly sting. She solemnly extended her hand, also mobilizing the natural spiritual power within her body to condense a bright green rune with leaf and vine patterns, and gently pressed it against the white rune in Tang Xingai's palm. In the name of nature and stars, with freedom and life as our pledge. Arya's voice trembled slightly, but was more resolute than trembling. Arya Windseeker of the Emerald Forest, on behalf of myself and my people, makes a pact with Lord Tang Xingai of the Star Sea. We will watch over each other, help each other, and fight against powerful enemies until death. Buzz! The moment the two spiritual runes touched, they emitted a clear and melodious resonance. White and green light intertwined and merged, transforming into a phantom of a gold and silver contract chain, which flashed and disappeared, disappearing into the space between Tang Xingai and Alia's eyebrows respectively. A strange connection was established between the two, a trust and empathy based on a vow. The alliance is complete. The atmosphere in the council chamber relaxed. Qinya smiled slightly and clapped softly. Lu Rian loosened her grip on her sword and nodded slightly to Alia. Lu Qin grinned and chuckled. Great. Now we have elf friends in our territory. We'll have to ask for your guidance on the flowers, plants, bows, and crossbows. Mirong Schwang walked to Alia's side, a faint smile appearing on her cool face, and extended her hand. Welcome to the team, Captain Alia. From now on, we'll fight side by side. As Arya looked at Mirong Schwang's outstretched hand, and then at the sincere welcome in the eyes of the people from Starsea territory around her, her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. She reached out and shook hands with Mirong Schwang. The cool touch gave her a strange sense of peace. Just call me Alia. Please take care of me from now on. Avril ran to her sister's side, a relieved smile on her face. She stole a glance at Tang Xingai before quickly lowering her head, her ear tips slightly red. With the alliance established, things went much more smoothly from there. Tang Xingai directly designated a quiet area in the southeast corner of the floating island, close to a water source and with relatively lush forests, as a temporary settlement for the elf race. Arya and her people were very satisfied with this. Elves are naturally close to nature, and although this area is not as good as their former Emerald Forest, it is much better than they had expected. They immediately set to work, using their natural magic and skills to build tree houses and wooden cabins that blended harmoniously with their surroundings, and began planning their spiritual fields and herb gardens. Lu Qin, holding the flamethrower, Baroque gauntlets, and the incomplete blueprints of the molten giants that Tang Xingai had given him, all seized from the hematite mine, was overjoyed and plunged headlong into his workshop. Lu Qin couldn't even eat or sleep, constantly muttering to himself, either, wow, this rune circuit is amazing, or the strength of the earth core rock can be doubled with this structure. He vowed to create Starsea Territory's own flame jet golem, and an improved version of the flame protection equipment within a month. Even greater changes are taking place in the underground and commercial sectors of Xingai territory. With the natural magical knowledge about plant growth promotion and soil improvement brought by the elves, and with the personal intervention of Hua Xiangrong, the master of spirit plants, with a golden attribute. The farmland and newly built greenhouses on the floating island immediately came back to life. The crop growth cycle is visibly shortened, and the yield and quality are expected to increase by more than 30%. Some rare herbs that were originally difficult to survive in the floating island environment were successfully transplanted with the help of the elves' natural magic. A Yuan's alchemy workshop suddenly had an abundance of raw materials, making the round-faced alchemist grin from ear to ear all day long, and giving her even more enthusiasm for developing new pills. The bigger plan, however, is underground. With ample core rock, as well as a large amount of metal and fuel seized from the Molten Guild stronghold, Lookin's engineering team and the newly expanded construction brigade, composed of young and strong men selected from some of the freed slaves, began a frenzied expansion of the underground hive district. According to the blueprint personally designed by Tang Xingai, the second underground floor will serve as the future military zone and core workshop area, with a planned area of an astonishing 1 million square meters. This floor will include barracks, armory, training grounds, puppet workshops, special equipment research and development center, core energy hub, and highly confidential material warehouses. All support pillars and key load-bearing structures were infused with core rock powder, and reinforcement runes were personally inscribed by Lu Qin to ensure they could withstand enormous pressure and potential combat impacts. Meanwhile, on the surface, in the central area of the floating island, the foundations of a magnificent building began to be laid. That was the foundation of Tang Xingai's planned Sky Tower. According to the design, this will be a landmark building that integrates multiple functions such as observation, defense, residence, and conference, and will also be the administrative and defensive core of the future territory. The foundation is 50 meters deep and is entirely constructed from the strongest rock, mixed with core rock powder. It also has complex rune circuit interfaces reserved to prepare for the future deployment of large-scale defensive and offensive magic arrays. The entire Starsea territory is like a war machine running at full speed, operating at an unprecedented speed and efficiency with the injection of resources, manpower, and technology. By day, the construction site above ground resounds with shouts and bustling with activity. By night, underground is brightly lit, filled with the sounds of hammering and engraving. A vibrant, hopeful energy surges in every corner of the territory. The same changes are happening in business. Blackwater Island, in its central district, has been transformed. The most impressive buildings that once belonged to the Brotherhood of Raiders have been renovated and look brand new. The gilded plaque of Starsea Chamber of Commerce hangs high above, gleaming in the sunlight. On the opening day, Chinya sent out invitations to almost every prominent merchant, ship owner, and small-scale leader from Blackwater Island and the surrounding waters. The Chamber of Commerce was bustling with activity, and guests gathered in droves. The hall was decorated elegantly, yet luxuriously. On the shelves, specialties of Starsea territory were displayed in a categorized manner. High-quality grains, vegetables, and herbs improved by Hua Xiangrong and the elf's technology, and fine weapons, armor, and daily tools produced by Lookin Workshop. A Yuan alchemy workshop offers a variety of healing and restorative pills that are effective and reasonably priced. It also provides various standard minerals and some rune items that are seized from the Molten Fire Merchant Guild stronghold, which have been processed and had their markings removed. What's even more appealing is that Chinya, through her connections and influence, managed to acquire goods that are relatively scarce on Blackwater Island from other sea areas, such as exquisite silk, porcelain, spices, as well as some basic cultivation technique jade slips, low-level monster materials, and so on. Chinya wore a well-tailored dark red dress with gold trim, which perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. With an impeccable business smile on her face, she moved among the guests with impeccable manners and sharp insight. She had a thorough understanding of the market conditions, channels, and potential buyers of all kinds of goods, and managed the entire opening ceremony in an orderly and lively manner. However, not everyone is happy about this. A medicinal herb merchant, who was originally quite influential on Blackwater Island, watched Chinya thrash around like a fish in water, and then glanced at the excellent quality herbs on the shelves, which were priced 10% lower than his own purchase price. He couldn't help but whisper enviously to his companion, "Oomph, a woman relying on some unknown means to take over the Brotherhood's territory. Does she really think she can run the business on Blackwater Island? The waters here run deep. Doing legitimate business? Shaw, how much hard-earned money can she make?" In a few days, Once the novelty wears off, or if she runs into the wrong people, she'll be crying. His voice wasn't loud, but in the relatively quiet corner, it was still heard by a few people nearby. Chinya seemed to have heard it too. She turned around, her smile unchanged, and gracefully walked over, holding her wine glass. Mr. Wang, it seems you have some different opinions about our Xingai Chamber of Commerce's business? Chinya asked with a smile. Her voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of many people around her. The businessman, surnamed Wang, having been exposed in public, was somewhat embarrassed. He snorted and said stiffly, President Qin, I'm just being blunt, please don't take offense. Everyone knows what kind of business Blackwater Island relies on. You're dealing in both grains and herbs. The profit margin is thin, and the risks are considerable. What's the point? Do you really intend to be a benevolent philanthropist here? Upon hearing this, Chinya was not annoyed at all. Instead, her smile became even brighter. She clapped her hands lightly, and immediately a maidservant came over carrying a tray covered with red silk. Mr. Wang is so thoughtful to care about our Chamber of Commerce's profits. Chinya lifted a red silk ribbon, revealing a beautifully bound ledger underneath. She picked up the ledger, casually flipped to a page, and showed the figures to Mr. Wang and the curious onlookers. This is the transaction volume of our Chamber of Commerce today, up to noon. Chinya's voice was clear and melodious, with a captivating power. It mainly consists of grains, herbs, elixirs, ironware, and some sea salt and cloth. Not counting those large long-term orders, just retail and small to medium-sized wholesale. The transaction volume is this amount. Everyone stared intently and saw that the numbers on the ledger were clearly written, and in the total column at the bottom, there was a staggering number, 158,000 low-grade spirit stones. 158,000 in only half a day, someone exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? How can those ordinary goods be sold at this price? Boss One was also dumbfounded. When his own shop was doing well, the monthly turnover was only 20,000 to 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chinya closed the ledger and casually handed it to a maid, her gaze sweeping over the complex expressions of shock, doubt, greed, and envy in the eyes of the people around her. She took a small sip of the amber-colored fruit wine in her glass before speaking slowly and deliberately. Mr. Wang, and everyone else, times have changed. Blackwater Island has no shortage of high-risk, high-reward businesses, but how long can those businesses last? Can they grow big? Today you rob me. Tomorrow I'll kill you. I live in constant fear, my life hanging by a thread. But what we at Xingai Chamber of Commerce sell is stability, reputation, and things everyone needs and uses every day. She walked up to a bag of open, plump grains of spirit rice, grabbed a handful, and let the glistening rice grains fall through her fingers. This rice comes from the top-grade spiritual fields of our Star Sea territory. It has been carefully cultivated by spiritual plant masters. Long-term consumption can slightly improve physical condition and assist in cultivation. The yield is limited. These herbs, cultivated with the assistance of our elven friends, are 30% purer in medicinal properties than ordinary wild herbs. This elixir, crafted by our territory's master alchemist, is of consistent quality and costs only 70% of the market price for similarly effective pills. This ironware, infused with rare ores, is sharp and durable. Chinya looked around, her voice not loud, but carrying a strong sense of confidence and persuasiveness. What we sell is not goods, but quality, guarantees, and future channels. Today, you may think it's a low-profit business, but with steady, long-term growth, a good reputation, and a stable customer base, this business can last, operate steadily, and eventually grow big enough. She paused, glancing meaningfully at the fluctuating-faced Mr. Wang, and added, As for those shady, violent businesses, the Xingai Chamber of Commerce doesn't do them, nor does it deign to. Anyone who thinks we're in their way, or wants to test our capabilities. Chinya's smile faded, and a sharp glint of the former black market queen flashed in her eyes. Our Starsea territory warriors have just wiped out the Plunderers Brotherhood, which had been wreaking havoc in the area and destroyed a hideout of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild. We are in dire need of military merits. That last sentence was like cold water dripping into boiling oil, instantly silencing the entire room. The fall of the Marauders Brotherhood was already widely known, and the Molten Guild, while many were unaware of the details, the weight that name carried was vaguely understood by many present. This newly emerged Starsea territory dared to touch the Molten Guild, and seemingly even won. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Boss Wong's forehead. His face paled, and his lips moved a few times, but in the end he didn't dare to say another word and slunk out of the crowd. The others who had initially harbored some ulterior motives also restrained their expressions, and their gazes towards Qinya and the Xingai Chamber of Commerce became more respectful and cautious. Qinya put on a perfect smile again, as if nothing had happened, and continued to greet the other guests. On its opening day, the Xingai Chamber of Commerce not only set a new record for transaction volume in the formal industries of Haishui Island, but also announced the arrival of a new set of rules with a strong stance. The Lord's Mansion study. Tang Xingai stood by the window, looking at the bustling construction site in the distance, listening to Qin Ye's report on the grand occasion of the Chamber of Commerce through the communication array. His face was expressionless, and his fingers gently tapped the window frame. Well done, Qinya. With the Chamber of Commerce firmly established, our supply channels and intelligence network will be even more secure. Continue to proceed according to plan, but be careful to control the pace and avoid affecting the fundamental interests of too many people at once. We need to take a gradual approach, Tang Xingai said to the communication array. Understood, Lord. I'll keep things stable with the Merchant Guild. Also, Gumei has sent in new intelligence regarding the other two strongholds. Qinya's voice came through. Explain. The volcanic mine is indeed heavily guarded, and the environment is unique, providing a boost to fire-type cultivators and their corresponding puppets and equipment. However, it's not a monolithic entity. Gumei's people have discovered that slave riots there occur very frequently, and there seem to be internal conflicts within the guards as well. Most importantly, it produces a rare mineral called molten crystal, a key material for crafting high-level fire-based equipment and the energy cores of golems. It's highly likely that this mineral was used in the cores of Baroque's gauntlets and those flamethrowers. Oh, Tang Xingai narrowed his eyes slightly. Molten crystal. Good stuff. What about the other one? Black Rock Floating Island is even more troublesome. Qinya's voice became serious. It is a true lawless land, jointly controlled by several mysterious slave traders and black market tycoons. There are no rules there. They only recognize money and fists. The Molten Core Merchant Guild has a public trading post there, which is actually a base of operations. The person in charge, codenamed Viper, is a ruthless and complex individual. Not only are slaves auctioned there, but there are also frequent shady transactions and gatherings. It would be extremely difficult for Gu Mei's people to infiltrate. The risk was very high. Moreover, the floating island's location is mobile. Based on astronomical and ocean current calculations, it will likely reappear in our vicinity in about 10 days. Tang Xingai was silent for a moment, then tapped his fingers lightly on the window frame, making a rhythmic tapping sound. A two-pronged attack, Tang Xingai suddenly said, his tone decisive. We must attack the volcano mine, and we must do so as soon as possible. Taking it down will not only sever one arm of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild and seize important resources, but also boost our own morale and test our new equipment and tactics. I'm going to Black Rock Floating Island too. Not only do I want to find out what they're up to see who that forge really is, but I also want to find a way to drive a nail into that place. 2 lines? Qinya asked with some concern. Lord, are our forces too scattered? Besides, it's too risky for you to go to Black Rock Floating Island yourself. It's all right. Tang Xingai turned around and walked to the sand table in the center of the study. This sand table depicted the surrounding terrain and the distribution of forces based on the latest intelligence. Leave the volcanic mine to Schwang. Although her ice-type abilities are limited in the volcanic environment, it's a good opportunity to hone her ability to fight in adversity. I will allocate the newly formed rock-solid, heavy golem squad and half of the elite guard to her, and prioritize equipping her with the improved Frost Rune crossbow from Lu Qin's side. Schwanger has a calm personality, high tactical skills, and is perfectly capable of handling things independently. That black floating island. I'll go myself. Tang Xingai's finger landed on the movable marker representing the black stone floating island. The situation there is more complicated and requires improvisation. I'll only take a small number of elites, who will infiltrate disguised as merchants or adventurers. Gumei will arrange identities and backup in advance. Lu Ruyin and a Yuan will accompany me. You, Lu Qin, Su Yue, Lingyan, and Alia will be in charge of the territory. Alia is familiar with the jungle and guerrilla warfare, and can assist Lingian in controlling the puppets for defense. Her archery skills can also compensate for our lack of range firepower. China remained silent for a few seconds on the other end of the communication line, seemingly weighing the pros and cons quickly, before finally letting out a soft sigh. Yes, Lord. I will coordinate everything. Please be careful. Blackrock Floating Island is a true den of dragons and tigers. Chapter 34 City of Chaos. Only dragons' dens and tigers' lair are interesting. Tang Xingai smiled, a sharp glint in his eyes. Notify Murong Schwang to come see me. Notify Lu Qin to prepare what I need within 3 days. Notify Gu Mei to activate the underground network. In 10 days, I need a suitable identity to enter Blackstone Floating Island. The orders were swiftly relayed. The entire territory sprang into action once more, preparing for 2 upcoming operations. 3 days later, on an open area near the newly established elven settlement on the edge of Starsea territory, Tang Xingai, Murong Schwang, Lu Rian, and the soldiers about to set off gathered together. Lu Qin, with dark circles under his eyes, was excitedly directing his men to load batches of newly made equipment onto transport animals. These equipment included 20 Rock 2, heavy golems reinforced with core rock and engraved with simple ice runes on their chests, 50 frost crossbows capable of firing crossbow bolts with freezing effects, and a large quantity of fireproofing agents and bandages mixed with a special heat-resistant plant extract provided by the elves. Murong Schwang, clad in light ice blue armor and carrying a long sword, stood tall and straight at the front of the ranks. Her icy blue eyes were calm and serene as she carefully examined the equipment and personnel lists assigned to her. This expedition to the volcanic mine was a crucial test of her command abilities. Tang Xingai walked up to Murong Schwang and handed her a blue token that emanated a chilling aura. Schwanger, this is an authorization token for temporarily mobilizing a portion of the territory's defensive array. You can activate it to request reinforcements in case of unavoidable danger. The volcanic mine has a harsh environment, and the enemies are mainly fire-based, so your abilities will be suppressed. Remember, your mission is not to launch a direct assault, but to utilize mobility to harass, disrupt, and rescue slaves, create chaos, and seize the molten crystal or vein when the situation becomes unfavorable. If all else fails, your primary priority is to ensure the safety of yourself and your warriors. Murong Schwang took the token. It was icy cold to the touch. She gripped it tightly, met Tang Xingai's gaze, and nodded gently. I understand. Rest assured, Lord Schwanger will not fail your trust. She paused, a slight ripple appearing in her icy blue eyes, and said softly, You, be extra careful when you go to Blackrock Floating Island. The people there are more dangerous than volcanoes. Tang Xingai smiled as he noticed the barely perceptible concern in Murong Schwang's eyes. He reached out and gently brushed a strand of silver hair that had been blown across her forehead by the wind. Once you've conquered the mine and returned in triumph, I'll build you an ice crystal palace in my territory, using the purest mystic ice and in your preferred style. 2 faint blushes instantly appeared on Murong Schwang's cool face. She turned her head slightly to avoid Tang Xingai's smiling gaze, but did not avoid his hand that was fixing her hair. She just gave a soft in a barely audible voice. Just then, a small figure emerged timidly from behind a nearby tree. It was Avril. She clutched something tightly in her hand, ran to Tang Xingai, and looked up at him, her emerald green eyes filled with reluctance and worry. My lord. Avril's voice was soft, with a gentle tone unique to elves. She stretched out her small hand, and in her palm lay a piece of wood about the size of a fingernail, irregularly shaped emerald green, seemingly alive, pulsating slightly, and exuding a rich natural fragrance. This is for you. Tang Xingai looked down. Although the piece of wood was small, the immense life energy it contained made him slightly startled. What is this? It is a fragment of the Tree of Life, Avril explained softly, her cheeks flushed. It is an amulet that my mother made from a small branch that she broke off from the Tree of Life in our tribe when I was born. It carries the blessing of the forest. Please be sure to take it with you. When near many plants, or in danger, it may emit a faint light to warn you. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost a mosquito's hum, but she still mustered her courage and stuffed the piece of wood into Tang Xingai's hand. The wood chips felt warm and smooth to the touch, carrying the slight dampness and warmth of Avril's palms. The pure, natural life energy invigorated Tang Xingai. He looked at Avril's nervous yet expectant face, carefully put away the wooden piece, and placed it close to his body. Then he reached out and ruffled Avril's soft silver hair. "Thank you for the gift, Avril. I will keep it with me. At home, listen to your sister and Dr. Su, eat well, and cultivate diligently." "Yes." Avril nodded vigorously, a happy smile on her face, but her eyes were slightly red. Tang Xingai straightened up and nodded to Murong Schwang. "Let's go." Murong Schwang took a deep breath, the blush fading from her face, revealing her usual cool demeanor. She turned to face the fully equipped and ready team, her icy blue eyes sweeping over each resolute face, and her clear voice rang out. "Destination, the volcanic mine. Proceed." The caravan set off, the heavy footsteps and the neighing of the pack animals gradually fading into the distance, raising a light dust. Tang Xingai watched Murong Schwang's group disappear from sight, then looked at Lu Ruyan and Yuan. "We should get ready too. Ruyan, check the equipment. Yuan, have you brought all the pills?" "Don't worry, Lord. I've made plenty of a new concealing breath pill, disguise pill, and turtle breath pill I've just refined." Yuan patted the bulging pill bag at her waist, her round face full of confidence. Lu Ruyan nodded silently, gently stroking the scabbard of her longsword, a sharp sword intent flashing in her eyes. She knew that a place like Black Rock Floating Island required even more vigilance than a battlefield. 3 days later, an unassuming medium-sized merchant ship departed from the port of Xingai territory, heading towards the vast ocean, towards the area known as the Chaotic Seas. The ship was loaded with some goods common to Blackwater Island, as well as some deliberately aged-looking antiques and specialties. Tang Xingai adopted the alias Mr. Tang, a merchant from a distant continent. Lu Ruyan posed as his bodyguard swordsman, while Yuan was the accompanying pharmacist. Gumei's people had already infiltrated the crew. The 10-day voyage was peaceful and calm. Tang Xingai spent most of his time meditating and cultivating in the cabin or studying the fragment of the Tree of Life. He discovered that when the fragment was placed near the several potted ornamental plants in the cabin, it did indeed emit an extremely faint emerald green halo that only he could sense, as if it were resonating with the plants. On the morning of the 11th day, the lookout sent out a signal. Tang Xingai went up to the deck and looked in the direction the sailor pointed. He saw a huge, blurry shadow on the distant horizon. The shadow was not an island, but rather something suspended dozens of feet above the sea, shrouded in a light mist, with the outlines of rows of buildings and scattered lights faintly visible on it, like a city floating in the sky. As the merchant ship drew closer, the full view of the floating island gradually became clear. It is not a natural island, but a huge, irregular man-made object. Its main body seems to be constructed of some kind of dark metal and rock, with steep edges and a complex array of runes visible below, maintaining its levitation. On the outskirts of the island, a simple dock has been built, where countless boats of various sizes are moored, and the area is bustling with people. What's even more striking is the frequent sight of figures riding flying mounts or piloting small airships taking off and landing in the skies above the island, demonstrating its extraordinary mode of transportation. Throughout the island, powerful energy fluctuations emanate, indicating its formidable defensive capabilities and chaotic yet orderly landscape. "That's Black Rock Floating Island, Lord." Gumei's subordinate, disguised as the ship's captain, whispered to Tang Xingai, his tone filled with barely concealed awe and tension. "A true lawless land, slaves, stolen goods, forbidden knowledge, assassin hires. With money, you could buy anything and sell anything. The Molten Core Merchant Guild's Blackstone Trading Post is located near Bloodskull Square in the center of the island, and is one of the largest slave auction houses there." Tang Xingai narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic city, suspended in the air. "Move closer, according to plan. Find a place to dock." Merchant ships slowly sailed toward the docks surrounding the floating island, queuing to enter the port. The air was thick with the stench of the sea, the smell of decaying cargo, and an indescribable restless atmosphere, a mixture of desire and violence. Around the dock, a bizarre and surreal scene unfolded. Ragged laborers, fierce-looking sailors, glamorous women, hurried merchants, and figures shrouded in black robes or armor, exuding an aura of danger. Just as Tang Xingai's merchant ship slowly docked at a relatively secluded berth, a wave of extremely noisy shouts, mixed with frenzied cheers and sharp whistles, faintly came from the direction of Bloodskull Square in the center of the island. Even from this distance, one could feel the boiling restlessness. On a pirate ship that had been moored earlier, its sails adorned with skulls and gold coins, several pirates unloading cargo were chatting excitedly, their voices carried on the sea breeze. Hurry, hurry! The Bloodskull auction has some top-quality items today. I heard it's a rare species captured from the deep sea of the western continent. More than that, the grand finale is said to be a true descendant of dragon blood. Damn, I've never seen a live one in my entire life. Dragon descendant? Really? How much would it cost? Who cares how much it costs? Let's go see it and broaden our horizons. I heard that dragon-blooded girl is really fierce. She almost slaughtered the capture team. Dragonborn? Tang Xingai's heart skipped a beat, recalling what Gume had mentioned in her intelligence report. Blackstone Floating Island often held auctions of all sorts of strange and unusual slaves. He glanced at Lu Ruyin and a yuan without showing any emotion. Lu Ruyin gently gripped the sword hilt. A yuan, on the other hand, curiously tiptoed, trying to see the direction from which the sound came. Tang Xingai straightened his exquisite but understated merchant's attire and whispered to Lu Ruyin and a yuan behind him. Let's go check out that Bloodskull auction. Remember our identities. Observe more, speak less, and act according to the situation. The three followed the flow of people toward the bustling Bloodskull Plaza in the center of the floating island. The closer one gets, the more intense the chaotic aura of money, blood, and desire becomes. The square is paved with rough black stone, and in the center is a circular auction platform several feet above the ground, enclosed by iron cages and thick chains. At this moment, the auction stage was surrounded by layers upon layers of people of all races and dressed in all sorts of ways. Everyone craned their necks, staring at the stage with bloodshot eyes. Shouts, whistles, and foul language blended into a nauseating sound wave. On the auction stage, a tall, thin auctioneer, dressed in extravagant attire and with his face thickly painted, was using highly inflammatory language to auction off several chained, vacant-eyed orc slaves. But clearly, most people's attention was elsewhere. Finally, after the orcs were sold for a hefty price, the auctioneer slammed his gavel down and shouted in a shrill voice, "Quiet, quiet down. Now comes the most exciting moment of the day, and even a month. Let us invite the rare treasure from the stormy seas of the western continent, the embodiment of wildness and power, the dragonborn maiden, who possesses the bloodline of an ancient dragon." Boom! The atmosphere in the room was instantly ignited to a climax. Under the gaze of countless greedy, fanatical, and evil eyes, for burly, fierce guards with scars on their faces struggled to push a huge iron cage covered with a thick black cloth onto the auction stage. The cage has wheels at the bottom, but they still make a dull sound when they rub against the ground, which shows how heavy it is. The auctioneer ripped off the black cloth. Inside the iron cage, a young girl was locked up. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, tall and slender, dressed in tattered, coarse cloth clothes that barely covered her body, revealing large areas of healthy, wheat-colored skin and smooth muscle lines. Her long, fiery red hair was disheveled, partially obscuring her face, but her straight nose and tightly pursed, bloodless lips were still visible. What is most striking are the two small, slightly protruding dragon horns on either side of her forehead, covered with fine red scales, and the skin on her ankles, which are also covered with a few red scales, peeking out from her tattered trouser legs. Her hands and feet were tightly bound by thick chains engraved with suppressive runes, and a heavy metal collar around her neck, with runes flashing on it, was also used to suppress her power. Even so, she still stood tall, like a red-tasseled spear that would rather break than bend. She raised her head, revealing a face stained with dirt, yet unable to conceal her heroic spirit and wildness. Her pair of crimson gold vertical pupils, like burning molten gold, stared intently at the frantically shouting crowd below the stage. There was no fear in her eyes, only a raging rage and deep-seated hatred that seemed about to burst forth. A low, guttural roar, like that of a wounded young dragon, escaped her throat as she struggled, tearing at the chains that rattled, but she could not break free from the runic shackles that specifically restrained her power. As you can see, the auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement. Pure dragon blood. Although not yet fully grown, its strength, speed, and stamina far surpassed those of its peers. More importantly, the auctioneer flashed a knowing smile. Look at that physique, that face, that wildness. Whether you buy him as a guard, a plaything, or extract his dragon blood for research, he's absolutely top-notch. Starting bid, 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 50,000. 550,000. 600,000. 650,000. 700,000. The price skyrocketed, instantly surpassing 1 million and still rising wildly. The crowd went into a frenzy, countless gazes practically licking at the dragonborn girl. Tang Xingai stood at the edge of the crowd, calmly looking at the pair of crimson gold eyes on the stage that burned with anger and defiance, and then looked down at the fragment of the tree of life that he kept close to his body. At this moment, the fragment was emitting an extremely faint warmth that only he could feel, as well as a faint emerald green halo pointing toward the auction stage. Beside him, Lu Rian's hand was already on the hilt of her sword, her knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. A yuan covered her mouth, her round eyes filled with shock and reluctance. Tang Xingai's gaze returned to the red-haired, dragon-descended girl struggling desperately in the iron cage like a trapped beast. Her roar was drowned out by the noise of the crowd, but it clearly reached his ears. 800,000. A sinister voice rang out from a VIP box to the side of the auction stage. The bidder was a middle-aged man with a pale face and sinister eyes, dressed in a red and black robe from the Molten Fire Merchant Guild. He toyed with 2 crimson spirit stones in his hand, his gaze roaming over the dragonborn girl like a venomous snake. It's Viper from the Molten Core Merchant Guild. He's made a move too. It seems this dragonborn girl is destined to fall into the hands of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and many bidders showed expressions of fear and regret, clearly quite wary of this Viper. The auctioneer beamed. Lord Viper has bid 800,000. Any higher bids? 800,000 is the highest. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. A calm, soft but clear voice interrupted the auctioneer's bidding. The entire room fell silent. Everyone turned around in astonishment, looking in the direction from which the sound came. At the edge of the auction hall, a young man dressed in ordinary merchant's clothes and with unremarkable appearance was holding up a black wooden plaque indicating his eligibility to bid. Beside him were a cold-faced female guard carrying a sword and a round-faced young pharmacist looking around with curiosity. It was Tang Xingai in disguise. In the VIP box, the head of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild, known as Viper, slowly turned his head, a cold smile appearing on his pale and sinister face as he looked at Tang Xingai. Chapter 35, The Roar of the Dragon. Tang Xingai's calm announcement of 1 million low-grade spirit stones instantly brought the noisy Blood Skull Square to a standstill. Countless gazes focused on him, filled with astonishment, scrutiny, amusement, greed, and undisguised malice, like countless needles piercing the seemingly ordinary young businessman standing on the edge of the crowd. 1 million low-grade spirit stones is no small sum. It's enough to buy a well-equipped smuggling ship in a place like Blackwater Floating Island, or to hire a team of desperados to pull off several big deals. To many shrewd speculators, buying a rare but wild and potentially troublesome dragonborn slave is not a particularly worthwhile deal. Inside the VIP box, the smile on the pale, sinister face of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild leader, known as Viper, froze slightly. His fingers, which were toying with the crimson spirit stone, paused. His narrow eyes narrowed into slits, like a real venomous snake sizing up prey that had suddenly invaded its territory. He didn't immediately raise the price, but instead scanned Tang Xingai up and down with that cold, sticky gaze, as if trying to discern something from him. The tall, thin auctioneer on the auction stage was stunned for a moment, but then he was overjoyed. The higher the price, the higher his commission would naturally be. He immediately shouted in an even sharper, higher-pitched voice, 1 million. This distinguished guest has offered 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone offering higher? 1 million for the first time? This is a dragon descendant with pure dragon blood, a once-in-a-century occurrence. 1,500,000. Viper spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but carrying a chilling pressure, his gaze still locked on Tang Xingai. 1,100,000. Tang Xingai's expression remained unchanged as he raised the sign again, his voice still steady, as if he were simply calling out a string of numbers, not spirit stones that would drive ordinary people crazy. Holding her sword, Lu Rian stood quietly half a step behind Tang Xingai, her eyes lowered, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise and focused gazes. However, her body leaned slightly forward, her right hand seemingly casually resting on the hilt of the sword, yet she was like a top bow, ready to unleash a thunderous counterattack at the slightest disturbance. A Yuan nervously grabbed Tang Xingai's sleeve, her round eyes wide as she looked at the angry, struggling dragon-descended girl in the cage on the stage, then at the gloomy Viper in the VIP box, her face turning slightly pale. 1,150,000. Viper's lips twitched, revealing a forced, insincere smile. 1,200,000. Tang Xingai didn't hesitate at all. The price quickly climbed to 1.5 million amidst the two men's seemingly uneventful bidding. The crowd in the square had shifted from initial astonishment to excited whispers and jeering from onlookers. Many people recognized Viper and were filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar merchant who dared to go against the Molten Fire Merchant Guild and still looked so nonchalant. Viper's face finally darkened completely. He stopped playing with the spirit stones and instead tapped the railing of the private room lightly with his fingers, making a dull tap sound. 1.5 million low-grade spirit stones is not an amount that the Molten Fire Merchant Guild can easily throw away, especially for a dragonborn slave who may have research value, but whose taming is uncertain. My friend, you look unfamiliar. Viper finally stopped raising the price and spoke in his sinister voice, which, though not loud, clearly carried throughout the gradually quieting square. This dragonborn was first taken a liking to by our merchant guild. My friend, could you do me the honor of parting with it? I, Viper, will remember your favor. These words sounded like a negotiation, but the threat in the tone was obvious to anyone with a brain. A favor from the Viper Guild of the Molten Core Merchant Guild? On this Blackwater floating island, it probably meant more of a chilling feeling of being targeted by a venomous snake. All eyes were once again on Tang Xingai, eager to see how he would respond. Would he back down or stand his ground? Tang Xingai finally turned his gaze away from the auction stage and looked directly at Viper in the VIP box for the first time. His face remained expressionless, showing neither fear nor provocation, but rather a calm gaze as if he were looking at an ordinary commodity. According to the rules of the auction, the highest bidder wins. Tang Xingai's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. If Mr. Viper still wants it, he can raise the bid. If he doesn't raise the bid any further, he turned to the auctioneer. May we bring the hammer down? The auctioneer felt a sudden pang of fear as Tang Xingai's calm gaze swept over him. He quickly wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and announced loudly, 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. This distinguished guest has bid 1,500,000. Any higher bids? 1,500,000 for the first bid. 1,500,000 for the second bid. He raised the mallet high, but his eyes darted toward Viper's box. Viper's facial muscles twitched. He stared intently at Tang Xingai, his gaze seeming to want to devour him alive. After a few seconds of suffocating silence, he suddenly sneered, leaned back in his soft chair, waved his hand, and said nothing more. 1.5 million for the third time? Sold. The auctioneer's gavel slammed down with a resounding thud, as if striking the hearts of everyone present. Congratulations, distinguished guest. This rare dragon descendant is yours. The entire audience gasped. The deal was really done. This merchant of unknown origin had truly snatched the dragonborn girl from the jaws of the Viper Guild of the Molten Core Merchant Guild. In an instant, envious, jealous, amazed, gloating, and expectant eyes were all turned to Tang Xingai. Tang Xingai seemed oblivious to the reactions around him. He gestured to Lu Rian. Lu Rian silently stepped forward, took out a heavy bag from her storage pouch, and walked towards the delivery area on one side of the auction house. The bag wasn't entirely filled with spirit stones. It also contained spirit tickets of equivalent value and some vouchers for high-value goods, all of which Gumei had prepared in advance. The transaction was completed quickly. Lu Rian checked and paid the money, and the auction house verified that everything was correct. When the secondary key controlling the magic-suppressing collar around the Dragonborn girl's neck was handed to Tang Xingai, Viper in the VIP box suddenly stood up, pushed open the door, and strode out with two cold-blooded guards with curved swords at their waists, heading straight for the handover area. The crowd parted to make way, and many people wore expressions of fear and excitement, knowing that the show was probably not over yet. This guest is truly generous. Viper stopped a few steps away from Tang Xingai, his fake smile returning to his face. His eyes, however, were like a viper's forked tongue, sweeping over Tang Xingai, Lu Ruyan, and Yuan. May I ask how you are dressed, guest? Which merchant guild are you from? Perhaps our Molten Fire Merchant Guild will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. My surname is Tang. I'm just a merchant, a small-scale business, nothing to brag about. Tang Xingai casually held the spare key in his palm, his tone indifferent. There's no need for cooperation. We're on different paths. Viper's smile faded slightly. He turned his gaze to the iron cage on the auction stage, which had been covered with a black cloth again and was being pushed down by the guards. He licked his dry lips and said with a sinister smile, "Boss Tang, is it? Even if the business doesn't go through, we can still be friends. However, out of professional consideration, I kindly offer this advice, Boss Tang. This dragon-blooded creature is wild and untamed, possessing immense strength, and, moreover, carries dragon blood, making her volatile and easily angered. Our guild lost many skilled members when capturing her. Buying her might be easy for you, but getting her to obey and serve you is probably—" He paused deliberately, enjoying the expressions of deep agreement and anticipation on the faces of those around him, before slowly continuing, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Our Chamber of Commerce specializes in handling these kinds of special goods, and we have extensive experience. Considering this is Mr. Tang's first transaction, we can offer a taming service at a fair price, guaranteed to make this commodity obedient and completely under your control. What do you say, Mr. Tang? The so-called taming service on this Blackwater floating island is almost equivalent to the most cruel torture, brainwashing, and drug control, with the aim of completely destroying the slave's will and turning them into a mindless, obedient walking corpse. Many buyers with special fetishes or who need absolutely loyal servants choose this service." Many people around him showed expressions of understanding and even anticipation, clearly considering it a reasonable suggestion. Even the auctioneer on the stage nodded in agreement with a smile. Yes, esteemed guest, Lord Viper's suggestion is invaluable. This Dragonborn is extremely wild. Without taming, it might turn against its master. The Dragonborn girl inside the iron cage seemed to understand the conversation outside, and struggled even more violently. The iron cage clattered loudly as it was rammed, and from under the black cloth came suppressed, low growls filled with rage and despair. Tang Xingai didn't even glance at the iron cage. His gaze calmly fell on the Viper's hypocritical smiling face, and he gently shook his head. Need not. His refusal was swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. The smile on Viper's face finally vanished completely, replaced by a cold and dangerous glint in his eyes. Boss Tang, do you not trust the capabilities of our Molten Fire Merchant Guild? I said no need. Tang Xingai repeated, his tone still flat, yet carrying an unyielding air. He ignored Viper and strode straight toward the auction stage. Lu Ruyan and a Yuan immediately followed. Lu Ruyan's sharp gaze swept over Viper and the two guards behind him, her hand still on the hilt of her sword. A Yuan jogged a few steps to keep up with Tang Xingai, warily looking around. Tang Xingai walked onto the auction stage and stood before the enormous iron cage. The guards pushing the cage looked at him, then at the gloomy-faced Viper below the stage, somewhat at a loss. Open it, Tang Xingai said to the guards. The guards looked at the auctioneer, who in turn looked at the Viper below the stage. The Viper made no comment, simply watching coldly. Tang Xingai didn't urge him. He reached out and grabbed a corner of the thick black cloth covering the iron cage and gently tugged it. With a whoosh, the black cloth slipped off. Inside the iron cage, the red-haired dragon-descended girl was once again exposed to everyone. Up close, the wounds on her body were even more shocking. New wounds piled upon old ones, some still slightly bleeding. Her wrists and ankles, from the previous violent struggle, were chafed raw by the rough chains, and blood stained the iron rings. But her back remained ramrod straight, her crimson gold vertical pupils fixed on Tang Xingai, her eyes burning with an indomitable flame, and a threatening growl emanating from her throat, like a trapped beast ready to pounce and attack at any moment. Tang Xingai's gaze swept over the obviously experimental wounds on her body. Some looked like burns that had been forcibly healed, while others were marks left from repeated cutting and bloodletting. His eyes turned slightly cold, but his face remained expressionless. He reached out, not to take the key from the guard to open the cage door, but to grasp directly the thick steel chain engraved with suppression runes that locked the cage door, a chain thicker than an adult's arm. What does he want to do? Unlocking with bare hands? That chain is specially made. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't break it without a key, right? Has this kid gone mad? A low murmur and snickering arose from the audience. Viper's lips curled into a mocking smile. He crossed his arms and watched with amusement, seemingly waiting to see Tang Xingai make a fool of himself. Tang Xingai's hand grasped the cold chains. They felt heavy, and the runes faintly emanated a weak resistance, attempting to suppress the spiritual power of the one who touched them. However, a very faint, almost imperceptible, icy blue halo appeared on his palm, and that weak suppressive power instantly melted away like ice and snow. Then, under the gazes of everyone, some doubtful, some mocking, some curious, Tang Xingai clenched his fist slightly. Crack! A crisp, teeth-grinding metallic snap echoed clearly across the square, which had suddenly become so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The thick, sturdy, specially made steel chain, strong enough to restrain a bull, snapped in two like a fragile twig with a seemingly casual pinch from Tang Xingai. The broken end twisted irregularly, and the runes on it dimmed and went out instantly. This! A collective gasp filled the room. Everyone's expressions froze. Mockery turned to astonishment, curiosity to horror. Even Viper's sneer froze, his pupils contracting slightly. Crushing specially made, magic-suppressing chains with bare hands? What terrifying strength and precise control of spiritual power would that require? Just who is this seemingly ordinary young businessman? The dragon-descended girl inside the iron cage was also stunned. Her crimson gold vertical pupils widened suddenly as she stared in disbelief at the broken chain. Then she looked up at Tang Xingai, her raging anger replaced by a trace of bewilderment and surprise. Tang Xingai casually tossed the broken chain to the ground with a dull thud. He opened the cage door, now free of chains, and went inside. The cage was not spacious, and a strong stench of blood and a faint sulphurous smell, typical of wild beasts, filled the air. The dragon-blooded girl tensed instantly, instinctively shrinking back, but behind her were only cold iron bars, leaving her nowhere to retreat. She bared her teeth, and a low growl escaped her throat again, but this time, the growl contained less pure rage and more wariness and uncertainty. Tang Xingai stopped in front of her, so close that he could clearly see the dirt on her face, the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and his own calm face reflected in her crimson gold vertical pupils. He didn't speak, but simply extended his hand, palm up, and offered it to her. The gesture was completely non-threatening, even carrying a strange sense of reassurance. The dragon-descended girl stared intently at Tang Xingai's hand, then into his eyes, her chest heaving violently, her sharp nails digging deep into her palms, drawing blood. She seemed to be desperately trying to figure out what this human before her, this human who had bought her for an exorbitant price, yet so easily shattered her shackles, truly wanted. Below the stage, Viper's face was so dark it could drip water. Tang Xingai's move wasn't just a display of strength. It was a blatant disregard and provocation of him and the molten fire merchant guild. The two guards behind him had already gripped the hilts of their scimitars, their auras turning dangerous. Lu Rian took half a step forward, blocking Tang Xingai's path from behind and to the side, facing the Viper. A sharp sword aura subtly locked onto him. A Yuan also took out two strangely colored pills from her storage bag and held them between her fingers. The atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. Tang Xingai seemed oblivious to everything behind him. His gaze remained calm as he looked at the dragon-descended girl before him, his outstretched hand hovering steadily in midair, neither urging nor retracting. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Everyone in the square held their breath, watching the eerie and silent standoff inside the iron cage. Finally, The struggle and wariness in the dragon-blooded girl's eyes were slowly replaced by a deeper and more complex emotion. It was the uncertainty of seeing a glimmer of light in a desperate situation, the fear of instinctively doubting any kindness after long torment, but mixed with a faint hope for the strange behavior of the human in front of her, which she herself was unwilling to admit. Slowly, extremely slowly, she raised her right hand, which was bound by heavy shackles and covered in wounds. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she hesitantly and tentatively touched Tang Xingai's palm. Tang Xingai's hands were steady, and his palms were dry and warm. The instant her fingertips touched Tang Xingai's palm, he grasped her hand. Not a rough grip, but a steady, supportive hold. Then he raised his other hand and grasped the heavy, cold metal collar around her neck, which constantly emitted suppressive runes. The dragon-blooded girl's body trembled violently, her crimson gold pupils contracting sharply, thinking that Tang Xingai was finally going to control her in a more direct way, just like those who had captured and tortured her before. But the next second, what she felt wasn't the suffocating tightening of the metal collar, but rather, snap! There was another crisp snapping sound. The incredibly sturdy metal collar, engraved with complex suppressive runes that had almost stagnated her dragon blood power, was easily broken in two by Tang Xingai's gentle prying, like a fragile clay sculpture. It fell off her neck with two clatters onto the floor of the iron cage. The moment the collar came off, a long-lost, faint but real sense of power, like a thawing stream, began to slowly revive in her parched meridians. Although she was still weak, and although she had other restrictions and injuries on her body, the suffocating feeling of being completely imprisoned, as if sinking into the deep sea, disappeared. She froze, her crimson gold vertical pupils wide open, staring blankly at the broken collar on the ground, then looking up at Tang Xingai, seemingly completely unable to comprehend what was happening before her eyes. Tang Xingai released his grip, took a half-step back, and cleared the space around the cage door. His voice remained calm, yet it clearly reached the girl's ears and echoed throughout the silent square. The shackles are broken. Tang Xingai looked at her, his eyes filled with neither pity nor greed, only a calm honesty. Come with me, and I will give you freedom. If you want revenge, I will give you power. Freedom? Power? These two words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the mind of the dragonborn girl. Since the fall of her clan's territory, the slaughter of her family, and her capture, she had been tormented in a dark and agonizing prison and subjected to painful experiments. These two words were now as distant as memories from a previous life. She had screamed and resisted, but all she received in return was more cruel torture and heavier shackles. She thought that, like countless other captured members of her kind, she would exhaust her last bit of value in humiliation and pain, and then be discarded like trash. But now, this person, the one who bought her for 1.5 million spirit stones, has crushed her chains, broken her collar, and told her to give her freedom and power. Why? Her crimson vertical pupils stared intently at Tang Xingai, trying to find a trace of hypocrisy, cunning, or some other dark intention on his face. But all she saw was calm, an unfathomable calm, as if he had done nothing more than a trivial matter. The crowd below the stage stirred again, and the murmurs rose like a tidal wave. He broke the collar? Insane. Absolutely insane. 1.5 million low-grade spirit stones to buy freedom and then give it away. What exactly is this guy trying to do? Win people over? But he's a dragon descendant, not one of our kind. Hee, this is going to be good. The Molten Fire Merchant Guild probably won't let this go so easily. Viper's face had turned completely ashen. He stared intently at Tang Xingai, his eyes so venomous they seemed to be coated with deadly poison. One of his guards couldn't help but whisper, "Sir, should we?" Viper raised his hand, stopping the guard from speaking. He took a deep breath, forcing back a smile that looked more like a grimace, but his voice was as cold as ice. Boss Tang, what a bold move, what a ruthless method. Releasing the goods in public breaks the rules of Blackwater Floating Island. Tang Xingai then turned around and looked directly at Viper in the audience for the first time. His gaze lingered on Viper's face for a moment, especially on the antique-style ring on Viper's right hand, which had a small dark red crystal set in the center. The style of that ring was almost identical to the one worn by Flame Fist Baroque, who was killed in the hematite mine. Rules? Tang Xingai repeated the word indifferently, the corners of his mouth seemingly curving upwards very slightly, but the curve was icy cold and devoid of any warmth. Whose rules? When the Molten Fire Merchant Guild sold living people and conducted inhumane live experiments, whose rules did they follow? His voice wasn't loud, but struck like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of many people in the square. Slave trafficking was commonplace here, but the term live experimentation still made many people with a modicum of moral conscience change their expression slightly, and their gazes towards Viper and the molten chamber of commerce became somewhat strange. Viper's face darkened further. He hadn't expected Tang Xingai to dare bring up this sensitive topic in public. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Molten Fire Merchant Guild conducts only legitimate business. You dare to slander our guild? It seems you truly disregard the rules of Blackwater Floating Island. Whether it's slander or not, you know the truth yourselves. Tang Xingai stopped looking at him and turned to the dragon-blooded girl who was still standing in the iron cage, seemingly still processing everything before her. He reached out his hand to her. Shall we go? The dragon-blooded girl's body trembled again, but this time it wasn't from fear or anger. In her crimson gold vertical pupils, the almost extinguished flame began to burn again, growing brighter and hotter. She looked at Tang Xingai's outstretched hand, then at the broken collar and chain on the ground, and finally, her gaze swept over the ashen-faced Viper below the stage, and over the faces of the onlookers who were either greedy, numb, or excited. Then, she did something that surprised everyone. With difficulty, enduring the pain from her shackles and wounds, she took a step forward and stepped out of the iron cage that had imprisoned her for so long. She stood in front of Tang Xingai, a head taller than him, her body covered in wounds and her clothes tattered, but her back was straight, like an unyielding pine tree in the wind and snow. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, she knelt down on one knee with difficulty. This movement seemed to aggravate her wound, causing her brows to furrow, but she gritted her teeth and did not make a sound. She lowered her head, her fiery red hair cascading down, obscuring most of her face, revealing only her tightly pursed, bloodless lips and her slightly trembling, pointed ears covered with fine red scales. A hoarse, strained voice, tinged with the huskiness of prolonged dehydration and the suppressed fury of a roar, yet strangely clear, rang out in the silent square. Every word seemed to be spoken with all one's might. Yana is willing to serve her master. She used the common language of mainland China, and although her pronunciation was a bit awkward, her meaning was clear and unambiguous. Master, not slave owner. Loyalty, not submission. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They had anticipated that the Dragonborn girl would suddenly attack and hurt people, that she would rather die than submit, and even that she would take the opportunity to escape. But they never expected that this Dragonborn girl, who was just now wild and untamed, roaring and struggling, would actually kneel on one knee and pledge allegiance to the person who bought her after the shackles were broken. This doesn't conform to the rules of the Blackwater Floating Island. This doesn't conform to their understanding of slavery. Viper's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. He felt like a clown being played today. First, his goods were stolen in public. Then they were casually released, and finally, the goods even pledged allegiance to the other party. This is simply the greatest humiliation for the Molten Fire Merchant Guild, and for him, Viper. Chapter 36, Oath of Allegiance. Tang Xingai looked at the dragon-descended girl kneeling in front of him. He could see the hideous, old and new scars on Yana's lowered neck, feel her body trembling slightly from weakness and excitement, and sense the intense emotion suppressed in her hoarse voice, like a volcano about to erupt. He didn't immediately help her up, but let her remain in that pose of swearing allegiance. This ritual, perhaps, was more important to her than any words. A few seconds later, Tang Xingai reached out and grasped Yana's arm. His hand was warm and strong, and he steadily helped her up from the ground. Get up, Yana. From now on, you're not merchandise, not a slave, but a warrior of Xingai territory. With Tang Xingai's help, Yana stood up. Her crimson gold vertical pupils met Tang Xingai's gaze, flames burning fiercely within them, a resolute light that ignited both life and hatred. She nodded forcefully, without speaking, but her clenched fist said it all. Tang Xingai didn't linger. He turned and walked out of the auction hall. Lu Ruyin immediately followed, warily protecting his flank. A Yuan also hurriedly jogged to catch up, not forgetting to look back curiously at Yin Na, who was still kneeling on the spot, seemingly not yet recovered from the shock, and whispered, "Hurry up." Yana took a deep breath, took a step, and followed behind Tang Xingai. Her steps were still a little unsteady, and the shackles on her body rattled with each movement, but she tried her best to straighten her back and walk steadily with each step. Wherever she went, the crowd automatically parted, and countless eyes focused on her and Tang Xingai, filled with a complex mix of emotions: shock, confusion, greed, fear, jealousy. Just as they were about to leave the crowd, they heard Viper's cold, sinister voice behind them, like a viper flicking its tongue. "Boss Tang, impressive skills. Viper has learned a lot today. However, Blackwater Floating Island has its own rules. You broke the rules today and took something you shouldn't have. Once you leave this dock, you'll be responsible for your own safety." This was an undisguised threat, meaning that outside the auction house's protective perimeter, the Molten Guild, or his Viper group, would likely make a move immediately. Tang Xingai paused for a moment, but without turning around, he simply replied, "I'm waiting for you." 3 words, calm and even, yet more forceful and confident than any harsh words. After saying that, he didn't linger. He led Lu Ruyin, a Yuan, and Yin Na, the dragon-descended girl he had just pledged allegiance to, straight through the parted crowd and headed towards the direction where his own merchant ships were docked at the pier. Behind them, Viper stared intently at Tang Xingai's departing figure, his eyes filled with such venom that they seemed to drip blood. He slowly raised his hand and made a subtle throat-slitting gesture towards one of the guard behind him. A fierce glint flashed in the guard's eyes, and he silently retreated into the shadows. Tang Xingai and his group returned to the merchant ship. Gu Mei's men, who had already received the news, immediately stowed the gangplank, raised the sails, and the merchant ship slowly sailed away from the noisy and dirty black stone wharf. Only after the merchant ship had completely left the dock area and entered the relatively open sea did a Yuan, who had been on edge the whole time, finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Patting her chest, she said with lingering fear, "I was so scared, Lord. That Viper's eyes were terrifying, like a venomous snake. He definitely won't let this go." Lu Ruyin silently checked the inside and outside of the cabin, confirming that there was nothing unusual, and then nodded to Tang Xingai to indicate that it was safe for the time being. Tang Xingai stood on the deck, watching the Blackwater Floating Island, suspended in the air, gradually disappear into the distance, his expression calm. He turned to look at Yin Na, who had been silently following behind him like a shadow. Yana had recovered somewhat, but her face was still pale, and although the wounds on her body had stopped bleeding, they still looked shocking. She stood straight, her crimson gold vertical pupils staring at Tang Xingai, her lips pressed tightly together, as if waiting for orders, or perhaps still processing everything that had happened that day. "Ruyin, go to my cabin and get the medical kit that Suyue prepared. It should contain emergency medicine and bandages." Tang Xingai instructed Lu Ruyin, then looked at Ewan. "Ewan, check her shackles to see if there are any other restrictions. Be careful." "Yes." Lu Ruyin turned and walked towards the cabin. A Yuan nodded, carefully walked to Yin Na's side, took out a few tools and a bottle of medicine from her small medicine box, and whispered to Yin Na, Yin Na, right? Don't move, okay? Let me take a look at these chains for you. They might hurt a little, so I'll be as gentle as possible." Yana stiffened slightly, her crimson gold vertical pupils looking at a Yuan warily. A Yuan quickly put on the friendliest smile possible, her round face full of sincerity. Yana looked at a Yuan, then at Tang Xingai. Seeing Tang Xingai nod slightly to her, she slowly relaxed and let Yuan get closer to examine her. A Yuan carefully examined the heavy metal shackles on Yin Na's wrists and ankles. She wrinkled her little nose and took out a special medicine, dripping it onto the lock holes and joints of the shackles. Soon, she pointed to several extremely hidden dark red spots on the inside of the shackles, which looked like natural patterns, and said to Tang Xingai, "Lord, these shackles are not simple. In addition to physical locking, they also have miniature blood curse runes embedded inside. They should be tracking and self-destruct devices unique to the Molten Fire Merchant Guild. Forcibly destroying it or opening it using the wrong method might trigger an explosion or release some kind of curse. Luckily, I didn't do anything rash at the dock. Tang Xingai's eyes turned cold. The methods of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild were indeed insidious. Can it be untied? I'll give it a try. A Yuan perked up and rummaged through the medicine box for a few more small bottles. She began to carefully mix the potion while muttering to herself. The blood curse rune is a type of fire poison. It needs to be neutralized with the juice of the cold azure grass and then softened with melt gold powder. It should be fine. While Yuan was focused on breaking the shackles, Lu Rian brought over a first aid kit. Tang Xingai took it and took out clean gauze, water, and several bottles of Su Yue's specially made healing powder. He walked up to Yin Na and handed her the kit. Treat the external wounds first. These powders are very effective for healing and pain relief, Tang Xingai said. Yin Na looked at the things Tang Xingai handed her, then at Tang Xingai's calm face, a complex emotion flashing in her crimson gold vertical pupils. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took it, saying softly, "Thank you." Her voice was still hoarse, but compared to when she was on the auction stage, it had less of the beastly roar and more of the dry, stiff tone of a young girl. Instead of treating her wound immediately, she held the medicine bottle and gauze, head down, standing there motionless, her red hair falling down, obscuring her expression. Tang Xingai neither urged him nor left. He simply walked to the ship's railing and gazed at the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, ruffled his hair and the hem of his clothes. After an unknown amount of time, Yanna's suppressed, low sobs came from behind. The sound was very soft, as if squeezed from the depths of her throat, carrying an indescribable pain and sorrow. Tang Xingai did not turn around. A Yuan also stopped what she was doing and looked helplessly at Yin Na, whose body was trembling slightly and who was biting her lip tightly to keep herself from crying out. Yanna's sobbing lasted only a short time before she suddenly raised her head and forcefully wiped away the tears on her face, even though her eyes were still red. She began silently and clumsily cleaning her wound, sprinkling on medicine powder and bandaging it with gauze. Her movements were awkward, clearly indicating that she rarely did these things before or that no one had ever taught her. But she did it earnestly and with great effort, as if performing an important ritual. Seeing this, a Yuan quickly stepped forward to help, whispering instructions. Yin Na didn't refuse, but her movements remained stiff. After treating the most serious external injuries, a Yuan successfully prepared the medicine and carefully dripped it onto the lock holes of the shackles and the dark red blood curse runes. After a slight hissing sound, the dark red spots quickly turned black and disappeared. A Yuan then took out a thin, specially made metal wire, inserted it into the keyhole, and gently fiddled with it a few times. With a few soft clicks, the heavy shackles on Yanna's wrists and ankles finally came off and fell onto the deck with a clatter. Yanna clenched her fist tightly, then slowly released it, feeling the long-lost sense of freedom from the heavy shackles. Even though her body was still weak and in pain, this feeling still made her eyes well up with tears again. She looked down at the deep bloodstains on her wrists from the shackles, then touched the bruises left by the collar around her neck. In her crimson gold vertical pupils, sorrow was gradually replaced by cold hatred. She suddenly knelt on one knee again, this time facing Tang Xingai, and said in a hoarse but extremely firm voice, "Master, Yin Na has something to report." Tang Xingai turned around and looked at her. "Speak." Yanna raised her head, her crimson gold vertical pupils burning with raging flames that almost scorched anyone who looked at them. "I come from the crimson-scaled dragon-keen tribe of the stormy seas of the western continent. Half a month ago, the people of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild suddenly attacked our settlement. They had many strange weapons and warriors clad in heavy armor, impervious to pain and fire-breathing monsters. We couldn't defeat them. The chieftain, the elders, and many of our people died in battle. Those who survived, including me, were captured." Her voice trembled slightly with agitation and hatred. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into the wounds on her palms again, but she was oblivious to it. "They locked us in dark cabins and transported us to a hot place with lots of lava and black smoke, like inside a volcano. There are many prisoners like us there, of different races. They used us for experiments." Yanna's body began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes revealing deep fear and pain. "Drawing blood, cutting flesh, burning us, pouring strange potions on us. Many people died, and died horribly. Because my bloodline was relatively pure, they imprisoned me in solitary confinement and subjected me to more experiments. They wanted to use our dragon blood, mixed with other things, to create even more powerful monsters. She suddenly grabbed her tattered clothes and ripped them open, revealing a patch of skin below her collarbone. There, a hideous, dark red mark, as if branded with a hot iron, was clearly visible. The mark was shaped like a twisted flame rune, with a small hole in the center, as if some kind of conduit had been inserted there. They call this the seed of molten fire. Yana's voice lowered, filled with deep-seated hatred. They say I'm one of the most successful prototypes. If I hadn't risked my life to escape during one of their experimental accidents, I'd probably be. She didn't say anything more, but Tang Xingai, Lu Ruyin, and a Yuan all understood. The Molten Bloodline project of the Molten Merchant Guild was actually a cruel and inhumane experiment on living races with special bloodlines. And the powerful bloodline and bodies of the Dragon King were exactly the materials they wanted. Yana straightened her clothes again, took a deep breath, and as if using all her strength, temporarily suppressed the fear and hatred that were about to devour her. She looked up at Tang Xingai again, her crimson gold vertical pupils filled with pleading and a glimmer of desperate hope. Master, I know I am weak and can do nothing right now, but please, if one day you have the ability, please help me and save my people. They must still be alive, still suffering in that hell. Save them. She slammed her forehead heavily against the deck, making a dull thud. Tang Xingai looked at the red-haired, dragon-descended girl kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly with excitement and sorrow. Before his eyes appeared the imprisoned elves in the hematite mine, the freed slaves of various races with numb eyes, and the cold and cruel experimental records in the Baroque notes. The crimes of the Molten Fire Guild are too numerous to list. He reached out and supported Yana's shoulder, pulling her up from the deck. His hand was steady and strong, conveying a reassuring warmth through his thin clothes. I will save your people. Tang Xingai's voice was not loud, but it carried a resolute force. But not because of your pleas, but because of what the Molten Fire Merchant Guild has done, which is unforgivable. Your hatred is also my hatred. From today onwards, you and your people will no longer fight alone. Yana suddenly raised her head, and for the first time, a light called hope shone in her crimson gold vertical pupils. Although that light was still soaked in tears and hatred, it was so bright. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but choked up and couldn't make a sound. She could only nod hard and heavily. Just then, a communication jade talisman in Tang Xingai's arms, engraved with simple runes, suddenly vibrated slightly and emitted a soft white light. Tang Xingai took out a jade talisman and infused it with a wisp of spiritual energy. Immediately, Schwang's clear, cool voice, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, but mostly filled with exhilaration, emanated from the talisman. Lord, the volcanic mine has been captured. 273 enemy soldiers were killed, 45 were captured, and 429 slave miners of various races were rescued. 17 of our soldiers were lightly wounded, and there were no casualties. A proven fire crystal vein has been seized, with estimated abundant reserves. Various fire-related ores, smelting materials, finished equipment, and blueprints have also been acquired. A detailed list will be provided later. The core furnace and some key facilities at the mine have been destroyed as planned. The troops are currently resting and awaiting further instructions. The good news brought a surge of excitement to the cabin. Even Lu Riyin's usually stern face broke into a smile. A Yuan clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, Sister Schwanger is amazing. Tang Xingai smiled and said to Yu Fu, Well done, Schwanger. Arrange for people to properly settle the rescued slaves. Those who wish to stay will be treated as new citizens of the territory. Those unwilling to stay will be given travel expenses and politely escorted out of the country. The wounded will receive full medical treatment. Your unit will rest and regroup in place for 3 days, strengthening defenses against a potential counterattack from the Molten Fire Merchant Guild. 3 days later, escort the main spoils of war and prisoners back to your territory. Yes. Schwang's voice was crisp and clear. After ending the communication, Tang Xingai felt a little relieved. Taking over the volcano mine not only cut off the Molten Fire Merchant Guild's important source of resources in the area and seized a large amount of much-needed fire-type minerals, but more importantly, it freed a large number of slaves, further weakening the Molten Fire Merchant Guild's power. It also proved the new equipment and Schwang's ability to stand alone. As one side gains and the other loses, the situation is developing in a favorable direction. However, before he could ask Yana for more details about the Molten Fire Merchant Guild's experimental base, another jade talisman in his arms, which was directly connected to Qin Ya's emergency communication talisman, suddenly began to vibrate violently, its light flashing rapidly. Tang Xingai frowned slightly and immediately answered the call. From the jade talisman came Qin Ya's voice. This business queen, who was always calm and composed, and seemed to be able to laugh even if the sky were to fall, now had a rare hint of urgency and solemnity in her voice. Lord, we have just intercepted and deciphered intelligence through special channels. The Molten Guild headquarters has issued an encrypted notice to Blackwater Island and all surrounding forces that have connections with them. Qinya spoke quickly, but every word was crystal clear. The announcement claims that Xingai territory attacked its stronghold without cause, looted its property, killed its key members, and seized its important assets. Qinya paused, her voice becoming even lower. They demand that Star Sea territory hand over all the elves within 10 days, especially the child of nature named Avril, and the dragonborn experimental subject recently abducted from the Blackwater floating island. They also demand compensation for all losses and a public apology. Tang Xingai's eyes were icy, but a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Sure enough, here they come. The villain is the one who falsely accuses first, turning the tables on the victim. But Qin Ya's next words caused the temperature inside the cabin to plummet to freezing. If their demands are not met within 10 days. Qin Ya's voice was tense. The Molten Chamber of Commerce will consider Star Sea territory an enemy and launch the Molten Siege. Chapter 37 Intense Preparations. Qin Ya's voice came through the communication jade talisman, echoing clearly in the narrow cabin of the merchant ship. Every word was like an icicle, piercing the atmosphere that had just eased due to Schwang's good news. Molten Siege. Tang Xingai repeated those 4 words, his expression remaining largely unchanged, but his eyes suddenly sharpened like blades, and the temperature in the cabin seemed to drop several degrees. Lu Rian's hand on the sword hilt tightened abruptly, while Yuan gasped and instinctively covered her mouth. Even Yana, who had just experienced great joy and sorrow, and whose emotions had not yet fully calmed down, stiffened noticeably when she heard those 4 words. A hint of instinctive fear flashed in her crimson gold vertical pupils, but it was quickly replaced by an even more raging flame of hatred. Understood, Tang Xingai said to the jade talisman, his voice so calm it revealed no emotion. Notify all core members to return to the Lord's Mansion Council Hall immediately. I'll be right back. After ending the communication, Tang Xingai put away the jade talisman and looked at the people beside him. Lu Rian and Yuan both had solemn expressions on their faces, while Yin Na bit her lip tightly, her eyes fixed on Tang Xingai, seemingly waiting for his decision. It seems someone doesn't want us to develop peacefully. Tang Xingai's voice was calm, yet it carried a chill. Fine, let's settle both the old and new scores together. He turned and walked to the bow of the ship, instructing Gu Mei's subordinates, who had already received the news and were anxiously awaiting orders. Return at full speed, at top speed. Yes, Lord. The captain dared not delay and immediately took the helm himself, ordering the sailors to raise all the sails and adjust them to the best angle. The merchant ship shot off like an arrow, cutting through the sea and speeding towards Star Sea territory. The sea breeze whipped at Tang Xingai's robes. He gazed at the approaching outline of the territory ahead, the once desolate, now taking shape floating island, his eyes deep and thoughtful. War had come faster and more directly than he had anticipated. The Molten Chamber of Commerce clearly had no intention of playing any tricks or schemes. What they wanted was to crush, to utterly destroy, to make an example of them, and to use the destruction of Star Sea territory to warn all those who dared to provoke them. Fine, let's show them who's the chicken and who's the monkey. Star Sea territory, Lord's Council Hall. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Of the core members who had received the emergency summons, all except Schwang, who was still dealing with the aftermath at the volcanic mine, had arrived. Chinya stood in the center, holding a newly deciphered copy of a parchment scroll sealed with a special magical mark, her expression unusually serious. Today she was dressed in a practical dark blue outfit, her long hair neatly tied back, looking less languid and charming than capable and sharp. On a long wooden table in front of her was a detailed map of the territory surroundings. This is a formal announcement issued by the Molten Core Merchant Guild via an encrypted magic channel to Blackwater Island and at least 17 related factions. Chinya's voice was clear and calm, but her speech was much faster than usual. The wording was harsh, defining us as savage invaders and bandits, and demanding that we hand over all the elves, especially Avril. And she paused, glancing at Yin Na, who stood behind Tang Xingai, still dressed in tattered clothes but with her back ramrod straight, and the dragonborn experimental subjects we kidnapped. At the same time, we demand compensation for all their losses, including the hematite mine, the volcanic mine, and the casualties, totaling 5 million low-grade spirit stones. We also require you, Lord, to issue a public apology and cripple your cultivation. Wishful thinking. Murong Schwang, seated at the head of the left-hand side, still clad in military uniform and faintly reeking of gunpowder, snorted coldly, her icy blue eyes flashing with chilling light. She had just emerged from a fierce battle, and the murderous aura lingered. Even her voice, transmitted through the magic array, carried a chilling edge. The volcanic mine is a heavily fortified stronghold they've operated for years, yet we were able to conquer it in a single battle, capturing its generals and flags. How dare they ask for compensation, and even cripple their own cultivation? Let them come here in person, and see if my sword will allow it. Sister Schwang is right. A Yuan clenched her little fists, her round face full of anger. They were the ones who captured the elves first and did those heinous experiments. Now they're turning around and blaming us. They're shameless. Lord, we can't stand for this. Su Yue sat quietly next to a Yuan, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her hands unconsciously clasped together. She didn't speak, but her worried gaze remained fixed on Tang Xingai. As a doctor, she knew better than anyone the cruelty of war. Lingyan manipulated a small metal puppet, tapping it lightly on the table, making rhythmic tap sounds as if she were calculating something. The doll's face was expressionless, but her eyes were focused. Beside her, Arya's emerald green eyes burned with fury, her pointed ears trembling slightly with excitement. The Molten Guild is the enemy of the forest, the blasphemer of nature. The elves will live and die with our land. Gu Mei's figure stood like a shadow in the corner of the council hall, almost blending into the darkness. Only when she occasionally moved could one see a graceful curve in the cold, reflective tip of a dagger. She remained silent, but everyone knew that this queen of the shadows had entered hunt mode. Lu Qin scratched his messy hair, his face a mixture of anger and worry. Damn it, I knew these bastards wouldn't let this go. Molten Siege. I've heard of that term when I was in the Chamber of Commerce. It's the ultimate tactic that the Molten Chamber of Commerce uses to deal with disobedient medium-sized forces or tough nuts to crack. They will deploy at least 3 experts with gold-level attributes, along with hundreds of elites with purple and blue attributes, and may also use large siege engines and war golems. They will not stop until the target is completely destroyed. 3 golden attributes? Lu Rian raised an eyebrow, her hand unconsciously tightening its grip on the sword hilt. Although she possessed a clear sword mind and feared no powerful enemy, she understood what golden attributes meant. They were a symbol of combat power that placed one at the pinnacle of most cultivators. Chinya nodded, drew a circle around the location of Starsea territory on the map, and then marked a few dots around its perimeter. Based on the scattered information gathered by Gu Mei's intelligence network and my analysis of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild's past Molten Fire siege cases, their standard setup is indeed like this. Moreover, their fleet of airships will likely approach simultaneously from these 3 directions, forming an encirclement to prevent our escape. Their siege weaponry may include large catapults, explosive flame crossbows, and possibly even the rumored molten siege weapon capable of temporarily paralyzing defensive magic arrays. The council chamber fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of the puppet bell tapping on the table and the heavy or light breathing of the people present. 3 powerful individuals with gold-level attributes, hundreds of elites, a large fleet, siege equipment. Such power is undoubtedly overwhelming for the Starsea territory, which was established recently, is still developing rapidly, but has a shallow foundation. The pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to Tang Xingai, who sat at the head of the long table. Tang Xingai listened quietly, his fingers tapping lightly on the smooth tabletop, his face expressionless. Only after Qinya finished her analysis and everyone looked at him did he slowly raise his head, his gaze sweeping over every face present, whether angry, worried, or resolute. His gaze finally fell on Yana, who was standing beside him, her lips tightly pressed together and her body trembling slightly. Sensing his gaze, Yana abruptly raised her head, her crimson gold vertical pupils filled with an almost pleading resolve. She took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a hoarse yet firm voice. "Master!" Yana volunteers. "I know I'm weak, but I'm familiar with some of their methods and my dragon blood. Even if it only burns one of them, I'll still go." She then looked at Arya and the others, her eyes filled with deep pain and remorse. "I'm sorry. It was me and my people who brought disaster upon our territory." "Get up." Tang Xingai's voice rang out, not loud, but carrying a strange, calming power. Yana trembled and looked up at him. "The disaster wasn't brought by you. It was brought by the Molten Core Merchant Guild." Tang Xingai looked into her eyes and said, word by word, "When they captured elves, experimented on living people, and invaded other people's territories, they never asked for anyone's opinion. Now, although we fought back, rescued people, and reclaimed what's rightfully ours, they see it as a disaster? That's illogical." He stood up, walked to the window of the council chamber, and looked out at the territory that was beginning to take shape. Under the sunlight, wisps of smoke rise from newly built houses, crops grow in the cultivated fields, the shouts of soldiers practicing can be heard from the training ground, and the clanging and banging sounds are constant in the workshop area. This is a vibrant, thriving land, his home, a place of hope that he and everyone else have built bit by bit. If they want war, then let them fight. Tang Xingai turned around, his back to the window. Sunlight streamed in from behind him, gilding his features and blurring his face slightly, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, like stars in a cold night. 10 days. Tang Xingai's lips curled into a cold smile. That's enough time for us to make many preparations. His gaze sharpened and became powerful, and a series of commands were conveyed clearly and swiftly. "Lu Qin, I don't care what methods you use. The third level of the underground city must be completed within 3 days. For the ground defense, I want to see at least 10 Chinook arrow towers and 3 frost cannons erected along the coastline, and the coverage area of the energy shield generator must be expanded to cover the core area. If we don't have enough materials, go find Qinya, go to the warehouse to move them, or buy them at high prices from the merchant guilds that trade with us. If we don't have enough manpower, all available laborers, including prisoners willing to help, will be assigned to you." Lu Qin suddenly stood up straight, his messy hair almost standing on end. He slapped his chest hard, making a muffled bang. "Don't worry, Lord. Even if I don't eat, drink, or sleep, I will set up our ironclad fortress. Our fortress. If the 3 levels of the underground city aren't completed within 3 days, I, old Lu, will brick myself into the walls." Tang Xingai nodded and looked at Qinya. "Qinya, use all the channels and resources of your Chamber of Commerce, at any cost, to acquire all materials that can be used for defense and combat. Healing pills, talismans, energy crystals, defensive artifacts, and even blueprints or parts for large-scale siege weapons. Buy them all if they can enhance our defense and counterattack capabilities. If we don't have enough spirit stones, we can use minerals, grain, or our unique commodities as collateral or promise future shares. I need you to fill our warehouses with war supplies within 5 days." A glint of light flashed in Qinya's eyes, the kind of light that only appears when she sees huge business opportunities and challenges. She bowed slightly, her voice regaining its usual composure, but with an added air of determination. "Understood. I will let the Molten Fire Merchant Guild know that sometimes money really can work wonders. At the very least, it can buy them things that give them headaches." "Gumei." Tang Xingai looked into the shadows. Gumei's figure appeared silently beside the long table like a ghost, bowing slightly. "Activate your entire intelligence network. I need to know the specific troop strength, the list of experts, the size of the fleet, the sailing route, the possible time of the attack, and what kind of surprise they have prepared for us. Especially those molten siege weapons that can paralyze magic arrays. I need to know their weaknesses. Tang Xingai's voice was cold. If necessary, we can use some extraordinary measures to create chaos and buy them time. Remember, your safety comes first. Gume nodded slightly, her voice as light and cold as a feather brushing the surface of water. Yes, the shadow is everywhere. Mirong Schwang. Tang Xingai looked at the projection of Mirong Schwang in the remote communication array. Here, Mirong Schwang stood straight, her icy blue eyes meeting Tang Xingai's gaze through the magic array. Leave a small number of elite troops to garrison the volcanic mine and monitor the situation. You will lead the main force, escorting important spoils and prisoners, and set off immediately to return to the territory at full speed. Be vigilant along the way to prevent being intercepted. After returning to the territory, the troops will rest briefly and then immediately engage in defensive drills and familiarize themselves with the positions. Understood. Mirong Shuang's reply was concise and forceful. Su Yue, immediately organize all physicians and medical professionals to establish a battlefield medical system and stockpile enough medicines and bandages. A Yuan, operate your alchemy room at full capacity. Refine as many pills as you can for healing, recovery, detoxification, berserk, all pills that may be needed in wartime, prioritizing quality. Su Yue and a Yuan solemnly agreed at the same time. Lingyan, all the golems in the territory, including the engineering golems, are under wartime control. I need them to become mobile fortresses and firing points. Arya, you're familiar with the jungle and guerrilla warfare. Lead the Elven Rangers and all the warriors skilled in stealth and speed to form a mobile scout squad responsible for early warning, harassment, and surprise attacks on the outskirts of the territory. The puppet controlled by Lingyan gave a sharp knock, indicating that it understood. A sharp light flashed in Arya's emerald eyes, and she placed her right hand on her chest in a gesture of respect. For nature and our home. Finally, Tang Xingai's gaze swept past Lu Ruyan and landed on Yin Na. Ruyan, you will assist me in overseeing the overall situation and filling in any gaps. Yana, Tang Xingai looked at those crimson gold vertical pupils burning with hatred and determination. Your current task is to heal your injuries and recover your strength. Master Lookin has some medicinal baths and food specially prepared for you, designed to gently stimulate the potential of your dragon blood and heal hidden injuries. I need you to recover to a fighting state as quickly as possible. Your battlefield is not here, but in the future at the Molten Core Guild's lair beside your people. Yana's body trembled violently, not from fear, but from excitement. She knelt on one knee again, bowing her head deeply. Her voice choked with emotion, yet incredibly firm. Yana. Yes. Thank you, Master. Did you all hear that clearly? Tang Xingai's gaze swept across the entire room like lightning. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing in the council hall with a do-or-die determination. Then go prepare. Tang Xingai waved his hand. Let the Molten Fire Merchant Guild see if our Xingai territory is a soft persimmon they can just bully. With the order given, the entire Starsea territory began operating at unprecedented speed and efficiency, like the most sophisticated machine. The shadow of war did not bring panic and flight, but rather a fervent sense of shared hatred and a determination to fight to the death. Like a raging bull, Lu Qin charged into the construction site. He roared and directed, scattering his stockpile of construction acceleration runes as if they were free. Under his command, the dwarf engineers and human workers, like tireless worker ants, dug, reinforced, and poured concrete day and night. The third level of the underground city is expanding downwards and outwards at a visible speed. The originally planned shelters, warehouses, barracks, workshops, and even small farms and reservoirs are taking shape at an alarming rate. Massive rocks were pulverized and shaped by the power of runes. Sturdy alloy frames were rapidly erected, and lighting runes and ventilation arrays were densely engraved. Dust billowed, and the hammering was deafening, but a fanatical light shone in everyone's eyes. On the ground, along the coastline, and key nodes on the periphery of the territory, towering Chinook arrow towers, each 10 feet tall and constructed entirely of metal and rock, rose from the ground. The top of the arrow tower is inlaid with a huge energy crystal that emits a faint blue light. The tower is covered with firing ports, and inside is Luchin's latest heavy crossbow, which can automatically reload and fire rapidly. 3 even larger frost cannons, resembling miniature fortresses, were placed in the Lord's manor and on several high grounds. The thick cannon barrels gleamed with a cold metallic luster, and the cannon bodies were engraved with complex frost amplification runes. Next to them were piles of specially made cannonballs containing extreme cold power. An energy shield generator, consisting of 36 rune metal pillars, was buried around the perimeter of the territory. Once activated, it would form a light blue energy shield that covered the core area. Chinya locked herself in the accounting room and communications room, where she was surrounded by ledgers, lists, and communication symbols that flashed with various colors. Her slender fingers danced across the abacus, leaving afterimages as she issued commands, allocating the mountain of supplies in the territory's warehouses. At the same time, through the secret channels left by Gume, she contacted chambers of commerce, black markets, and even loaned big merchants in Blackwater Island and beyond. Truckloads of precious ores, medicinal herbs, and furs were transported out in exchange for boxes of weapons and armor gleaming with a cold light, bags of pills exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, bundles of talismans engraved with intricate patterns, and pieces of energy crystals of considerable value. Her face was somewhat pale, but her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, as if burning with flames, the fighting spirit of a business queen. Gume and her shadow walkers completely blended into the night and shadows. Like an invisible wind, they silently left their territory, infiltrating every corner where the Molten Fire Merchant Guild's influence might reach. Taverns, docks, caravans, brothels, their figures could be seen in any place where all sorts of people mingle. Scattered news began to gather. Molten City, where the Molten Chamber of Commerce headquarters is located, has recently been under martial law, with large transport fleets frequently entering and leaving. Several golden-robed elders, who have not been seen for a long time, seem to be gathering within the Chamber of Commerce. Someone caught a glimpse of the outline of an extremely large ship covered by heavy canvas in waters far from the shipping lanes. Mirong Schwang led her main force back to the territory day and night. The weary soldiers had no time to rest and were immediately incorporated into the defense system, familiarizing themselves with the newly built fortifications and practicing coordinated defense. Of the hundreds of freed slave miners from various races, more than 80% chose to stay after learning of the Molten Fire Merchant Guild's Molten Fire Siege ultimatum and the Starsea Territory's determination to resist to the death. Among them were many strong and capable men with combat experience or special skills, who were immediately added to the garrison or logistics teams. An old miner who had served as a centurion in a human kingdom even volunteered to help train new recruits and impart his experience in defending the city. Suya Wei transformed several large houses next to the Lord's mansion into a temporary field hospital. Together with a Yuan and several villagers who had some medical knowledge, she worked day and night to sort out medicinal herbs, prepare disinfectant solutions, and make simple stretchers and splints. In a Yuan's alchemy room, the furnace burned day and night. The young girl's eyes were bloodshot from staying up all night, but her spirits were exceptionally high as she refined various pills one batch after another. The rich aroma of pills, mixed with the dust from the construction site and the smell of rust from the fortifications, permeated the entire territory, creating a strange and tense atmosphere. Arya and her chosen elven rangers, along with dozens of agile human and halfling warriors, vanished like ghosts into the jungles, hills, and coastal reefs surrounding their territory. They set traps, installed warning bells, familiarized themselves with every path, and drew detailed maps of the terrain. Arya's eyes were like those of a keen hunter in the jungle. She used her natural senses to the fullest extent, and no unusual aura that did not belong to this forest could escape her perception. Ling Yin and her puppet army became the busiest fire brigade in the territory. Tall rock golems carried the heaviest building materials, while nimble metal spider golems climbed up and down the newly built arrow towers and cannons to make final adjustments and engrave runes. Small scout golems patrolled the territory around the clock. Ling Yin herself was in the core control room on the 3rd floor of the newly built underground city, with dozens of light and shadow screens floating in front of her, displaying real-time progress of various constructions, puppet status, and external early warning information. Her small face was expressionless, but her fingers, which were controlling the puppets, moved so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Tang Xingai, like the precise core of a clock, oversaw every crucial point, coordinated resources from all sides, and resolved a constant stream of problems. He appeared at the dusty underground excavation site, providing Lu Qin with critical runic support. Tang Xing also appeared in the busy trading area, finalizing an urgent bulk purchase of defensive supplies with Qinya. He appeared in front of the recruits undergoing intense training, boosting morale with calm, yet powerful words. He appeared beside Lu Ruyan, working together to deduce the enemy's possible attack routes and their own response strategies. Time flew by amidst the frantic work and preparation. On the evening of the third day, as the setting sun cast a golden glow on the newly built defensive arrow towers, Lu Qin, dragging his nearly broken body, rushed to Tang Xingai, who was inspecting the coastal defenses. His large face was flushed red with excitement and exhaustion, and he roared in a hoarse voice. "Lord, we've finished. The main structure of the 3-level underground city is complete. Damn, 303 million square meters. Shelters, warehouses, barracks, workshops, water, and food reserves. All in place. It's a bit rough, but absolutely sturdy. It can withstand a bomb." Tang Xingai patted Lu Qin's dusty and sweaty shoulder hard, saying nothing, but his eyes were full of approval and affirmation. Lu Qin chuckled twice, closed his eyes, and slid down to the ground against the base of the arrow tower. In less than 3 seconds, a deafening snore filled the air. On the 5th day, Qinya, with tired but unusually bright eyes, handed a long list to Tang Xingai. The list details a massive amount of supplies acquired through various channels, at the cost of nearly mortgaging the territory's future revenue for the next 6 months. There were 1,300 bottles of healing pills, over 5,000 various attack and defense talismans, 800 mid-grade energy crystals, 2,000 sets of standard rune swords and shields, 30,000 heavy armor-piercing crossbow bolts, and even 2 parts of a medium-sized catapult that had been salvaged from a bankrupt nobleman, slightly damaged but usable after Lu Qin's emergency repairs. On the 7th day, Gu Mei's shadow appeared like a ghost in Tang Xingai's study, bringing the latest and most important intelligence. "It's confirmed." Gu Mei's voice was still very soft, but it carried a metallic coldness. "The Molten Fire Merchant Guild's Molten Fire Siege will be led by 3 golden-robed elders.